Chapter 1, Advent. In the dark. There is a glimmer of light. My ears gradually heard the sound. That's the whistle of a police car. Noisy footsteps. Screams, explosions. The body is gradually feeling. There was a sting in my chest. Behind the cold road. Li Mo's brain is chaotic. Where am I? With a ray of light, Li Mo found himself lying on the ground with a car overturned. Fortunately, a narrow angle was formed with a flat electric motorcycle, so he was not crushed to death. The cold wind at night was mixed with the smell of gasoline, and a few pieces of shredded paper were slowly blown in. Li Mo was a little panicked and wanted to slowly move out of this dangerous place, but found himself stuck. And a sting from his body reminded him of his injuries. Calm. Calm. Is there a policeman around? Is this the scene of a car accident? I have to make a noise. Even though his throat was so dry, Li Mo did his best to make a cry for help. Is anybody there? Help me. Hey? At a critical moment, what English do you speak? As soon as Li Mo made his noise, a loud noise came from not far away, and the road vibrated. Then, there was a gurgling walking sound in his ear, a light body, the car pressed on it was violently lifted. Saved. Li Mo finally relaxed. Even though he couldn't get up, he still looked at his life-saving benefactor and wanted to say thank you. But what is this? A robot is holding a car. The golden armor was covered with scratches, and the face lifted automatically, exposing the familiar face, Robert Downey Jr. Iron Man? Jarvis, find an injured person, his vital signs are stable, call for rescuers. After a few words, the face armor closed automatically, and the Iron Man was ready to turn away. Li Mo was angry and turned black for a while. Is the big star amazing? Is it amazing to make a movie? I made Loudso like this, and just want to leave by patting his ass? Beautiful, asshole. Tony Stark was so angry that it was a restless night. Despite some speculation, he still did not expect that Obadi, who had always been regarded as a loved one, actually betrayed himself and almost killed himself. The war between two people has affected many passers-by, and despite the best efforts to save a few, the number of casualties continues to rise. Obadi is crazy and must stop him. I just wanted to step forward, but found that my feet were caught. He turned around and saw that it was the Chinese injured. The man was full of anger, spit blood, and said weakly and firmly, "Asshole, lose money. Tony is a little aggressive, shouldn't you scream and stay away at this time?" Then, at this moment, Obadi rushed over with the Iron Overlord, punching Tony Stark with a punch, and Li Mo was thrown away heavily, hit the street corner, and passed out. After a bitter battle, Tony finally used the giant arc reactor explosion at Stark Group headquarters to defeat Obadi. The energy of the steel armor is exhausted, and Tony Stark is lying on the ground weakly, and his consciousness is gradually blurred. All the madness, all the anger, vanished in the huge shock wave of the arc reactor. Are you happy? Not at all. Who died when his parents died? Raising my eyes, who gave me encouragement? Fang Lang seeing horrified, who wiped his again and again. Obadi Stan. Why? After a week. A public hospital in Brooklyn. On the LCD TV on the ward wall, a video was repeatedly played. A mustache proudly said, "Well, I'm Iron Man." Then there was a discussion and analysis of so-called experts. Turning off the TV with a crackling sound, Li Mo was a little irritable. You guys are so excited. Soon Captain America is coming, Green Fat is coming, Brother Hammer is coming, and aliens are coming. Are you excited or sad when you get there? For such a long time, of course Li Mo knew that he had passed. And now this body is also called Li Mo. The second generation of immigrants and their parents died. The most important thing is that they look exactly like themselves. The same 35 years old, the same greasy. Haunted to where? Zhuangzhomeng butterfly? The inevitable formation of two universes by chance? Soul resonance? Li Mo hasn't figured out what happened now. While he was thinking wildly, the door of the ward opened, and a fat white female nurse came in. Hey, Li, looks good today. After measuring, he measured his blood pressure. Okay, Maria, are you still on shift today? Why haven't you seen Claire these days? Li Mo said with a smile. Claire resigned 2 days ago, I don't know why. Do I need to give you her phone? As far as I know she is still single. Maria joked after taking the record. Thank you, no need, just ordinary friends concern. Li Mo quickly explained. I know, the Chinese are implicit, but you are neither handsome nor moneyful. You can't catch up with a girl without learning to take the initiative. Li Mo was a little helpless, he just asked. Although Claire has a good figure and is barely a black beauty, he is not interested at all. The reason for the inquiry was that he found that the female nurse named Claire Tempe was the nurse with good relations with many heroes in the American TV Defenders Alliance. At this moment, the knock of the door rang. After Li Mo asked to enter, a middle-aged Caucasian man in a neat black suit and meticulously combed hair came in. With a professional smile, he said, Hello Mr. Li, my name is Paul. I am a lawyer and come to discuss compensation with you on behalf of the Stark Group. $300,000, all medical expenses are included. Li Mo expressed satisfaction. It can be seen from Stark Group's sincerity that such compensation can be obtained with just a minor injury. Did your performance that day play a role? The ghost knows. Tony Stark is a busy man, Pepper is also a busy man, he is just a small person. As for the lion's mouth, he asked him millions more? Li Mo said he. Don't forget, the Stark Group is an authentic arms group. 23 days later, Li Mo was discharged from the hospital. I took a taxi and came to my own den on West 32nd Street, Manhattan Island. The parents of this body left a legacy for themselves after a lifetime of struggle. A small craft shop facing the street. Surprise! But New York. Ownership of the store is yours. However, the high real estate tax and poor management are about to overwhelm their predecessors, so they will go to work and take delivery at night. What's more terrible is that the Clinton area, also known as West Midtown, is next door. It also has a famous name, Hell's Kitchen. The gangster harassment is just a trivial matter. It is enough to regularly pay protection fees to the gang's Irish gang. I didn't dare to go out at night before, but later I just dared to walk down the road. Taking a short path and walking alleys is a dead end. Gunshots and screams are heard every night. Li Mo shook his head, what a hell. Although horrible at night, the traffic on this street during the day is quite high. As one of the largest cities in the world, Big Apple City has a population of more than 20 million. The district in which I live is a collection of immigrants and immigrants. Russia, Eastern Europe, Afro, South Americans, because of the differences in language and culture, they have formed their own circles. The rich have tried to move out of here, and went to the Upper East Side or other places where the law and order are better. The remaining people generally lack a stable income, which is somewhat related to the local gangs. The predecessor's father always believed that if he wanted to integrate into New York, he would have to leave his native language environment, so the family moved out of Chinatown and came to this ghost place. Because Li Mo has already merged the memories of his predecessor, he is very familiar with this place. Here is the second-hand shop of Dad Bruce, this greedy old black man secretly doing the stolen work. There is a Russian bakery, Eugene's Bakery. His craft is so ordinary, so he also runs a taxi. Not far away, Brazilian-style barbecue restaurants run by South American Fernandos are doing well. Opening the shutter, Li Mo walked into his craft shop called Lee's. I didn't come back for more than 10 days, and the store had accumulated a thin layer of floating ash. The decoration in the shop is antique, and there are a lot of antique porcelain, scrolls, fan faces, embroidery and some bronze Buddha statues. Li Mo sighed. How strange the family is to think of promoting Chinese culture in this chaotic place, and even opening a fast food restaurant is more profitable than this. Fortunately, Li Mo is a temperament that is easy to meet. In addition, it is not too anxious to just get a large amount of compensation. Take a day and look at it. This storefront is about 30 square meters, and behind it is a warehouse and a workroom. On the second floor, a living room of 100 square meters was passed through the stairs of the corridor. After Yu Kanshu www.yuyuganshu.com was seriously transformed by his predecessor, the kitchen, bedroom, and toilet were all available. Here is full of happy memories, and this is why the predecessor always insisted and refused to leave. Here is his own home here. Li Mo took a pot of water and just wanted to clean it up. A young black guy flashed in from the shop door and said mischievously, "Hey boss, are you out of that ghost place?" "We already said, this time can't be counted as my absenteeism." Li Mo smiled. This skinny black man with a dirty pigtail was his only employee, little Lucas. In fact, due to cultural and customary reasons, the predecessor did not like to deal with black people in this street. They are rude, barbaric, and uneducated. They like to wear white hip-hop style clothes, with rhymes in their mouths to greet each other's female relatives repeatedly. But Lucas Jr. is completely different. His father was a young gangster of a gang and was shot and killed by police during a drug shipment. His mother was a stripper when she was young, and she was lying sick on the bed as she got older. This is the general situation of black boy families in many slum areas. Generally, Lucas Jr. will follow the tradition to join the gang, traffic in drugs, rob, and do no evil. Suddenly, Lucas Jr. unexpectedly rejected the call of his cousins and a group of brothers, and was self-reliant, working at ease, and taking care of his mother in bed. This beautiful character that was muddy and untouched touched his predecessor, so he gave this job to Lucas Jr. There are other reasons, of course. Lucas Jr.'s well-informed on the street can help him avoid many risks. More importantly, when the predecessor was lonely and empty, it was the small strip that Lucas pulled. Chapter 2, Settle. Manhattan Island West 32nd Street. Lee's Handicraft Shop. Li Mo and his only employee, Lucas Jr., are doing the cleaning work. Little Lucas is not a slacker, and he is diligent. And Li Mo is not accustomed to a person's character. The two worked together, and within a short time, the store was restored. Li Mo threw a bottle of Coke to Lucas, and he made a pot of purt and drank it leisurely. "Boss." Young Lucas took a sip of Coke and suddenly asked a little excitedly, "Have you seen Iron Man that night?" Li Mo sighed with expressionless tea, glanced at little Lucas, and said leisurely, "Well, see, a Tin Man was stunned. How can it be that you also have the dream of a superhero?" I didn't wait for Lucas to answer. Li Mo continued to say, "Actually, there is no way to become a superhero." Seeing the unbelieving expression of little Lucas, Li Mo didn't care, and continued to talk nonsense. The rich rely on technology, such as Tony Stark. But can the poor play with mutation? Find a strange insect to bite you for a moment, or injecting a mess of chemical products, etc., there will be a certain chance of generating superpowers. Of course there are certain risks, such as turning into something like a snot. Little Lucas is a little sick. Or become a fly, with big compound eyes and rotten meat. Little Lucas felt something coming up in his throat. Or your head looks like one avocado is drying another rotten avocado. Little Lucas couldn't take it anymore. "Oh shit. Boss, please don't say it again, it's disgusting. Whoever wants to be this unlucky superhero?" After pursing his lips and expressing dissatisfaction for a while, Lucas Jr. sighed suddenly, "Boss, do you know what I envy me most about Tony Stark?" Li Mo, "Well, what do you envy him?" He actually slept all over the cover girl of Playboy magazine all year round. Lucas Jr.'s expression suddenly became a bit sensual. Lee Mo immediately became serious, to be exact, not everything. Because he happened to be in March, but December was a twin. Both of them are a little fascinated, and a foolish expression on their faces. A lady in a trench coat walked into the store curiously, but was shocked when they saw their expressions, and immediately turned around and retreated. After arrogant for a long time, little Lucas said jealously, "Beast. Lee Mo, rogue. Little Lucas, he must be very vain. Lee Mo, severe kidney deficiency. Little Lucas, you are more vain than boss. Lee Mo, yes. No. Which one of your eyes sees me vain? Little Lucas is aggrieved. Selena told me, she said that every time you are short and weak. She doesn't want to lose your old customer, so she has to pretend to cooperate." Lee McQuan sipped a tea. Who else did she tell? Lucas Jr., Dad Bruce, Eugene, Mrs. Mary, Fernando's. Lee Mo, just say who else on this street doesn't know. Little Lucas, let me think. Carter ran away, so I don't know, and... Boss, I can't think of it. Lee Mo only felt a spit in his chest, and he looked forward to see what you had done. A good black guy didn't play hip-hop, he was educated to become a China pass, even trademark kidney deficiency is known. More seriously, the situation of Yang, Wei and Zhao is weak, Xiat. No. This pot says nothing. Lee Mo secretly resolved to find Selena someday, for the glory of men. The time in the chat is always passing a little bit fast, and it's already noon in an instant. In the morning, the Lee's handicraft shop only made one business, a handicraft fan, worth $8. Lee Mo shook his head, how weird this small shop can survive so far. However, the development of the store is no longer an imminent issue after receiving $300,000 in compensation. Now the most important thing is, Uncle is hungry. With Lee Mo's temperament, if what makes him most intolerable after coming to this world is in terms of diet. He was hospitalized for more than 10 days after waking up. The various mushy nutritious meals and vegetable salads provided by the hospital were no different from the pig food he fed to pigs in the countryside. Also, Americans and Chinese have different dietary habits. Breakfast and dinner are the main meals, and lunch is usually not taken seriously. These office workers in New York are even worse. Lee Mo saw in the hospital the male care worker West, a 1.99 white man, whose lunch is a cup of coffee and a slice of bread. Lee Mo felt panic. And burgers and sandwiches are all cold meals. All this caused him a bit of a breakdown. As the leader of the big eaters, his stomach desperately needed a hot, fragrant Chinese food to soothe the scars. I had the intention to order a takeaway Chinese food, but the strange taste of the food at Thomas Lin's Chinese restaurant not far away let him directly dispel the idea. There may be authentic Chinese food over Chinatown, but in the Lower East Side, with the current traffic in Manhattan. He shook his head and Lee Mo went straight to the kitchen on the second floor. He decided to do it himself. Because of his hobbies and his ex-wife's inability to cook, he has developed a good cooking skills and will not be hungry anywhere. Opened the refrigerator, a smell of rumor spread directly. Lee Mo covered her nose, and threw moldy half pieces of pizza, stinky canned sardines, expired bread and milk beer into black plastic bags. The predecessor did not cook, and has been living with various junk foods. In addition, working in the shop during the day and working at night, the kitchen stove has not been used for a long time. Lee Mo had no choice but to clean up. Suddenly, before his eyes lighted up, an artifact fell into his sight, a rolling pin used by his predecessor mother. Rolling pin in hand, I have it all over the world. How to make an authentic Chinese meal without Chinese seasoning. Chef Lee can tell you the answer. Hand roll noodles with tomatoes and eggs. Little Lucas, little Lucas. Lee Mo kicked and ran downstairs, finding that his employee was carrying a hamburger. "Throw this shit." Lee Mo grabbed the hamburger, threw it into the trash can, and said hurriedly, "Come on, buy 3 pounds of flour and tomatoes and eggs. Remember not to use bread flour." Little Lucas was helpless. After the boss came back, he seemed to be completely changed, but for the sake of the US dollars, he quickly ran out. The place was a little far away, and Lucas Jr. ran 2 blocks before buying everything. After returning, Lee Mo, who had already cleaned the stove, grabbed it. "Knead dough, wake up noodles, scrambled eggs, boil sauce." In the surprised eyes of little Lucas, Lee Mo rolled the dough out big and round. "Fold, knife cut, spread out, out of the pot, and marinate." 2 bowls of hot tomato and egg noodles. Lee Mogu couldn't keep talking, took out chopsticks and ate slowly. Of course, little Lucas, who often eats Chinese food for takeout, will also use chopsticks. He carefully picks up a chopstick and tastes it. His eyes are bright and he eats with a big mouthful. The noodles need to be big mouthful and make a sizzling sound before eating. It took less than 5 minutes, and they only had empty bowls in front of them. Lee Mo felt satisfied both physically and mentally. After the advent of Marvel, all kinds of unpleasantness were swept away, and the sky in New York became cute. Lit a cigarette and Lee Mo closed his eyes comfortably. Little Lucas pursed his lips and seemed to still have a good aftertaste. He said charmingly, "Boss, your cooking can catch up with a 3-star chef. It turns out that Thomas Lin doesn't make Chinese food at all. Or you open a Chinese restaurant, come on, make money." Lee Mo rolled his eyes. "Have you ever eaten by a 3-star chef? And I'm not interested in serving people. Are you full? Go to the store and go. If you want to partner, you can deduct $5 a day." Ghost. Grundy. Lucas Jr. went downstairs indignantly. Lee Mo didn't care, and finally had the first employee in 2 lives. Without oppression, how can it reflect the blood and tears of the capitalist society? I made a pot of tea and turned on the TV to watch the news casually. An elderly man in Milwaukee has symptoms of gamma poisoning after drinking a Brazilian Guarana drink. Harlem police seized a batch of arms from Hanmer Industries, and Sheriff Mr. Knight claimed that it was related to the local gang of snakes. The Osborne Group will hold a press conference to announce the latest progress in biological genetic engineering. The RAND Group announced that it will reach a series of cooperation intentions with the Japanese consortium. There seems to be something going on. You reading www.yuyuganshu.com but don't care about him. The Avengers and the aliens bought high insurance before the war in New York and went to hide elsewhere. Lee Mo is not a complete Marvel fan. "I have watched movies and TV shows, and I have forgotten the specific plot." Unconsciously, his 2 eyelids fought, turned off the TV, climbed to bed, and fell asleep. After I woke up, it was already dark. I closed the shop and greeted Lucas Jr. to a barbecue restaurant in Fernando's for an authentic Brazilian barbecue. When he parted, Lucas looked a little serious. "Boss, do NT go for delivery this evening? The streets are not quite flat recently." Lee Mo patted Lucas's shoulder. "Relax. Your boss, I will never work for others in the future. You also pay attention to safety." I bid farewell to Lucas Jr., and Lee Mo returned home. After closing the rolling gate and inspecting all the doors and windows, I came to the 2nd floor. I moved a chair and sat in front of the balcony. He opened a bottle of beer, lit a cigarette, and didn't turn on the light. He looked out the window silently. At night, Manhattan has another scenery. Under the dim yellow street lights, the ancient buildings of the last century seem to be silently telling countless Pehu on clutches, and the lights of the Empire State Building in the distance are shining like stars. Lee Mo shook his head and left that point in his heart blank. If it comes, then it will be safe. Can it still be dripping? I stretch out my right hand, and a transparent vine slowly drills out from my fingertips, emitting a silvery white shimmer in the dark. swaying gently like seaweed. Is this cheat? What the am I now? Chapter 3, New Beginning. Although as a web enthusiast for many years, Lee Mo also often fantasizes that he will kill the quartet in his role. However, the unexpected arrival in the Marvel world made him somewhat unacceptable. He was just an ordinary little citizen, had no military training, knew nothing about high-tech things, and was not good at fighting people. If it wasn't for his life and became the second generation, he would probably even have a problem with his life. In the first few days in the hospital, mingled with memories and understanding his situation, he had already made plans. After I was discharged from the hospital, I sold the house directly, and then paid some compensation to return to China to live a small life. But he didn't know if it was a physical mutation or the emergence of abilities that changed his mind. The blood-sucking vine that he walked through with him was combined with his soul in a strange way. The existence of vampire vines is between fantasy and reality. It is tangible and immaterial like light and shadow, but it can affect objects like real existence. Usually hidden in the spine, can be summoned at will, sending and receiving by heart. And after accidentally manipulating the blood-sucking vine to swallow the infusion needle inserted into the body, after several secret tests, he discovered several other functions of the blood-sucking vine. 1. The length of the vine can be increased after absorbing current with the blood-sucking vine. The blood-sucking vine can extend up to 1 meter out of the body, but it becomes 2 meters after absorbing a lot of electricity. If it wasn't for the rapid increase in hospital power consumption that caught the attention of the hospital's logistics department, he was also prepared to continue stealing electricity. 2. Vampire can increase strength by absorbing metal. Because of fear of attracting attention, Lee Mo only absorbed a few iron plates and stopped. 3. Change material properties. This function was discovered by Lee Mo after he curiously absorbed the medicine injected into the body with vampire vine. The blood-blowing medicine, after consuming a little energy of the vampire vine, was coagulated into a red pill. Antibiotics are coagulated into a white pill. He secretly placed the white pill in the glass of an infected patient, and within a few minutes all the inflammation manifestations of that patient disappeared. The appearance of vampire vine dispelled his previous plans. This is the Marvel world, and the Earth is often in a crisis of destruction. And immediately the Supreme Master Guyi will fart, and the terrifying Universe Overlord annihilation will come in the future. Not to mention some daily villains, terrorist organizations, mutant monsters. As an ordinary person, he may be affected at any time and receive a bento. Without abilities, of course he would hide away as soon as possible. But now, he has to fight for it, not for being a superhero, he is not so conscious yet. Just for a vitality, and a little hope. After all, you have already come to the Marvel world. It's good to have a chance to visit Asgard and the universe, and enjoy all kinds of fantasy scenery. Don't waste your time. Unconsciously, the night was already deep, and after a while of sleepiness, Lee Mo packed up several empty wine bottles on the ground and plunged into the warm quilt. There was a gunshot in the distance, and there seemed to be crying and cursing. Lee Mo sighed and gradually fell into a dream. Porto Verde, Brazil. In the slums, the rundown houses are built next to the mountains, and the darkness is like an abstract and chaotic oil painting. 25 hours ago, fierce gunfire, explosions, and wild roars of beasts sounded. The slum dwellers closed the doors and windows, and the family shivered in the darkness, praying for God's blessing. They don't want to know what happened and struggle to survive in this hell-like place. Too much curiosity means death. Amir Brown Sky licked his dry lips and stared in horror at the huge green monster in front of him. The heavy inhalation sound of the bellows came from the monster's nose. Like lifting a bowling ball, it threw a huge forklift into the wall and smashed a large hole. The monster rushed out of the hole with agility that completely violated the huge body shape, and the wild howling gradually went away. Amir Brown Sky's legs were soft, and his hips fell to the ground. A few minutes later, a team of logistics staff arrived and carefully cleared the scene. Dilapidated experimental instruments, blood-filled test tubes, old-fashioned laptops, except for these obviously very important items, they have not even left the broken glass pieces on the ground. He was tall and silver-haired, with a strong face. General Rose came up. Ignoring Brinsky, Eagle Eyes looked around, thoughtfully. The ashen-faced brown sky had just wanted to say something, and was stopped by General Rose with contempt. "Okay, soldier, your mission is done, you can go back to vacation." This look stabbed Brown Sky, reminding him of his miserable childhood. His father, the rude and brutal Russian strong man, also used this look to regard him as nothing again and again. "You are a waste. Brinsky, even a minor bear can easily kill you." Soon became stronger and became his obsession, and later joined the army, from Russia to Britain. And from Britain to the United States. Hard training, battles of blood awakening again and again, unknowingly, Brown Sky has become the elite of the elite. He has begun to enjoy the fun of fighting and is addicted to it. Originally, he could have been promoted to Army General with his qualifications, but he always insisted on the front line of battle. This is his destiny. He would rather fight to death than grow old. However, the years are not forgiving, he is in his 40s. Although still insisting on hard training, his movements have also begun to slow. How cruel is a fighter who sees fighting as life? I heard that all his achievements in the Marine Corps have been shattered by a named Frank Cassol. If he were 10 years younger. Brown Sky swallowed a dry saliva, and reluctantly excused, "General, I have seen Bruce Banner, just one step away. But he is not alone. There is also a huge, green, monster. It's the most powerful opponent I've ever seen." "What is it?" "You don't need to know. Colonel. Your mission is complete and you can go." General Rose said hardly and indifferently. "No, please give me another chance, General. This is a disgrace. Without the interference of that monster, I can definitely catch Bruce Banner." Brown Sky begged, he didn't want to roll like a failed dog. "Go back." General Ross looked at the soldiers in front of him, and hesitated. This was already the strongest soldier he could find. Perhaps he could be given another chance. Seeing what else Bromsky wanted to say, General Rose interrupted him directly, "He's it." "I don't understand, General." "I said, Bruce Banner was the monster." General Ross seemed to laugh at himself with some tone, then took out a thick folder and handed it to Brown Sky. "Everything you want to know, but remember, Colonel, this is a state secret." Brinsky's results folder, read it carefully with a trace of inquiry. Super Soldier Serum Success Story, Steve Rogers, nicknamed Captain America. The military restarts the Super Soldier program, and genius nuclear physicist Dr. Bruce Banner joins. A violent explosion occurred at the Military Cooperation Laboratory of Calvo University. The campus explosion shocked the United States, and residents saw huge green monsters. Analysis of Bruce Banner's mutation, name, Hulk. The military's plan to round up Hulk failed, and the losses were as follows: 9 Black Hawk helicopters, 3 MiG-27s, tanks. Hulk is missing, asks SHIELD for assistance. A Milwaukee resident has been exposed to gamma poisoning, and the source of the pollutants. Bordo Verde, Brazil. After reading all the documents, Brinsky took a deep breath. It turned out to be this way. Bruce Banner's weak body and Hulk's wild body after the mutation appeared in his mind. What a great power! Become a monster? Hooray! If I could have. Brinsky has a serious expression, but there is a secret enthusiasm in his heart. In a rainforest on the Brazilian border, Bruce Banner wakes up from a coma near a stream. The wet environment of the tropical rainforest formed a wet white mist in the cold early morning. He was naked, his arms trembling. I can't go on like this. He plans to return to the United States to find Mr. Lan for a solution, even at the risk of exposure. Only one person would help him, remembering his lover, Bruce Banner murmured, Betty. Manhattan 8:10. The sun has long risen from sea level. The morning sun passed through the quayside and shone between the high-rise buildings in Manhattan. UU reading www.uugonshu.com reflected the dazzling and warm light on the smooth walls and glass, sweeping away the dense fog and darkness. Lee Mo, who just woke up, ignored the tapping and shouting of the little Lucas downstairs, brushing his teeth slowly, listening to the radio. Hello everyone. Here's Trish, I'm your friend Trish Walker. Last night, another shooting occurred in the Hell's Kitchen. The victim was a local white man. According to police reports, this shooting may be related to the local Irish gangster family. This is the 19th violent homicide case this month, and we can't help but question the police's ability. Lee Mo laughed and shook his head. 19? You two underestimate the Hell's Kitchen. After 10 minutes, Lee Mo walked downstairs. When the shutter was opened, Lucas couldn't wait to get in and complained, Boss, you were very punctual before. I know that business is not good, but you can't give up on your own. I still have to rely on your salary. This is your breakfast. Shut up. How come you are like a pussy? Endless. You are a black man. This is the kitchen. Be cool. Man. Lee Mo took the craft paper bag and immediately threw it to little Lucas when he saw it as a hamburger. Keep this stuff for yourself. I'll go out once, and you're optimistic about the store. No. Boss, you can't do this. This is what I did hard, you know. Ignoring the complaint of little Lucas, Lee Mo went straight out of the store and headed to his second-hand pickup truck around the corner. Looking at the amount of fuel, starting the car, turning on the stereo, along with bang. Joe's It's My Life, the old pickup truck whistled away. Chapter 4, Poor Staff. Traffic in Manhattan is really a problem, especially now it is at the peak of work. Massive private cars, crazy yellow taxis, crowded pedestrians, scrambling bicycles, the whistle of whistle, noisy large-screen advertising sounds. For those who are new to New York, they are just like hell is generally intolerable. But for the old driver Lee Mo who experienced the baptism of traffic in China in the last life, it is not a problem at all. Flexible cutting into the line, madly shooting the horn to the rhythm when traffic jams, carefully avoiding traffic police and cameras. A black taxi driver who was angered by another cocked his head and shouted angrily, "You are crazy what? Yellow-skinned pig." Mo Lee stuck his head out, let go of the steering wheel, two hands at the same time then the middle finger, "Eat it nigger xenophobitch." The black taxi driver was so mad that he ignored the constant complaints and threats from the back seat passengers, and frantically tried to catch up with Lee Mo, but was lost after just a few intersections. After more than 40 minutes, Lee Mo came to Chinatown. Looking at a billboard in Mandarin Chinese, with black eyes and yellow skin everywhere, Lang Zhong seems to be in China again. But after all, it's not. The Chinese here generally speak Cantonese and Chaoshan, and Mandarin is a bit weird. It's not far from the city center. The most walking people on the street are tourists of all skin colors. Lee Mo laughed at himself. In a place with the most Chinese people, his sense of alienation and loneliness was even stronger. I walked into a Cantonese-style tea house that looked quaint, asked for a pot of taiguanyan, and ordered a shrimp dumpling, siu mai, and barbecued pork bun each. Spread out a local Chinese newspaper, Lee Mo enjoyed leisurely. After I ate the last bite of shrimp dumplings, Lee Mo stopped the guy in Baotang. "Hello, I want to ask where can I buy domestic spices and daily necessities?" The Mandarin of this man is very non-standard. Lee Mo couldn't understand it for a long time. Man is a little anxious, a series of Chaoshan dialect popped out to make Lee Mo more confused. At this time, an old voice in the back seat sounded, although it was a little weird, but barely understood, "The Wang's Japanese sundry shop 50 meters forward is more complete." Lee Mo looked back. This is an old Chinese lady. Although she is old and thin, her face is covered with wrinkles and old spots, but she has a great temperament. Seems a bit familiar, where have you seen it? After Li Mo thanked her, the old lady smiled slightly. Young people speak Mandarin well, just come from home. No, I am a second-generation immigrant. Your bones look good. Oh sorry, my name is Li Mo, I haven't asked your surname yet. The old lady stood up slowly, holding her cane and said, my surname is Gao, you can call me Mrs. Gao. I'm leaving, goodbye. Mrs. Gao came on her back, walked slowly with her legs on her hips, and the two strong men with serious faces, wearing black suits and sunglasses, stood up and followed the old lady's ass. Li Mo took a breath. This old lady's identity is not that simple. Where have you seen it? After ignoring the doubt, Li Mo then slipped to the Wang's Riza store. Said to be a Japanese miscellaneous store, actually divided into 2 floors, each floor has 600 or 700 square meters. The shop has a full range of items, from daily necessities to a variety of Chinese tableware, from a variety of spices and condiments to dried seafood from the north and the south. The shop is full of people. In addition to the Chinese, there are a lot of blonde foreigners. Familiar taste came to me. Li Mo took a sigh of excitement and swept up the goods crazy. Rice cookers and noodle presses are required. Copper hot pot? This can be. Dried chili, pepper, aniseed, 13 incense, sesame sauce all in one. This is? Marvel World even has it. Old Godmother Mighty. After an hour. Looking at the second-hand pickup truck full of cargo in the bucket, even the back seat was full, Li Mo was a little embarrassed. Hajiwara plans to buy a generator to charge the vines, but what have they done? He couldn't help but blame himself. Li Mo, this is the Marvel world. It is the most important thing to strengthen your strength and keep your life small, but you. At this moment, a gurgling noise was heard in his stomach, and Li Mo immediately stopped. Regarding his mother, the most important thing now is Uncle 11, hungry. Li Mei stepped into a Sichuan-style restaurant anxiously. Li's handicraft shop. Lucas Jr. looked at the turnover of the morning, and the $25 figure stabbed him deeply, feeling frustrated and hopeless. Damn $25! Why not $250? He is familiar with Chinese culture and would rather be $250. Going on like this, the store is not far from closing. What should he do? Although he is well informed and can say hello to everyone in this street, but that's it. Everyone has their own circle. Eugene only hires a Russian, even if that person often drinks wrong things. Fernando's is full of South Americans, even a bunch of slackers. Dad Bruce is black, but he doesn't want any involvement with the gang. No one wants to give a serious job to an uneducated black guy in this street, only Li Mo. He will never forget that day, when he was desperate to prepare to join the gang for drug trafficking. The kind Li Mo gave him hope and light. Although the salary is not high enough, it is enough to buy medicine and support her mother. In addition, in order to keep the shop running, the boss would rather go out to deliver food at night without owing his salary. All of this is deeply in his heart. He worked hard to do all his work, and even became a one-China pass through self-study. He doesn't want to lose his job, let alone Li Mo go bankrupt. What should I do? The young little Lucas is already crazy. After the boss came back from the hospital, he almost became a person. Before that, he was taciturn, but a little stuffy but very kind, and kept the shop running diligently. And the current boss, some oily, some poisonous tongue, lazy, shy and lascivious. It always looks indifferent. I must have been hit by Iron Man. Damn Tony Stark! Damn superhero! While thinking about Lucas Jr., a black policeman came in from the door of the shop. Hello, my name is Police Brett Mahoney. There was a murder near last night. Do you hear anything? Little Lucas had a confused head and said a little irritably, "Mr. Police, this is the Hell's Kitchen. Someone will die every moment. Robbery, drug abuse, gang revenge, I can give you a lot of examples. The question is, it's none of my bussiness. Hey, please pay attention to your attitude of speaking." Brett looked at the irritable black guy before him, and a doubt came into his mind. "Please follow me to the police station to assist the investigation." "Hey, Mr. Police." Lee Mo, who just came in and found something wrong, walked over immediately. "I'm the owner of this shop. I can use my reputation to ensure that my employee is a good boy. He is just because his mother is sick not good." Bright looked at the slightly fat Chinese in front of him, relaxed. He had already done a simple investigation before he came. This Chinese shop owner named Lee Mo is a rare good citizen nearby. The police station file is very clean. "Okay, Mr. Lee, did you hear anything last night?" Blatter took out his notebook and pen and asked. "I'm sorry, I'm too tired to do business, and the public order nearby is not very good at night, so I went to bed early and didn't hear anything," Lee Mo said, spreading his hands. "Okay." Bright was helpless, and he visited almost all the merchants to say so. He took out a business card and handed it to Lee Mo. "If you have any news, please let me know. My name is Brett Mahoney. I'm a police officer just transferred." Looking at the departing police officer, Lee Mo shook his head, and Lucas Jr. gave a scornful sip. "Another rookie who came to die." Lee Mo patted Lucas's head. "No bullshit. Do we always have a little hope for the light, although we don't know when he will be assimilated into a black policeman?" I said, "The weather is so good, why are you so angry?" Little Lucas couldn't help complaining, "Boss, aren't you doing business anymore? Just come back now. The morning turnover is $25. $25? Lee Mo called a haha, $25? Good, better than yesterday. Don't worry, come and help me move things." Little Lucas came with Lee Mo in front of the pickup, looking at all kinds of kitchen utensils and spices. You read the book www.yuyugonshu.com. Eyes began to oss. You finally figured it out. What's the name of a Chinese restaurant? Let me think about it. How about Lee's Top Chinese Cuisine? Wait, I thought of another one. Lee Mo looked at Lucas little strangely, who said I would open a Chinese restaurant. So many things. Lucas Jr. was a little dazed. Of course I usually eat it. You greedy. Although he was about to be crying, Lucas Jr. helped Lee Mo to lift everything up to the second floor. Little Lucas wiped the sweat from his head and looked at Lee Mo, who was whistling in a happy mood, and persuaded in a gentle tone as possible, "Boss, our business is not very good at first, you can squander it, not good do business and go bankrupt." Lee Mo waved his hand indifferently, "It doesn't matter, your boss, hee. I got a compensation from Stark Group, enough for a while. But business is always done." Little Lucas's anger rose again, and suddenly changed into a terrified expression, "Aren't you going to do it?" Lee Mo looked at the worried little Lucas, and did not tease the young black guy again. "Rest assured. My store will continue to open and the business will become better and better. I have decided, starting this month, your salary up 50%. The little Lucas who got the promise finally relieved. The boss seemed to be much smarter, maybe he had his own way. However, the next sentence of Lee Mo made little Lucas panic, and the excitement of rising salary was wiped out. "I heard you have a cousin called Kurt Barrett. He seems to be a black market arms dealer? I want to buy him something." Chapter 5, Special Alloy Steel. Boss. Little Lucas is anxious. What does the boss want? Does the dog jump over the wall and want a vote? You won't even take a gun. It's over. It's over. My head must have been hit. Damn Tony Stark. Boss, you are a Chinese. Hard-working and down-to-earth Chinese. Not those gangsters. You will be killed if you go robbery. I will sue Tony Stark. Desperate Lucas was desperate. Lee Mo is a bit strange. What happened to my employees today? My head was broken by myself? Regardless, tap it first and then talk. For a moment, Lucas crouched, holding his head. What nerve do you have? Who said I was going to rob? I would do the kind of work without technical content. Besides, what are you doing to suing Tony Stark? That is my potential big customer. Although his head still hurts, Lee Mo's spitting star was sprayed on his face, and Lucas was very happy. It's not a robbery. But what are you doing for the boss? Want to buy a guy to defend yourself? Or go to the gun shop? Come on, get a regular gun license. Lee Mo has a headache. Why is it so difficult to communicate? Does the black market arms dealer only sell arms? I want to ask if he can get special alloy steel. What are you doing, boss? I'll do arts and crafts. Hurry up and contact. Really? Fentech Barrett is a great arms dealer. Of course, this is the imagination that only exists in his mind. He's just a bottom gun dealer. In terms of the arms trade, it can be roughly divided into 4 levels. The first level is the arms trade at the national level. Needless to say this. The second level is the major international arms dealers, and some arms companies, such as Stark and Osborne Group, have their own research and development capabilities. The third level is some intercontinental arms international businessmen. They have a wide network of contacts. They can get products from the country and some arms companies. The fourth level is the lowest level of dealers, including legitimate and illegal ones, all making meager profits. However, Turk Barrett is quite miserable, often unable to get good goods, and can only get some inferior imitations from some black workshops. He also does not have a fixed customer base, and only those who have no choice but to get cheap will get goods from him. Of course, the direct consequence is that the frequency of gunfire accidents is frequent, and his reputation is becoming increasingly stinky, and a vicious circle is gradually formed. Alas, and even worse, because he is on the front line and well informed. Therefore, people are often caught inquiring. The police would hit him, the gang members would hit him, and those desperate robbers who failed to rob and kill because of a problem with the gun wanted his life. He is always running, and business is getting harder and harder. Some time ago, a Russian was looking for him everywhere because of a gun problem. He had been hiding for a while, and it wasn't until the Russian was killed by the Irish gangster 2 days ago that he started to go out. A small cousin of Barrett, who refused the darkness, turned to the little Lucas, who was bright, and suddenly called him in the afternoon, saying that his boss wanted him to negotiate a business. He is a little strange. As far as he knows, the Chinese boss of little Lucas is just an ordinary businessman. What kind of business can he talk about? But if you look at it, he won't have trouble with the dollar. He looked at the time and waited until it was dark before he came to Lee Mo's shop. Okay. He's a black man, an underground black market arms dealer, so he likes to operate in the dark. There's nothing wrong with that. Lee Mo looked at the thin black man in front of him, black leather clothes, brown top hat, which should have been handsome. But the okay tension on the nose and the bruise on the corner of the eyebrow severely damaged the image. Lee Mo couldn't help but fluttered and laughed. He couldn't help it. When he watched the American TV series Superheroes in the Last Life, Turk Barrett was one of the few supporting characters to impress him. This guy is often beaten by the super darker, and every time Murdoch wants to inquire about the information, he will find this unlucky guy. The beating was repeated so much that this guy formed a conditioned reflex, and when he saw the super daring, he jumped out of the window and ran away. What's more interesting is that this guy dragged and vowed to sell the problem gun to the killer. Let the killer find the pistol stuck after a series of wonderful actions. A word of MMP, I do not know if I should talk about it. I would rather talk about the style of the robber Mike in the Crazy Stone. In Barrett's imagination, when these Chinese people meet their own people who walk in the dark, they should show awe in their eyes, but why this guy laughed? He even dared to laugh. Did I get so happy? Barrett became irritated, and crouched around his neck. What's up? Are you trademark laughing at me? No, no, no. I'm just glad to see you, Bicol, man. Li Mo shook his head, shook his hands, punched his chest, patted his chest, and fluently made a series of black greetings. Barrett's head is a little cyanosis, and it is habitually accompanied by Li Mo's movements. This guy's brain is sick. Little Lucas, aside, covered his forehead with a headache. Barrett came back and pushed Li Mo away. Hey, listen, man. I don't know what you're doing. But if you dare to play with me. However, Li Mo directly interrupted Barrett's words and rubbed his fingers. Big business. Big business with more than $100,000. Ga. Barrett was choked for a moment, then an excited expression appeared. $100,000? Mr. Li, you made a right decision. Barrett will not let you down. I can get what you want anyone. Listen to my name, Bar. Rei. Te. No, I don't need arms. Barrett still wanted to continue selling, but Li Mo's words completely awakened him like a pot of cold water. You are still playing with me. Barrett felt like trying to pull out the guy. I need a lot of special alloy steel, can you get it? Li Mo was a little helpless. If it wasn't because there was no way, he would not find this unreliable guy. When experimenting at home last night, it was found that after the vampire rattled ordinary steel, it would only have the hardness of ordinary iron. What can this trademark do? It's enough to deal with the small mess. But he did not forget that the positive and negative factions in the movie are like playing mud. If you can, you need one step. What kind of upgrade game do you play? Is this interesting? Can you make it? I do nt know if the universe of Edmund Alloy, Zhenjin do nt think about it for a while, there is no way for him to use the aviation alloy of Iron Man. Where can I find the metal of the Cow X point? Li Mo regrets that he didn't study the plot well, and only care about fighting special effects and beautiful women. Barrett meditated. Even if he was miserable, there were still some ways, but no one wanted these things before. Well, Laurent seems to be working in the waste warehouse of Hanmer Industries. As for the arms business, okay. As long as I have money, Barrett can be a black market material dealer or a black market intelligence dealer. Obviously, the ideal of a great black market arms dealer has long been left behind by him. Thinking of this, Barrett immediately used his own unique negotiation skills, with a hint of mystery and stubbornness, and said, Barrett can get anything. Just you know. The market price is 10% higher. If I don't want to do it, I can find someone else, but it must be fast. Li Mo directly interrupted Barrett's words. 3 days. No, just give me 2 days. Barrett hurried out. Looking at Barrett in a hurry, Li Mo was very happy, and another thing was successfully done. In addition, in the afternoon, he contacted a small decoration company by rummaging through the yellow pages. $50,000, the other party promised to renovate the studio and the warehouse, install sound insulation materials, install diesel generators. Li Mo could not help but praise his efficiency, that is, the money was spent a little bit fast, and in a blink of an eye, he went out. I touched my chin and estimated an error. I am afraid that the compensation of $300,000 will not last long. It seems that some plans need to be advanced. Li Mo looked at the young employee who was preparing to go home. Little Lucas. Boss, what's up? Do you know any black market drug dealers? You, again, want, what, why? Lucas Jr. is really desperate. He feels that the peaceful life is getting farther and farther away from him. An unreliable driver is driving a broken car carrying his own violent storm. By the Hudson River. On an abandoned small pier. The cold night wind wrapped the tide on the river and dangled a loose hanging street lamp. The constantly moving light made it look strange. A small van was docked by the river, and the fat power sitting in the driver's seat was chewing on a hot dog. Barrett single-footed on a broken bridge pier and was calling, "Good job, Lauren buddy. You will soon have money to pay for your wife's medical bill. We will be past 2 in the morning." Barrett hung up the phone. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com got into the driver's seat of the minivan. "Don't eat it, you fat pig. Let's go." Fatty quickly dropped the hot dog and started the car. The van gradually disappeared into the darkness. Hammer Industrial Warehouse, New Jersey. Laurent put down the phone in his hand, and there was a fiery heart. His wife's expensive treatment costs were already under pressure. He's just a black man. He's just a scrap warehouse manager. But he loves his wife. He wants to protect his family. A disease may destroy an ordinary family, for which he has sold his house and owed a huge credit card debt. But it still costs $10,000 to hire the best neurosurgeon. The thought of the proud and mean face of the doctor named Stephen Stranger made him feel itchy. Special alloy steel? This thing is not a problem at all. Especially after the appearance of Iron Man, various scrapped machine armors are often sent here. Everyone knows the complex feelings of admiration and jealousy that Executive Chairman Justin Hammer has on Tony Stark. Confidential? That's what he thought he was. Everyone has a way of life for everyone, just like the Billy Russell who just led the team. Without the National Security Agency, escorting scrap armor back from Afghanistan is easy and profitable. Get the Manville Company. He has a chance, why not make some money? I have nothing to do with right or wrong, no morality. Just for survival. Chapter 6, Daily One Day. It was another sunny morning. Manhattan Island West 32nd Street. Chi Eugene Bakery. After Chu Eugene helped his wife arrange all the large rebars neatly, she was ready to drive a taxi. I walked to the door and shouted at the Russian man with a hair on his face, "Ogliev! Don't let me catch you drinking at work again." Everyone doesn't understand why he hires Ogliev. He is stupid and often likes drinking accidents. No, of course they don't understand. Ogliev has a beautiful wife. How can I tie him here without working? At the thought of her fiery body, Eugene felt a little bloated in her lower body. From the corner of the street of the Lee's Crafts shop, the sound of electric drill decoration from time to time made him a little upset. When he saw the young black guy who just came out, Eugene laughed. "Little Lucas, your shop once has anyone closed down. It's not easy to stick to it now. Haha." After speaking, Eugene turned his head into the taxi. Little Lucas looked at the leaving Eugene with a pitying eye, said "Silly X," and then got into Lee Mo's second-hand pickup truck. "Start the car and go away." In Eugene's bakery, after seeing Eugene leave, Ogarev walked quickly behind Eugene's wife who was sorting the black bread. "Elena, dear. Which is gone? You want to die for me?" Elena turned her head to give Ogliev a soothing look and slowly squatted down. The sound of a zipper came, and Ogliev held the counter with both hands, showing an intoxicated expression. Little Lucas drove a second-hand pickup truck through crowded streets to a sparsely populated neighborhood. Yes, at the request of Lee Mo, he came to a well-known black market drug dealer, and he often found this black man named Mike to buy smuggled drugs. It is not a banned drug, but the price he cannot afford at the hospital pharmacy. In an unmanned parking lot around the corner, Lucas Jr. stopped, and he saw Mike trading with another person. He has to wait for this person to finish the transaction before he can pass. This is a rule. A white-hooded little brother carefully took 3 bullet-like things from Mike's hands, and watched around vigilantly. "Can't wait to be stuffed into the chrysanthemum," a high expression turned up on his face, and his body shook with a refreshing body. Don't get me wrong, this is not a new drug implanted, but my Yinglong hemorrhoids from China have one sore and one suppository. This divine medicine from China is simply a gospel brought to Americans by God, but it is too expensive to buy through formal channels, so buying through the black market is the best choice. Drug dealers like Mike are smuggling network terminals controlled by gangs, and carry satellite positioners with them. The big guys sat at the Wall Street building and stared at the satellite map. Every terminal like Mike represents a profit of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Why not smuggle drugs? It's long outdated. How can drugs and cigarettes have high profits? For the drug trade, the big brothers have long given it to the buns in Mexico and Colombia. After the white brother left, Lucas Jr. went up immediately. Mike smiled and said, "Look who this is. Lucas Jr., how are you doing? Come and buy medicine for your mother." The two were skilled in greeting black people, and Lucas Jr. reluctantly said, "It's my boss. He wants to get some medicine." A little bit." Mike said indifferently, "No problem, brother, but you know the rules." Little Lucas shrugged and handed a roll of dollar bills to Mike. Lee Mo looked at the workers for a while and came out feeling bored. He planned to go shopping nearby. He is not worried about the quality of the project at all, because there will be a special person for acceptance afterwards. As for the shop lost something? Just kidding. Not only did the last construction company doing this on the street not get the final payment, it was also saved a fortune. I wore a blue tang suit I bought yesterday, playing with a bunch of agar wood in my left hand, and dunking a large glass of wolfberry, barley, and chrysanthemum in my right hand. Lee Mo seems to be back in his last life. In fact, there is nothing to visit nearby. Although you can see the Empire State Building from a distance, it is purely sick to walk there. After passing the General Post Office, there will be a St. John's Cathedral, which is the Anglican Cathedral of the United States. I heard that it is quite good. But Lee Mo thought and dispelled this idea again. This is Marvel World. Who knows what ghosts will be in it? Lee Mo reluctantly walked away. Passed by a neuropathy holding a sign that God is dead. Rao is interested in watching a demonstration of animal protection groups. I stopped and enjoyed the performances of several street artists. People walked by and around, bustling and lively blocks, watching people running, noisy, laughing. Lee Mo has an illusion, as if he was still the Earth in the previous life. However, this is the Marvel world. Various disasters occur frequently, and the battles of superheroes are devastating. Among the houses that were trampled after the Hulk leaped high, in the building where Iron Man was hit by missiles fired by the villains, those sacrificed passers-by were probably living lives in front of them. Are many families fragmented as a result? I laughed at myself. Where did this inexplicable compassionate emotion come from? Wen Qing Sik can't. I'm just one of them. I unknowingly came to a small square at the intersection of several blocks. There are many people in the square. There are young lovers sitting on the steps laughing and kissing, and some parents are accompanying the children to feed the pigeons. There is a cafe on the edge of the square, with many white plastic tables and chairs neatly arranged outside. Lee Mo chose one that nobody sat down and planned to rest for a while. A waitress came over, holding paper and pen. "What do you need? Please fill me up with hot water." Lee Mo raised his glass water bottle with the medicine. Waitress. Americans don't have the habit of drinking hot water, and waiters have to prepare it specially. Lee Mo picked up the New York Bulletin on the table, which no one knew, and looked boringly. Hell Kitchen Subway Passage included in Municipal Government Plan. Joint construction companies for real estate development, innocent people are driven away from their homes, behind the scenes. Lee Mo shook his head and threw the newspaper directly on the table. News and newspapers are boring, right? In the seat next door, a black man in a yellow trench coat and glasses with a stubble on his face suddenly said something. Before Lee Mo answered, he said with a bit of self-deprecation, the subway plan for Hell's Kitchen is mentioned every year, but it is always in the future. But the shady report of the joint construction company is true. It is not attractive you. How do you say? Lee Mo pondered for a moment, it's a bit out of date. People are used to various shady scandals. Star gossip may be more attractive. Yet. Blacks felt a little bit, the times have changed. In the past, political scandals, races, religions, and social issues were the focus of attention. Now they are only interested in star dew points and extramarital affairs. Now young people look through mobile phones and computers. News, and new media people are blogging at home in pants. Introduce yourself, I am the author of that boring news, Ben Eureka. The black man stretched out his hand and said with a grin. Lee Mo also introduced himself, and the two chatted. This black man is a reporter from the New York Gazette and is knowledgeable and elegant. The two talked very well. The young people now only think of him as a legend, but Captain America was my idol when I was a kid. Until now my only hobby is collecting his various cards. Ha ha ha. Eben Ben Eric joked heartily. Really, as far as I know, someone has the same hobbies as you. Lee Mo responded with a smile. Then you must introduce me. I know him, he doesn't know me. Lee Mo pouted his lips. I talked for more than half an hour, Ben Urek received a call to leave, and the two kept their contact information. Looking at the lonely back of the black man, Lee Mo suddenly felt that this person was very poor. He is a real media professional, but he is incompatible with this impetuous society. Maybe one day, your idol will wake up from the ice and re-enter people's sight. Lee Mo suddenly shouted. Eben Urek didn't speak, shrugged with a smile, shook his back and waved slowly into the crowd. Wandering aimlessly for a long time, Yu reads www.yuyuganshu.com found another seafood restaurant with a good online evaluation and had a full meal. When Lee Mo returned slowly to the store with a brisk pace, the sunset had dyed the entire Manhattan into a warm yellow-orange color. The construction worker left long ago, and looking at the little Lucas sitting at the door full of resentment, his face was blackened, and Mo gave his heart a stun. Did I tell you everything? Before waiting for Lucas to start, Lee Mo rushed to step forward. It's done. Boss, how can you? Don't talk nonsense. This matter is very important. Store decoration, let you follow up for 2 days off. Go. Go. Uncle Lucas looked resentful and left with grievances. Lee Mo wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead and went up to the second floor with a whistle. In the night. Lee Mo drank a cigarette and dangled on the newly bought rocking chair. The transparent vine protruding from his right hand drilled into the power jack like a snake and devoured electricity, flashing silver light from time to time. Looking at the vines that have grown another 50 centimeters, Lee Mo was distressed for a while. I am afraid that there will be a lot of electricity charges this month. Fortunately, the diesel generator set will be installed soon. In the afternoon, Turk Barrett called and said that he had obtained special alloy steel. The goods will be delivered tomorrow. Yes, it's good, and the strength is steadily increasing, but it does NT work with abilities alone. Would you like to find someone to train yourself in fighting skills? Just as Lee Mo was thinking wildly, the phone suddenly rang, and after connecting the phone, little Lucas panicked and cried slightly, Boss, my mother has vomited blood, she is already in a coma. 2. Chapter 7, Death and Rebirth. Don't panic. Wait at home, I'll be right there. Lee Mo didn't make nonsense, picked up the mobile wallet, put on clothes, and ran downstairs. Hello, Claire. Are you at work? I have a critical patient here who needs your help. Lee Mo had reconnected with Claire Temple while she was in the hospital. She is now working as a night nurse in the emergency department of the city center hospital. Lee Mo doesn't have any thoughts about her. A doctor and nurse who has a good relationship is the survival wisdom of the old fritters. Without Claire's help, no one wants to come to this ghost place in Hell's Kitchen in the middle of the night. Little Lucas's home is not far from here. If you drive, you need to go around 2 large circles. Lee Mo chose to walk directly through the alley to take a shortcut. The street lights in the lanes were extremely dim, and many were broken, causing light and darkness to alternate, and the sight was extremely poor. The uneven surface has a thin layer of sewage. A few wild cats and wild dogs are rummaging for food on the smelly green iron trash can. Just as Lee Mo passed a crossing, a dark man in the corner suddenly drilled out a Mexican wearing a hooded sweatshirt and pointed his gun at Lee Mo. "Don't move. Take your. Get off." He didn't wait for the robber to continue. Lee Mo shook his hands anxiously, and the vine stretched out like lightning, hitting the robber's head and hitting the wall with a loud noise. The wall was sunken in, the head of the robber was also scratched, and the red and white splashed the ground. "This killed. Hey? So be it." He shook his head and Lee Mo left quickly. Under the dim street lights in the alley, his back went into the light for a while, and into the darkness for a while. After a few more corners, Lee Mo came to the street, opposite the apartment building where little Lucas was. The elevator has been in disrepair for years, and the mottled walls are covered with various graffiti. Lee Mo avoided a few drug addicts sleeping on the corridor and came to the 3rd floor, hurriedly knocking on the door of room 3011. Little Lucas quickly opened the door. The poor child had no god, his lips were chapped, and his face was full of tears. "Don't worry, the ambulance will come soon." Lee Mo patted Lucas's shoulders and comforted. "This is a unit of only 60 square meters, with dilapidated furniture in a narrow space. The paint on the cabinet is gone, and the threads are exposed on the sofa. But this old room was cleaned up by little Lucas, and the flowers in glass jars on the mottled table gave this dilapidated home a touch of warmth." Lee Mo sighed, "This child is not easy." There was a black woman lying on the bed. She was as skinny as a belly but very big. She was irritable in a coma. Lee Mo was a little surprised. He only knew that the young Lucas' mother was sick in bed for many years, but he did not expect it to be so serious. "I knew." He was also a little worried, but fortunately there was the sound of an ambulance from the window. Claire also came with the car. The elevator was useless, and a group of people had to use a stretcher to lift the little Lucas' mother to the ambulance. The accompanying doctor briefly asked Lucas Jr., and then made a general judgment: advanced liver cancer, cirrhosis ascites, liver coma, upper gastrointestinal bleeding, diabetes, hypertension. Suddenly, Claire, who was undergoing the examination, became serious. "The patient's heart rate and blood pressure are dropping rapidly. Oh shit! Adrenaline. Artificial respiration." The ambulance disappeared into the night with the whistle. In the ward, doctors are conducting a rescue operation. Little Lucas sat on the horizontal chair outside the ward with a blind eye, biting his fingers tightly, shaking from time to time in fear. Lee Mo sighed and touched Lucas's head. He didn't know how to comfort him. After a while, the doctor came out and shook his head helplessly. "The patient has had a total organ failure. There is no way, we can only reduce her pain as much as possible." Little Lucas rushed in crazy and crouched in front of the bed, holding his mother's hand. Tears and murmured in despair, "No, no, don't leave me. Don't leave me alone." Like back to light, Lucas Jr.'s mother was awake, but the long-term torture of the disease had drained her last strength. She looked at the son in front of him. He was so cute and kind, always so positive and optimistic. The chaotic life of young, addicted to drugs, drunk and dreamed of death. After accidentally giving birth, she did not fulfill her mother's responsibility. She even gave the child sleeping pills in order to have time to play. Until lying on the bed, all the fox friends and dog friends went away, and only the lonely young child stayed around to take care of her. She tried suicide many times, but she was stopped by her child crying and begging. Learn to cook and wash dishes on a stool. Falls and burns. I learned to sew my old clothes by myself. All hands are pinholes. Go out to work early for medical expenses. Drag the tired body to clean the room. She just watched the child grow up. This child is an angel growing up in hell. She has so much regret. Why didn't she die of drug abuse when she was young? I gave birth to this angel, but brought him endless suffering. Lucas Jr.'s mother was in tears, and her lips kept closing. She couldn't make a sound, but Lee Mo understood her mouth shape. I misery. Ims. Lee Mo suddenly felt extremely irritable, closed the door gently, and walked to the balcony. I lit a cigarette, took a deep breath with the cold air, and stared blankly at the sky. Is there any smoke? Give me one too. Claire Tempe also came out. Even though I have seen too much, I still feel uncomfortable every time I encounter this situation. Why choose to continue this career? Do not know. Claire's eyes were a little confused. I just want to do something. Neither of them spoke afterwards. After a long time, Lee Mo suddenly raised his in the sky. The next day. Inside an alley in Hell's Kitchen. The police have set up a barrier here. A group of people in the forensics department are conducting on-site evidence collection, and curious heads have been found in the windows upstairs of the alley. Brett Mahoney just visited the nearby residence and looked at his partner's inquiries. He shook his head helplessly. There are no witnesses. Most of the nearby cameras have been broken. Only a few have not been shot. To suspicious clues. Partner also annoyedly complained, I have never encountered such a situation. It is completely counterintuitive. The victim seemed to hit the wall at a speed of hundreds of kilometers per hour. There are no traces of the machine at the scene. Is the victim identified? Well, it's a Mexican named Moreno who sneaked in and had multiple criminal records. It should have been misfortune during the robbery. Suddenly, Blatter's cell phone rang, and he greeted a colleague and walked aside to pick up the phone. What's the matter? I'm working. Tomorrow you will come? Okay, my mother and I will be waiting for you at home. But I warn you, Virginia Nielsen. You are not allowed to bring my mother a cigar. Your law department's dead party is coming too. If I remember correctly, it is the blind man named Matt Meadow. Okay. Okay, I'll wait for you at home. As soon as Blurite hung up the phone, he heard the shout from the forensics division and made a new discovery. He hurried over. A colleague from the forensics department said, after the blood was washed away, the victim's neck was found with a scar. The neck bones have all been broken. A group of people were discussing, and a voice suddenly came from behind them, Excuse me, gentlemen. Bright turned around and found behind him a white man in a suit, a good-looking man, and a Chinese woman with a cold face. The man gave a very friendly smile. Good morning, gentlemen, my name is Phil Cowlson and this is Melinda May. We are from the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Agency. We take over here. A few days after the encounter, Lee Mo was helping Lucas Jr. to prepare the funeral. The shop has been renovated, and Barrett also delivered special alloy steel on time. But these did not make him feel better, and hastily accepted the matter. On the day of the funeral, there were very few people, and the poor family didn't have many relatives and friends. The funeral was hosted by a chapel in Hell's Kitchen, a priest named Langton. Lee Mo accompanied the young Lucas in a newly bought black suit and quietly listened to Father Langton's eulogy. Her life is full of misfortune. Suffering from the devil's temptation and disease. But she is happy again. God gave him a bright angel. Lord, for those who believe in you. Life is only change, not destruction. We have ended our earthly journey. He won the eternal heaven. After the funeral, Lucas Jr. looked a little hesitant, always taciturn. The following afternoon, Lee Mora stayed with little Lucas and sat on the second-floor balcony and drank beer. Little Lucas. I remember you're under 18. Well, 17 years old. Do you have any dreams? Little Lucas' eyes suddenly lightened, and then faded again. Say, just like a girl. I once wanted to be a lawyer. Lee Mo took a sip of beer. What are you waiting for? Go. Little Lucas shook his head with a bitter smile. I dropped out of school very early, I have no money, I crackled. Lee Mo threw him a check. You reading books www.uuganshu.com. I lit a cigarette and Lee Mo said quietly, go to an evening school for $50,000, return a lawyer to Lao Tzu, and continue to pay for my work. Lucas Jr. was overwhelmed by this sudden surprise. He was a helpless, poor black child who could not see the light and suddenly ushered in a turn of life. Little Lucas stood up in excitement, at a loss as to what to say. Lee Mo waved his hand, let's go, remember not to let my money drift. Be careful, I'll beat you. Yes. Boss. Little Lucas ran downstairs. I'm gone. Lee Mo has some emotions. With the efforts of this child, he will definitely become a successful lawyer in the future. He will meet a wife who loves him. He will have a cute child. He will have his own happy family. Everyone has their own destiny, the two will meet less and less until they gradually lose contact. I never hear this unlucky one again. Why the corners of my eyes are a bit wet. Boss, those medicines will arrive tomorrow. Lee Mo suddenly, why are you back? Continue to work. It's not yet time to work. Aren't you going to school? Just go to last night's school, do you want to resign? Boss, why are you crying? Which of your eyes saw me cry? Don't you think I'm leaving? Unwilling. Stop your mother X. Go down and see the shop. You must be crying. Don't get rid of me again. Chapter 8, Fluke and Alchemy. Lee Mo rolled left and right, and got a little pain in his lumbar board before he got out of the bed. I lighted a cigarette, only wearing a pair of pants, barefoot, walked to the window, and suddenly opened the curtains. The blazing sun lit up the whole house instantly, looked at the watch, it was 10 o'clock. He had already given the key to the unlucky child of Lucas, so he could sleep peacefully until he woke up naturally. I touched the lower abdomen that had fallen and protruded. I took a sudden inhalation and tried to pinch out a muscle, and then the egg. Some said, he took a bottle of beer from the refrigerator and took a big mouthful, took a bite of cigarette, and his mood was cute. I tried the freshly installed diesel generator set last night. Satisfied him completely. Vampire Vine. I sucked my feet, soared another meter last night. Unfortunately, Vampire Vine also takes time to digest energy, so only slowly. On the one hand, the strength of vines have made a qualitative leap after absorbing special alloy steel. Xiao Xiaoming added another guarantee. Humming Zioku brushed his teeth, washed his face, cleaned up, and dressed neatly. Lee Mo went downstairs. Shop business. I'm still so bad, no one. Lucas Jr. is holding the logbook and looking at the notes. Little Lucas. You look at the shop, I go out and see if there are any business opportunities. Ignoring the little eyes of little Lucas, Lee Mo played with the bracelet and raised the glass to prepare to go out. However, the two of them suddenly walked into the door of the shop, and almost threw Lee Mo out of the water as a grenade. Big day, hell! How come these two goods? It was Collison and May that came in. I saw Collison show his iconic affinity smile. Lee Mo said, come, I believe you a ghost. Collison lighted up his credentials. 2. We are FBI agents. A murder case occurred some time ago. Have you seen any suspicious people or things? Lee Mo was a little panicked, and kept spitting in my heart, I am a XX. If you have the ability, tell the full name of the shield. See if I laugh at you 100 times. It turned out that thing was exposed. Don't panic. They do not know. They are stupid. Thinking of this, before waiting for Lucas, Lee Mo yelled at Collison, "Mr. Detective, this is the Hell's Kitchen. Everyone will die every time. Robbery, drug abuse, gang revenge, I can hear are a lot of examples. The problem is, it's none of my bussiness." After he finished speaking, Lee Mo also deliberately showed a foolish expression to May that he felt sick. Lucas Jr. Collison was a little dazed. "Okay, goodbye." I saw the two turned away and Lee Mo was relieved, "But I'm clever." After leaving the door, Collison said to May helplessly as he walked, "We have been here for a while and visited everyone nearby and found nothing. Maybe it was just a Superman passing by. Tanista, the situation is not right there, we're leaving." Su Mei nodded, didn't speak, and took a few more steps to stop suddenly. "No. Collison, what's wrong?" Although the Chinese boss looked at me with a pale expression, but Mei looked at Collison meaningfully. His eyes are full of alert. 2 days after the encounter, Lee Mo always felt a bit wrong, as if there was always a line of sight staring at himself. Did I overdo it that day? Lee Mo is a bit worried, so these 2 days have been stable and steady, and he has created an image of a diligent and dedicated Chinese boss. Not only did the new plan of refining the medicine be terminated, but even the secret charge of the vampire vine was not dared. Lee Mo's performance surprised Lucas. Why the boss changed again? A corner of a restaurant nearby. And May sat there boredly stirring a cup of coffee. Soon, Collison came in and sat opposite her. He hasn't shown anything unusual in the past 2 days. May shook her head and said, "I checked all his information, it was very clean and there was no problem. There was only one thing. He was the injured in the Obadi incident." Collison shrugged and said, "By the way, Tony Stark also saved his image at that time." Collison said as he turned on the video playback of his mobile phone. The video is based on Iron Man's helmet. The sound of explosions and chaos, first of all, is a hand holding the ankle of the armor. Then, the face of the Chinese boss was revealed. I saw him lift his neck, spit out weakly, and said firmly and persistently, "Asshole. Lose money." Amy was a little strange. Nothing unusual? Why did Tony Stark keep this video? Collison shrugged. Tony Stark found the image when he flipped over the video afterwards. I don't know why, he seemed very happy. So that he would always watch this video when he was in a bad mood, haha, laughed every time. He even made the video a video, and specially invited Methodman, a member of the rap group Wu Dang, to perform the soundtrack. Boring Tony Stark? May shook her head. No, actually. Collison couldn't keep his image, and fluttered a laugh. Actually very interesting. After saying that, he played the adapted video again. Every move, every move. With the hot black rap music, Lee Mo in the video keeps raising his head, vomiting blood, raising his head, vomiting blood. At the same time, the hot rap. Motherfuck, you bastard, lose my money. Laozi spit you a big ant, you quickly lose my money. Laozi's eyes can put laser light, you quickly lose my money. Save money, money money, money money. Yan Mei's eyes were a little straight, it took a long time to recover, and she smiled bitterly, well, it's my illusion. This person, is just, an ordinary person. Lee Mo, still frightened, did not know that he had escaped. Of course, if he knew the reason, he might strangle Tony Stark. Stark Group Headquarters. Top Laboratory. Thorium conducted another test, and the content of palladium in the blood increased significantly compared to yesterday. Tony Stark was very depressed. From the immortal playboy to the chance to escape, re-examine his unlucky eggs, from the highly anticipated Iron Man to the dying seedlings who died. Several ups and downs in a short period of time are generally difficult for ordinary people to accept. Alas, my name is Tony Stark. I am a genius. I can think of a way. Tony regained his spirits, and gave himself a cup of shit-like antidote. He was about to drink with his nose, and suddenly stopped again. Jarvis, bring up my mood improvement video no. 1. Along with Lee Mo's vomiting blood rap, Tony Stark sipped his antidote. Suddenly, he spit out half a cup of antidote from his mouth and nostrils, and then laughed so much that his stomach hurt and he bent down. No matter how many times he looks, he feels funny. Jarvis, when will mood improvement videos 2 and 3 be completed? Sir, improving mood video number 2 Jay-Z and Eminem have finished recording, number 3 Justin Bieber and Lady Gaga are in the process of intensively creating. Lee Mo will kill him sooner or later. After Collison and May left, Lee Mo's uneasy feeling of staring also disappeared. But he still did not dare to relax his vigilance, holding a large water glass and wandering for a couple of days in the nearby streets. Everything is okay, no restlessness, no suspicious watchers, Lee Mo finally relaxes. That night, Lee Mo continued his evolutionary career. After charging Vampire for an hour, and devouring basketball-sized special alloy steel, Lee Mo stopped. Because he is entangled with the soul of the vampire vine, he knows exactly where the limit is. It can be said that he is a human-shaped vampire vine. Sitting in the working room, Lee Mo started a new plan. After discovering that the vampire has the ability to absorb and change material properties, an idea came to his mind: why not try to make some bovine X elixir? The compensation received after the injury was quickly consumed at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. On the surface, it seemed indifferent, but in fact he was anxious. This is the new financial path he chose to open up. Of course, he doesn't practice alchemy, and he doesn't have anything like a Fanfiction furnace. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com can only try at random by relying on the vampire vine. In his plan, elixir was to be sold secretly through the black market. What kind of elixir sells best? Of course it's life-saving and aphrodisiac. At this moment there are Marvel worlds in crisis, in the chaotic kitchen. You may be shot at any time. Monsters will hurt you. Superhero battles will affect you. How much is a pill that can save lives? Not to mention aphrodisiac medicine, see what Viagra brings to Pfizer every year. That represents tens of billions of dollars in profits. Thinking of this, Lee Mo wiped his saliva and started straight away. He took out a large package of Chinese herbal medicines ordered from Chinatown 2 days ago, and set off the Western medicines bought by Lucas from the black market. What do I need after an injury? Let's get some blood supplement first. Astragalus root, Salvia miltioriza, and Heterophyllum auratus. As for ginseng and ajiao, leave it to VIP customers. What else do you need? Who cares? Antibiotics, epinephrine, and coagulants are all dry. Some more pain relief. Swallow all the medicines together with a blood-sucking vine, squeeze and extract it in the vine, and then spend a little energy to change the characteristics. The creeping belly of the creeping vine continued to squirm, and gradually became smaller, emitting a flash of light, and finally spit out a dozen thumb-sized pills. The pill was dark red, a bit silly and thick. Lee Mo scratched his head. Just call Dolimaru. In the same way, Lee Mo used Wanai to add a bunch of Chinese herbs for aphrodisiac and to knife the kidney. After thinking about it, he added a few hormones to make a dozen light yellow pills, named Yang Yiting one day. After the successful refining of Sheyao pills, Lee Mo was worried again. Dude, this thing may, probably, not eat dead people, right? Chapter 9, Daily. The next day, Lee Mo Huang went out and bought a few rabbits to return as experimental subjects. I closed the studio door, lifted a cute rabbit and cut it with a knife on the stomach. When the rabbit was about to die, it fed Dalibal to the rabbit and watched nervously. A miracle happened. The rabbit's wound healed quickly at a rate recognizable to the naked eye, and after a while, the rabbit regained its spirit and moved in the cage. But there is a small disadvantage. The rabbit's spirit became very agitated, and half of his face was jerking intermittently. Li Mo is worried, so he can save his life. But after taking the pills one by one, they all became Nicholas Zhao Si. Didn't this hit my signboard? I thought that when the two gangsters negotiated, you would pull your face, I would pull my face. No, it has to be improved. Liang Dingtian also had problems. The male rabbits who took the medicine were enough to be yang, but just like chewing and showing off, they couldn't stop. The cage is completely wet and sticky, and it has to be cleaned, which is disgusting. Li Mo shook his head. It seems that refining medicine is not an easy task. He practiced these medicines to save people, but not to harmful. Li Mo thought about it, and put the pills to be destroyed back into the bottle, and wrote down the label carefully. With a smile, step by step. Sadly, ecstasy pills. In the next 10 days, Li Mo became a Frankenstein directly, and finally got the most suitable formula after killing countless rabbits. The next issue is sales. He can't show up yet. He still needs to hide. He must find a reliable person. Night. Quayside. In a container. In the dim light, Turk Barrett opened a wooden box with an iron pry, and 2 rows of brand new Corte flashed a dim light under the dim sight. Turk Barrett took out a hand. Feels thick. He was intoxicated and put it in front of his nose, and took a deep greedy smell like a drug addict. Look at this. The smell of oil and steel. It's all brand new. You can use it to do anything you want. He will be your loyal buddy. After that, Barrett handed the gun to him. Opposite a Russian. The Russian was expressionless, carefully, repeatedly, and carefully examining the gun in his hand. I heard that your gun often goes wrong. It's all rumors. Barrett said angrily, it's all the slander of competitors. My guys are the most reliable guys. Listen to my name Barrett, it's Barrett. That's it. The Russians unloaded the magazine, and somehow they found a bullet and loaded it. What are you doing? Where did you get the bullets? Hwatfk. Barrett looked at the Russian with a gun in his arms, stepping back, cold sweat came out. You killed Vladimir 2 days ago is my brother. It's not easy to hang you. Go to death. The Russians pulled the trigger in anger. However. Click. Click. Oh, shit. The Russian was a little confused for a moment, he felt malicious from the world. Boom. After returning to God, Barrett immediately took out the guy and shot the Russian head. Barrett was soft, sitting on a chair with his butt, panting heavily. After escaping from the dead, another anger came. Go to the Russian body with a gun, FK. 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 A series of dull gunshots rang through the pier area. Dr. Clysant is a well-known New York psychiatrist with considerable achievements in post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. As a top expert in related fields, although his diagnosis and treatment cost is quite expensive, the appointment patient has also been queued up to 3 weeks later. No doubt, Dr. Clysant is quite confident in his abilities, but the 2 consecutive patients have caused him a headache. One of them is Tony Stark, who often receives treatment here after escaping from the desert. About this guy, well, he really didn't want to mention this guy. What do you think of me? I'm not so bullying. The other is the patient in front of me. There is no doubt that this is a beautiful woman, with a supermodel-like tall body, white skin, delicate features, and supple black hair. It's just black leather clothes, old jeans, black leather shoes with frayed edges. A man's dress is really a waste of this article and plate. And what's in your aluminum kettle? You said it was water. Are you laughing at my IQ? Fill the room with vodka. Dr. Clysant intentionally reminded him, but when he saw the stern look, he spit again when he reached the mouth. Jessica Jones has flashback, a symptom of PTSD, appeared recently. Dr. Clysant asked helplessly. Jessica Jones drank vodka again, her eyes suddenly became confused, and a flash of fear flashed again. It still happens from time to time. Did you do what I taught you? Yes, every time I meditate on the street name of my hometown, Baywa Street, Higgins Road, Cobbard Road. How is the effect? Jessica Jones became impatient for a moment. It's totally useless. Okay. I won't waste time here again. Jessica Jones said as she stood up, then turned and walked out. In the waiting room of the clinic, a delicate-looking blonde in a beige trench coat is answering the phone call. She is the hostess and producer of the famous talk show Tracy in New York City, Trish Walker. Miss Pepper, what? Tony Stark temporarily cancelled my interview? But, we already said it. Well. I hanged up the phone fiercely, and Tracy was still angry. What a hell! Trish Walker, who debuted as a child star, has been actively seeking transformation. She doesn't want to do entertainment interviews to please the public. She has a strong sense of responsibility. She wants to do some in-depth political and social programs. Against the opposition of the show group, she chose a compromise method and invited Iron Man Tony Stark. This hot topic person can take care of both entertainment and politics, but I didn't expect Tony Stark to make a temporary appointment. The reason is that he didn't think about it one by one. At this time, she saw Jessica Jones, who had just come out, and hurried forward to ask with concern, Jessica, how about it? Jessica Jones looked at her sister in a complicated mood. Orphaned in a car accident when he was young, he was fortunate to be adopted by the family, but he did not expect that Dorothy, the mother of the woman in front of her, was only to help her daughter Hype. I ran away from this hypocritical home, but found that this woman saw herself as a sister. However, the sister encouraged her to use the superpowers she obtained by chance to martial arts, but was exposed to a demon sight and suffered a nightmare of a lifetime. Fortunately, this woman still cared for herself carefully after escape. A little messy. What kind of attitude should I treat you? The old nightmares are tormenting her constantly, and the concern of the woman in front of her makes her upset again. What else can she do? Taking a sip of vodka in his hand, Jessica Jones said anxiously, "This is a quack. I won't be here in the future. Don't contact me if there is something important. You have to give me a contact." Tracy Walker was anxious. Jessica Jones threw out a business card, tightened her shirt, and strode away without looking back. Tracy Walker quickly picked up the business card, which read, Kana Detective Office, Jessica Jones, 32nd Street West, Manhattan Island. 88:30 p.m. Fentek Barrett is driving to West 32nd Street. The car stereo is playing his favorite West Coast rap music. In the past, he always swayed with the rhythm, but now he has no mood. What happened to him last night? What happened to my trademark? He was a child who grew up in Hamlet, where there is no less chaos than the Hell's Kitchen. Where is the Washington of Black Americans, Mecca of black culture? Of course, the most powerful black gangs have also gathered. Once there was a place of glory, they resisted racial discrimination, they sounded the horn of the black movement. However, after success, it quickly fell down, even more unbearable than before. My parents died in a campaign against white policemen. As a young boy, he began to struggle to survive in this messy place. Joining gangs, drug trafficking, killing, he does everything, he never considers himself a good person, he does not care about it. If he was a good man, he would have seen God long ago. He just didn't want to, nothing happened. The arms business is getting worse and worse, so that there is no hope at all. Already desperate, he even started thinking about promising others to sell women. This trademark is his most despised before. But what can he do? Just for survival? Far from it. Yu read a book. www.yuyugonshu.com. Barrett saw the Lee's handicraft shop. Recently, the only Chinese boss who made him make money didn't know what to call him. Lee Mo and Lucas Jr. are eating hot pot in the shop. Louvres, chicken gizzards, big waists are everything. Don't be surprised, as long as you have money, you can buy anything in this place in New York. I do not have that sentence. If you love him, send him to New York, because there is heaven. If you hate him, send him to New York because there is there. Lee Mo thinks he's doing well. At least it is worthy of the stomach. In the disgusting eyes of little Lucas, Lee Mo picked up a big waist and ate it. At this time, Barrett came in. Lee Mo chewed his waist. Sit, sit. Eat first, then drink too. We Chinese people like to talk about things at the winery. Yes, because there was no one else, Lee Mo had to find Barrett as his agent. Shabu shabu, as a popular food in the world, naturally has its unique charm, and all three enjoyed it very much. Lee Mo took out a bottle of Red Star Urquatu and drank all three. I feel a little stuffy. Lee Mo used to want to invigorate the atmosphere. I teach you a drink order. The simplest, throw dice. Lee Mo is out of luck tonight. Change order. Order change. 21 blackjack of playing cards. Change order. Order change. 7 bright 7 dark 7. 2 little bees. Scissors, stones, cloth. What do I want to do? Chapter 10, Messy 78 Days. Lee Mo was awoken by drought. Blindness in eyes, weak limbs, dizziness, nausea, medical diagnosis, hangover. I got up from the bed difficultly, stumbled to find a glass of water, rumbling and drank, feeling my head swelled, the blood vessels at the temple were banging, and I quickly found an aspirin and swallowed it. Lee Mo is a little bit emotional and can't handle it. This body is even more unbearable than before. Thin pajamas couldn't withstand the cold attack, he urgently needed a pair of autumn pants. Put some millet and pumpkin in the newly bought casserole. After the fire boils, turn to low fire. Taking advantage of the porridge, Lee Mo went downstairs. Lucas Jr. and Barrett were both, holding a burger by themselves. These two goods are so beautiful. Lee Mo is a little jealous. If I were 10 years younger. Called Barrett into the studio, Lee Mo's expression looked mysterious. Actually, I am an alchemist. Looking at Barrett's confused look, Lee Mo was helpless. Witcher. Alchemist. Barrett looked serious. Lee Mo. Shouldn't you show all kinds of doubts and believe me, let me pretend to be a bee? Barrett, there are often legends circulating in the underground world. I didn't expect you to be one of them. If others, I might think that is bragging, but you are a Chinese. Well, inadvertently complimented Lee Mo. However, in order to prove his elixir, Cow X still harmed several rabbits. Boss Lee, you mean, you will give me these magical alchemy potions for sale? Barrett was immediately excited, he knew very well how big a wave these pills would cause in the underground world. Fate's peak circuit transfer. Barrett suddenly fell into a longing for the future. Well, yes. You will get a 5% commission. But if you betray me? Lee Mo's face was gloomy, transparent vines stretched out from his hands and bent a section of steel bar. You will die terribly. Barrett is still looking forward. I can't be a trafficker. I'm not a black market arms dealer either. I am even greater, the black market secret treasure merchant. Hello. I said. If you betray me, you will die terribly. Lee Mo twisted a steel bar again. Oh, I see. Barrett, who came back to God, was very calm. What is the difference between being killed by a pistol and being killed by an ability? Anyway, if something really happens, he will definitely run away. Lee Mo has started to regret it. He sent away Barrett, and Lee Mo drank a bowl of millet pumpkin porridge to nourish his stomach. He took a cup of oolong tea and walked out again. The little Lucas who was left to see the shop rolled his eyes habitually. He already knew what the boss was doing. At the beginning, he also showed all kinds of excitement and surprise, thinking that he would become a superhero's assistant. However, Lee Mo's subsequent performance. Lucas looked at the logbook in his hand and was still a lawyer. It was 10 o'clock in the morning, and there were no clouds over New York. The dazzling sunlight was the worst enemy for the hangover. So Lee Mo could not stand for a while, and was ready to take a rest in a shady place in a small park in the block. However, in the prime area of the park, a person has been seated on a tree-covered bench. Take a long leg. Silhouette can score 90 points. I'm a beauty. Lee Mo smiled and stepped forward. When Lee Mo, who was still pretty when she was young, met beautiful women, she always took a serious look, pretending not to care, but always presented her best angle. With the increase of age, the blood value of the face has fallen like blood, and Lee Mo can finally rest assured that he will face all kinds of beauties with beauty. Words are not jealous, and can whistle in response to the disgusting eyes of beautiful women. Love? What is that thing? Festival exercise? Has long been thrown in Dongguan with Zhang Kai. However, the strange thing is that Lee Mo is more popular after he released himself than when he was a little fresh meat. What is the reason for this? Lee Mo walked slowly to the other end of the bench and sat down. Hello. However, what a great taste. Lee Mo, who was already a hangover, almost vomited without disgusting. This beautiful woman has white skin, beautiful facial features, and a thick black hair that makes people feel good. The emaciated but pale lips, the tightly frowning brows, the right hand covering her forehead and the smell of wine exposed her the same hangover. She took a sip of the stainless steel kettle in her hand. Wait, that's the bar. Shang with wine, strong. Masters are not as good as you. Regarding Lee Mo's greetings, the beauties glanced blankly and ignored. Lee Mo doesn't care. Although this is a beautiful girl, he hasn't got his G-spot yet, because LLJZY. But he did not leave, because it was found that this beauty is a superhero, Jessica Jones in the Defenders League. Lee Mo hasn't seen the comics. When the American TV saw this and Luke Cage, who was silly and rough, rolled away, they abandoned the play. He was just a little curious. What is this guy doing here? At this time, a familiar figure came over, that guy Eugene. Chi Eugene said in Russian, Lee, are you there? Exactly, I need you to prove me. Eugene took a stack of photos from the expressionless Jessica Jones, shook it, and said with a little pride, I got the evidence that Elena and Ogliev's stupid derailment. This don't even think of getting a penny from me. A short while after Eugene left, Elena also came and got a stack of photos from Jessica. I almost said the same thing to Lee Mo, Lee, you need to prove it to me. I'm going to give Eugene a deep lesson. The bakery is my own. Lee Mo took a breath and looked at Jessica Jones, who was still expressionless. This woman. Yet. So poisonous. Lee Mo shook his head and couldn't help but say, are you a bit too wicked? Jessica Jones had an indifferent expression on his face. Two people have to live together from love to hate each other. The mild face is full of hatred. Don't you think it is interesting? Besides, these are just 2 commissions. After speaking, the woman drank vodka again, picked up a worn backpack and left. Lee Mo, I believe you a big head, don't think I don't know what kind of virtue you are. Female alcoholic. Neurosis. Voyeur. Lee Mo did not leave in a hurry, lying on a bench smoking a small cigarette, and rested for a long time before drinking a full bottle of oolong tea. The hangover's discomfort apparently eased before returning home. When I was sitting in the shop for a while, thinking about what to cook for myself at noon, there was a fierce quarrel in Eugene's bakery across the street. I brought a water glass and packed melon seeds, and Lee Moxing rushed out to prepare for a strong crowd. Americans have a habit of reporting to the police when things happen, but none of the people on this street seem to be authentic Americans. Seeing that Bruce Dad, Fernando's, and several business owners have come out, Lee Mo quickly rushed forward to grab a golden angle. The war in the shop has begun to escalate. The photos were scattered on the ground like snowflakes. Ogliev was squatting there blankly, and his guilty expression was chaotic after being arrested, but found his wife in the photos? For a moment he couldn't accept the fact. Eugene and Elena waved their hands and yelled at each other in Russian and mixed with English. Their fingers were about to pinch each other's nose. You bastard! You stayed in the store every day and worked hard. You woke up outside. I want to file a divorce lawsuit. The bakery is mine. Smelly bitch! You can't get a penny. You're so embarrassed to say? Look, you bit Ogliev's stupid bear every day and even kiss me every day. Eugene didn't know what to think, his eyes instantly turned red, and he picked up a large liba and smashed into Elena's face. Ix! Lee Mo couldn't help but quarreled and quarreled. Why did he do it? Actually hit a woman. After thinking about it, ready to stop. Okay, he never met Russian women. Elena was so mad that she turned and ran into the room. When he came back, he already had a huge revolver in his hand. Eugene withered instantly, holding her hands up. No, calm down, dear, calm down. However, he underestimated the madness of women. There was a loud bang, despite Elena's poor shooting, and despite Eugene's reflexive dodging, one of his ears was hit. Eugene was terrified, enduring fierce dizziness and pain. Elena's muzzle also moved around with Eugene. Bang 5 times in a row until no bullets. Elena was still holding the trigger. Crazy. UU reading book www.uuganshu.com. The recoil of this gun is too great. Eugene didn't hit it, and he was stunned outside the shop. Although everyone started to retreat after Elena took out her gun, no one expected her to shoot so wildly. Dad Bruce's top hat was blown away, and Fernando's was lying in the ground groaning with a shot in his right arm. The rest were fine, including Lee Mo. But Lee Majang looked in amazement at the bullet in his hand. He should have been shot. But when he was covering his head with both hands in horror, the vines in his hands suddenly grew a huge thing to block the bullet. That is a 1 meter in diameter. Shiny chrysanthemum flower. What's the situation? But now is not the time to explore carefully. Lee Mo carefully looked around. Fortunately, everyone was in panic, and no one noticed. On the 3rd floor of a building not far across the street, Jessica Jones lowered the telescope in her hand, relieved, and thoughtfully. In the afternoon, there was chaos. The ambulance pulled the wounded. The police blocked the scene, asked, recorded confessions, and it was dark when Lee Mo returned home. After eating, Lee Mo began to study. A flower and a flower grew on the front of the vine. It can be soft or hard. When it is soft, it can be a tentacle. When it is hard, it can be a shield. This thing is good. Lee Mo exposed the chrysanthemum, put away the chrysanthemum, and then exposed and put away again, having a good time. What the are you? The sudden sound on the balcony scared Lee Mo to chrysanthemum. Alert turned his head and saw that it was a bit violent at once. It was Jessica Jones' voyeur. Chapter 11, Let One Cut Follow the Wind. What is this guy doing here? Why did she find my house? I was found, what should I do? Lee Mo was a little messy, chrysanthemums shook and closed. I don't know what to do. Relax, I have no malicious intentions. I am also different from ordinary people. You are the second kind I have ever seen. Come and say hello. Jessica Jones explained with open hands. Lee Mo knew her identity, but she was just surprised. In addition, Jessica Jones can be considered a superhero. He should not be so boring to reveal his identity everywhere. Thought of this, Lee Mo also relaxed. Can you put that thing away? I don't know why it makes me feel uncomfortable. Jessica Jones said helplessly. Lee Mo also came back to my mind, and only got excited in the afternoon. This stuff. A bit ruined image. Lee Mo hurriedly turned the chrysanthemum into a flower, but the vine was still twisting slowly like a snake in the air. Jessica Jones was just a little uncomfortable, but now her eyes are slowly becoming a little suspicion, fear, and alertness. Lee Mo is a bit strange. Look at Jessica, and look at the vines that are twisting. Suddenly collapsed when suddenly realized. I'm not a tentacle monster. He pulled the vine back into his body like lightning. Lee Imogen lit a cigarette, and took a sip of his breath on the balcony chair. Is it practicable to destroy that thing and save the image? The thought of being known as a metamorphosis and tentacle monster in the future, especially with an uncle. Lee Mo felt that the future was dark. When I saw the jug on Jessica's backpack, I took it over and unscrewed vodka. Jessica Jones shook her head when she saw Lee Mo looked like this. She didn't care if she was snatched the jug. She picked up Lee Mo's cigarette on the table and smoked it. After that, neither of them spoke, and they smoked vodka, and you quickly saw the bottom of my mouth full. The atmosphere of silence was shattered after Jessica shook the empty jug and said again. Lee Mo fluttered a laugh. This guy is quite interesting. Shakily stood up and took 2 bottles of Red Star Urquioto in the cabinet. Try this. Jessica took the bottle and unscrewed it. Was a big mouthful. It tastes great. The two touched each other while holding the bottle, and drank leisurely. Don't you be afraid to drink with a strange man you just met? Lee Mo asked suddenly. Jessica Jones shook her head. You're just an ordinary person with ability. I've seen real demons. It's a period. There was a flash of fear in her eyes. Forget it, I don't want to say it. After a moment of silence, Jessica Jones looked down. I'm wrong today. I think they will end that kind of suffering. It happened unexpectedly, but no one died. She looked at her hands again. I make things worse every time. Like this ability, my parents died from a car accident, and I got the demon's attention because of the ability. I don't like it at all, I can even say I hate it. Jessica Jones said with a wry smile, but one of your only loved ones always wants you to use this ability to help others and become a superhero. It's nonsense. Lee Machi laughed. Although he didn't finish the American drama, he also knew that this woman's miserable past. Someone will always give pointers next to you, you need to do this. You need to do that. But they forgot. Lee Mo turned his head and looked at Jessica Jones' eyes. This trademark is your own life. Lee Mo stood up and said, Superhero? Do you have to be a superhero with superpowers? First of all, you have to be a hero, but most of them are ordinary people. We also have our own thoughts, our own love and hate, and our own life. We will also encounter difficulties, confusions, and even. Lee Mo looked at Jessica Jones again, and a little sympathy flashed in his eyes. The unfortunate past of the teeth. Who will come to save us at that time? You can't even save yourself, but there are people pushing you to save the world. Lee Mo chuckled, how far can they go? Jessica Jones' brows stretched out, that's right. Let them roll as far as they can. Alcohol got on, Lee Moking got up and raised the unfinished bottle from the balcony and threw it out from the balcony. I am a FK superhero. Who loves to be who? Jessica Jones also threw the wine bottle out with excitement. My mother doesn't want to be a superhero. Give me a bit of a fair. Kilgrave you asshole. My mother is not afraid of you. Go to death. FQ. Dizzy and dizzy, the alcoholic too began to yell at the sky constantly, uttering various dirty and insulting words, screaming wildly, laughing at each other's clothes and laughing at each other. The barrier was broken, and an ambiguity quietly breed. Is Jessica a virgin? No. Is Lee Mo a gentleman? No. Neither of them is good. Lee Mo. Jessica. Come on. The two kissed frantically. Lee Mo, you trademark, slow down. My new clothes. Lee Mo, you are too big, slow down. Lee Mo, you. Jessica, shut up. Lee Mo was thrown on the bed by Jessica. The bed began to shake violently. Lee Mo, slow. It hurts. It hurts. Jessica, shut up. The bed was shaking more violently, and the collision wall kept falling down. With a click, the frame dropped. After a long while, the room finally calmed down. Lee Mo smoked with trembling hands, feeling pain all over, and his waist was empty. Jessica's hand touched again. Lee Mo's eyes were a little scary. Don't. The house shook violently again. Squeak, ah, squeak, ah. When I slammed, the bed collapsed. Lee Mo suddenly remembered what Luke Cage's power was. King Kong is not bad. Lee Mo does not know when Jessica Jones left because he has completely lost consciousness and passed out. 8 o'clock the next morning. Xiao Lucas, wearing a sports suit, ran for more than half an hour in the morning and then arrived at the Lee's handicraft shop. Since his mother died, his life once seemed a little empty. Although I was very tired before, working to earn money also had to do housework and take care of sick mothers. Poor, busy, and exhausted, but very fulfilling. Later, he became a person, and had enough time, but was lost, and his heart was empty and he didn't know what to do. Fortunately, his boss gave him a new hope and goal in life. Since then, reading and exercising have enriched myself every day. After opening the shutters as usual, little Lucas was shocked. 2 antique vases shattered to the ground, a huge fan on the wall fell off and hung loosely. What's wrong? Have you been thief? Bad, boss. Little Lucas ran up the second floor madly, and the situation in front of him made his heart beat. A photo frame fell there and the glass shattered. The wall fell and the bed had collapsed. Lee Mo was lying there naked, with only a thin sheet on his body. What scared Xiao Lucas the most was that Lee Mo had pale lips, a pained face, a hot forehead, and could not wake up for a long time. Boss! Boss! What's wrong with you? Lucas Jr.'s voice had already brought a trace of crying, and his mother had died. If the boss who cares about him is the only one who has 2 problems. My little Lucas is a godless man. He took out his mobile phone and dialed Claire Tempe's phone. Claire, please bring someone over. Boss, he is in trouble. Lee Moya woke up. When Sue opened her eyes again, he found that he was lying on the hospital bed, wearing a bodysuit, with liquid stuck in his left arm. He turned his head slightly and saw little Lucas. Boss, you finally woke up. Lee Mo looked at little Lucas. He never thought that a person's expression could be so complicated. It was a mixture of comfort, relaxation, anger, contempt, and hate for iron. Laozi should send you to California Film Academy. Claire Tempe, with a kind mocking tone, said, there are multiple soft tissue injuries, mild lumbar misalignment, lower body skin damage, alcoholism, colds, and fever. I have had intense sexual behavior before. Lee. What terrible thing have you experienced? Lee Mo suddenly felt so ashamed, his words flashed, I practice wrestling with one person, she is too strong. I am not an opponent. Claire Temple. Lucas Jr. Lee Mo, what is your look? I'm tired. I want to sleep. He was covered with a quilt, like a quail. Kana Detective Office. The sound insulation of the building built in the 1990s was very poor. There was a fierce quarrel on the top of the tower, a young couple who loved each other and killed each other. Jessica Jones, asleep, was a little irritated by the noise, and stumbled to a boot by the bed. She shook her head without looking, her boots slamming on the ceiling. He smashed a deep hole and dropped dust. Yu reading books www.yuyugonshu.com. The loud noise stopped the noise upstairs. A few seconds later, a male voice came, "Sorry." Jessica Jones finally slept sweetly. But 10 minutes later, the alarm bell on the table rang, shaking as if wanting to dance. Jessica Jones was furious and snapped the alarm clock into scattered parts. I was interrupted twice in a row, and Jessica Jones was sleepless, and opened her eyes leisurely. I haven't slept so comfortably for a long time. Wasn't awakened by nightmares. No horrible flashbacks. What happened last night? Oh wow, it's with Lee. Jessica Jones's corner is a funny guy. Maybe you can find him next time. Jessica Jones is thoughtful. As for dating? Come in. No way. Aegis Trident headquarters. Collison walked steadily through the corridors with his signature smile and came to a huge office. A tall figure stood with his back to the floor-to-ceiling window. Director, Dr. Bruce Banner has appeared on the U.S. border, and General Rose is still monitoring Mr. Blue at Graben College. But using our system, Tony Stark has failed many times. No more confidence, a bit of arrogance. Can we get ready to get involved? Coulson reported respectfully. Don't worry, wait a minute. The tall figure turned around, and one eye flashed a gloomy and wise light. Not the best moment yet. Chapter 12, Love and Hate. Hospital has never been a flattering place. The pain of sickness is only the most common. Here, you can see the most precious life and death interdependence in the world, till the end. Here you can also see the most extinct human betrayal and abandonment. Friendship, love, and affection will be tested again and again here. Morality and law. Reason and sensitivity. Old and tired death. Pure ignorant freshman. Lee Mo sighed, he really didn't like it here. Especially now. Mr. Lee. How many times is this? Please cooperate with me. Also consider your own health. Female trainee Gray, holding her arms, was furious, she never saw her. Such a difficult patient. Lee Mo is wearing a Siamese livery, barefoot, holding an 4-pole in his left hand, and the smoke in his awkward hand goes out. Damn it! I've found the most remote corridor, why am I still caught by this guy? Under Gray's surveillance or escort, Lee Mo was holding the infusion stand on his left, holding the belt around his waist with his right hand, and went straight to the ward. As a superpowered person, he really envied others to treat injuries as nothing. Today, battles, and tomorrow's full blood will revive the setting of the magic value max. But his body. He also thought about peony flow, but the dolly pill that was hardly dispensed only had a miracle effect on the external injury. As for the son, the key is that he has not received a return visit from the customer, and he will not take the medicine without clinical tests. Looking at Gray's expressionless face, Lee Mo poked his lips. This female doctor is also a big smoker. He found that the woman secretly smokes several times, the expression of enjoyment. But he understands it well, without stimulants. Push the door of the corridor into the waiting room lobby, and a messy atmosphere comes with noise mixed with various sounds. A dozen rows of waiting benches were already full of waiting patients, and there were still a lot of people standing beside them. Several bald and bearded white strong men with heads were arguing with each other, and the police officer next to them took out the electric baton with a jealous eye. Get off! Get off! Hearing the sound, Lee Mo rushed to hide. 2 nurses pushed the bed to the operating room, and there was a nurse kneeling on the bed who was doing artificial respiration to the patient. There was a loud noise and another group of patients came in. This should be an accident. A man and a woman were sitting on their backs with their backs facing each other. An iron rod tied their chests together. Another man was pierced through his head by a thin iron bar, but still chattering with people cheerfully. Gregory explained to Lee Mo and hurriedly pushed a critically ill patient away. All doctors and nurses are equipped with pagers, always receiving orders from the dispatch room. This is the emergency department of the New York City Central Hospital, and it is just a battlefield. The soldier certainly needs something to relieve the stress. When I returned to the ward, Lucas Jr. just brought someone over. Boss, who do you think this is? Isn't this Eugene? Hey wait, this guy. Bandage with half ears, a thin chin, bright yellow, messy short hair and short beards, shocked and focused eyes, confused eyes. Live like a self-portrait of a great artist. Eugene's expression was a little confused, and it seemed that what happened the day before yesterday did not hurt him lightly. After saying hello to Lee Mo, he sat there idly, eyes blinded and wondering what he was thinking. Lee Mo and little Lucas looked at each other, shook their heads, and did not speak. The entire ward fell into a silent atmosphere. After a while, Eugene murmured to himself, I saw Elena at the police station today. It seemed like she was a teenager in one day and was indifferent to everything, like a walking dead. I was silent for a while. After a while, Eugene recounted with a reminiscence, I suddenly remembered when I was young, my hometown was in a small village next to Sachi, where it was so peaceful and peaceful. Elena was the most beautiful girl in the village at that time. How simple and kind she was at that time, but was caught by my bad boy. I remember her father, who often used guns to intimidate me, was a rude and straightforward Russian man. To earn money and pursue my dream, we came to New York. Later, slowly, we all changed. As if tempted by the devil, chasing their own desires in this city. I even forgot, I once swore at a wedding that I would treat Elena like a treasure all my life. Oh my gosh! Why did this happen? The sly, lascivious Eugene suddenly cried like a child in Lee Mo's impression, covering her face with her hands, and tears overflowed her fingers with choking sounds. Eugene later left, and according to him, the police would sue Elena for gunshot wounding. He plans to sell the bakery to appease the injured Fernandos and hire a lawyer. He's going to take Elena back home, he's leaving this place. Lee Mo sighed. Return to your spiritual home, Van Gogh. Some choose to leave, others choose to come. Moscow. This great city that once experienced ups and downs is now slowly returning to life under the leadership of a new generation of strong men. Foreign tourists often linger in the Kremlin and Red Square, lamenting that this is a wonderful city. They have never been to the old slums of Moscow. These old buildings that still retain the characteristics of the last century have become a bit rotten, and the once smooth and clean bluestone streets have become potholes after years. The melted snow and water are mixed with ice debris to form small puddles. People in the streets walked in heavy snow and thick dark-colored coats. In a street with a semicircular dome, Ivan Vanko took a leather bag from a stern young man in a hurry. The passports and air tickets in the leather bag are all real. Although he has been blacklisted by the Russian National Security Agency for secretly selling nuclear materials, these things can also ensure that it leaves successfully. And these things are just a small invention he sold out. The government agencies in this country are still full of loopholes. His father, a talented scientist who fought alongside Howard Stark, Anton Vanko, finally ended the curse of pain for decades. When he died, he still stared viciously at the proud Iron Man Tony Stark on TV, and kept talking to Ivan Vanko, "These belong to you." Ivan Vanko didn't really envy Tony Stark. He was also a talented scientist and had his own pride. He just had a fire in his heart. Just because of the differences of ideas, his father was expelled from the United States by Howard Stark. Howard was the father of modern American industry, a hero of World War II, and one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. And his father was just a defecting Russian scientist. The plutonium arc reactor was conceived and constructed by his father and Howard Stark. His father hid in this ghost place like a trash for 20 years of torture, but Tony Stark proudly became an Iron Man with the acclaim of the world with the arc reactor. He wants to get justice for his father. I watched the air ticket to Monaco in my hand, and Ivan Vanko's eyes showed a slight scorn. Washington, D.C. National Military Security Committee. Under the flashlights and cameras of a group of reporters, facing the kindness and malicious eyes of the House, and facing the convicted politicians on the stage, Tony Stark gave a speech lightly. Weapon? No, it is a high-tech prosthetic. It is one with me, we are one. You want me to surrender it, just let me surrender myself. It's the same as labor or prostitution. Well, maybe some state laws. I protect America. I maintain order in the East and West. You can watch with peace of mind. I won't give it to you. I'm Iron Man. He pushed away the reporter who asked questions in a frenzy, and in the tumultuous noise, facing away from hatred, disgust, viciousness, envy, and admiration, Tony Stark walked away, leaving a proud back. I closed the door and all the noise was blocked out. Tony Stark took out his blood poison tester, and the test results instantly dimmed his mood. I have no hope. He is powerless. He's running out of time. What would a person do if he knew that he had only 1 month left, or even a shorter lifespan? Ordinary people may have more choices: food, travel, beauty. But he is Tony Stark, he is a billionaire, he is a well-known playboy. He has enjoyed the bustling world. After becoming an Iron Man, Yu read www.yuyugonshu.com. In order to set a benchmark, he began to demand himself. And now? Relax, in essence you are just a playful kid. Happy, how's the connection over there? The organizing committee of the Monaco Formula 1 Grand Prix is very honored, and they look forward to the coming of the billionaire Iron Man. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Central New York Hospital. After taking a X-ray re-examination, he found that the lumbar spine recovered well. Gray said that she could be discharged after another day of observation. Lee Mo was relieved, and finally he could leave this ghost place, but he strangled him. Little Lucas was naturally very happy, and said with anticipation, "Boss, let's go to the Stark Industrial Exhibition after leaving the hospital." Lee Mo was startled. It was not a good place. It seemed that Iron Man was going to fight with people there. Reason after asking carefully. It turned out that the Stark Industrial Fair was not a party of his imagination. That is a large-scale exhibition park, where the latest scientific and technological achievements of various countries will be set up there, and the time will last a whole year. It's been decades since Howard Stark was alive at the last show. The reorganization of Tony Stark has exploded the enthusiasm of the American people. Lee Mo knew for a moment, wasn't it the same as the Shanghai World Expo? As long as you don't go to the Hamo showroom, it's safe. Go with. Why not go? Lee Mo was very excited to ask little Lucas. Has showgirl? Chapter 13, Stark Industry Fair. 2 days later, Lee Mo, who had been discharged from the hospital, fled the place as if he had burnt his ass, and returned to his own shop. I'm still comfortable in my own nest. The first thing Lee Mo did when he returned home was to fry a few dishes to comfort his poor stomach. Then I made another pot of puer. Forge a cup of citron, smoke a small cigarette, and watch the Marvel world in leisurely time, let it wind and rain. I win lightly from the bamboo sticks and men's shoes, and let a lifetime of smoke and rain let me live. After turning on the television, almost all the channels were broadcasting a major news: billionaire, Iron Man Tony Tucker was attacked by unknown people in the Moroccan Formula 1 Grand Prix, but fortunately the injuries were minor and there was no danger to life. The attacker was a Russian male who had been arrested on the spot. An official spokesman for the Russian government said he had no knowledge of the matter. According to witnesses at the scene, the attacker held 2 powerful lightning whip. Lee Mo said, this is the beginning of Iron Man 2 plot. It seems that we have to go to the expo tomorrow. What if we close the park after a fight? It's like in the previous life, if you saw some novels without a bottom line, if you do NT hurry up and vote for a wave, what if you get 404? Barrett was well informed, and quietly came to the door that night. This guy has sold out all the goods? According to Tech Barrett, the first 20 boluses and 10 suntops in the early days, he just found a few gang leaders to sell a few, and the big brothers who came by the wind will leave the remaining out of stock. This guy gave himself a shot in order to demonstrate the role of pills. I'm fierce enough. Sure enough, it is mixed society. The promotion price is $10,000 each, and the $290,000 he got are directly distributed to Barrett 40,000. Seeing that his pill was so popular, Lee Mo decided to slow down. One was to see the reaction to the medication, the other was to increase the price and engage in hunger marketing. The third was his little worry. In case of releasing too many pills, which villain past Peony Flow killed a superhero, causing the butterfly effect Murphy's Law Matthew El Nino phenomenon out of control, how the earth explode? Save money, just enough. Not only did the pill sell smoothly, when he upgraded the vines at night, he found that after growing to 10 meters, he stopped growing, but 2 twigs emerged from the root. It's more like a tentacle. But Lee Mo has figured it out. What happened to the tentacles? Come here. Let the tentacles uncle hurt you so much. On the second day, Lee Mo was carrying a large glass of soda, honeysuckle, and mint leaves, and a little Lucas went to visit the Stark Industrial Exhibition. Today's weather is exceptionally clear. The sun over New York seems to add a touch of vitality to this bloated city. The sound of electric drills and airjet nail guns came across the street. The glass that had been broken in Eugene Bakery 2 days ago had been cleaned and replaced with a new one. The old signboards were removed and several workers were inside decoration. It's so fast. Lucas Jr. looked at him and said, Eugene has already sold the bakery. I heard that the buyer has rented another black man named Luke Cage to open a bar. Lee Mo, MMP. Little Lucas, boss, what does this mean? The two did not drive and took the Long Island Railroad to Flushing, Queens. The Stark Industry Fair is held here. It has a thriving business district and a huge residential area, and it has gathered a large number of immigrants. It is the first place for Chinese to move to New York. 55% of the residents are Asian. The puppet gang is also very strong. Although it can't reach the Hell's Kitchen and Harlem district, the degree of confusion is also much higher than the New York average. Here is the host of the American world-class sports games. The New York Mets baseball team is here. Every summer the U.S. Open is also held here. Flushing's Prairie Park is the second largest park in New York City. The 2 World Expos in New York are held here, and the 2 Stark Group Industrial Expos are also held here. Although it has been expected, the turbulent traffic at the Stark Industrial Fair is not a surprise to Lee Mo. Who says there are fewer foreigners? Fortunately, Lee Mo has the experience of the World Expo. He made the young Lucas book tickets online in advance, bought 2 burgers to avoid the peak dining hours, and concentrated on a few interested pavilions to queue up early. The pavilion of the Stark Group is of course the top priority. It not only has a suspended vehicle, an arc reactor, a single-person concept aircraft. The most important thing is that the showgirls here are generally higher than the passing line. The old driver of Stark is well connected. Looking at a woman with a big fierce buttock, holding a silver cylindrical 3D scanner and sweeping her body in a bikini, she also swept her red lips from time to time. Lee Mo had an illusion for a moment, she must treat the thing as a buzz. The most exciting thing for Lee Mo is that there is also a Blizzard pavilion. Have you played Diablo in VR? Have you played StarCraft with 3D stereo imaging on your desktop? Lee Mo directly gave up the other pavilions, and little Lucas couldn't go out. The security guards did not go out until the hall closed at night. After a day, Lee Mo, sweaty and hungry, sighed, "Marvel World, how good." The Stark Industrial Fair has a huge exhibition area, and many companies have revealed the latest black technology. Lee Mo made a decision directly and booked a hotel nearby to stay and when to go home when finished playing. Uncle Yoon is rich and has time, will not explain willfully. That night. California. Crescent City. Pelican Bay Prison, PBSP. Here is the highest level felony prison in the United States. As long as the criminals who can serve their sentences here have the life to go out, it is like being plated with gold at a higher education institution, and their status is greatly improved. The US government has invested huge efforts here, with an annual operating capital of up to $180 million. Although there is still some distance from the Shield prison, it is enough to hold ordinary prisoners without superpowers. In a small prison cell, Ivan Vanko sat quietly, gleaming with a few white messy long hair covering his eyes, and his right hand full of tattoos was boring and rhythmic hitting the bed. I still failed. Tony Stark had a good escape. But it doesn't matter anymore, there is no bright Ivan Vanko in his life after birth. He has seen through this world for a long time, and he is like a stranger to this world. Come on, just go on. Suddenly, a noise was heard from the iron gate. And a prisoner was pushed in. I have a roommate, wait, what this person looks like. Ivan Vanko looked at the prisoner who was very similar in height and body, including his hairstyle, and looked at the key that the prison guard had deliberately left, showing a mocking smile. Tony Stark, it looks like your opponent is not alone. Hammer Industries. Weapons Lab. Justin Hammer is enjoying a piece of Wagyu beef steak that has just been airlifted from Japan. Although it is just a laboratory here, the plate is also placed on an experimental table. He was still tied with a napkin like sitting in a Michelin hotel, and his hands and knives were standard and elegant. He is a generational giant, he is a large arms dealer, he is in the upper class in the United States, he has a good relationship with the military government, he is the executive chairman of Hanmo Industries. But what can it do? There is a genius in front of him, and all his achievements are insignificant in the brilliant light of the genius Tony Stark, like a star, from an early age. He also worshipped Tony Stark madly, approached him, complimented him, and even willing to be his dog leg. However, Tony Stark ignored him. Well, if you can't be a friend, then be an opponent. He started to trouble Tony Stark again and again, and even recently cooperated with Congress to force Tony Stark to hand over the steel suit. However, Tony Stark still ignored him after he resolved easily. Really? But the opportunity finally came. Looking at Ivan Vanko, who was led by Billy Russell, Justin Hammer smiled proudly. Tony Stark, don't you just rely on the arc reactor and the steel armor to be so invincible. If you are deprived of this, what else will you have left? I really want to see your expression at that time. For 4 days. It took a whole 4 days for Lee Mo to tour the Stark Industrial Exhibition. After the passion, Lee Mo was exhausted, and his tired waist and knees were so eager to go back to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Lucas, anxious for business, returned home 2 days ago. Lee Mo sniffed. Is there any business in that shop? He hasn't earned much with a small pill for several months. As if that was not his own shop. When I walked to the gate of Flushing Prairie Park, Lee Mo met an acquaintance, Ben Eureka of the New York Gazette. Eben Urek came to write a report about the Stark Industry Fair. It had been completed and sent back to the newspaper, but he planned to stay for a few more days. In the face of Lee Mo's question, Ben Urek seemed a little worried. He was for Tony Stark. As the most influential superhero in the world since Captain America. Tony Stark's recent performance is simply amazing. From playboy to superhero, as a model for the prodigal son, Tony Stark has been widely praised by the American people and people of insight. Yu reading book www.yuyugonshu.com. However, he is more disappointing than Justin Bieber. The company tossed Pepper. Hold a bunch of female stars to play naked parties. Driving steel suits to show off everywhere. Peeing on the Statue of Liberty. What else does he want to do next? Do you hold the atomic bomb? Eben Eric wanted to dissuade him through the interview, but helpless Tony Stark has recently been unaccounted for. With a hint of hope, he wanted to stay here for a few days and see if he could. Lee Mo sighed, and when she tried to dissuade her, she found that she could not explain any reason. Let Ben Galen do his part. After I returned home, Lee Mo slept for a whole day and night before waking up. He wanted to go out with a kettle and walked around. He was shocked by someone who suddenly came. Lee Mo looked at the invitation letter in disbelief and looked up at Tony Stark's bodyguard. Happy? Is Tony Stark invited to my birthday party? I also wrote an invitation letter intentionally. Tony Stark. Handwritten invitation. You trademark are making fun of me. Which third-rate little Bywin am I living in? For a while, Lee Mo was messy in the wind. For a long time after Sahapi left, Lee Mo never recovered. I was found? Black half-eggs are coming to catch me? Tony wants me to join a Superboys? Probably not. Is it? Suddenly thought of a possibility, Lee Mo's expression became a little excited. Is Tony Stark playing a little crazy recently, and secretly ate my Sundeck after serious kidney loss? Does he want it? Apply for VIP Plus? Chapter 14, Hovering Between Seriousness and Injustice. What? Tony Stark's birthday party. Young Lucas, who just came to work, was fainted by this seriously distorted news. It's impossible. Tony Stark is dealing with high society people, how could he invite you? What's wrong with me? Am I indecent? Am I social? Lee Mo was a little upset at the moment, but he crossed the clan. Why couldn't Tony Stark invite him? Some novels still kneel and lick. After repeated arguing and various examples, Lucas Jr. finally believed in this fact. His boss, a small Chinese boss who has no face, no money, no virtue, no skin, no face, is greedy, lascivious, and idle, a guest of the billionaire Iron Man. After confirming the news, Lucas was a little worried again. Boss, wasn't your terrible power discovered? After Lee Mo repeatedly promised, Lucas Jr. whispered, Tony Stark was nervous? It seems that I have been a little nervous recently. After Lee Mo told his guess and Lucas Jr. thought it was indeed possible. So Iron Man invited Lee Mo for only two reasons, kidney deficiency or nerves. Anyway, this is a good thing. Both were a little excited. The young Lucas thought that his boss would be exposed to a large wave of high-ranking celebrities. You think about it, celebrities in the upper class, one better than the other. How can there be no kidney deficiency? The boss holding the magic medicine Yangdingdian can't go straight up with this. Lee Mo was excited and finally remembered the bridge in the movie. I couldn't remember exactly how it happened. I just remembered that the scenery was really rough. Although the goals and ideas are different, the opinions are the same. That is the central idea. Lee Mo's appearance 2 days later must be handsome, cool, and decent. This needs to be prepared in advance. Only 2 days left. Exaggerated? No, not at all. Don't you see how many days the stars have to prepare for the red carpet appearance? Behind it is the strength of a whole team. But what should I do? Little Lucas, boss, don't look at me. The richest person I know is you. Lee Mo, what should I do? I am the richest person here I know. There was no way, so at the Marvel World Globe, Lee's Crafts Shop, 32nd Street West, Manhattan Island, New York, USA. An ordinary Chinese mediocre people. A Marvel little black American poor. Begins to discuss the clothing and hire the car seriously. Poverty limits their imagination. Give them creativity. The Marvel world is still running, the plot is all ready. Do not. Never crash. Deadpool, what are you doing out there? What do you do with my computer? Your new movie is coming for Wave Advertising. I know you have money to do special effects. What? You said that everyone wants to see you, and also wants come in and play? No. You're going to crash my book. What are you touching my? Hurry up and go back. Okay, this vulgar guy is finally gone. Now you can clear your head and create it seriously, dare do nt dare to roll over. You trademark came out and touched my head again. WHHHHH. I'm so mad. That guy should be gone. Okay, the scripture begins. Don't think about that devious guy again. I miss Lee Mo. The next day. Harlem, New York. Here is the black neighborhood in New York, and it is the mecca of black culture. In the streets and alleys, you can see all kinds of wild or delicate graffiti, and the poor ones will be quickly painted with FK by spray paint. Beautiful and charming people will retain and stop to appreciate. On the street, you can often see someone put on a stereo and start performing freestyle, or perform a group of cool street dance duels. Turk Barrett stood beside a dancer and appreciated for a while. He dropped $5 and praised him, and the dancer also saluted in the dance. Barrett shook his head and smiled and left, breathing in the air of Harlem. His body and mind felt the joy that he had never seen before. Although people always criticize the chaos and disorder in Harlem, he does not agree at all, because this is his home. And he regained his hope. Even the drug dealers who were trading on the corners of the street were scoring cute. I walked across the street and Barrett came to a barber shop called Daddy Henry Hunter was once the head of a gangster, and now almost all the bosses on the street she was his boy. After successfully graduating from Pelican Bay Heavy Prison University, everyone thought he would rule the Alem area. However, he unexpectedly chose to retreat and opened the barber shop. Because of being respected, an unwritten rule slowly appeared. Dad's barber shop is forbidden to cause trouble. It also became Switzerland, neutral, in Harlem. The dad wearing a bowler hat is shaving a kid holding a basketball, while joking, so, only the Knicks of the Iron Age are the real New York Knicks. The banging bell rang, and Dad turned around to see Turk Barrett who came in, and his face suddenly surprised. Look who is this? My lad, how long haven't you come to me? Turk Barrett watched Dad's increasingly old face, and suddenly felt a complex and unspeakable emotion. Dad has been taking care of himself since his parents died. Whether as a gangster or after leaving prison, he has always advised himself to stay away from the underground world. And I didn't even hear one sentence. The two who haven't seen each other for a long time don't know what to say for a while, and the atmosphere in the shop is silent. Dad washed the child's head after washing his hands, and called an employee for follow-up work. Barrett looked at the man with surprise. This guy had a faint smile on his face, but there was always a smell of thief familiar to Barrett. Most importantly, this guy TMD is white. Harlem. Daddy barbershop. White man. Daddy saw Barrett's incredible eyes and shook his head. This guy is called Scott Long, because he did something at the request of an old guy to hide with me for a while, and I guess he will soon to leave. Forget it, don't say him. Dad's expression became a little serious. Tell you. Turk Barrett. What do you want to do this time back? Do you continue your fake gun deal? How many times will you tarnish George's reputation? Shit. Where should I send you to the white zone? Turk Barrett did not answer, and shook his head with a smile, pointing to his mouth and to an iron pot on the table. Dad patted his head, took $1 from his body and put it in an iron can. This is his own rule, swearing is prohibited in the store, and every time he speaks, he must put $1 in an iron can for monthly charity donations. Barrett looked at Dad firmly with a smile on his eyes. I have a serious Chinese herbal medicine business with a Chinese boss now. Take a look. There are no more scars on my face, and I am no longer afraid of the police and the gangsters. Member, I can walk freely in the sun now. Dad stared at Barrett's eyes for a moment and smiled. He believed what the child said. For a moment, with some emotions, he said with a smile on his face, seeing you now reminds me of George. At that time, he always looked confident, and he could reasonably fight against those white officials. I tell you, at that time, he also did a funeral. The two talked comfortably, and a burst of laughter echoed from time to time in the barber shop. The two people who hadn't seen each other for a long time talked for a long time. When they came out of the shop, it was already dim, and Barrett drove to a nightclub called Harlem Paradise. This is the base of the Viper Gang, of the largest black gang in Harlem, and Let is coming to meet their leader, Cornel Stokes, the water-bellied snake. Different from people's imagination, Harlem Paradise as a base of gangsters does not have dark smoke, but is very stylish, possessing a blues temperament. Because their leader Cornel is a professional music lover. Barrett, led by a strong black man, went to the elegant room on the second floor and saw Cornel. This is a slender black man, a well-dressed suit, a well-cut mangosteen, and a reason for his higher musical accomplishment, which gives him a special charm. When I saw Barrett coming in, Cornel smiled and nodded and motioned him to sit down, and said, "There will be a singer I like to perform right away, let's talk again." Barr nodded, picked up a glass of champagne offered by the waiter, and looked seriously at the stage. On the ring stand was a female singer wearing an evening dress, Yu Kanchu. www.yuuganchu.com is a beautiful biracial with blonde hair. After nodding, he played with the band. The rhythm and charm of the ethereal song sounded and instantly captured the hearts of everyone. Searching for love, hard to find true love. World impermanence consumes my only patience. Why wait for my hardest time? Hovering outside the newly renovated house. I just want to watch you run towards me. My world needs a savior. I was looking for someone who could save me. I feel like I'm playing between the palms. Overwhelmed by this heavy world. I had trouble dancing with the wolf. I just want to escape to heaven, hope you can help me. I have been praying for only a response. Only my Superman will come to save me. After the singing, the applause thundered. Cornel continued to applaud, shaking his head and admiring. Tears appeared in his eyes. Barrett looked at Cornel strangely. This guy is sick. Before, he rarely contacted these big men. Because of the pill, he could linger among them. Barrett asked directly, "Cornel, do you have anything to do with me?" Connaught smiled with satisfaction. He didn't like people calling him the nickname water-bellied snake, just as he didn't like killing himself with his pianist's slender hands. A group of people seem to have found the identity and address of your boss, and they want to make his idea. Cornel said slowly with a sip of champagne. Barrett was startled. Who is it? When? Colombians. Just tonight. Chapter 15, Great Master. Turk Barrett was shocked in his heart, his eyes fluttered, but his face remained calm. Oh? This is what they are looking for. But you have to call the boss. He was anxious, but his movements remained steady. The time for the test is coming. Although I know there will be such a day, I did not expect to come so fast. The miraculous effect of the pills will surely arouse the greedy wolves. He secretly wanted to rely on those underground legends as a shock, but he really underestimated human desire. Mumble mumble. No one answered the phone. Cornel smiled softly, "Don't worry. I think your boss, as one of them, can definitely handle it easily." Barrett was expressionless, but he scolded in his heart. He knew that this nicknamed Water Hydra was not a good guy. He was sure that Cornel must have ambushed the outside. Once the Colombians succeeded. Manhattan Island, West 32nd Street. At this time, the night was already deep. Most shops on this street have long been closed and there are no pedestrians on the road. Two small black vans slowly approached and stopped by an alley. Jaros Gonzalez used a straw to a long white powder from the small table in the car into his nose, and leaned back comfortably and smashed his head with his hands. A long, scarred face extruded a sullen smile. He despises witch gangsters in the area. An empty underground legend scares them to stop. It seems that they have lost their blood in the prosperity of New York. He did not care at all in the blood and fire prison in the Colombian jungle. He was just a small Chinese shopkeeper. Lee's handicraft shop. Lee Mo, who made a few more pills, yawned. After discussing with Lucas Jr. for a day, no result came out, and the ideas of the two became more and more frustrated. In the end, Lee Mo Ling gave a commission to a service company in California that specializes in such activities. He said that he accepted Tony Stark's invitation to see him. By the way, can you take the high-end sales route in the future? He remembers that there is not much danger in the movie, but it seems that in the end Tony Stark and his good base friend War Machine started a black and white battle, exhausted and lost. Speaking of Tony Stark's good friend, that guy's face really looks like a lion face. Tony, do you have a special hobby for Egyptian culture? Just as he recalled the face of the War Machine and laughed at himself, a loud noise suddenly came upstairs, and then a series of footsteps downstairs. Is there a thief? Lee Mo smiled, stood up slowly, picked up an old baseball bat next to the shelf, kicked the door with one kick, and raised the baseball bat and smashed into the two black quiet muzzles. What happened? Lee Mo is a little embarrassed. Take a closer look. These are two stout and fierce South Americans. The guy in his hand is not easy to mess with. How can these two people look more nervous than him? Sandro and Santos were nervous for a while, and they were told before that they were coming to deal with a wizard. Although they dare to fight with the National Guard, they grew up in the South American jungle and their fear of wizards is imprinted in their bones. They are not the boss's neurotic lunatic. To be honest, they don't want to come at all, but there is no way to draw by lot. After climbing into the window from the iron ladder in the alley, although he had pointed the gun at the Chinese wizard, he still shouted emotionally, "Damn! Put down your staff!" Staff? Lee Mo looked at the baseball bat in his hands strangely. Are these two guys sick? I saw the two different from ordinary Mao Zedong, and fired without getting up. Lee Mo had already guessed the reason. I thought about it. Lee Mo lost his staff and raised his hands. Relax, relax. Then, under the of the two, opened the roller shutter and got on the van at the alley. Lee Mo didn't want to suddenly fight and ruin his home, and the Colombian gangsters didn't want to move too much to attract the government's attention, so both sides came to a scrap dock area with tacit understanding. The night was deep, although the bridge is not far away and the tall buildings across the Hudson River were still brightly lit. But this dock area was so cold that it could only be illuminated by headlights in the darkness. Although he has captured Lee Mo, Gonzalez didn't rush to do anything. He was trying to grab something instead of killing. Gonzalez squeezed out a smile, but Scar's face was even more embarrassed. My friend, you must have guessed, we want the recipe for the magic potion in your hand. I have already arrived here, and Lee Mo no longer cares about it. Looking at these people casually, the only thing I can refine is that, if you want, the next batch will go to the bidding. Gonzalez smiled, and gestured to his subordinates, give our friends some color. The two strong men nodded, lowered the gun in their hands, each pulled out an electric baton to turn on the switch, and took the electric baton with a spark at the front and walked forward. However, before they came near, a glowing vine popped two people like a long whip. As Gonzalez narrowed his pupils, he raised his gun and shouted, "Shit! He is indeed a wizard! Fire!" The others were already a little nervous, and when they heard Gonzalez's voice, they immediately opened fire. The gunfire sounded continuously, and numerous bullets struck tracer at Li Mo. But to their surprise, a huge silvery chrysanthemum suddenly appeared in front of the Chinese, blocking all the bullets. Seeing that Li Mo could not be hurt, Gonzalez winked at a subordinate. The man lowered his gun and took out an RPG from the compartment. Li Mo hid behind the chrysanthemum and absorbed the special alloy steel. The strength of the vine has been greatly improved, at least it is no problem to resist these ordinary weapons. To be honest, he doesn't want to conflict with these desperate people at all. Can't he live well? He was not afraid of killing, nor did he want to become a killer. The man who had been accidentally killed in the alley just hadn't learned how to control, and the two who just flew were just dizzy. He made up his mind to startle and give them a lesson to let them back out. The gunshot sound stopped gradually. Li Mo thought to himself, knowing that there was no way to get an uncle, let me watch you talk with you. Li Mo put away the chrysanthemum and said easily, I said you. IX. A rocket fired at him with a long tail flame. Boom! A huge explosion of fire surrounded Li Mo. The thick smoke cleared, and the Colombian gangsters opened their eyes nervously, but to their disappointment, a chrysanthemum stood on white smoke. Li Mo's legs are a little trembling, fortunately I react quickly. Bully me without remote right? Li Kanchen, Li Zhong is not enough. The vines became thicker and stronger, the chrysanthemums harvested flowers and bones, the current stored in the vines was released, and a circular arc of light was formed along the vines. The bullets just absorbed were melted into an iron ball. Imitation super electromagnetic gun. With the dazzling electromagnetic arc, the iron ball blasted out, and the two gang members blocking the front turned into broken coke instantly. Electromagnetic cannons blasted a van that was blocking the road into before shooting into the Hudson River far away, arousing huge sounds and water waves. The thick vines glowed red and white smoke, as if exhausted and slowly fell down. Li Mo is a little helpless. Although this move is huge, the loss is not small, only one shot. His vines are good, but in all kinds of states, it is easy for some unscrupulous people to think of something indescribable. Hit him, it's helpless. The remaining members of the gang are scared. Their leader, Gonzalez, is also stuck in the abdomen by a large bowl of car fragments, and his mouth is spitting blood. Li Mo thought for a while, stepped forward, pulled out the fragment of Gonzalez's abdomen suddenly, and gave him another, with half a smile. Under the eyes of everyone's surprise, the wound on Gonzalez's abdomen healed quickly, and the person gradually became shaken from the state of leaving. At the same time, half a face flicked. Li Mo saw everyone in awe, and nodded his head and said, give you a lesson, I don't like killing people. He thought about it again, it seems that this time is really going to be exposed. Yu reads www.yuyugonshu.com. Let's make a name for it. His expression became a little serious, he stood up and said quietly, you can call me Great Master. Master Chinese translation, Master. Great Master Chinese translation, bulk wet. Gonzalez, completely convinced, not only feared the mysterious power of Li Mo, but also this pill. Not only can he quickly recover from injury, but, there is a feeling of excitement, was better than the purest heroin. Li Mo looked at the scar of this goods and pumped a little, his face was a little bit sore. I thought for a while, and came up with a bad taste, saying mysteriously, do you know Chinese fortune-telling? Gonzalez, have heard of it, the same as the Western tarot divination, Li Mo had a touch of pity in his eyes, I count your life, if you don't change your name, I'm afraid you can't live this year. Gonzalez, Great Master, ask you to change my name. Li Mo, ear up. After a while, Li Mo ordered a gang member to drive another car and take him home. Gonzalez looked at the tail lights in the distance and was a little grateful and excited. One is to retrieve a life, and the other is to rewrite fate by the mysterious Great Master. Although there is a problem with the face, but it is nothing, this can make my scar face more deterrent. Be my signature action. I will fly into the sky after being rewritten. This action will also become famous around the world with my Gria Rose Gonzalez Nicholas Zhao. Ga. Chapter 16, So-Called Self, So-Called Country. Not everyone can have long AOT and psychological qualities. When the first fight between students won. When successfully applying from many candidates. When defeating the male and gaining the hearts of the girls. When he earned the first bucket of gold in his life. When business beats a competitor. How do you feel? Would he take a slight smile for granted? Suan Long Aotian has that psychological quality. Li Mo did not. A middle-aged greasy uncle who gains power. vs. Colombian drug gangster. KO. The excitement of victory in the first battle is unpleasant, but unfortunately Zhang Kai is not. Little Lucas? I just shouted 666, it didn't seem cool enough. Turk Barrett? Is it a bit low to mess around in front of my hand? Jessica Jones? Need a female companion to attend a birthday dinner? This is the reason Li Mo found himself. Actually every man likes to be tall in front of women. It may be more explicit when you are young, and it will become when you mature, but it is actually deep into the bone marrow. However, Li Mo, who was sent back to West 32nd Street, had already walked downstairs to Jessica Jones' apartment with great interest. But I don't know what he thought of suddenly, he still felt a sore waist after touching it, and turned away again. Psychological quality is not enough. Physical fitness. After the night passed, many secret observers retreated quietly, and the great master began to spread gradually in Daming, becoming one of the many underground urban legends. The Queen. Hammer Industrial Weapons Laboratory. Ivan Vanko, with a toothpick in his mouth, is modifying a steel armor of Hanmo Industries. The design of these warframes made him feel a little ridiculous, just because these want to defeat Tony Stark is ridiculous. At this moment, there was a rush of footsteps in the empty weapons laboratory hall. Dang dang! Mission must come. Justin Hammer led his bodyguard Billy Russell and the butler to the test bench, and spoke to Ivan Vanko in a gorgeous tone. With one eye gesture, the butler with a humble smile opened the cage covered with white cloth in his hand. Inside was a beautiful white parrot. I know why this guy is proposing to be his own parrot in Moscow. Justin Hammer was helpless. He could not reach Moscow and had to buy another one. This is not my bird. Ivan Vanko was a little upset. He missed the parrot buddy who had been with him for a year in the basement of the slums of Moscow. What's the difference between the same bird? See how beautiful its feathers. He explained that Justin Hammer, who had not received a response from Ivan Vanko for a long time, was consciously uninteresting. Turning his head and glancing at the steel armor on the experimental platform, his eyes suddenly turned red. What is this trademark? He climbed to the experimental platform regardless of ritual, and took down the accessories of the head of the steel warframe. Can you tell me where the driver's position is? I want a steel armor. Not a steel robot. Justin Hammer shivered with anger. I don't know how much it cost, and how much humanity it took to get the genius out of it. Give him all support and unconditional cooperation. But it was such a thing. He has already released the wind, and Hammer Industry will hold its own steel armor release conference. And I have already greeted the boss of the military, which is related to hundreds of billions of dollars of orders, and it's all over. Most importantly, I will once again be ignored by Tony Stark like a clown. In the face of raging Justin Hammer, Ivan Vank, who still ate his face, said indifferently, why use steel armor? Remote control can reduce the casualty rate of soldiers. You just rely on these tatters want to defeat Iron Man? Not everyone is Tony Stark. And Ivan Vanko showed a smile, a slightly ironic expression, said meaningfully. Machines are more reliable than people. Justin Hammer's anger gradually subsided. Okay, this reason barely makes sense. And reducing the casualty rate of soldiers can also be used as a selling point. After all, the high amount of pension compensation every year has already caused the military to get through the brain. Just hit it off at the conference. Thought of this, Justin Hammer is feeling better again, and asked happily, so what can these steel robots do now? Can they fly? Can they fight? Ivan Vanko's indifferent expression, they can't fly yet, and they can't fight. Justin Hammer froze, and asked a little unwillingly, what can they do? Ivan Vanko, they salute. Justin Hammer. Virginia. Hiding in the lush woods by the Potomac River at the junction with Washington, D.C., a gloomy and large white building complex is hidden. This is the CIA headquarters. In a quietly decorated office, Senior Director and Consultant William Rollins is standing in front of a tall floor-to-ceiling window and talking on the phone. This is a middle-aged white man in his 40s who has already reached the top and is still fit. A chilling prosthetic eye coupled with a hooked nose made him look particularly gloomy. Okay, I know, you follow up. And, don't forget your identity. You are just my dog, Billy Russell. I hung up the phone, and William Rollins thought pensively. After thinking about it, he made another call. Victor, the hammer industry is not going well. We tried our best to get back a waist. Okay, I know the pressure is tight. It seems that we still need to open a breakthrough from your Rhodes Colonel. No, but this is related to our great cause. Long live, Hydra. Brooklyn, New York. Outside the gate of a private nursing home. I changed my combat suit, and Billy Russell appeared in a well-dressed suit. I hung up the phone, and there was a slight scorn in the corner of his mouth. A dog? He stroked his black and shiny back, his handsome face showed a gentle and friendly smile, and walked into the nursing home lightly. Along the way, all the nursing staff they met greeted him happily. His gentle manner of doing things has long won the favor of everyone here. I walked outside a ward, and a little nurse with an obsession in her eyes and a throbbing heart said to him, "She is very good today." "Trouble you, Kelly." After responding to the female nurse with a warm smile, Billy Russell opened the door of the ward and walked in. On the bed in the ward, there was an old white woman. She had long lost any consciousness, and she was simply called a vegetative in medicine. Billy Russell closed the door and took off his coat. He moved a chair and sat in front of the bed. He kissed the patient's forehead, and clasped the patient's hand with both hands, and said with a warm smile, "I have been fine recently, everything is going well with the company, everything else is fine. In short, very happy. How have you been?" He gently smoothed the dry and messy white hair of the old woman's forehead gently and carefully. Leaning back, he seemed very satisfied. He took out an injection filled with green liquid from his arms and slowly pushed the old woman's infusion set, and Billy Russell's eyes became more gentle. "Did you think of this day when you abandoned my newborn at the gate of the Albany Fire Brigade? I am very happy. I am very successful. I have a security company of my own and I am very rich. Have you ever regretted it? Why don't you die earlier?" "No, you can't die yet. I want you to watch me step by step more successful. I want you to regret living in on Earth. Dear Mother." I stayed in the ward for another full hour, and Billy Russell closed the door and walked out. Gently speaking to Nurse Kelly who just came over, "My work is very busy, please take care of my mother. And, you must also pay attention to your body." In Kelly's obsessive eyes, Billy Russell left the nursing home with a brisk pace. His good friend Medic Curtis once lamented that everything is changing, and everyone is changing with it. But he didn't answer. You read the book www.yuyugonshu.com because he knows he hasn't changed at all. From the moment he was abandoned by the world, he lived only for himself. Nobody. Only himself. For his own sake, he can discard any view of right and wrong. He can remain indifferent when he knows that his best friend, Frank Casal, will be killed by the whole family because of the action of the operation of the dog. Billy Russell turned his head to look at the nursing home, but there was a cold smile in his warm smile. No one is worth relying on. I live only for myself. Tave, North Carolina. U.S. Air Force Base. I oppose. Sir. Colonel Roeder stood firm in the office, staring at his superior, General Victor. We cannot forcibly Tony Stark's steel armor by military action. This is a tramp on citizen property and human rights. General Victor smiled disdainfully. Civilian human rights. Since Tony Stark flew around in the battle armor, almost all countries are now developing in secret. He said that no one can develop the technology of steel armor in 10 years, but what is Morocco? He said he would protect us, but see what he is doing now. US interests are being threatened. Remember your identity, soldier. National interests are above all else. Colonel Rhodes' eyes were uncertain, and he gritted his teeth, and almost begged, that would cause a great conflict. Let me persuade Tony again. General Victor was expressionless, but there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. You only have one chance. Colonel. Chapter 17, Before Birthday Dinner. Early morning. Lee's Handicraft Shop. The kettle on the stove in the kitchen has wine-hot smoke. On TV, a hostess is hosting the morning news. Last night, a girl in Michigan who returned home after missing her daughter died suicide at home after suddenly killing her biological parents with a gun. Billionaire, Iron Man Tony Stark will have a birthday dinner tonight in his mansion in Malibu, and given the recent extraordinary performance of Iron Man, we can't help but doubt. In the bathroom, Lee Mo, wearing her newly purchased Mickey pajamas, spit out a mouthwash. With foam still sticking to his mouth, he stared at the mirror dreamily, suddenly showing a gentleman-like smile, and said to the mirror, "Ma'am, your smile is the sweetest I've ever seen. Would you like to have coffee together?" Drinking coffee in American bar culture. This gentleman, although you look romantic, but your eyes are black in complexion. Do you often feel tired and weak at your waist and knees? So, look at your fate and introduce you a good thing. I practiced in the mirror for a long time, and Lee Mo nodded with satisfaction. Rub your mouth out and brew yourself a cup of honey yuzu tea that was just handmade 2 days ago. I twisted a handful of wolfberry and ate it. As he passed the mirror holding a teacup, he suddenly backed back sideways, raised a teacup with a mysterious smile and said, "You can call me a great master." I had breakfast, humming Xiao K'er. Lee Mome, who took care of herself, went downstairs with a brisk pace. After returning from the morning run, the clean little Lucas in the shop was holding a logbook to take notes. After seeing Lee Mo, he joked, "Boss, you look good, and you will definitely get something tonight. That's a must. After tonight, there will be a large group of high-ranking social figures in my client list, and our world will change." Lee Mo, who had a whole collar, suddenly sighed, "I'm afraid there are not many leisurely days." When he came to the door, Lee Mo turned suddenly again, "Little Lucas, you have to follow the steps of your uncle." Under the sunshine, Lee Mo's smile almost blinded his eyes. "Boss. What do you want to say? Your pants are unzipped." Lee Mo black face pulled up the zipper and walked out the door. Just after 8:30 in the morning, he took a deep breath of cool air, and Lee Mo felt refreshed. The bar across the street was almost finished, and Luke Cage stood there stupidly talking to a worker. Lee Mo is expressionless. Even if Luke is a superhero, even if Luke has a good character, even if Luke's superpower is a great MT, he doesn't want to say hello. He hates big chickens. Lee Mo's today's itinerary plan is arranged as follows: take the subway to JFK International Airport and arrive at Los Angeles International Airport after a 6-hour voyage. Take a break for a meal, wrap up at a service company called Emerald and go to Tony Stark's mansion in Marbury for a dinner. Drink lightly, watch the game Civilized, and expand your customer base. At last, he watched the black and white battle between Tony and good friends. If one or two more frightened girls can be captured, tonight. Simply, perfect. Malibu, California. Luxury villa in Tony Stark. On television, Mr. Stern has a naturally flattering smile on his face, but ruthlessly taunts his mouth. There is no doubt that Tony Stark is a genius, and he vowed to protect us. But look at him now, what? He gives the company to a little girl who has never heard of it, often doing ridiculous things, and we can pin our own safety on such one. Crackling, Pepper went into the room and turned off the TV. She looked at Dione with a distressed look on her couch, her eyes staring, her face full of expression. Why did Tony Stark look so handsome and romantic in the past? Pepper is also very tired, and she has broken her heart to face countless questions about managing the huge Stark group. Plus what Tony looks like now. Instinctively told her that Tony was hiding something from her, but asked a few times without getting an answer. The only thing she can do is grit her teeth. She knows that Tony can only rely on her now. Your birthday party is ready. Have fun tonight. Maybe a lively dinner can release Tony's depressed mood. Little Pepper said a word and left. Tony now, regardless of everything is on her. Although she is a strong woman, she is also a woman. Tony Stark is still in a daze, he knows he is running out of time. Extending from the reaction furnace on the chest, the lines representing the symptoms of palladium poisoning are increasing every day and have now spread to the neck. He has too many things to do. The road to his hero has just begun. Hit him. If Lee Mose would definitely talk to him, your sorrow lies in the fact that people are dead, but their money is increasing. The problem is that there isn't even a little Stark who can lose the family. Do you never think about the heirs? After a while, another woman came in. This woman has red, soft, and bright hair, and is not tall, but she is extremely well proportioned, with bulge and bulge. The skin is fair and smooth, and the facial features are exquisite and small. There is an astonishing charm even if unsmiling. I'm Natalie, Pepper's personal assistant. This woman is so hooky. As soon as he entered the company, Tony Stark was attracted. I had thought about it before. Unfortunately, I was completely distracted by palladium poisoning. After Natalie took out a document for Tony to sign, she suddenly came over. Tony spread his legs. What do you want to do? Unfortunately, Natalie just took out a box of foundation with no expression, and her forefinger on her right hand stained a little, helping Tony wipe the bruise on the left forehead. Tony breathed a sigh of relief, and seemed a little bit lost. Alas, Natalie leaned a little closer. Sexy low-cut small suit. The uniform is tempting. Looking at the pair of fair and smooth hemispheres in front of me, Tony Stark swallowed his mouth unconsciously, his breathing was a little heavy, and it was really his own life. But he didn't continue any action, his intuition told him that this woman was a bit wrong. Plus Yao Ming is finished, what else do you want? Should you relax? Forget it, don't stop Piper from dying. Hey, today. Tony suddenly asked the woman a question. If you knew you were going to die, this is your last birthday party, what would you do? Natalie stood up expressionlessly and said for granted, do whatever I want, FK anyone I want FK. Tony. Old driver. When Natalie finished speaking, she turned around and twisted her waist and left, accompanied by the sound of knocking the marble floor with the crisp heels, and watching the strong and swaying rock. Murmur. Tony swallowed heavily. Natalie walking forward suddenly felt the vibration of the phone, and after taking a look, it showed, you have a new message. She walked to a quiet place, no one knows how to operate the mobile phone, and after scanning the fingerprint, the original ordinary mobile phone interface suddenly appeared an eagle-shaped logo, and then task information appeared. Target, Lee Mo. Nickname, Great Master. Identity, Chinese owner of Manhattan Island. No hidden identity found. Ability, only materialized manipulation of vine-type energy is currently found. Explanation, a murder occurred in the first kitchen 1 month ago. It was suspected that the superhuman was doing it. Agents Phil Coulson and Melinda May went to investigate without success. Later, a mysterious potion named Dalawan and Yangdingdian appeared on the underground black market in New York. Lee Mo showed his ability in the battle with the gangster who was going to snatch. Invited to Tony Stark for a birthday dinner. The nature of the task, approaching exploration and evaluation. Risk assessment. After 6 hours of flight, Lee Mo arrived at the Los Angeles International Airport and was taken by the staff waiting there to the Emerald Service Company without even eating a bite. Because of Hollywood, there are countless receptions, press conferences, red carpet ceremonies every day, produce a large number of service companies like Emerald's. Chris is a charming, white strong man who is dressed and speaks a bit. He is the direct leader of the client Lee Mo. Mr. Lee, fast. We are running out of time. What time is it? I haven't eaten yet. That's Tony Stark's birthday party. A glamorous next door has been made up from morning to now, and we have to prepare it in 2 hours. Oh my gosh, I'm going crazy. Chris, the brave man, wielded his fist a few times, and the floor shook a little. Lee Mo took a layer of goosebumps, took a step back in fear, and said weakly, that line, listen to you. Could you stay away from me, a little further away? I'm allergic to people. Shower, trimming nails, trimming eyebrows, facial skincare, essential oil massage, makeup, styling. Lee Mo was completely stunned. He thought it was just to get him dressed and send a good car. Reading www.uucannonshoe.com didn't expect it to be so complicated. I was wearing pajamas and looking at the self-refreshing self in the mirror. Lee Mo was very satisfied. He felt that he had reached the peak of his face value in the past 10 years. Standing next to him, Chris stood with his arms around his arms. After observing for a while, he shook his head and said, "Your body size should say hello a week in advance. We have tailors hired from Savile Street, England. Now we have to use ready-made now. How's it going? I don't want so many grids, too much. Well, what about this one? I like this color because both shoulders are too loose. Oh, I know, look at this body, it is absolutely in line with your intentions. Look, I know you will like it. But it is best to wear a button on this body. Buckle, can't buckle, a little tight. Come, lift your chest up and inhale, buckle up. You want to keep it that way. Lee Mo was relieved, the button was blown off. I finally managed to get together and the two were about to rent a car. Lee Mo suddenly received a call and looked at Chris in amazement after hanging up. Tony Stark sent his driver to pick me up. On a luxurious black extension Lincoln, Lee Mo curiously touched left and right, and pressed hard with his buttocks. He took out the wine from the wine cabinet and did not feel appropriate. On the way, bored, he saw Tony's driver and bodyguard happy, and suddenly thought, isn't this the director? Is it? Are you God? No. Saw Happy turned her head. I'm just one of Mr. Tony Stark. Old driver. Chapter 18, Crazy Night Banquet, 1. Tony Stark's mansion is located in Malibu. Happy drove Lincoln out of Los Angeles and headed west. Unlike New York's high-rise buildings and turbulent crowds, the houses here are generally short, with tall palm trees along the way. Here is the typical climate of Southern California. Famous beaches such as Santa Monica Beach are distributed along the coastline. Because the climate is beautiful and the environment is beautiful, many Hollywood stars and rich people have bought luxury homes here. At this time, the sky was dark, driving along the coastline, and one side showed the dark blue ocean waves under the moonlight. Lee Mo opened the window and felt the cool sea breeze blowing on his face, listening carefully to the sound of the waves washing the beach. He was so anxious that he couldn't wait to make a lot of money right away and also set up a small villa here. Tony Stark's villa is built on a small cliff near the sea and covers an area of 1,021 square meters. There were only dim street lights on either side of the road, but the hilltop was already brightly lit. A sentry box has been set up at the foot of Lishan. A luxury car can only be released after inspection, and it goes straight to the top of the mountain along a wide and flat road. A lot of guests tonight. After passing the huge circular apron at the door, it took a long time to line up to park the car. After following Happy into the villa, Lee Mo immediately looked around curiously. Like Nick's first time at Gatsby's luxurious night banquet, he was instantly attracted by the scene of drunkenness. Well-dressed men gathered in groups of 3 and whispered with champagne, and there were many beautiful women in various evening dresses. He doesn't know many middle-aged people, but there are so many stars on the scene. George Clooney is laughing with 2 beauties, and I heard that this guy is a party animal. Look, who is that? Jay-Z and Eminem are here too. What do they see me do? Still smiling at me with champagne? How polite. Justin Bieber is here too. Why did I get into the toilet while talking to a beautiful girl? Should I take a phone to take a film? Saw Happy didn't know where to go after he brought him in. After a while, Lee Mo felt a little boring. To be honest, he was just a little curious at first, but he didn't envy it at all. This was not the life he wanted. Doin' Huti, to appreciate life in the market, food and wine, leisure time is more suitable for him. Thinking of his purpose, he straightened his collar, took a glass of champagne and walked around the crowd. After a while, he noticed that things were different from what he imagined. There are a few middle-aged people who seem to be deficient in kidney. They are discussing this year's election and their views. And here, they are always discussing the exchanges and cooperation of their respective companies, and have even started to call and arrange candidates for negotiation. Are you tired of living? This is Tony Stark's birthday dinner. What are you doing here? Is it true? These women are talking about fashion shows, beauty and gossip. Lee Mo was a little helpless, so he asked him to go straight up and say, "Don't worry about the general election. Come to a big wet sun-top sky, and the life of sexual blessing is right in front of you." Just when Lee Mo felt bored and wanted to leave, the party owner arrived. Tony Stark is wearing a dark red shirt tonight. This guy with the inner height raised his chest flirtatiously. Lee Mo felt weird when watching the movie. When shooting this guy, the director always took various angles of looking up. Sometimes he looked about the same height as Thunder Sledgehammer. Can you do whatever you want with money? When Tony Stark came out, many guests immediately stepped forward to say hello to him. Lee Mo was not in a hurry. After all, the matter of buying pills for the kidney was still private. But to his surprise, Tony Stark greeted some people and walked straight after seeing him. It seems that this guy is very imaginary. Tony Stark approached Lee Mo, looked up and down, said in a very sincere tone, "I'm very glad you can come, thank you very much this time, and, I'm sorry." Lee Mo responded with a smile and nodded, thinking, "This guy is so grateful to me, indicating that he is very satisfied with the effect of my pills. This is a big customer. Should I open my mouth wide? Alas, this guy is indeed a superhero. I still remember what hurt me after so long, and I said I'm sorry. It seems that the information is wrong. Who said this guy was a bitch? I'm a little embarrassed to ask him for a high price. This guy has been a bit upset recently. Should I tell him how to synthesize new elements?" Just as Lee Mo hesitated, Tony Stark walked towards the others, and another familiar face appeared in front of him, which surprised him. This is a woman with a dazzling personality, but Li Mo was nervously prepared for it. Natasha Romanoff, nicknamed Black Widow, is called a widow sister. Former Soviet agents are currently senior agents of the SHIELD and will be members of the Women's Federation in the future. Now it seems like playing lurking in the Stark group. Sister Widow smiled slightly at Li Mo, raised her glass and motioned, "It's boring here. Meet me, my name is Natalie, and I'm an assistant to Pepper, the executive chairman." Hee, fortunately. Li Mo smiled, but his heart raced. He knew very well that the Black Widow would definitely not have liked him and wanted to drink coffee together. "I was caught by SHIELD." The two started chatting, and Natasha deliberately and weakly sought information, and Li Mo went along with her. Despite psychological precautions, this woman is too hooking. Li Mo's mental quality. He took a serious note on his mouth, but his eyes involuntarily aimed at the pair of strong white greasy. Natasha didn't care, she had been used to this look for many years as an agent. Moreover, as a swallow coming out of the Red House, the body is also a weapon. Alas, she still intentionally leaked an unpleasant expression, "Mr. Li, your eyes are not the eyes of a gentleman." Li Mo immediately responded in a righteous manner, "You read it wrong. I'm staring at your eyes, I'm just a little squinting." When the two of them had a nonsense, Li Mo found that some of his favorite customers who had suspected kidney deficiency had bid farewell to Tony and were leaving. "It's over?" Li Mo was a little disappointed. "Is not the same as imagined." "Tony Stark, you are so disappointing, I thought you were a fellow in your class." Li Mo shook his head and was about to leave but was stopped by Natasha. "Are you going to leave so soon? Isn't this over?" Li Mo was helpless. Following Li Mo's eyes, Natasha smiled, "Those people leave to give time to the people who really come to play, and the real venue for the party is downstairs." "Is this still happening?" Li Mo looked and found that there were already some beauties and young people walking downstairs in groups. After talking for a while, Natasha was called by Pepper and Li Mo immediately went downstairs. "As soon as I came downstairs, the explosive electronic music and enthusiastic atmosphere rushed to my face. A mixed-race brother DJ is frantically playing a disc. Accompanied by very strong rhythmic music, many beautiful women have long kicked high-heeled shoes and danced barefoot on the ground. From time to time, they pick up the bottle in their hands and cruelly last bite." Li Mo was also excited, put down the champagne glass, and picked up a bottle of wine from the table. "Tennessee vodka, why is it black?" After a fierce sip, Li Mo shook himself into the crowd. "The atmosphere is getting hotter, and people are playing more and more high. Some people have put the wine in a toy water gun and sprayed each other. Someone pushed a huge hollow ice sculpture to pour the wine up. A group of people drank around. Although Li Mo was not attractive, he had a good drink. Soon, two hot girls who had been crazy were coming up and dancing with him. "What's your name? Why haven't you seen it before?" A hot girl shook loudly. "My name is Li Mo. You can call me Great Master. Wow, one by one." Li Mo Shang is still the case. Tony Stark as the host is naturally the primary object of everyone's drinking. Coupled with the conscious life soon, some self-violence and self-abandonment, those who refused to refuse, soon drunk. A few beautiful women started asking around him, "We don't want Tony Stark, we want Iron Man." A group of people who didn't seem too big to see the excitement suddenly shouted together, "Iron Man! Iron Man! Iron Man!" Tony Stark stood up staggeringly and went out with a sigh. Everyone suddenly looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly cooled down. Wasn't it angry? Suddenly, a cool golden red warframe flew in from the door, and Yu read the book www.yuyugonshu.com after the blue tail flame went out and stopped and put on a coquettish look. The mask was lifted, Tony Stark's cheeks were red, his eyes were blurry. "Let's get high." Everyone followed the screams and started a robot dance around Iron Man. And Tony also twisted his hips in a battle suit. The narrow-eyed Lee Mo found that he trademark raised the hips of the armor. This scam! Lee Mo screamed and laughed madly. Everyone laughed wildly and shouted, "Raise up, lift up!" Tony didn't mind it, instead he used his ejector to float in the air and twisted his butt. Then he stopped for a show and said, "Some people ask me how to deal with small hands in the armor? That's it." Tony leaned back, and then showed a soothing expression. "Say proudly, it has an automatic cleaning cycle system." A group of people shouted. "The filtered water is still drinkable." A group of people is even more crazy. Pepper couldn't stand it anymore. She noticed that things were out of control. She stepped onto the stage and picked up the microphone. "Okay, the party is here, Tony is a little tired." Everyone felt dull. Tony Stark snatched the microphone, and said sadly, "I want to thank two people during this time. The first one is Pepper, you always take care of me and care about me. The two are Mr. Lee." With Tony Stark's finger, everyone's attention focused on Lee Mo. Lee Mo, who was screaming a bit, was a little aggressive, and then moved. "Just because my pills cured your kidney deficiency, you thank me so solemnly. Tony, you are so kind." Chapter 19, Crazy Night Banquet, Part 2. Music has stopped. In the hall, all the guests were a little confused. Is this humble Chinese a good base friend hidden by Tony Stark? Tony Stark's eyes were blurry, with a smile on his lips. "Everyone knows me this time, fast, and Mr. Lee is the only person who can make me smile." Lee Mo was almost crying. "Tony, you are such a good person, and you are not afraid of being shamed in public. You are willing to advertise my medicine like this." Slightly, Tony Stark took a long wine booze and seemed to spit something back and swallowed it again. He took a moment and continued to say, "I originally wanted to show something to Mr. Lee alone. But now I think, why not share it with everyone? Do you agree, Mr. Lee?" Although Lee Mo is dizzy and drunk, he still has a lot of emotions. Such a good VIP customer is really rare. What else can I say? I thought of this, without hesitation, shouted, "Come in. Let everyone take a look." Yes. Tony Stark put on a handsome shape, a turn-back archery style. Jarvis, improve mood video number 1. Immediately, a holographic floating screen appeared in front of all the guests. The explosive rap music sounded and Lee Mo's blood-eating ghost animal performance was officially staged. Lee Mo suddenly stunned. What happened? What the is this? Isn't it advertising? How did I get there? Isn't this trademark a ghost? I am a ghost. Lee Mo suddenly felt that the world was turning, and it felt like he was crazy, or everyone else was crazy, or the whole world was crazy. For a moment Lee Mo was in deep confusion. The guests around me don't care about this, they feel so funny. Laughing, shouting, whistling. The video to improve mood number 2 is even more explosive. It is indeed a big coffee. Jayz and Eminem even added a large rap to the video to express the poor's dissatisfaction with the rich and the complaint of social injustice. The video number 3 was changed to an electronic dance style, and Lady Gaga and Justin Bieber adapted the popular hot song Despacito. As the dance music was played, the atmosphere became more and more enthusiastic, and people followed the dance. The two hot girls next to Lee Mo were also crazy, and kept stroking and kissing Lee Mo's cheek. One even reached into her hand. However, Lee Mo is all soft. Since Lee Mo came to this Marvel world, he has never thought about the boss behind Chongsheng Fijian who devoured the heavens or the like. He just wanted to sell a small pill, earn 2 small sums of money, and live comfortably for a while. But even if he didn't think about the prestige of the heavens, he didn't think about the countless crystal walls that came across here and lost this man. The old husband is not Wang Situ. I am not. I do not want to go to the Tuko meeting. Thinking of this, Li Mo's eyes were red, and he had forgotten all the superpowers. He picked up the wine bottle and threw it at Tony Stark's head. But Tony Stark didn't know what reaction nerves he had trained. He raised his hand with a shock wave of energy and shattered the bottle. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly cooled down, everyone was shocked. It was hitting. However, Tony Stark seems to have been drinking the whole person wrong, shouting yeah dash dash. At the same time, accompanied by an athlete's carnival action, throw it all over. All of a sudden, people reveled, throwing the bottles one by one at Tony Stark, and then being crushed one by one in the air. A beautiful woman even carried a large watermelon and threw it over. After being crushed by the shockwave of Tony Stark's chest, the watermelon shards splashed all over the house. In the violent scene atmosphere, Li Mo gradually calmed down, but still stunned. This Tony Stark is indeed a bitch. I'm even cheaper than I thought. I want to kill him by any means. But I'm sure I won't be able to kill him. And what if the plot of the future collapses? And then killing people because of this? No, I still want to kill him. For a while, Li Mo's face was cloudy and uncertain, thinking of an eternal problem. King, kill or not kill? Outside the villa, Colonel Rod, a good base friend of Tony Stark, was still calling the boss while parking. You can't take action. I'll persuade Tony to return to his rightful position. Okay. After I stopped the car, Colonel Rod hurriedly entered the villa. He wanted to have a deep conversation with Tony, but when he saw the crazy and ridiculous scene in front of him, a wicked fire rushed straight up. As Tony's true good friend, he can tolerate Tony's unscrupulous jokes over and over again, and he can ignore the vulgar evaluation of others holding his thigh. But he couldn't bear his friend's fall. When you are an ordinary person, you can mess around. Whose death party is not a few pounds? Just help as a good friend. But you have invented the Iron Warframe, and you have become the admired Iron Man. You can't indulge yourself like this. Do you know how many people are staring at you and your steel armor? The army has even planned to take action against you, Lao Tzu. Thinking of this, Colonel Rhodes can no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Quickly walked to the bottom laboratory, entered the password and started a battle frame. In the hall, Tony Stark is still wearing the battle armor and people are indulging in carnival with the explosive music. Li Mo is still in a hesitant state, his face is cloudy, a small vine is slightly exposed and retracted. At this moment, an angry stop. Interruption awakened everyone. An unpainted bright silver steel armor appeared at the door. Colonel Rod's face bounced, and the Sphinx's face became more gloomy, glanced angrily at the crowd and shouted, "Give me out! Longevity!" The guests screamed and ran out. Li Mo stared at the two hot girls around him suddenly and let him run out, anxiously shouting, "Wait, phone! The phone hasn't been left yet. Is it easy for me?" Li Mobin was not a fuel-saving lamp. Drinking and fighting was a common thing when he was young. I can only say that he started to cultivate himself in his old age. But tonight, after drinking heavily, he was full of excitement and was humiliated by the video of the ghost animal. What made him harder to accept was that he could lose the fat from his mouth. Wrath, Max. Tony is still dancing in a faint mood. Why did people suddenly run away and the music stopped? Turning his head, he said with a smirk, "You are here, Rode? What are you standing here? Come here." He turned to the DJ under the table and said, "Brother, the music continues." Colonel Rode rushed up in anger and hugged Tony Stark from behind. "Stop, you asshole, you don't deserve to wear this armor." Tony Stark sneered, his face closed automatically, and the jet engine was started sharply. Rhodes, flying against his back, flew out together, smashing a large hole in the wall. At the same time, Li Mo is also enthusiastically upset, and cares about his mother, so let's talk. shouted, "I'm the one, him." He also rushed up. Tony Stark is skillful, with his hands backwards in the air, relying on the jet engine to stop steadily. The old man, Rod, was not so lucky, rolled on the ground and shook his head for a long time. Tony Stark stood up and shook his head and said, "You can put it back, lest anyone be injured." However, just as he was about to turn around to leave, Li Mahong rushed up with an eye, and the vine rolled up the huge barbell next to him, and flew Tony out, scolding, "Thee is dead." The defense of the steel armor did not have to be said. Tony was bent without any damage to the barbell handles, and stayed in the air using engine jets. "What the are you?" Tony said to Li Mo, looking at the vines that were constantly twisted in the air. Colonel Rhodes also stood up at this time, seeing a strange man holding Tony in a hurry, and raising his hand to Li Mo was a shock wave of energy. Fortunately, Li Mo's sharp eyes quickly blocked the shock wave with a chrysanthemum shield. I was annoyed and yelled at Rhodes, "You are sick. What did you do to me?" Tony Stark's mind is not clear, but he also helps, yet. Li is my important guest tonight. What did you do to him? Did you play too high? Colonel Rhodes is almost confused. I broke my heart for you, you is still talking in the wind. As soon as my brain shook his fist, he rushed up and faced Tony's head. Then, two iron men, like a child, you punched me and punched each other. Li Mo is breathing heavily in the nostrils, neither of you is a good thing. Have the heart to join the battle group, but think of his fragile body. Simply standing on the periphery, manipulating the 10-meter-long vines to pump this one and the other, and from time to time rolled up heavy training equipment and smashed it in. The hall was quickly destroyed in a mess, the walls collapsed, and rubble was everywhere. Both Tony and Rhodes hit real fire, and simultaneously started the reactor furnace ejector on their chests. Two rough energy shock waves met in the air and confronted. The more energy accumulates, the more unstable energy sphere has begun to appear in the middle. And Li Mo happened to throw another dumbbell, which instantly broke the balance. A huge explosion sounded, the spherical energy waves visible to the naked eye continued to spread. All the glass appliances and furniture were shattered, and Tony and Rhodes were blown out. Ix. Li Mo's pupil shrank, and he immediately lay in front of him with a huge chrysanthemum, but was still blown to the wall by the huge force. The hall gradually quieted down, and Tony Stark drank. After a fight, he sweated. Although the wine was awake, he leaned against the wall with weakness. Colonel Rhodes still had time to stand up slowly. Tony has been awake, he knows that Rhodes was forced by the military to take steel armor, take it. Anyway, I am about to die, so let's treat it as a parting gift. You read the book www.uugonSHU.com. He didn't want to tell Rhodes the news that he was about to die, to make good friends difficult. Colonel Rodrid looked at Tony Stark with a complex look. Tony was no longer able to guard the armor. He thought he could at least save his life by taking out the warframe. Although he felt that he was good for Tony, there was still a feeling of betraying his friends, which made him very uncomfortable. The two looked at each other across their face armor, and they didn't talk for a long time. Rhodes gritted his teeth, started the engine and flew out of the window, slowly turning into a shooting star. Tony's face exploded, his face filled with loss. Slowly watching Rhodes leave, silently thinking, "Goodbye, my best friend." Li Mo looked at this scene, somehow remembered when he was a teenager in Zhangkai, and had a red face fight after drinking, but the next day he was like Onisuka Hideyoshi and Takanama Ryaji, riding a locomotive at dusk, in his hometown. The scene of laughter and gallop on the highway. I felt uncomfortable in my heart, and the anger gradually subsided. Forgive this guy for being so miserable. Li Mo walked to Tony with his sore body and sat down, tremblingly took out the box of cigarettes, ignited a deep breath and asked Tony, "Come." Tony turned his head, his face a bit scornful, "I don't smoke, I only smoke cigars." Li Mo's fire lit up again, you trademark really is a bitch. Tony also said, your ability looks so evil, like some inferior monster. Call you tentacle monster in the future. Your charging doll is okay to say me. Tentacles. Charging doll. Tentacles. Inflatable doll. Asterisk tribute to friendship. Chapter 20, Shield Advisor. Although my first private jet flight in my life. But Lee Mo came back to New York with a black face. As the Nini baby in the Marvel world, after a mess, naturally a large group of people rushed to help Tony Stark to clean up the mess. I was under the command of Pepper. A group of medical staff rushed in, nervous as if Tony Stark was going to die soon. A well-known construction company quickly came to clean up the debris and repair the house. Tony Stark, how lucky you are to have this huge red flag. Lee Mo's trip to Los Angeles did not gain customers, but did not harvest hot girls. The only gains were: I lost my old face and flashed my old waist. Of course, half a ton of aerospace-grade special metal steel from Tony Stark is nothing at all in Lee Mo's opinion. After returning home, Lee Mo immediately felt relieved, and it turned out that home was the only harbor for the soul. Hot fragrant hot tea, delicious and seductive Chinese cuisine, an interesting book, several funny movies, a warm quilt, and plenty of sleep. Lee Mo soon recovered his good mood. In this cruel world, if he doesn't have the AQ spirit, he won't learn to be nice to himself. Haha. After 2 days. A beautiful morning. Lee Mo, who was in a good mood, put on a new dress, humming a small song, holding a glass of red jujube and wolfberry, decided to go out for a round, and face the world with a new look. I stepped downstairs and greeted Xiao Lucas, little Lucas, boss, let me go and see if there are any business opportunities. You are optimistic about the store. However, Lee Mo, who can't wait to go out, did not notice that the expression of the Oscar film Emperor was mixed with expressions of utterance, unbearable, crying. Today's sunlight is particularly clear, and there seems to be a moist feeling in the air. Lee Mo decided to go a little further, to go to a further block or simply go to Central Park to spend the day. However, before he took a few steps, Fernando's rushed up with his cute and daughter Sophia and asked for a photo. What kind of situation? Although he couldn't figure out the situation, Lee Mo happily agreed to their request. When he took a photo with Sophia in front of the phone, he even cooperated with a pussy-fisting gesture. After the two took a photo, they ignored Lee Mo and tweeted there. Lee Mo scratched his head and left, but before taking 2 steps, Daddy Bruce rushed up. You are so shy, what do you want to do? Lee Mo is kind, so take a group photo, compared with the gesture of a gangster rapper. He felt something very wrong, and when several strangers rushed to show that he asked for a photo, he ran back to the store. Little Lucas, little Lucas. Gasping, Lee Mo asked the door, how do I feel like everyone is wrong, they all demand to be with me. Lucas Young interrupted him directly, boss. Okay. You are a hit. I became a TMD influencer. After quickly rummaging through the major video sites, Lee Mo confirmed this fact. According to the picture quality, it was not Tony Stark who leaked it. It was the guest of the day who took it with a cell phone and posted it online. He thought that the incident had passed, but the reality was cruel like a thunderbolt hit him. My sweet phone ring. Hey. Lee Mo was weak. Hello, this is Alan's show. We sincerely invite you to this show. Let that female Lala go to hell, I like Conan. Another cell phone ringing. Hey. Hello, this is Conan's show. Lee Mo directly hung up the phone and ran upstairs, dialing Tony Stark's phone for a full half an hour. Tony Stark did not expect this kind of change in the matter. Although he played hard, he didn't make people like this. He promised to deal with it. I have become popular all over the United States. Little Pepper let him know the answer, and the next day, several more ghost and more funny videos quickly grabbed the headlines. The third day more. Lee Mo's road to internet celebrity ended quickly. Sure enough, NetRed is a plaything of capital. Life finally returned to normal. However, some things can't be avoided. In order to thank Claire Tempe for his many help, Lee Mo deliberately chose an Italian restaurant which has been very popular online recently for dinner after the storm subsided. Despite repeated refusals, Claire was invited by Lee Mo on the grounds of Chinese etiquette. The two had a very good chat during the dinner. Claire was very nice, hearty, and atmospheric. Despite making a joke with that video, it didn't make Lee Mo feel uncomfortable at all. The weather in New York is a little bit variable today. It was sunny in the morning, and the sky became a little gloomy by the time they finished their lunch. After Biao and Claire bid farewell, Lee Mo drove home with his newly bought Ford Mustang. Yes, he finally changed cars. Although not a luxury car, he liked the shape of the car. I was a little blocked on my way home because there were a large number of demonstrations on several streets. The cause of the radon event occurred last week. At a high school in Florida, a 19-year-old gunman washed the campus with legally purchased AR-15 blood, killing 17 people. This is already the third campus shooting this year. Tens of thousands of high school students across the U.S. went on strike and took to the streets to organize protests across the United States, and many citizens also enthusiastically joined them, aimed at setting off gun bans. On the other hand, there are also a large number of people who oppose the ban on guns carrying weapons on the streets and confronting them, which has led to conflicts in many parts of the United States. Lee Mo, who was blocked in the street, lay bored on the steering wheel, smoking a cigarette and watching the two groups yelling at each other. Suddenly he remembered a comment from previous lives that banned citizens from carrying weapons would gradually castrate the blood of the nation. He felt some truth, but the proliferation of weapons would become a serious hidden danger to social security. There are a lot of things, even at his age, he still can't figure out. However, he did know one thing. The students, ordinary citizens, and public figures were required to ban the guns. Behind the gun ban are arms companies and ranchers. Traffic jam for 2 hours. When he returned to his shop, it was already around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. When he walked into the shop, he found that Lucas Jr. was chatting with someone very happily. Despite that person's smile was very friendly, Lee Mo still sighed. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. came to the door. After sending Lucas Jr. home, Phil Coulson immediately expressed his intention, "Mr. Lee, this is the second time we have met and formally introduced. My name is Phil Coulson, from the Land Strategy Defense Attack and Logistics Agency. I think you probably already know where I came from." Lee Mo didn't say a word, although he had imagined the long name of Tuco before, but somehow he suddenly lost his interest. "Make a pot of PUERT, and pass it to Phil Coulson." Phil Coulson felt a little stuffy, so he found the topic. After taking a sip of tea, he said, "Well, good tea. In fact, I have also studied Chinese culture. Is this Taiguanyan from 1982? Lee Mo had a black line, and Pai Zyro did not laugh. I saw what Coulson wanted to say, and then interrupted him. "Since you know who I am, dare you come alone?" Phil Coulson still kept a polite smile. "We have observed you for a while, and the analysis concludes that you are less dangerous and you are a good person." "Good guy?" Lee Mo hesitated for a moment, and then asked a little sarcastically, "Since I am a good person, why am I so many people ambushing outside?" Coulson seemed a little awkward. "You joked, only I came here alone." Lee Mo's eyelids jumped. "I believe you have a ghost. I saw it as soon as I cheated." "Sure enough, there is no good thing." Coulson saw that the situation was not right, and simply expressed his intention, "Mr. Lee, I'm here to invite you to join our department." "Our department?" Lee Mo interrupted him directly. "I join." "Coulson, so refreshing." But conditional treatment, let's talk about it. Lee Mo took a sip of tea. www.readwn.com said. Lee Mo was already prepared, and this incident could not escape. Although always playing soy sauce in movies, here S.H.I.E.L.D. is a super organization with all-pervasive intelligence and horrible influence and execution throughout the world. I have a killing handle in the hands of others. What are the consequences of confrontation? Be a fugitive? Or be killed by being a villain? Might as well hurry up and strive for conditions that are beneficial to you. Special Advisor to S.H.I.E.L.D., this is the position Lee Mo got. Time is completely free to arrange, and he will only go when he needs assistance. Well, the salary is low. But Lee Mo cares about the umbrella that this identity brings. The Aegis Bureau focuses on Lee Mo's refining ability. As for the combat effectiveness, the Aegis Bureau does not value it. Lee Mo's body is his biggest weakness. And a sniper can easily deal with him. After I sent Collison away, Lee Mo's heart also relaxed. He was also very satisfied with the incident, and S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't need to participate in the battle itself. I have a bright and upright identity. I am a refining pharmacist at ease and slowly improve my strength. When there is an accident, the teapot yells 666 behind those savages, and it is beautiful to spend leisurely time when nothing is wrong. He was in a good mood, hummed Zyokwa, and kneaded the dough, then picked and washed the leak spot on the road today. Good mood, eat dumplings. Chop stuffing, roll out, get out of the pot. I took out a hot plate of dumplings, put a small dish on lauganma and add vinegar, and filled a cup of urquatu. Lee Mo sighed with sigh of relief. It really is a leisurely day for me. The phone rang suddenly. I was Collison, didn't he just leave? Mr. Lee, I need your help. Chapter 21, The Butterfly Effect. You need help? Humph. Lee Mo is a bit angry. I have never heard of such an appealing person. After eating the dumplings fiercely, I sipped the cup of urquatu slowly and said slowly, if I remember correctly, I haven't joined the job yet? I don't even count the hired workers? You have no right. Lee Magang just uttered a few words, and then thought that after all, he was a colleague, he had a long time dealing with each other, and he was not so rigid. The tone eased again, and said helplessly, say, what's the matter? Let's talk first. I'm a good person, I won't fight. What? Alas! Lee Mo was almost choked by the dumplings in his mouth and stood up sharply. Tony Stark is going to die soon? Ask me if there is any way. Isn't this right? It's not like that. Tony Stark shouldn't have discovered a new element now with the reminder of black hazel eggs? Shouldn't he have been resurrected with blood and resurrected? Lee Mo suddenly panicked. He is not a divine operator who can infer the development of things, let alone a Cow X character can applaud humans from all over the world as a hidden boss. He could not rest in a hurry, with the vampire Goldfinger and his general understanding of the future development of Marvel. What if Tony Stark is dead now? He couldn't even imagine what the future world would look like. What if the alien invasion succeeds? What if the Earth is destroyed? There seems to be an old Cow X, but who dares to gamble? Tony Stark can't die. Thinking of this, Lee Mo was also anxious and said loudly, I'll hurry up. Where are you? Stark Building, have come to pick me up. Okay. I simply cleaned up Lee Mo and hurried out of the store. At this time, the sky was dark, and the road was sparsely populated. The bustling streets in the daytime were extremely empty under the dim street lights. Most of the shops are closed, only Luke Cage's bar is lit across the street and occasionally gets in for 1 or 2 guests. A few minutes later, Coulson drove in. On the way, Lee Mo learned the truth from Collison's mouth. The normal plot was that after S.H.I.E.L.D. gave Tony's father's relics to him, the desperate Tony found the Stark Future Community model when he went to the Little Pepper office, and cracked the puzzle to synthesize new elements. But now the situation is that Tony did not go to the Little Pepper office in Los Angeles because Pepper has been staying in New York for something. The reason why Pepper came to New York is that some time ago, he dealt with Lee Mo and produced a lot of videos of ghost animals. The young girl had doubts about the young girl's ability, and the company's employees felt that she and Tony were not reliable enough to do things. Some members of the board who were dissatisfied with Pepper's power began to move. Coupled with the national gun ban march some time ago, many clashes have been caused, and interested people have directed their finger at Stark and Osborne Group. The strong Norman Osborne resolved easily, and the Little Pepper who had just taken over as chairman was unsuccessful. Tony didn't find any clues about new elements until he fainted in the Malibu villa. It turned out that the source is himself. From the moment he came to the world and said lost money, the world has gone to the unknown. Is this the butterfly effect? How will my butterfly live in the coming storm? Lee Mo was a little confused. Since the destruction of Obity, the Stark building has been refurbished and modernized. Lee Mo and Collison took the elevator to the medical room on the 27th floor. It has been completely renovated here, and the White Hall has a variety of the highest technology medical equipment. Several prominent New York experts in various fields of medicine are gathering there to discuss solutions. Lee Mo sat around and listened for a long time to understand the current situation. If only a small amount of palladium enters the human body, it will not cause much damage, but Tony has caused great damage to the functions of various organs of the body due to long-term palladium poisoning. Although it is temporarily stable after the rescue, the symptoms of multiple organ failure may occur at any time. The source of palladium poisoning must be cut off immediately, but once the reactor in the chest is removed, the shrapnel in the heart's blood vessels will soon kill him. Experts are arguing there, and no one can come up with a safe and convincing plan. Pepper, who knew what had happened, had collapsed, holding Tony's hand in coma and tears. Let's take out the shrapnel near his heart first. Lee Mo said suddenly after thinking about it. The air suddenly quieted down. Many experts looked at Lee Mo. Some people were confused and scorned, but they didn't speak because they couldn't figure out where Lee Mo came from. Only one person stood out. The expert had a long face, small eyes, and curly head. His eyes were persistent and bright, but the corner of his mouth always had a thin smile. He did not laugh at Lee Mo as soon as he came up, but instead asked Lee Mo a few issues that needed to be addressed. Of course, Lee Mo couldn't understand. This man suddenly changed his indifferent face. Please go out if you don't care. I wish you a car accident sooner. Stephen Strange? Of course Lee Mo knows who this is. He liked it before, but he hates it now. He turned to look at Coulson. Coulson immediately noticed and stepped forward and said, "Gentlemen, I think we will sign a confidentiality agreement." After that, things went smoothly. Several experts worked together to formulate a surgical plan. The best skilled Stephen Stranger is assisted by another expert. With the help of state-of-the-art angiography, Lee Mo needs to use the newly grown tiny vines to quickly swallow the shrapnel through Stephen's opening. Tony's life was saved, and the experts also repaired the hole in his chest by the way, and he will slowly recover his health through medication. Lee Mo was scratching his head with irritability. Tony needs at least 1 month to recover from health, which means that Iron Man will not be in sight for this time. And most importantly, can Tony Stark, who has grown up from time to time without a long-term death threat, become the superhero Iron Man who saved the world? Heroes, don't just talk. Southeastern California. Mojave Desert. U.S. Air Force Base. Under General Victor's smile and gaze, Justin Hanmer showed the various weapons of Hanmer Industries in an exaggerated manner. Finally, they decided on the steel armor that Colonel Rhodes brought back from Tony, with an external Vulcan artillery and Hanmer's proud work, a super miniature rattlesnake missile ex-wife. The steel armor was named War Machine. Justin Hammer proudly led the man to transport the steel armor back. Looking at Justin Hammer's distant figure, Colonel Rhodes squeezed his lips tightly. This clown-like guy has been spying on Tony's warframe technology, but he was offered it himself in futility several times. Is he wrong? No, I'm not wrong. This is done for the country and to help Tony. Colonel Rhodes' eyes became firm, but there was always a feeling of loss in his heart. Stark building. Tony Stark, who walked around the gates of the ghosts, woke up without thinking about developing new elements. It's the first time you face your heart. He decides. Pursue Little Pepper to be your own girlfriend. Me ex. I looked at the Peppers in a few minutes, and at the beginning, you Tony, you and I, stir up and sprinkle dog food. Lee Mo scalp tingling for a while. Is it time to think about this? In a few days, the Russian, that is, the DIY manual level is not lost to you, the cottage stuff made in the small hand workshop will be able to hit you. You still play Kayang Yao here? Lee Mocant say it hard, hey, everyone does nt no, come to pretend to be a prophet? More trouble after that. He thought for a long time and finally came up with a solution that was not a solution, relying on the power of S.H.I.E.L.D. Leaving the two without dog food, Lee Mo found Collison, who was still in the Stark building, and started acting. Oh, Collison, Tony has gotten better. What are you still doing here? Phil, Collison still smiled politely, it's my job to keep Tony safe at this stage. There was a deep doubt on Lee Mo's face. Tony, and you? No, shouldn't our S.H.I.E.L.D. deal with it? It wasn't before, but since he invented a steel armor that can affect the situation in the region, it has been with us. And there is a plan. Well, you don't need to know this. Isn't it the Superboy group? What's so amazing? Lee Mo put his lips in his heart, but made a sudden expression, that's the case. But isn't you worried that his friend Colonel Rhodes took a warframe? Coulson smiled slightly. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. We have analyzed that with Tony's technology, it is difficult for the military or Hanmer industries to crack. No, Lee Mo said with a slight disdain on his face. Isn't there a very good Russian? It was broadcast on TV that day. He is detained in the Pelican Bay heavy prison, and he is expected to stay alive for her crimes. Although Coulson was still smiling, he was already impatient. This guy has so much mouth. It's just a prison. I'm just in Hammer. I must find a way to get him out. Lee Mo shook his head, as if he was sorry for Hammer's IQ. It's impossible, there are people over there who haven't reported, maybe. I need to confirm. Under Lee Mo's scornful and ridiculous gaze, Coulson's face became worse and worse, and he couldn't laugh anymore. Finally, his face hurriedly left after a phone call. I thought you could always laugh. Lee Mo was relieved, and at the same time, he felt a little bit proud. Why should he wait, and finally go through a battle to resolve the matter? In order to show that he is powerful, do you look down on the world? Adults, learn to use adult solutions. It is the romance of an adult man to use his strength to work in the curtain. I thought of this. Lee Mo proudly drank tea. Furnigia. CIA headquarters. William Rollins frowned slightly after receiving a call, and made another call. Billy Russell, Plan B. Lee Mo was too happy, he only thought of borrowing the power of S.H.I.E.L.D., but forgot the joy of the S.H.I.E.L.D. enemies, Hydra. The wisdom of mortals. Chapter 22, Unexpected. Stark building. After Collison left, Lee Mo was relaxed and suddenly thought about visiting. This is a famous spot in Marvel movies. Rocky will lose the dignity of God here. A big hole will appear in the sky. The philosopher Ultron was born here. Thinking of this, Lee Mo immediately asked Tony Stark for a pass to hang out. This building is more than 300 meters high and surrounded by tall buildings. Lee Mo knows Rockefeller Building and Citibank headquarters. From the rear, you can see Central Park in New York. It is indeed the prime area of Manhattan. Numerous companies have already settled in just after renovation. At this time it was evening, and most of the company offices had their doors closed and lights off, but there were still some people working overtime in some companies. This place doesn't make life easy. After strolling for a while, Lee Mo felt bored. Go to the end of a corridor, light a cigarette, and look through the huge glass windows to the Manhattan business district, which is still bright in the night. Suddenly thought of a problem. After experiencing a war here, there should be no company wanting to squeeze here? So such a tall building is only used as the office of Stark Group and the headquarters of Reunion? How high is the operating expense? Plus the ruined Stark Industrial Museum Park. Oh! Tony! You are so rich! Collison was driving and hurried to the Hammer Industrial Weapons Laboratory in Queens. There was news from the Pelican Bay Heavy Prison that there was a riot in the prison more than a month ago. Ivan Vanko has died in this riot and his body is indistinguishable and cremated. Sheer nonsense. Why not report it earlier? Collison was a little angry, and the experienced he knew the spoils of it. There were problems with the left-behind people over there. Someone tried to get Ivan Vanko out. Hammer Industries was most suspicious. Alas, plus the armor that Colonel Rhodes took, has been delivered to Hammer Industries for about a week. Ivan Vanko may have cracked the warframe technology, plus the resources of Hammer Industries. Here is densely populated New York City. When I thought of it, Coulson's scalp was a little numb, and he turned on the Bluetooth phone while stepping on the accelerator. A team of action teams came forward to support them. They were driving coons and should be able to arrive at the same time as you. The black off-road vehicle flexibly interspersed in the traffic flow, and Coulson regretted it, knowing that he should drive his own baby car. Hammer Industrial Weapons Laboratory. Justin Hammer looked at the indifferent expression in front of his eyes and was still playing Ivan Vanko with a bird. Cannot help but burst of fire. Do you know what the contractual spirit is? Justin Hammer loosened his tight tie. I saved you, I gave you all the resources, and even brought a Tony's steel warframe. You tell me nothing has happened yet. Tell you. I can save you and I can throw you back to that ghost place. I saw Ivan Vanko ignored him and was still teasing the parrot. Justin Hammer could no longer control his emotions. You trademark are still playing birds. I was about to come and teach this Russian, but there was a dense footsteps at the door of the experiment hall. Justin Hammer turned his head and looked at him suddenly. Billy Russell, what do you bring so many people to do? Billy Russell was expressionless and ignored Justin Hammer. He killed 2 Justin bodyguards with 2 bangs and waved his hand and said, "Take things away." Several masked armed men nodded, lowered their muzzles, and went to push the experimental platform car where the steel armor was placed in the middle of the hall. Stop! What are you doing? This is mine. Justin Hammer was anxious, and hurried up to stop, but was stunned by an armed man with a knife. Captain, what should he do? An armed man pointed a gun at Ivan Vanko and turned his head to ask Billy Russell. Billy Russell gave Ivan Vanko a cold look and said, "This guy is useless, kill him." Ivan Vanko began to see that something was wrong, and he was secretly alert. After hearing this, he immediately rolled backwards, and then quickly hid behind an experimental bench. With a burst of gunfire, bullets struck Mars on the steel test bench. As soon as the 2 armed men circled around, they suddenly heard a voice, "Stop! Don't move!" Billy Russell and his armed men turned their heads. A middle-aged man in a suit and a handsome young man in leather clothes were holding pistols at them. Behind them were a dozen people wearing black combat suits and carrying automatic rifles. Looking at the eagle-shaped logo on the combat suit, Billy Russell suddenly got a big head. Damn it, shield! The 2 parties confronted each other, and no one dared to act lightly. Suddenly, 2 discs fell from the top of Billy Russell's group. With a flash of flash and smoke, a black figure jumped off the roof. The unmuscular figure, the fiery red hair, is the Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. Volley flies with his legs and elbows, and in the blink of an eye, he flips 4 or 5 people. The balance was broken, the gunshots rang out instantly, and Billy Russell was killed by 3 people. The others rolled around in tactics, looking for a bunker and firing back. Seeing fewer and fewer people, Billy Russell shouted helplessly, "Stop! I surrender!" At the same time he dropped his gun and raised his hands. After waiting for Billy Russell to be held up, Carlson frowned and asked, "Who are you? Who do you work for? Where is Ivan Vanko?" Looking at the silent Billy Russell, Carlson was helpless, waving his hand to let his men search this place carefully. A group of people searched here and there did not find Ivan Vanko. Carlson is preparing to expand his search. The Black Widow Natasha suddenly raised her hand, "Don't move. Listen carefully, what's that sound?" Everyone stopped and listened carefully to find that it was a small sound similar to the rotation of gears, coming from behind a wall. Everyone looked at each other, the 2 team members looked at each other, carefully leaned on the gun slowly. As soon as they walked to the wall, they carefully observed whether there was a hidden door, and the wall suddenly shattered into several pieces and shot out. The 2 players were also hit by pieces and fell to the ground unconscious. Along with the falling dust and flashing electric sparks, a tall humanoid armor appeared in front of everyone. The armor looked much larger than Tony's, and the round reactor on his chest glowed bright blue and white. With a large iron whip flashing thunder in each hand. "Hidden!" Gelson shrank his pupils and shouted. Everyone spread out immediately, each found a cover and fired wildly at the armor. What made them helpless, however, was that all the bullets hit the armor, and they were all knocked off like tickles. Ivan Vanko in the armor was shaking his head with a mad smile, rushing over and waving his thunder with his arms open, and flew several players hiding behind the experimental equipment together with the bunker. The Dark Widow Natasha frowned, and rushed towards the tall armor without hesitation. Tumbled, vacated, and avoided the thunder whip coming around. He quickly and flexibly climbed to the back of the armor, took out a small black sharp iron rod from each of his wrists, inserted it fiercely in the gap of the armor, and then jumped back to dodge. There was a flash of sparks, and the armor stopped moving. EMP. Ivan Vank smiled and thought correctly, but this power can't help me. The system restarted. In the somewhat disappointed eyes of everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D., the armor moved again and pulled out the iron rod on the back. Natasha still wanted to come forward, but unfortunately Ivan Vanko waved a thunder whip and was forced to retreat. The scene froze for a moment. Ivan Vanko in the armor looked at the crowd with a toothpick indifferently. He didn't know who those were in front of him and those just now. But he didn't care, it was all those forces that coveted armor technology, all the way. His goal is only one from the beginning, Tony Stark. At first he only wanted to kill Tony Stark, but he changed his mind after getting armor technology. Just killing Tony Stark is not enough. He will use this technique to humiliate Iron Man and destroy the efforts of their father and son, Stark Industrial Museum. Ivan Vank wanted to launch at a press conference at Hammer Industries. But what he didn't expect was that Tony was critically ill through a hacking investigation. Coupled with the immediate situation, he was already impatient. He's going to kill Tony Stark, right away, right away. Before that was taken away by death. Thinking of this, Ivan Vanko ignored these people in front of him. Start the engine, the armor flew up instantly, and the glass window that broke the roof turned into a shooting star and flew away. Carlson looked at Ivan Vanko, who was far away, and immediately thought of what he was going to do. His face changed. Damn! He's going to the Stark building to find Tony. He hurriedly made a call. www.mtlnovel.com Stark building. Li Mejeng is going to say goodbye to Tony Stark. After tapping sideways, he finds that Tony still hasn't given up on Iron Man's ideal and still wants to develop new elements. I sighed softly. It seems that things have not become out of hand, plus I have reminded Carlson, S.H.I.E.L.D. guys should deal with it. Li Mo looked at Tony Stark in front of him, and he seemed to be a little bit at odds with him, and began to taunt each other without saying a few words together. The most important is, Laozi trademark is not here to be your nanny. I'm so tired. Li Mo shook his head, he was a little tired of all this. Maybe it's a good idea to leave New York for a while and take a road trip if you want to go. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Tony Stark took a few words and looked very different. Not good. Ivan Vanko has come here. He has a new armor. Hold a big grass. I know that your gang of soy sauce is not reliable. Li Mo suddenly hurried, what are you waiting for, run away. It's late. Tony, still wearing a sick livery, sat up weakly and pointed out the window. Outside the window, a tall armor was suspended in the air by an ion jet engine. The mask bounced, revealing Ivan Vanko's face, facing them across the glass, and his eyes were full of jokes and cruelty. Li Mo Liashin has no master, watching Ivan Vanko spit out a toothpick and swallowed it. The ghost swears, shit. Tony is more nervous. What's wrong? This guy has a good job. Chapter 23, End. Are you sick? Tony's head is full of black lines. What are you waiting for? Wear the armor! Roared Mo, shouting at Tony. Shit! I woke up right here, all the armor is in Malibu. Don't you have a Saint Seiya chest with you? What a mess, it's a portable armor, and Happy is carrying it. Am I the one carrying the bag? Pretend to be dead. With a bump, Ivan Vanko broke through the glass and rushed in. Li Mo quickly raised the chrysanthemum shield to block the splashing glass, but found a thunder whip. I have a whip too. Li Mo held the shield in his left hand, and threw the vine in his right hand, entangled with the thunder whip. At the same time, the vine began to continuously draw power from the thunder. Ivan Vanko frowned slightly and pulled another thunder whip. Li Mo waved the opportunity, and the chrysanthemum in his left hand became slightly flamboyant, and then instantly bit the thunder whip like the same cannibal flower. The vine's engulfing function is activated. Within a few seconds, the two whip were destroyed and broken into pieces. Ivan Vanko was a little irritable, he had previously obtained some information through hacking techniques. I know there is a special group of people in the world, but I didn't expect Tony to have one. He directly tore off the broken whip still sparking on the armor, raised a medical imaging device next to it and threw it at Li Mo like a shell. However, since Li Mo's vines devoured the aerospace-grade special alloy steel from Tony, the strength, speed, etc. have increased significantly. Although Li Mo is an ordinary person, well, it is worse than ordinary people. But the vine is very powerful, just like an anime called The Beast that he has seen in previous lives. The difference is that the vine has no self-consciousness, integrates with him, and fully cooperates with his thinking. With a crackling noise, the medical imager that Ivan threw over was slammed and hit the wall and broke. To be honest, even Li Mo did not expect his vines to be so powerful. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth, didn't he? Try my trick. A rubber machine gun with 1,000 mountain birds flying. The front end of the two vines becomes sharp and hard, and the rear end is like a powerful spring that compresses quickly and stabs forward. The speed accelerated sharply, forming a gun-like bullet rain effect against Ivan Vanko for a while. The rapid rushing wind of the creeping vines rolled up the crushed rock dust generated by the impact on the ground, as well as glass fragments and some scraps of paper, plus hundreds of silvery vines. The scene inside the house has become a bit fuzzy. Ivan Vanko was attacked like a storm before he could react. He quickly protected his head with his hands while starting the jet engine and flew out of the room. He stopped in mid-air. Li Mo's vines are only 10 meters long. Ivan Vanko flew out of his attack range after flying out, and Li Mo gasped and stopped. Tony Stark looked at it all with wide eyes and couldn't help but swallowed his mouth, and then became excited again. Come on, tentacles, this guy looks dead. And you should destroy his chest reaction furnace. Shut up. You, a dead doll. Lee Mo shook his head at Tony. He really didn't expect his head to heat up. Ivan Vanko's situation was a bit miserable at this time. Many of the predecessor's armor had been distorted and broken, and even some parts kept falling down. However, the core of his armor was not damaged and still functioning normally. The face mask bounced, and a spit of blood spit out. Ivan Vanko laughed suddenly, as if with a hint of taunt. Is he beaten silly? Lee Mo was a little strange, but then his pupils shrank, nervously raising a chrysanthemum shield. It turned out that Ivan Vanko suddenly raised his right arm, exposing an inlaid miniature missile launcher around the right arm. Alas, the missile was launched. After Lee Mo quickly drew his head behind the shield, he found that the target of the missile was downstairs. Lee Mo was still a little aggressive. With a loud bang, accompanied by a huge fire and explosion, a strong vibration in the room, a floor collapsed. Come and think of something. This guy wants to blow up the building. Lee Mo shouted at Tony Stark, and rolled up the debris in the room with ivy and threw it towards Ivan Vanko. At the same time, another vine thickened and hardened, and an electric arc appeared around it, turning it into a super electromagnetic gun. Tony Stark on the other side kept operating on his transparent phone. Just hold on. I have taken over the control of Hammer Industries' armor and are coming here. I looked at Lee Mo's vine that had become a gun-like thing again, and asked strangely, why not hit him? Ivan Vanko also noticed the change of the vines in Lee Mo's hand just now, and he was vigilant and started to dodge irregularities. Lee Mo pointed at Ivan with an electromagnetic gun for a long time, and turned his head to Tony with a bit of crying, I can't see it, there is only one chance. A few minutes ago. After I called Tony Stark, Coxon was in a hurry and was leaving to rush to support. As soon as he reached the door, he found several black business cars parked at the door, and a group of heavily armed men and horses were pointing at them. A tall white man in a black suit came up and lighted up his credentials, saying, I am CIA Agent Bob, and Billy Russell in your hands is ours. He is undercover at Hammer Industries. I want to take it away. Collison frowned and said, he was involved in a terrorist attack, and I can't give him to you. The white man said with a mockery, Gentlemen, your shield is a global organization, but this is America. Coulson was about to continue to refute, and the armor lying on the platform suddenly activated automatically, got up, and flew towards Stark Building. The Kun fighter also followed suit and took off. It turned out that the Black Widow Natasha had secretly got on the plane long ago when she saw something wrong. Coulson suddenly relaxed a little, turning his head and arguing with the CIA agent. Stark Industrial Building. Boom. There was another loud noise, and the room shuddered even more. A large amount of dust fell and a piece of floor cracked. Lee Mo is almost crazy, while meowing Ivan Vanko with an electromagnetic cannon, while shouting over Tony Stark, damn, do something. The same anxious Tony Stark suddenly opened his eyes and roared, come here. Lee Mo turned his head and saw that an armor flew over from a distance and hugged Ivan Vanko from behind. I just wanted to aim, but found that Ivan Vanko was struggling fiercely, and started the jet engine and flew backwards with his burden. Shit! Hold him tight, get closer. Lee Mo stared nervously at Ivan Vanko, ready to fire. He couldn't wait, and then he simply lost his chance. Suddenly, a Kun-style fighter flew from a distance, and the nose of the plane suddenly hit Ivan Vanko and Lee Mo with the mech behind him. Good chance. Lee Mo no longer hesitated, the ultra-electromagnetic gun fired, and the intensely dazzling thunder flashed, not only breaking Ivan Vanko into pieces, but also leaving a thunder mark in the air directly into the sky. Lee Mo was relieved and sat down with a tired buttock. But Tony seemed a little excited. Yes. Tentacles, you did it. You trademark did it. At the same time, he took Lee Mo's hand and gave a high five, and then strangled Lee Mo's shoulder. The Kun fighter hovered in front of the cracked window, a graceful figure jumped down, and a hoarse voice sounded, "Hey boys, it looks like you guys have a good time and love." Lee Mo and Tony looked at each other, pushed away each other, and spit at each other, scolding each other. "What are you doing? Dead guy! You fool tentacles, stay away from me! You buzz with no electricity!" Next day. Lee's crafts shop. Lee Mo, who was sore and painful, got up from the bed difficultly. Last night, despite the persuasion of the hospitalization and injury, he left the Stark building and returned home. To him, his kennel is better than everywhere. Tony Stark returned to Malibu on a SHIELD flight that night, where it was relatively safe. Ivan Vanko has been killed, the incident should come to an end. Lee Mo took a painkiller, washed his face, looked at himself still scratching his face in the mirror, and murmured, "What the am I doing? I boiled a bowl of white porridge, sandwiched 2 braised eggs from the braised meat pot, and took out a box of pickled pickles from the refrigerator. I turned on the TV and ate them sweetly." Here Trish said, "Last night, a Stark explosion occurred at the Stark Industrial Building. According to an official spokesperson, it was caused by a leak in the gas pipe in the room. But witnesses also claimed to have seen people in steel armor in the air fighting. This is the second time this year." Combining Tony Stark's abnormal behavior before, we cannot help asking, "Iron Man, what are you doing?" It is reported that some companies that have moved to the Stark Industrial Building have started to consider whether to move out of the Stark building because of security concerns. Every day was calm. Lee Mo did not want to hang out, and moved Zhang's shaking chair and placed it in the shop. Bubble tea every day, reading novels, playing games, and tussling with little Lucas. Life is very comfortable. Apart from boss, across the street there is a silly white man in a suit and sunglasses who has been staring at us. Holding a newspaper in his hand, his head has been twisted here. "Well, I see, you keep staring at him and he will leave." Lee Mo was a little helpless, knowing that the SHIELD would not easily believe in itself. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com will monitor and observe for a period of time. But can you send a reliable person? Don't be so brazen. Boss, that guy blushed at me, he didn't dare to see me go. Oh, I see. Boss, that guy changed into sportswear again and pretended to play skateboard there. Oh shit, he fell so badly. The blush that I stared at and ran away. Boss, he changed into another worker outfit and pretended to work outside Luke Cage's shop. Hey, he was carried away by Luke Cage's dark man. Oh, shit. Really hot eyes, he changed into a woman's attire again, his clothes were torn apart, his leg hairs were exposed. Is this guy stupid? He has been surrounded and started to take pictures. Lee Mo couldn't take it anymore, and turned on Carlson's phone and screamed for a long time. Don't worry, this is the necessary procedure. Collison's voice on the other side of the phone was still polite. That's a new guy named George. He has excellent combat skills, but he's a bit stupid. I will call him over, and you will be you in the future subordinates, help me adjust. After receiving the call, the new man named George got rid of the crowd and came to Lee Modian. He was interrupted by Lee Mo as soon as he wanted to say, "Shut up. Go and change clothes, and buy me a pack of cigarettes by the way." "Yes, sir." George replied softly, downcast, and turned to look at Lucas when he reached the shop door. In a soothing tone, "Man, I don't discriminate against homosexuality, but I'm not gay and you're not my dish. Are you sick?" Little Lucas was dumbfounded. "I'm in good health," George said, smirking with a stroke of his head. Chapter 24, Seniors and Children. New York has been unpredictable for days. The gloomy sky enveloped the steel jungle of more than 20 million people. People's mood seems to be infected. Pedestrians hurried on the road with their umbrellas expressionless, and the crowded vehicles ran out of impatience from time to time. Occasionally, a yellow taxi driven by an old driver will flash a small splash when passing over some pavement. Pedestrians who are almost affected begin to yell. Lee's handicraft shop. Lee Mo paralyzed on the rocking chair in a posture of GEU lying, feeling boring and unlovable. This is how the people are. When something happens, I think that I don't want to do anything. I have to rest. I felt itchy again in my free days. The sales of P-Tech Barrett's pills went well, the customers responded well, and they didn't break their ideas with long-term eyes. Lee Mo finally gave up and tried one. From Jessica Jones's house the next day. I walked out. With a red face. Phil Cowlson took a batch of pills from him, sent another batch of medicinal materials, transferred $100,000, and hurried away, saying that there was something on the border. Tony Stark made a phone call and Lee Mobin wanted to ask him to get 2 of the latest gaming equipment at the Blizzard show. But the two started talking about each other while talking on the phone, and finally had an argument. But looking at the bitch's excitement at that time may have combined new elements. Originally planned to drive to Yellowstone to play, but this weather. In the shop, Lucas Jr. is still holding this logbook to study. This kid is even more Chinese than Chinese. George sat there earnestly watching TV, but from time to time looked at Lee Mo with a look of anticipation. This guy always complains that people are dead and come up with tasks. But how can Lee Mo have any ghost task for him? Lee Mo touched his nose and suddenly asked curiously, "George, I read your resume, why did you go to the Shield regardless of the retention of the troops?" George was a little embarrassed and said with a memory, "I can be said to be a survivor of a supernatural event. When I was young, I lived in Indiana. At that time, 4 classmates accidentally opened the door to a different space. Therefore, I grew up fascinated by such incidents. Furthermore, the predecessor of Shield was where the captain had stayed." Looking at George's obsession and worship, Lee Mo shook his head and was a fan of the U.S. team. No wonder Cowlson recruited this guy in. At this time, little Lucas received a call. After listening to it, his expression was unhappy, and he said to Lee Mo helplessly, "Boss, I was kicked out, and I wanted to borrow from you before renting a new house. Stay for a while." Lee Mo is a little strange, has been kicked out? What's going on? Little Lucas shook his head and said, "The apartment building I rented heard that the developer wanted to renovate. God knows what can be built in that ghost place. Because the place was old and the rent was cheap, most of the residents signed a long-term contract. Now the developers want to break the contract. It doesn't matter to us young people and we get a small compensation. But some lonely elderly people don't want to move out of there. Someone has been harassed from time to time because of water and power outages, but it has been a miserable life. However, I heard that a new law firm called Nelson Murdoch in Hell's Kitchen is willing to help them sue developers." George was a little strange. Normal business behavior? Why not move? Lucas Jr. rolled his eyes in contempt. Where did the good-born baby who grew up in the white middle-class family know the hardships of the people at the bottom? Lee Mo explained, "These elderly people do not have the ability to work or earn any income and live on relief money. They can still have a home at the previous rent. If they move out, they will be displaced and become homeless even if they receive compensation." George was a little stunned. How can this be? Can I help them do something? Little Lucas shook his head expressionlessly. You can't do anything. Because the entire film will be demolished there will be more than 500 lonely elderly people. Most of them were drug addicts when they were young, and they were sick. This is not a burden that ordinary people can bear. Lee Mo saw that both of them were a little depressed. And comforted him, let's look at the results of the law firm's prosecution. Oh yes, I suddenly thought that eating hot pot in this weather is a good idea. George watched Lee Mo be busy preparing the whole dish outside, and some moved and said, Little Lucas, the sir is so nice, in order to comfort us to personally cook and cook. Little Lucas pouted his lips, of course the boss is good, but you will eat less of the dishes he likes. Also, how about your alcohol? After lunch, George dragged little Lucas away. They said they were going out, but Lee Mo couldn't guess what they were going to do. George, as an agent of the SHIELD Black-Hearted organization, is really unqualified. It is even called a wonderful work. Sorry. I can see this kind of enthusiastic guy. I'm always in a good mood. Lee Moxian smoked a cigarette. It is not suitable to exercise after meals. Lying on a rocking chair and shaking, I fell asleep and snored. Jingle bell, jingle bell. After a while, the phone ringing suddenly awakened Lee Mo in his sleep. Stumbled open the phone and looked at it, no caller ID looking around. It turned out to be a wired telephone on the counter. I still have a landline phone in my shop? I do not know how. Lee Mo stood up and stretched, and answered the phone weakly. Hello, is this Lee's Crafts store? A girl's voice came across, sounding tender and sweet. Well, who are you? This is Leo Lieberman. When can you come back? Come here? What are you doing? Lee Mo was a little strange. Don't you already take orders online? Online order? Wait a minute. Lee Mo held the microphone and called Lucas with a cell phone. Little Lucas, what's going on with this trademark? How can we have orders online? After explaining a pass, Lee Mo knew that little Lucas had registered an online shop with Lee's Crafts Shop in order to expand his business. He had already spoken to Lee Mo at that time, but Lee Mo just called a haha and said to play casually. The online store was also in a slump, and only received the first business yesterday. A little girl's mother likes Chinese culture. This girl decided to give her a birthday surprise and needed Lee Mo. They took a crafts vase as a birthday gift, and some Chinese knots and ribbons helped arrange the birthday party. Lucas Jr. had prepared something, but drank some wine, and was dragged away by George to forget about it. This little Lucas can really find something. Lee Mo picked up the handset and said in a gentle tone as much as possible, Sorry little girl, we are going to close down, can you find another one? The other side was anxious, and she was already sobbing. What should I do? I have to arrange it before my mother is off work. It's too late to find a family. My mother takes care of us alone, I just want she's happy. What a filial little girl. He is really a little angel. Lee Mo relented, Oh Coke, don't worry, I'll go there. I put down the phone. Lee Mo hurriedly packed up, and drove out of the Mustang. Lee Mo is sympathetic, but he prefers children. He also sympathized with the old men in the kitchen, but only expressed that he had to think about what he really wanted to do. But children are different, especially cute children. If they are miserable, they will cry. In his thoughts, except for some diseases and accidents, many of the misfortunes of adults are caused by their wrong choices. Either because of greed, or because of cowardice, or because of ignorance, or because of indulgence. But for whatever reason, even when you are alone, you must clench your fists and choose to fight against fate. Even if you fail like a clown, you must say "Q" fiercely to the fate. The beating should also straighten the waist. But children are different. The younger the more they lack the ability to fight, they can only passively welcome the kindness and cruelty of this world. The Queen. The law and order situation here is much better than Hell's Kitchen, but it is also divided into places. Xiao Xiaoli's home is located in a middle-class community, a small independent building with a lawn in front of it. Residents here generally have a stable income, and homeless people and robbers are rarely seen at night. At this moment, there was a drizzle in the sky. Lee Mo got out of the car without umbrella, and walked to the door with the box. After ringing the doorbell, he watched for a while. A little white girl, about 7 or 8 years old, with some fat plump eyes, opened the door. Is it Leo? My name is Lee Mo and I am the owner of Lee's Crafts store. Lee Mo tried to put on a kind smile. Thank God, you are finally here. Mom will be back in half an hour, Leo cheered, and led Lee Mo into the room. Lee Mo roughly looked after entering the door. It has a common American decoration style, and the living room is neat and orderly. You can see the intention of the hostess. Put the box on the table. Lee Mo took out the pieces from it. Lovely Miss Leo, www.readwn.com. This is your gift of choice, a beautiful blue and white vase. We have given it packed. There are also some beautiful ribbons and Chinese knots here, and I think your mother will love them. Xi Liu took things to watch one by one, and his eyes were full of excitement. Okay, let's start decorating. Lee Mo looked at the structure of the room, and already had a plan in his heart, clapped his hands and said loudly. I pulled up the ribbon, hung the Chinese knot, and inflated the balloons one by one. After a while, the family was full of a festive atmosphere. Lee Mo saw a photo frame of a bearded man when he hit the balloon, and asked casually, Leo, what about your father? My father is dead. Leo's excited eyes suddenly dimmed. Ah, I'm sorry. Lee Mo was a little embarrassed and quickly shifted the topic. Right, did you order a birthday cake? I did it myself, and it was taught in a school manual class. I have used up my pocket money for gifts, but I think my mother will like it. Leo said proudly. What a wonderful little girl. Lee Moby gave a big finger, exaggerated expression. Then I patted my head again. By the way, I forgot to tell you, as the 100th customer of our online shop, your fee is free this time, and I will refund the fee to you later. Really? This is really wonderful news. Liu gave Lee Mo an excited excitement. At this moment, a beautiful blonde came in the door after a while of unlocking. Seeing the situation in front of her, she exclaimed, My God, who are you? Leo, come quickly. Is this the girl's mother? Lee Mo is a little embarrassed. I said I didn't blame uncle, do you believe it? About cover. Free. Free. It's finally free. A little incredible, right? I think this is a philosophical proposition. Everyone's world is the protagonist. Everyone is a supporting role in the world of others. Do you feel like a cow X? You may be stupid in the eyes of others X. And so. Don't doubt, you are not dazzled. This is Lee Mo. He is nothing more than his fantasy himself. Everyone is narcissistic, right? Lee Mo. There is a little exaggeration. Chapter 25, Got Windy. Facing a small silver lady's self-defense pistol. Lee Mo obediently raised her hands. Relax, relax, I'm really not a bad person. A single mother raising a pair of children independently. In the chaotic city of New York, she will become a she-wolf that protects her cubs. Lee Mo is certainly not afraid of things like this toy, but he doesn't want to show his ability. Because then, I am not a bad person but also a bad person. Fortunately, after Xiao Liu's explanation, plus Lee Mo's kind Chinese face bonus, the mother finally believed in Lee Mo. I'm really sorry, but please understand the concerns of a single mother. To introduce, my name is Sarah. The woman was a little embarrassed and put the gun in her handbag. It doesn't matter. My name is Lee Mo, and I am the owner of a Chinese crafts store. Lee Mo smiled and couldn't help but said, Liu is really a very sensible little girl. Yes. Sarah hugged her daughter happily, kissed her forehead and said, Sweetheart, mother is really happy. Seeing the warm scene in front of me, Lee Mo felt warm for a while. But things were done and he decided to leave. Miss Sarah, I think I should leave. Leo, this is your money back. Lee Mo left $30 and left, but Sarah stopped after asking why. She looked at Lee Mo and smiled and shook her head. She won't believe Lee Mo's gossip, but she feels Lee Mo's kindness, and she insists on wanting to pay, but Lee Mo firmly blocks it. Would you like to stay and taste Leo's cake before leaving? Sarah hesitated. No, it's not appropriate. Lee Mo quickly refused, and just before leaving, a young man opened the door and walked in. High school student's dress, brown-black hair, handsome appearance but full-faced, coy and gloomy. FK. Who are you? The young man's eyes were full of vigilance. Zach. What are you talking about? Apologize to Mr. Lee. Sarah yelled before Lee Mo spoke. After clarifying the situation, the young man looked impatient and disdain. Please leave here if you're okay. Would you also like to fight my mother's idea? Hey, what's this bunny talking about? Lee Mo is a bit angry. Although Sarah is a blonde. Although she has delicate features. Sexy body. The sound is charming. Wife. Hey wait, that's not the point. What is your look? Look down. No, how did you talk to your mother? It's too rude. Lee Mo was dark-faced and was about to leave. A fierce quarrel had erupted behind him. Zach, the principal called me today. You bullied a classmate named Peter Parker. None of your business. You must give me an explanation. Xiao Xiaoli eyes cry sounded. Lee Mo is a little angry. What the is it? Turning around and shouting, I said, what's going on with you? Can't you talk about it any other time? Didn't you see how much Liu will do for this birthday? She is the smallest member of your family, you should ashamed. After speaking, Lee Mo, who was suffocated, turned and left. The sky became more gloomy. The rain began to grow louder, with the sound of rustling falling on the window glass. The wiper swayed in vain, and the sight was blurred for a while. Pedestrians on Kui Street are becoming scarce, and this bustling city seems to have become somewhat empty. The sound of the song sounds soft. Silence in the car stereo is very appropriate at this moment. Lee Mo felt deep loneliness. He suddenly thought of his parents, his ex-wife. Why do people always show tolerance to outsiders, but always blame for their loved ones? Lee Mo lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, tried to press down the sourness of his eyes, but his vision became a little blurred. The sloppy blue Mustang was slowly driving down the street in New York. Passing by the small church in Hell's Kitchen, Lee Mo suddenly stopped the car and stared at the cross in the rain at the top of the church. After a while, he got out of the car and walked into the chapel. Father Langton, who once hosted the funeral of Lucas Jr.'s mother, is putting together a stack of brochures. When he saw Lee Mo coming in suddenly, Father Langton froze, and then smiled and said, Mr. Lee, are you doing anything? No, it's okay, I just came in to shelter from the rain. Mr. Lee, I feel like you have something in mind, do you need to tell me? God will listen to you. Well, it's okay, I just want to come in and refill with boiling water. Also, can I smoke here? Father Langton, what's the most ridiculous thing you listen to the confession of so many people every day? I cannot divulge the privacy of any believer. Then I'll rest assured. No, I mean, or should I say something for a while? Lord, I will listen. Where do I start? Let's start with my elementary school. Let me tell you, then. After half an hour. 1 hour. 3 hours. The rain gradually stopped, and it was already dark. Lee Mo walked out of the church in a happy mood. Some people said that the tree cave was the best listener, but how could a good priest be good? Lee Mo decided to turn around when he was in a bad mood, saving money on seeing a psychologist. In the church, Father Brenton was paralyzed in a chair. He wiped the sweat on his forehead with a handkerchief. He suddenly felt exhausted. When Lee Mo hummed Xiao Ke back to the store, little Lucas was watching TV there, and George had already returned home. Little Lucas. Boss, what's up? Hurry up and close your broken online store. Why? What trademark? Why, what is our purpose? Let's provoke right and wrong, safety first. That's all it takes. Close me soon. Abandoned dock area. Just after it rained, there was stagnant water all over the puddles of concrete. Under the dim street lights, the rusty containers tell the once prosperity. A large white trailer slowly came, followed by a second-hand general-purpose car. The sound of the tire pressing across the road seemed particularly clear on this silent night. 2 cars stopped at the dock, and 6 people got off the car. After looking around, they lit each other and smoked. He is headed by a pallid Mexican man with a black beard. After smoking a cigarette, he took out his mobile phone and looked at the time. "You guys, go and see how many people are dead," the Mexican said under his strange accent. Mexican named Paquis, who was about to get rid of him, suddenly got a job to transport human traffickers. The matter was originally given to a black man named Barrett, but the guy didn't know what kind of nerve self-reliance portal was sent, so this beautiful difference fell to Paquis. After hearing this, a few of them walked over and opened the container behind the trailer. They have conducted several population sales through this method. There are more than 30 women in the container. Some of them are white young girls who have been on the police list of missing persons, but most of them are illegal immigrants who do not understand the language. These women will be sent to Europe, and a group of girls from Eastern Europe will also be sent for prostitution and drug trafficking. Their sexual names are like grass and mustard, and there is no guarantee. Paquis gathered these women together and carried them in container boxes. Containers with good airtightness leave only a slight gap for ventilation, and death from suffocation or weakness is common. "Boss, 3 died," one of his men reported after counting the number. "Well, okay, not bad. You dispose of the corpse." Paquis was very satisfied, because it was a lot lower than his expected death toll. As long as these women are sent to the boat and another group of women are accepted, the money will be enough for him to escape for a while. After a few men threw the bodies into the Hudson River, they winked at each other, unfastened their belts, and walked towards the women with a smile. Some girls cry in fear, while others are numb like the same body. Paquis didn't care. He had tasted the good-looking. What does it matter to make his staff happy? He is just some goods. Many times in his life, the painful curse will be punished by God, but where is God? He has never believed in these ever since the family was killed by a drug lord at a young age. Suddenly, a short stick flew from the darkness, stunning one of the closest men to the girls. "Who?" Paquis and the rest were shocked, and hurriedly took out the guy to look around vigilantly with a flashlight. "He is there!" one of his men exclaimed. Others shot the flashlight at the place where the finger pointed. On a rusty red container box, a man in a black bodysuit was standing there quietly. The sturdy figure, clenched fists, black cloth covering his head and eyes, were illuminated by several flashlight beams, like a person coming from the darkness. "Devil!" Paquis's pupil shrank, and shouted, "Shit! Kill him!" At the same time he pulled the trigger fiercely. Shots. Screams. The sound of a fist hitting the flesh. Continuously uploaded from the old wharf www.readwn.com. After a while, it quieted down. Hell's Kitchen. At the gang of Irish gangsters, a group of small bosses from various districts are gathering in the reception room on the 2nd floor. Smoking a cigar and drinking vodka, quarreling with each other. The recent atmosphere in Hell's Kitchen is a bit wrong. It seems that a kind of terrible storm is breeding under the calm sea. They were sensitive, but they didn't know where they came from. The leader is a Sieding man in a white suit. He is staring indifferently at the messy scene in front of him, with a smirk in the corner of his mouth. "I just wanted to say something." A dull gunshot sounded, half of the leader's head disappeared, and blood, bone marrow, and brain fluid were sprayed on half the wall. "Oh shit! There are snipers!" Everyone was a little panicked, quickly found a bunker, pulled out a pistol and pulled the trigger wildly against the dark window. However, the rhythmic sound on the opposite side was not disturbed by the gunfire, and the little chiefs were raged into rag dolls, and even other gang members who rushed to help encountered the same fate. The gunfire stopped, and there were no living people. There were corpses of broken limbs everywhere, and the whole floor was covered with blood, like purgatory. Upstairs opposite to him, a man with a stubborn face, who was wearing a black trench coat and holding the cover of a U.S. troop, gathered up his sniper rifle. Under the dim light, a huge white skull loomed on Kevlar's armor on his chest. Hell in the Hell's Kitchen. Lee's Handicraft Shop. Lee Mo, who fell asleep, wrapped in a quilt and slept so sweetly that he began to snore. Chapter 26, Debate. The incident last night shocked the whole of New York. Although the people here have become accustomed to various shooting news in the newspaper, when the whole 47 lives are like the least valuable rag dolls, they are killed overnight with military weapons. Panic and anger. Panic is because this is no longer a series of civilian casualties in the Middle East that are easily forgotten, but actually happened to them. What if they hurt themselves? I was angry because the dignity of life was trampled on, even if it was a group of scum. Manhattan, Crow Avenue. The New York Police Department headquarters is located here, opposite the New York City Hall. On this day, a large number of journalists came to these two institutions at the same time. An official from the Sakai city government expressed his concern about the situation and questioned the ability of the police chief. He also linked the incident to the gun ban march in the United States some time ago and expressed his views. New York Police Department Press Office. In the lounge, the first deputy director, George Stacy, adjusted his tie and opened the door expressionlessly and went out. All of a sudden, numerous flashing lights clicked, and the reporter sitting on the stage leaned forward like a hungry wolf and raised his right hand to ask a question. George Stacy didn't bother and first informed the police of the investigation and then expressed the police's determination to catch the perpetrators. However, the reporters in the audience were not so confused. A blonde female reporter asked aloud directly, "Director Stacy, we noticed that the perpetrators were using military-style weapons, and there was a strong concentration in the process. Military style, do you suspect that this incident is a military secret operation?" George Stacy, "We have already asked questions, and the military's answer is nothing. Of course, it does not rule out veterans." Another fat reporter raised his hand and asked directly, "Director Stacy, Hell's Kitchen has recently had several incidents against gang illegal activities, described by the rescued and survivors as a man in black. What he sees, some people call him a superhero. Considering the identity of the victim, do you consider actions that are also superheroes?" George Stacy turned black and found that the questioner was the reporter of the 3-page tabloid of the New York Daily News. Who put the bug down? He thought for a while, and said seriously, "No matter who he is, what he has done has violated the law, we must arrest him." The fat reporter was a little excited, and asked cunningly, "Including Iron Man Tony Stark?" "Shit." George Stacy's face is completely dark. "It turns out that Trademark is waiting for me here." What can he answer? Saying yes would knock a Malaysian honeycomb, and even if Tony didn't care, someone would target him. If not, it will lose the face of the entire police system, and it is not good. But George Stacy thought for a while, and still expressed his thoughts, "Everyone, regardless of the law, with the goal of justice, when the dignity of the law is trampled, there will be more innocent people suffer." After speaking, no matter the noise of the reporters behind him, he turned his head and went out. The next few days, the police did not solve the case as quickly as they said, and even the suspect could not be locked. However, people's attention has shifted in another direction. George Stacy's words that day triggered a heated discussion in the United States, and people began to face a problem for the first time: the legality and necessity of the existence of superheroes. TV, newspapers, the internet, almost all media have launched column discussions on this matter. Experts are divided into groups and social commentators have expressed their opinions in the newspapers. The reporters interviewed the people on the street at random, and their opinions were even more strange. A Wall Street elite, I don't care about superheroes unless he can affect financial markets. A white-haired old man, what they do is no different to the mob than me. A child, I like superheroes, you see, I have collected the Captain America and Iron Man's hands. A black young man, why can't there be superheroes? They cleared the scum that harmed us. Want me to say, good man? Suddenly a young South American man yelled and yelled, when they kill your loved ones, you don't think so, asshole? Yoofk. The two quickly broke into a ball. Lee Mo received a call from Tony Stark, hey man, the current public opinion is not very friendly to us. What do you think? Lee Mo was a little strange, asking instead, isn't that something to discuss about you superheroes? What is it about me? Tony Stark, aren't you a superhero? Shit. It's baffling. When did I say I was a superhero? Tony Stark was a little scornful, come on, you even chose your nickname. Haha, Griat Mr. Girit Master, Griat Master. Tony began to ridicule Lee Mo's nickname repeatedly in various yin and yang tones. Lee Mo was full of black lines and hung up the phone directly. Bitch, you have headaches later. Of course, Lee Mo knew that incident in the Hell's Kitchen. He asked him what he thought. No opinion. He has long had no idea of dividing one thing right or wrong. Of course he knows who did it. At the time he watched TV and shouted that he would kill the group of scum and leave them alone. But when he really lives in this Hell's Kitchen, he finds that the surrounding residents are not excited but afraid of the incident. Badger is an existing fear of life being destroyed by violence. If there is light, there will be darkness. Some things are inexhaustible. Who knows if the next one to fill the gap will be more fierce than the previous Irish gangster? Is the Punisher doing something wrong? None of the people who killed him was innocent, and the group of sinners should indeed go to hell. Is the Punisher completely correct? Lee Mo declined to comment. Lucas Jr. just went to the funeral of a young man named Murray. Maury is also a member of the Irish gang and lives on this street. This boy also follows the gang to collect protection fees and drug trafficking, but he is very principled not to ransom anyone. To him, gangsters are just a profession. Everyone in this street has been helped by him, and every week he organizes people to send food and clothing to nearby tramps. Lee Mo sometimes meets him and kindly greets and smokes and chats. Is Murray a good person? Surely not, he is bloody, but he has more bottom line than many people. His mother, Mrs. Mary, who was always joking about Lee Mo, could not bear the blow and was hospitalized. Who would take care of her? The fact is that no one here feels that he has been saved, and no one feels that the future is bright. Yes, it's just fear. Lee Moyu smoked a cigarette and looked at George, who had just finished calling. Regarding the forced demolitions of the old men in Hell's Kitchen, George made a report with the Bureau but was trained as an idiot. However, he still talked to Matt Murdock and decided to find his own relationship to investigate the mess behind the incident. George. Lee Mo suddenly asked, if the killing was carried out by a superhero 2 days ago, do you think so? Superhero. George sneered. The real superhero does not just rely on the fear of killing, but gives people light and hope in the dark, just like the captain, at that darkest moment. Looking at George, who started talking about Captain America's story, Lee Mo smiled, shook his head, put on headphones, and played the game. What a silly kid, just a little bit. Hell's Kitchen Chapel. Father Galanton looked through the cubicle at the young man who was doing confession. This young man has been here a few times. His handsome face is always with a kind smile, his eyes are bright, but he is a blind man. Looking at the tired young man, Father Langton shook his head and said, Matt, I don't know what you have been doing recently. But from your words I feel it is a right thing. You need to take a break. Many things don't happen overnight. Matt Murdock's eyes were out of focus and he murmured, "Father, I did a lot of things that violated my professional ethics. But I really can't help it. When I think of something, I can't restrain my anger in my heart." Father Langdon said with compassion, "You will be hurt, son." Matt Murdock smiled slightly. "The best thing for our family is to be beaten. As long as I don't die, I will stand up. Once, until justice is extended." He walked out of the chapel and Matt Murdock tightened the handheld blind cane. He was really tired, working as a normal lawyer during the day and volunteering at night. There are also some demolished buildings in Hell's Kitchen. Although the fog is heavy, he has felt the huge darkness behind. Add to that the who slaughtered randomly in the Hell's Kitchen, causing panic and fear. There is no clue as yet. Maybe I need help? Matt Murdock couldn't help but think. While dealing with the gang members, he learned that there are many urban legends in Hell's Kitchen. The most famous of them is a person nicknamed Great Master. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Many people know that it is a Chinese shop owner. But no one wanted to provoke him, nor saw him come out to provoke others. The situation in Hell's Kitchen is getting more and more serious, and Matt Murdock has felt the imminent storm. I can't wait any longer. Matt decided to test it tonight. That night, Lee Mo, who was smoking cigarettes and using vampire clip eggs to exercise control, saw Matt Murdock turning over from the balcony. Although wearing a black night clothes and a black turban covering his eyes, how can Lee Mo not know who this is? Do you have no habit of walking one by one? As soon as Matt wanted to introduce himself, he was interrupted by Lee Mo. "I know who you are, what do you do?" After Matt said his purpose, Lee Mo directly chose to refuse. Matt was a little bit stunned and a little bit sad, maybe he took it for granted and shook his head before leaving. Lee Mo sighed and stopped Matt Murdock. "I don't like to be a superhero, but I still want you to succeed. So, let me give you a few pills that can recover quickly. Hope to help your turn." Matt Murdock took the pill. He had heard about this amazing thing long ago, but it was too expensive and he couldn't afford it. After saying thanks, I left. Looking at the lonely back disappearing into the darkness, Lee Mo was a little irritable. If the other person's righteousness utters the words of your ability to be ashamed of you, he will directly spit at him. But now, I was so annoyed that I couldn't sleep. Lee Mo took out a sundial sky and prepared to go to Jessica Jones. I thought about it. I took another one. Chapter 27, Decide to Shoot. Jessica's bed is very sturdy. Lee Mo was a little curious and couldn't help asking, "Where did you order the bed?" "Shut up, hurry up." "Oh. After the funeral, they both smoked and smoked." Lee Mo said something about today, hesitantly asked, "You said. Should I help them?" Jessica was a little irritable. "I have a lot of bad things on my own and I have no mood to help you solve it." Lee Mo asked with a little self-interest, "Aren't we friends? I can't talk to you, what do you think of me?" Jessica Jones was expressionless. "A conversation is not annoying to me, it needs to be buzzing from time to time." Lee Mora was struck by lightning. Jessica looked at Lee Mo with a smile and shook her head, got up to get dressed. "Someone often instructs me to do things to look at it, but when it's his turn, he is tweaking. You are not like this." I put on my underwear. Jessica Jones took the bottle on the table and sipped it, and looked at Lee Mo with a funny look. "What are you truly afraid of?" "What am I afraid of? I have more things to fear. I'm afraid of trouble. I'm more afraid of the responsibilities that need to be taken. Even if I get an ability, I am still the ordinary person in my life who was eating and waiting." The more Lee Mo thinks, the more irritable he becomes. FK. No matter what do you want to do so much? In my last life, I had a lot of trouble, and finally had a second chance. If I didn't follow my own heart, I would rather die. Lao Tzu is not a superhero. I just do what I want to do. After several rainy days, the sky in New York finally cleared. Looking from a distance, the entire city seems to have just been cleaned, and the morning dew shines in the rising sun rising from the sea level. On the road outside a meat processing factory in Hell's Kitchen, a black and white police car came slowly and stopped at the processing factory door. Bright Mahoney got out of the police car, tightened the belt on the black uniform, and said to the partner who got off the co-pilot, "Be careful, Marvin. Let's go." They received an alarm. Some people claimed that they heard strange sounds from here last night. No one came out this morning with the door closed. As the nearest police officer, they were ordered to come for a routine investigation. I walked to the door and rang the doorbell for a long time without seeing any response. They immediately felt something wrong. It was bustling and bustling outside, but it was as quiet as a ghost. Blatter winked at the partner, and they rolled in through the low wall next to him, and took out the policeman with a pistol to explore carefully. I walked into the front hall, where there was no one. Some glass counters were broken, the glass was covered with floor, and some blood stains. "Blatter, look!" The partner pointed to the front. There was a trail of blood on the ground, which had become somewhat black. The two were a little nervous, swallowed, held the pistol tightly along the blood mark, and came outside the frozen warehouse. I looked at each other. Blatter came forward and slowly opened the door. The sight in front of people was shocking. Dozens of bodies had their heads hanging down and rows of pork hanging on iron hooks. Blood was everywhere on the ground. The two of them couldn't help it anymore, and hid to the side and vomited. Lee Mo returned to the shop at noon. Lucas Jr. and George were watching something on TV. Lucas Jr. was a little scared, and George was indignant. Lee Mo also sat down and watched the news for a while. It turned out that there was another massacre of gangs last night. Because it was even more appalling this time, the flock of reporters leaked the news, so it spread quickly throughout New York. A total of 46 members of the Mexican drug trafficking syndicate were killed in all of their secret strongholds by the meat processing plant, but they were hung in the warehouse like stakes. Lee Mo shook his head. He didn't have any particularly bad feelings about the Punisher. He was just a vengeance and a big man would do it. But Frank Casal's revenge was too brutal and bloody, and it has already made the whole New York heart tremble. The most important thing is that I didn't get it at all. Behind the scenes, the Black Hand may be hiding from music. I thought Lee Mo was a little upset here, and her own free time was broken, but the bad guys who did the ghosts didn't know where to smoke a cigar to play with women. FK. Lee Mo cursed directly, asked George to ask Matt Murdoch's address of the law firm, and went straight away driving the blue wild horse. Leaving Lucas and George face each other. The law firm of Nelson Murdoch is not far away, only a few blocks away. Lee Mo went downstairs shortly. This is an old-fashioned building from the 90s, most of which are in New York. Stale and sturdy, full of nostalgia. After walking up the second floor and knocking on the door opened by a young man with blonde hair and a round baby face, which was another partner of the law firm, Nelson. Lee Mo could not help but groan. It seems that every man needs a good friend. Fuji thought that he had come to the client, and just about to ask, Matt Murdoch, wearing sunglasses, came out and said, "Fuji, Mr. Lee came to me." Fuji shrugged and said, "Okay, you guys talk, Karen, and I go to the old people to see the situation." He brought Lee Mo to another room and sat down. Lee Mo looked at the blind lawyer in front of him. This was his rare and admired superhero. There is no super ability, but there is unparalleled courage and strong conviction that many people lack. "Mr. Lee, is there anything wrong with you this time?" Matt was a little surprised. Didn't he just refuse his request last night? Lee Mo didn't meander, and said directly, "I agree with your request, don't ask why. Let us kick out the group of mischievous guys to play Little Tintin." Matt laughed and told Lee Mo the recent situation in Hell's Kitchen and his findings. Lee Mo shook his lips. The results of your investigation are too shallow. The man behind the demolition is a big fat man who wants to rule the underground world of New York. He can't remember what to do by a company that forgot his name. Money seems to be killing a bunch of people. Matt. Lee Mo, did you understand? Matt asked with a headache, what's that fat man? Lee Mo, Jin is fat, no, it's called Jin Dabao. Matt could not help but scratch his head. Will anyone call this name? Still a gangster. Lee Mo grinned, you don't know much about it. As for that crazy killer, I know who it is. Matt frowned, who is it? Lee Mo sighed, a painful man. After explaining for a long time, Matt understood what was going on, and frowned. No matter what his reason is, we can't let him slaughter like this. Lee Mo also agreed, the matter of the golden pie can be slowed down first, and Frank must be stopped first. The consequences of fear are more serious. Tell you a story. I know a villain called a clown who controls through chaotic fear people's hearts. Matt heard a breath and said, why is there such a terrible lunatic, where is he? We must kill him first. Lee Mo smiled slightly, relax, just a fictional character, he should definitely not appear here. Matt asked, is there a clue to Frank's address? Unclear, but I know his next target is a speeding party called a Helldog. Do you know what time? Unclear. What then? Squat? New York Retired Veterans Service Center. A farewell party has come to an end, and the black medic retired because of disability. Curtis, holding a paper cup, limped to the protagonist, a black young man. I first touched a cup, and hugged him a bit. Sam, I didn't expect you to leave, it's a bit reluctant, but I wish you a happy work and life in Washington. You too, take care of yourself, Sam Wilson said with a smile. I ended the farewell party, and Curtis returned to his home in Brooklyn by car. Evening activities must be prepared in advance. He organized a veteran mutual aid society to help veterans with post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, come out of the haze and return to normal life. In a spacious, rented room, Curtis placed a dozen or so chairs in a circle and prepared drinks. I clapped my hands and was about to take a break, and found someone in the door. Suit leather shoes, handsome and gentle smile, neat and bright back, it is Billy Russell www.readwn.com. The two hug, Curtis joked with a smile, I haven't seen you for a long time. Yes, I heard you were in trouble last time at your company. Billy Russell smiled, a bunch of nosy guys, they can't help me. The two sat down and talking about the various services they had served in the army. They couldn't help laughing and joking with each other. After a while, Billy Russell suddenly stopped his smile and asked casually, have you heard of what happened in Hell's Kitchen recently? Curtis also stopped smiling, well, know something, it's nothing more than gang vendetta. Billy Russell drew a corner of his mouth, maybe, do you have any news for Frank? Curtis shook his head, no news. Billy Russell said a little worried, okay, if he comes to you, you must tell me. After two more words, Billy Russell left, leaving a check for $5,000. Curtis didn't refuse, he just put it away, and his mutual aid society could be organized with the help of his old friends. After packing, Curtis rubbed his sore legs, sat on a chair, and asked quietly, why not tell him? Frank Castle opened a small door and walked out of the dark. He is doing well now, I don't want to affect him. Curtis sighed. Frank, you're too drastic. A moment of pain flashed in Frank Cassar's determined face, I wake up every night in a nightmare, and every day I dream about the day when my wife and child are killed, the blood debt must be paid with blood. Sometimes we need to move forward, and you will ruin yourself by doing this. I'm already in. Chapter 28, Night. Dark Night. The high-rise buildings in the distance flashed a little bit of light. Under the yellow street lights should be illuminated, old-fashioned buildings seemed strange in the constant emergence of water vapor and steel frames. The Helldog Speed Party's stronghold is a derelict warehouse transformed into a club, with a white strong man in a jacket and tattoos guarding the door. Under a high-rise water tower across the street, Lee Mo and Matt squatted and chatted there. She was still in a black night clothes and wrapped in a headscarf, while Lee Mo was wearing a one-piece cloak, a white hood covering his eyes, and he could only see his mouth. Speaking of words, since it is out of the mix, it is very unsympathetic without an iconic equipment. The tights commonly used by superheroes? Lee Mo touched the protruding belly. The shameless clothes will never be worn. As a result, a mysterious mage robe with dark golden fringes was the best choice for a prop bought at the Blizzard Pavilion at the Stark Industry Fair. Isn't the one you wear too cumbersome? Matt asked strangely. You don't understand, I'm a long-distance professional, and I don't fight with people. Lee Mo said, shaking his head. Matt looked at the vines that were shining from the mysterious black robes, and the vines were tingling with scalp. He couldn't help but said, You don't look like a good person. Lee Mo rolled his eyes and didn't want to dwell on the topic anymore. Suddenly Matt stopped talking and listened intently. A lady over there is in trouble. I'll take care of it. After that, she went downstairs with a series of cool parkour moves. Matt came back after a while, and after a few words he said, A robber kidnapped a child, I'll take care of it. After going back and forth a few times, Lee Mo's teeth were a little painful, and he scratched his head and said, I'll just help calm these things down and I won't control them anymore. What are you supposed to do? Say you come out in underwear every night, isn't it tiring to beat the bad guys? Matt shook his head, this is not underwear. I am also tired, but I can clearly hear the evil and pain, many innocent people are being hurt, and I will never stop. Lee Mo no longer speaks, and although he can't do it himself, he will never denigrate and despise these heroes. In the previous life, some people questioned the deeds and character of the anti-Japanese heroes online. In his opinion, those people are more garbage than those who committed evil crimes. Everyone can have their own personality faults, but they should pay respect to those good qualities. After a while, Lee Mo was a bit boring, lit a cigarette, and took a bottle of Red Star Urquioto in his incredible eyes. He took a sigh and said, We have been here for 2 days. I wonder if I will come tonight? Matt shook his head helplessly, and suddenly a stun, I heard the sound of assembling firearms, right over there. Lee Mo looked in the direction that Matt pointed. There seemed to be a figure on the top of the building next door, and it was not clear. He just wanted to say that Matt had already rushed up, ran to the front of the building and leaped into a volley. After crossing the corridor of 4 or 5 meters, a rolling force continued to rush up. Lee Mo certainly does not have that physical fitness, but also has his own way. Just like an octopus walking, a few tentacles, no, the vines curled up and rolled forward, and with a slight force, they slammed forward 10 meters high, and even caught Matt after landing. Opposite was Frank Casole, who had turned his head vigilantly after hearing the unusual noise. He found a blindfolded man in black and a black robe monster full of tentacles rushing towards himself. What monster? Frank's scalp raised his automatic rifle and pulled the trigger, but unfortunately, a stunned Matt shot the rifle down. Matt and Frank started a melee. Both were masters of combat. Matt's movements were smooth and coherent, and Frank obviously used army fighting techniques, fierce, and even took 2 shots. Frank blocked the sidekick with his left hand, and punched Matt in the cheek with his right hand. Matt fell backwards after being hit, and also twisted in the air, kicking Frank's mouth with his back leg. The two were full of blood. Lee Mo saw his toothache, and quickly shouted, Hey man, stop! We are not malicious. Frank heard the sound of the black robe monster in front of him, and immediately thought of various monster movies in Hollywood, and fired a few shots. After seeing that he was blocked by the other with a flower-like transparent shield, a grenade was thrown. Lee Mo didn't respond slowly, so he used his tentacles to lift the grenade up to 10 meters high. There was a boom, and the sky echoed with huge fire. Trademark dead mind. Do I look like a bad person? Lee Mo was impatient. A 10-meter-long vine stretched out, and instantly rolled Frank into a mule. Seeing a large number of Helldog thugs already frightened by the sound of gunfire and explosions on the opposite side, he said to Matt, "Let's leave here first and find another place to talk." The two men hurried forward on the roof of the building, and there were already police cars on the street honking their whistle towards the place just now. Try to avoid crowded places, and soon came to an abandoned warehouse. Matt gasped and sat aside to rest, while Lee Mo looked at Frank, who was entangled in the air by the vines, and suddenly exhaled with a toothache. In order to prevent Frank shouting, he also made a circle with vines on his mouth. But Frank was biting his vine several times harder than steel, and his gums were bleeding, looking extremely miserable. "Hey, calm down, that stuff really can't bite," Lee Mo reluctantly said. "We are really not malicious, I will let you go, can we talk about it?" Lee Mo loosened the vine, and the released Frank slowly calmed down, but his eyes were still full of vigilance. Matt sighed and didn't speak. Lee Mo shook his head and said slowly, "Hey soldier, I know your name is Frank Kassar, and I also know that you are revenge for your family, but your direction is wrong. I have a little news." Lee Mo started to tell Frank about some of the things he knew. Lee Mo and Matt once discussed how to deal with Frank. Lee Mo is very determined. There is nothing wrong with revenge for his family, he will do even harder for himself. I only need to show him the direction of revenge and persuade him to change his way as much as possible so as not to cause panic to ordinary people. He was not a pedantic person. Although he hated this crazy killing style, he finally agreed to Lee Mo's approach. "It's impossible." Frank's eyes were red, and the situation the Bazaar said made him incredible. The killing of his own family was not caused by the gangster drug trade, but by someone planning, and his chief and comrades involved. Lee Mo looked at the tough guy with pity. The poor fellow's family was killed, betrayed by his friends, and kept in the dark. He shook his head and Lee Mo continued to say, "You are not a fool. Although some names are not clear to me, you should be able to figure it out. Even if you don't believe me, you can investigate it before you say it." Frank slowly calmed down, remembered the action of the underdog, remembered the drug deal that he broke. The fist became tighter and tighter. After the agreement was reached, the three of them left. Frank will temporarily stop the killing to investigate the murderer behind the scenes. Matt will also follow Lee Mo's clue to investigate the cause of the recent series of events in Hell's Kitchen. Looking at the two leaving, Lee Mo sighed. Others only saw the superficial scenery of the superhero, but who could realize the heavy burden they each carried. At this time it was 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Lee Mo dazzled back to West 32nd Street. Looking at the empty streets but not sleeping. Luke Cage's bar across the street was still on. Lee Mo's head twitched and the ghost walked in. There were only two drunken drunks left in the bar, and it seemed that Luke Cage looked ready to snore. "Hey, big guy, give me the strongest glass of wine," Lee Mo said, sitting at the bar with a big wave. Luke Cage looked at this neighbor who never dealt with and said with a smile, "Boss Lee, I thought you never liked to come to the bar to drink." "How is it possible, but I have a record of sweeping the streets of bars." People sent the nickname to the confidant and lovely uncle. Lee Mo was dazzled by the large white teeth on that dark face, and turned around to look around. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com casually dealt with it. Suddenly, Lee Mo's eyes lightened. "You still have a pool table here? How about a game? If you are afraid of losing, it's fine." "Afraid to lose?" Luke Cage turned black, and set aside the tequila that had been adjusted for Lee Mo, and took out a bottle of Screaming from the dark grid. The ale with 95% alcohol content was placed on the table. "I run a bar, Mr. Lee. A tall office building near Central Park. In the elevator, James Wesley, dressed in a suit and shoes and gentle, looked at the information on his mobile phone and thoughtfully. When I reached the 30th floor, he went out and came to a large office. The office was dark, and a man was sitting on a large sofa with his back to him, looking at the brightly lit kitchen in the distance through the floor-to-ceiling glass. James stepped forward respectfully and said, "Boss, Leland Osley has withdrawn all the money. The rapid expansion of the blacksmith's drug business has aroused the dissatisfaction of Mrs. Gao and Jurdo, and I have released rumors. Say Anatoly is the secret of the blacksmith. Our parliamentarian in Harlem has questioned Maria's misappropriation of the campaign fund, and Cornell has begun to use whatever means to madly collect money to fill the hole. Everything is in accordance with your plan. You did a good job, James." A husky, thick voice came from the sofa. "Money is not the most important thing. Only those poor wild dogs will go crazy to eat food. This city must run as I wish, if not." A huge body stood up and stretched out his hand to the distance, "Then let this decaying city burning." Chapter 29, Glory Once. Early morning. After the continuous rainy days, New York finally ushered in a bright sunny day. There is no cloud in the sky. The sun shines through the buildings on the street. People's mood also seems to come out of the haze of the past few days. Small vendors show smiles to greet guests, and the street beauty can't wait to show their body. Lee's Handicraft Shop. Lee Mo was lying on a rocking chair, staring at the beautiful legs passing by on the street outside the shop comfortably, scoring silently in his heart, and slowly drinking the water that soaked the fat sea with a bite. He is definitely not thirsty because of looking at beautiful women, but his throat is sore and painful. Luke Cage's Black-Hearted Guy, did you drink the wine? Lee Mo almost fainted after taking 2 sips, so he cheated shamelessly. I took out a vine-condensed transparent wine pill. This thing is so powerful that it can be used as a fire bomb. It is called, a fire in winter. Luke Cage's skin is inaccessible, but not visceral. Last night he died of confession and drank shock and bleed. He was taken to hospital by his name, Claire Temple. Lee is inexplicably happy, he laughs, and accidentally coughs with water. As for the hospital, will Luke Cage find that the gun is inaccessible and cannot be infused, so as to pull away the slices or something? There will always be stories in this world. However, he also had some worries. After seeing Frank's sniper rifle last night, he made a fuss in his heart. Although the chrysanthemum shield is powerful, what if he is headshot by a long-range sniper? Even the pills are too late. I will meet various enemies in the future, and keeping my own life is the most important issue. He has no clue about the solution to this problem. How can the US team, Widow Sister, and Hawkeye, including Tony, prevent long-range sniping? It's really puzzling. Which of George's unprofessionals has long cooperated with Matt to investigate United International Investors? Little Lucas looked at his boss for a while, smirking, and frowning for a while. His brows were twisted into a ball, and he was worried and said, "Boss, if you are bored, go out and investigate the business opportunities around you." Am I the kind of person? Only the old man has nothing to do every day, and dangles everywhere. Lee Mo thoughtfully touched his chin, "But I do need to relax and go out for inspiration." Bowen Electronic Entertainment Hall. Hey, toot. Hey. Here. Hey. KO. Yet. Lee Mo yelled at the opponent next to him with red eyes. It was not easy, and he finally won. A curly white fat child next to the cricket raised his expressionlessly. Lee Mo didn't care at all, and took a spoiled trophy, an ice cream, and licked it proudly. The chubby child took a large handful of winning electronic vouchers and cheered with a group of companions to other corners. Hey, don't leave, just play with me for a while. Lee Mo was anxious, too kind. It's like losing mahjong for one night. Why not transfer others without playing? When Lee Mo was exhaling, a sexy, husky voice sounded, I'll play with you for a while. Lee Mo looked at the figure sitting next to him. Although he wore a golden wig, he would not know where. Widow, no, why are you here, Natasha? Lee Mo swallowed a little nervously and licked the ice cream. Holiday, Natasha said blankly. Holiday? Come here. Can't I have a hobby? Of course you can. Lee Mo relaxed. What was the tension? I am also a consultant to S.H.I.E.L.D., myself. Natasha wore a tight-fitting t-shirt with a small brown leather jacket on the outside, which made her stand out magnificently. Lee Mo forced to look at Natasha's eyes, but her eyes could not stop sliding down 30 centimeters. Are you strabismus still okay? May I help you correct it? Natasha, who was not in the task, looked a little cold. Hey? Why are my eyes suddenly better? I'm so strange. Lee Mo was serious at once. Dare you come to a game? Natasha asked after dropping a game coin. Dare you? I was a player who was once called the overlord of the arcade game. Say okay first, don't think you are a woman, I will let you, I won't cry if I lose. Lee Mo bit the ice cream in his mouth, tucked up two sleeves. Natasha didn't speak, and there was a hint of murderousness in her eyes. Rune done. Honda vs Chun-Li. Ready, go. Look at my Wyokoi hand. Lee Mo was angry. Look at me. Lee Mo was angry again. Hey, KO. Honda's nose is swollen. This is not a game. I haven't warmed up yet. Lee Mo was angry. I'm better with Chun-Li. Round 2. Hun Chun vs Sanjilf. Ready, go. Look at my beautiful legs. Lee Mo was angry. Look at me turning my beautiful legs. Lee Mo was angry again. Then Chun-Li was hugged and held by Sanjilf, and never stopped. KO. Chun-Li vomited blood. Well, in fact, this is my least favorite game. Lee Monyo said. Come on. Natasha twisted her neck and made Kara. Mortal Kombat. King of Fighters. Tekken. Strangle or Die. Soul. The family of the Hao Blood Temple. Lee Mo was lying on the chair with a faint body, his face pale and distracted. Natasha sat on the chair with her legs up, holding a glass of cold cola and squeaking. Super agent bullies ordinary people. Lee Mo muttered. Thank you, Lee, for a long time I haven't had so much fun. Natasha shook her head and smiled. You stepped on me for a long time, of course you're cool. Lee Mo was still a little bit angry, looking at this woman who has been an agent since childhood, suddenly felt a bit strange. Play a game, as for? You can come and play often, but don't look for me. My holidays are rare. How many? This day? No, the director can squeeze the labor force too. What's so good about being an agent? Have you ever thought about retirement? What can I do besides being an agent? Natasha's eyes suddenly became a little confused. Do you have a deposit? I don't remember, there are many. Open an electronic game hall. Lee Mo said with a chin, we can also organize a league. Okay, I'll open an electronic game room at that time. Natasha smiled and got up to leave. Hey, where are you going? Lee Mo was a little strange. Go back and prepare, and have a task tomorrow. No task is so urgent, it doesn't make people take a day off. Lee Mo poked his lips. The nuclear crisis. Oh, you are busy. Looking at the beautiful figure that went out and merged into the crowd, Lee Mo suddenly lost his interest in playing. Suddenly, she patted her head again. Yes, I haven't asked her how to hide the bullet. Coming out of the electronic game hall, it was almost dusk. The setting sun cast a yellow light on the street. Li Mo, who was so hungry and groaned, looked for an online red bun shop, only to find that it was a misnomer. I was stepped on for a day, and there was no good food to warm the wounded heart. Li Mo's mood can be imagined. That night, Matt, in black, touched it again, and wanted to discuss his findings with Li Mo. When he saw Li Mo's stinking face, he left with interest. In the days that followed, New York was calm on the surface, but surging in the dark. Harlem. In order to fill the campaign funds embezzled by her sister Maria, the leader of the Serpent Gang, Cornell, ordered his men to earn money. I was overwhelmed by the overwhelmed black buddies who were filled with indignation. Some people chose to move away, but some people chose to pick up guys to fight. Someone killed the members of the Viper Gang who came to collect the protection fee, but the next day they suffered even more revenge. Some people ran to the barber shop of Daddy in order to avoid revenge, but members of the Viper Gang who had killed the Red Eyes had peeped out with guns. They can no longer care about the so-called neutral zone. Turk Barrett stayed in Brooklyn during this time, heard the news, and anxiously drove to Harlem. The atmosphere in Harlem's air was obviously a little more tense. Without the laughter and laughter, everyone's eyes were full of vigilance. Fentek Barrett came to the door of the old shop's barber shop and looked worriedly at a few black men standing in the alley across the street. Those people were tattooed on their faces and belonged to the craziest gang members. Daddy, there are many times more people than usual, and some people are still bandaging their wounds. Barrett pulled Dad to the corner. Daddy, follow me now, right away. My dad shook his head stubbornly. I won't leave. It's too dangerous here. Barrett was anxious. Dad took off his little top hat and patted it. The gangsters in Harlem have gone crazy and they have lost their glory. Once we gathered together to drive away the white people, thinking that the black community would rise, but it was accelerated without expectation. The fall of Lime. Is it true that we black people are synonymous with laziness and chaos? No, this is not true. We also have countless pride. Martin Luther King, Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson, they have won us glory, and this glory needs to be upheld. I'm Harlem's only hope now. I won't leave, even if I die. Tech Barrett stared at Dad's eyes for a long time. www.readwn.com and suddenly said, I will stay with you. Oh, shit. You have to leave. Dad was anxious. No, Dad, I didn't listen to you when I was young, I still won't listen to you now. Tech Barrett laughed. I am the son of the former light of Harlem, I will never hide again, forever, never. Also, Daddy. Barrett raised an eyebrow and pointed to the piggy bank on the table. $1 for swearing. Hell's Kitchen. Never show up, and only manipulated secretly. The nickname Blacksmith relied on a large amount of drugs from unknown sources to crash the underground casino trading market in New York at a low price. Many gangs related to the drug trade are looking around like crazy, but it is difficult to capture the trace of the blacksmith. Among them, the Chinese gangsters and Japanese Jideo are most annoyed because the lack of funds hinders their important plan. The Russian gangsters are strong and powerful, and the firepower is strong. Because of lack of drug distribution channels, they have been doing transportation. He was a bit arrogant and disobedient. They had long become the nail of Jin Rong, and in addition to the anger, he killed the brother of his leader Anatoly. So the Russian gangsters became gold and must first be removed. He first killed the murder of Anatoly's brother to Matt Murdock, who had become famous in the Hell's Kitchen. He also told the rumors before the Chinese gangsters and the Japanese Jideo that the Russians were indeed the secret of the blacksmith. So when the Russians frantically sought out Matt Murdock for revenge, they did not find themselves, and they have become the prey of others. Chapter 30, Chaos City, 1. What does darkness feel like? Akin in Chinatown can tell you. He was born blind, and can only imagine the existence of light and the beauty of colors from the descriptions of others. He has many imaginations of light, gorgeous, dazzling, strange. But all imagination is so false. Eventually, his imagination of light coincided with the warmth of the family. That's how he feels about light. Bien Akin was born in Chinatown. His parents were illegal family members who had sneaked in. They could only do odd jobs to maintain their lives. Although his life was difficult and he could only live in a dark and wet basement, his father was generous and humorous, his mother was kind and hard-working, and his brother and sister were very obedient. Akin feels that this is enough. Parents go to work during the day and sometimes overtime at night. Akin took care of her brother and sister at home, cleaned the room and made simple meals under the direction of her brother and sister. Although tired, Akin is in it. He has already discussed with his parents. He is going to learn blind massage. The family saves money to support his brother and sister to go to school for education. Poverty is not terrible, as long as there is hope. However, everything stopped in that afternoon. Their parents went out in a car accident, their father died on the spot, and their mother was paralyzed in bed. They received no compensation. Akin, who was born in the dark, felt deeper darkness, and the dark name was despair. He decided to go to Mrs. Gao. Mrs. Gao Gao is the leader of a Chinese gangster. Everyone in Chinatown knows that this old lady is not a good person. But this old lady has another well-known advantage: fairness. Yan Waran encountered difficulties to find her. She will not give you any charity, but she will deal fairly. Do you need a well-paid job to support the family? Okay, go to her drug processing factory. As long as you cut off your tongue and do NT talk nonsense, salary will be paid on time. Do you want revenge? Okay, she will help you clean it up. As long as you follow her instructions to do one thing, it may be killed or you may go to prison. But the person you want to kill will definitely die. Wu Akin met Mrs. Gao under the leadership of an acquaintance. Child, what do you want? An old woman asked indifferently. Akin imagined who was speaking out opposite him: an angel? Demon? It doesn't matter as long as she keeps her promise. Dear Mrs. Gao, I need a hope. I hope my mother can be taken care of, and I hope my siblings can grow up and go to school smoothly. Akin was a little nervous. He was worried that he did not have enough chips in exchange for all this. Mrs. Gao, who was opposite him, was silent for a while, and suddenly asked, "Would you trade your life for all this?" Akin was ecstatic, with a bright smile on his face. "I do." Following Mrs. Gao's instructions, Akin came to the place of the Russian gangster in Hell's Kitchen. He only spoke a word and saw their boss. "I know who the night devil is." What a night demon is, Akin is not at all clear, but what he knows is that he has arrived at the intended location. The Russians on the opposite side began to threaten him frantically, shoved him, and even carried a dagger around his neck, but Akin just smiled foolishly. He touched his clothes, wearing a special bomb vest inside, and the remote control was on his blind stick. Akin pressed the remote control without hesitation. He will reignite the light of hope with his life. Harlem. Inside a shabby room. The room was messy, the sofa was a little greasy and dark spots, and there was a thick layer of grey on the floor. Brooker stood in front of the bathroom mirror, rubbed his hands on the blurred mirror, and looked at himself in the mirror. In the mirror, there is a bald black man's face, with a large scar like a scorpion on his head, and his face is covered with tattoos. The tear-like tattoos represent people who died in his hands. His eyes were numb and hateful, but his eyes were swollen and his mouth was broken. Brooker was beaten by his boss, Cornell. The reason was that he rushed into the neutral area and threatened his father with a gun. FK. Brooker cursed fiercely, then walked to the living room table. Sweep the sundries on the table aside with one hand, take out a pack of white powder from his pocket, smash it into a line, and it hard. Brooker collapsed on the sofa and stared at his home. The scene in the room slowly stretched, and it seemed as if he was back to the past. At that time, the home was still warm and clean. My father yelled while watching the Knicks while holding a beer. The fat mother took out an apple pie while she was choking. What were you doing at that time? Yes, I am holding a basketball. Several college basketball teams have already sent invitations. At that time, he had a bright future, wanted to be a big star, wanted to make money for his mother to buy clothes in a brand name store instead of second-hand stores, and wanted to make money so that his father could often go to Madison Square Garden to watch the ball. At that time. What happened later, Luke didn't dare to recall that dark experience until now. It can only be said that at the corner of life, fate pushed him to hell. He later joined the gang, and with his height, he became a core gangster. Others fear him and think he kills, but he is just stimulating the numb life with blood. Boss Cornell gave him a hard blow. He knew the reason, not only because many people respect his father, but most importantly, there were only the hopes that the people in the dark had hope for. Shit! Are there hopes for your dregs? You may imagine in your dreams that you are a lawyer, a doctor, a police officer, and that you have a warm home, but after waking up, you still have to take the guy to sell drugs. Even if Cornell, the boss, finds many musicians every day, he is still a gangster who can't see the light. This hope is false. I hope, what a stinging word. The drug drive slowly passed, and Luke slowly struggled to get up and went to the corner to pull out 2 grenades from the hidden wall slit. This was a cargo he had intercepted in a transaction. He drove to his father's barber shop with a grenade. Even in the evening, Luke could still see the people who were bragging and laughing from the window glass. False hope? It is better not to exist. Let's struggle in together. The Queen. In a small courtyard of an ordinary resident, a large pit was dug out on the ground. It was opened neatly stacked with green sandbags and covered with half a tent cloth. This is a standard US trench. The young Billy woke up from her sleep, and the sound of guns and bombs in her head gradually disappeared. She looked around and found that she was still in the trenches, and her mood calmed down. Get up and brush your teeth, wash your face, and clean up the house. Even though he has retired, he still maintains the style of the army. I walked to the window and looked at the bird I bought some time ago. Even if he opened the window and opened the bird cage, the bird never wanted to fly out. I watched the bird for a while, and Billy put on her clothes and went to the sharing party. After returning from the Afghanistan war, he was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. He didn't take it seriously at first, but the symptoms were getting worse and he often felt that he was still on the battlefield. After being awakened and almost giving his father a shot, he chose to receive treatment, live alone and participate in a sharing session organized by retired veteran Curtis. This is his last participation. At the sharing meeting, everyone sat in a circle. Curtis looked at an empty chair and suddenly asked, "Paul hasn't been here for 2 days. Little Billy, I see you often stay with him. Do you know where he went?" Xiao Billy replied expressionlessly, "Unclear, sir." After the sharing meeting, Billy Jr. found Curtis. "Sir, did you ask Billy Russell to refuse to let me enter the Anvil Company?" Curtis looked at Billy with anxiety and said earnestly, "Yes, if you let it go, it will not only hurt others but yourself. Children, life is not like war, war will end, but as long as people to live, life has to continue, and maybe some pain will never be better, but making a change is countless times stronger than being indifferent." Xiao Billy looked at Curtis's eyes motionlessly. You read the book www.yuyuganshu.com. He could feel that the person in front of him was sincerely caring about himself. Hit him, not the enemy. After leaving the sharing meeting, Billy came to an old house. Looking around, he opened the door and went in. There was a dead man with a knife in his neck sitting on the sofa in the living room, which was Paul mentioned by Curtis. Paul, who always puts forward radical comments at sharing sessions, once made little Billy a confidant. But in a campaign against gun protesters, this bluffing guy ran away shamefully. On the battlefield, deserters need to be executed, so little Billy kills him. Xiao Billy hates gun ban supporters, why ban guns? This is the battlefield. Looking around, the world is the enemy of the United States. Those who banned guns are American traitors. It's a pity that Billy was disappointed that the gun ban march had a huge impact across the country, and Congress was already considering this proposal. Hit him, never allow this to happen. I opened a black package with his homemade bomb inside. Outstanding military skills, he can even calculate the kill range of the bomb. Carrying the parcel, little Billy came to Times Square in New York. Even at night, it is still brightly lit, people are weaving, and huge billboards are playing advertisements of the latest Stark Group products. Little Billy took a deep breath. Numb fallen Americans. You let me die. Come to save you. Boom. Hell's Kitchen. Boom. Harlem. Boom. Times Square. New York is completely messed up. The explosion sound awakened Lee Mo from his sleep. Chapter 31, Chaos City, 2. Bright Mahoney was driving a police car, and his mind was still confused. What happened? The co-pilot's partner is still cursing, these lunatics, first are crazy kills, and then continue to explode. Do they want to destroy New York? A bunch of hells that should go to. The police car was driving on the street with the sirens of sirens. The vehicles along the way evaded. From time to time, ambulances and fire engines rushing to other directions for rescue were seen. I came to the warehouse where the Russian gangsters in Hell's Kitchen were located. There was a mess here, there was cracked glass everywhere, a big hole in the roof was still blowing smoke. Several water jets sprayed from the fire truck were still struggling to extinguish the remaining open flames. The police have already opened the cordon, and some people who are watching the bustle are standing in the distance. Some torn and scorched corpses were carried out and placed there, and occasionally one or two of them still had vital signs and were pulled into an ambulance to leave quickly. Bright got out of the police car and greeted a few colleagues, and observed the scene. Is there any clue? Not yet. The scene was severely damaged and the camera didn't capture anything useful. I can only wait for the wounded in the hospital to ask for confessions. Damn. I heard that the bombings have been identified by the venomous gang over Harlem, and a crazy neuropathy over Times Square. It's miserable. Bright shook her head. It's nothing here, listen to colleagues say that Times Square is simply a on earth. Work first, see if there are witnesses, and then find their informants. Not far from the dark top of the high building, Matt and Lee Mo were standing there looking down. It was a crazy night. New York was almost a battlefield. Lee Mo said, shaking his head. Matt didn't speak, clenched his fists, and his angry body was shaking. This is the city where he was born and raised, and he is familiar with every street here. And the city is being poisoned by those bastards, and he can even clearly hear the fearful breathing of the residents downstairs and the depressing cry of the children. Maybe Frank is right? Suddenly the idea that suddenly came to his surprised Matt. He even had some confusion, and had some doubts about his long-standing practice of not killing people. He doesn't know what to do is the best way, but he knows that some people have to pay for it. Lee Mo is not as deep as Matt, he is an outsider after all. However, he is not the type of person who is happy when he sees the pain of others. It is actually not a good thing to be at the scene of the disaster. He wants to go home. The mobile phone ringing suddenly, Lee Mo picked up and looked at Claire Temple. Shouldn't she be busy at this time? Hey, Claire, what's the matter? Hey Lee, I sent a seriously injured patient called Tech Barrett from Harlem. I remember he came to see you when you were in the hospital. Was it your friend? Shit. What is he going to do there? How is he now? Still in a coma, one of his arms was seriously injured, and the doctor was amputating him. Times Square. Under the light of numerous huge billboards, it is still clearly visible here, but there is no prosperity in the past, only a mess. There are many pieces of shredded paper on the street, and only one shoe is left. Throwing shopping bags that are left alone. A row of corpses covered with white cloth lay there, and the opposite row was on the ambulance with the back door opened, and there were still wounded. Some people are afraid of their faces, some people are crying, some people are pouting and draw crosses on their chests. There are many policemen asking the survivors' statements, and some policemen are carrying wolf dogs to investigate other possible bombs. Several FBIs in suits are arguing fiercely. With a strong burst of air, a golden-red figure whistled along with a long tail flame, and landed on the road. I was Iron Man Tony Stark. However, there was no crowd cheering for him in the past, and everyone at the scene just gave him a numb look. The mask flared up, revealing Tony Stark's frowning face. Stepped in front of several FBIs who were arguing and asked, "Do you know who did it?" Billy Morris, a retired Army soldier, was found to have PTSD after returning from the battlefield in Afghanistan. This is a testament we found at his house. An FBI showed Tony a tablet in his hand. Look. Combined with the above, Jarvis began to quickly gather all of Billy's previous information, contact people, bank accounts. Findings: there are no internal plots, no external enemy instructions, just an American soldier driven crazy. Tony was a little confused for a moment. He had the most advanced and powerful weapons, but the enemy? Where? Who should he fire at? After being confused and angry, Tony couldn't help but sneer, "Ha, crazy soldier, suicide bomber, it is another great American work." Several FBIs at the scene looked at each other and did not speak. Tony was still complaining there, and one couldn't help but ask, "Where were you when things happened, Mr. Iron Man?" Tony opened his mouth and was speechless. He had just returned from Afghanistan and was there to fight a group of terrorists. On the big billboard on the square, the advertisement of Stark Group products came to an end. Tony's face appeared, waving his hand confidently and saying, "I'm Iron Man. I am the Guardian of America." Manhattan, Crow Avenue. New York Police Department Headquarters. A temporary press conference is being held here, and the flashing light emits dazzling light with clicks and clicks from time to time. The first deputy director, George Stacy, with a firm face, stood on the stage, feeling like he was facing a bunch of hungry wolves. The police chief is too old to submit pressure to resign and retire early. George Stacy temporarily exercised powers of director. But no matter who you are, the reporters on the stage keep asking sharp questions. "Director George, there were 2 mass killings and then a serial bombing. What do you think of the current state of law and order in New York?" "Director George, what was your promise before? Some lawmakers have criticized the police department for bad discipline. What do you think?" Ben Urich, who was sitting on the stage, looked around like his counterparts in the blood, and shook his head helplessly. He understands his peers' desire for big news, but it's really inappropriate at this time. Thinking of this, Ben Urich stood up and asked loudly, "Director George, for the current situation, may I ask the police department if there is any corresponding response plan?" George, who had been asked a little annoyed, glanced at Ben Urich. He knew the reporter, who had been a Pulitzer Prize winner, but remained unknown. On the steps given by Ben Urich, George Stacy said calmly into the microphone, "This is a sad day. There have been horrific tragedies in a row. About the Hell's Kitchen and the bombings in Harlem, we have found out that the gangs in New York City have done so. They have seriously disrupted public order in New York. We will hit them harder than ever. The country in the East also carried out similar operations, and the security situation has been fundamentally reversed. I really appreciate it. Therefore, I gave this operation the same name, that is, First Time in New York. Harlem. I watched the live broadcast of the New York Police Department press conference on TV. After George Stacy spoke hard, Black Congresswoman Maria could no longer restrain her anger and shouted at her brother Connell. "Is this what you want to see? It's not New York in the 1950s. You are a gangster, you should hide in the sewer like a mouse instead of playing a terrorist attack." Cornell was helpless. "That wasn't what I ordered, it was a guy with a bad brain who did it himself. And who would have thought that there would be 3 explosions at the same time? I plan to disappear for a while. What should I do? Many people know that you are my brother. The misappropriation of campaign funds has not yet been resolved. This has happened again. Some members have raised questions." Cornell frowned with a headache. Chinatown." Mrs. Gao watched the live broadcast with a cane, and a mocking smile leaked from the corner of her mouth. "Stupid person, when you decide to stir the deep pond, you need to be prepared to face the crocodile. However, it is not the time yet, I need to leave. For this old man, power and money are only means, not ends." She decided to give up part of her power to stay here with the police and do more important things herself. Mrs. Gao Gao didn't know what was coming to her mind, and her old face recalled Kunlun. With the sound of a crutch hitting the ground, this figure with a hump on his back and his legs on his back gradually disappeared into the darkness. A building near Central Park. Wilson Fisker watched the broadcast blankly. Although 3 consecutive explosions made him a little surprised, none of it had anything to do with him, did he? Someone will take care of it all. www.readwn.com and he will be the final winner. James Wesley raised his glasses and looked admiringly at the majestic figure in front of him. What a perfect leader! He is well aware that he does not have the qualifications to become a leader, but he will assist this person to become the underworld king of New York. A stupid figure came over and hugged Wilson Fisk. "Dear Vanessa, my goal is about to be achieved. I will spend more time with you at that time." Fisk looked at the woman in his arms and could not help showing a touch of tenderness. Since he separated his sadistic father with his mother, he has been in the dark solitude until he meets the woman in front of him. "My dear." Vanessa's face flashed with hesitation. "I'm proud of you, but what's the use of it, we're always in the dark." "You don't understand, dear, only I'm pregnant." Vanessa interrupted Fisk's words. "I hope our son can appear squarely and brightly in the world. We have other ways, don't we?" Fisk's face showed joy, and he couldn't help but touch an old cufflink at the cuff of the suit. He touched it from his father's body to remind himself not to be like his father. "I was silent for a long time," and Fisk had a smile on his face. "Listen to you, dear." "Mr. Cherry, it's me, Fisker." Wilson Fisker took out the phone and dialed a number. "I will support you to drive Bloomberg out of the long seat. I need you to organize a charity for me dinner." "Yes, I decided, I need all New Yorkers to know me, Wilson Fisk." Chapter 32, Chaos City, 3. Emergency Department of Central New York Hospital. It's busier than usual, noisy footsteps, noise, painful moans, grunts from the wheels of the hospital bed. These voices kept digging into Lee Mo's head, making him more irritable. "Hey, Lee, are you okay? Don't worry, Dr. Christine Palmer is performing the operation inside. I think your friend will be fine." "I'm sorry, I left beforehand." The tired intern female Dr. Gray came over to comfort her, and was called away by a message from the dispatch room. "Sad? No, it shouldn't be sad. In the final analysis, Bartek Barrett was just a gangster. Even if he later became a subordinate of Lee Mo, he did not have deep feelings. It's a lot more acquaintances." "But why do you feel irritable?" Lee Mo recalled his experience after coming to this world. The people he contacted, Lucas Jr., Tony, Eugene, Barrett, Jessica. They are not NPCs with a single face. They have their own lives and joys and sorrows. Although he always wanted to stay out of the way, he had been unknowingly affected and the entanglement became deeper and deeper. I thought about not destroying the plot and making a lot of money, but now it's ridiculous to think about it, and I don't know how much it has changed. It turned out I have become this world. Part of destiny. Barrett's operation went smoothly. Although he was still in a coma, the doctor said that everything was normal. Lee Mo went home after taking a look. Outside the hospital, he saw a distant acquaintance holding a bunch of roses to meet Dr. Christine, the surgeon who served Barrett. Stephen Strange. Is this his girl? What a coincidence. However, Lee Mo has become accustomed to all kinds of coincidences. There seems to be a wounded hand that is controlling his destiny. The next day, Lee Mo brought the anxious little Lucas and George to the hospital to visit Tech Barrett. When did your three men become so good? Is this the generation gap between boss and subordinate? In the hospital, despite the constant comfort of Lucas and George, Turk Barrett still looked sullen and sad. Lee Mo also made a joke, if you do nt break your hand, it's not a big deal. And tell you a secret, breaking your hand in this world may change your destiny significantly. After the three-person gag, Turk Barrett finally came back slowly and said weakly, "Boss, guys, thank you. I'm not sad because of a broken hand, a very important person left me went. Boss, I want to be discharged. I'm going to prepare Dad's funeral." The so-called first assault by the New York City Police Department soon began. The police, who were provoked by a series of recent vicious incidents, have completely let go, and under the support of Director George, they have rushed into the area they did not want to involve before. The Queen. Outside an old factory. A middle-aged white policeman with silver hair in a bulletproof vest pulled out a pistol and said to his fully armed men behind him, "Guys, inside is the KK's poison factory. Everyone pays attention to safety." The police quietly overturned the guards and entered the factory. Many people in yellow chemical protective suits are sitting in front of the chemical station, and several white men with tattoos are patrolling with guns. "Don't move. We are NYPD, New York City Police Department, all put down your weapons." Boom. A gangster pulled the trigger nervously. Damn. Lawrence shot, counterattack. A fierce gun battle broke out in the Sakai factory, and it became a mess. Brooklyn. A motel. A leader of the Armenian gangster is hiding in a room and pacing frantically. He has been careful not to touch the bottom line of the police, but he was not involved, but it was a disaster. FK. The poisonous snake helped that got their heads in the water and escaped from this robber. Suddenly, a noise sounded outside the door, and he nervously picked up an automatic rifle. Crash hammer. Let's die together. The leader fired wildly across the door. Harlem. A young black man in a hip-hop suit and a black cap was blocked by several police officers and his face was pressed against the wall. Asshole. Come on, where is your boss Cornell? I don't know, I'm not the gang of Viper gangs. The young black man was angry. Nonsense. I saw you selling white powder, and you thought I didn't know that all the drug sellers in this piece were Cornell's men. FK. That's medicine, Yunnan Biao from China, you fools. For a moment, the young black man was beaten with blood by the pistol. Handcuff him back, smuggling drugs can also be convicted. The first crackdown in New York City is in full swing, and the city is large and small. All gangs and individuals who have recently committed criminal activities have been hit. Organizations related to the bombing have been given special attention. The police station is busy, catching people, checking clues, recording confessions, and there is no idler. Countless criminals have been arrested, and the police station was overcrowded. Scrutinizing the results of the crackdown, Director George Stacy was beaming. But when he wanted to hold a press conference to announce the news, things changed drastically. First of all, because of the hasty deployment of the operation, there were a wide variety of criminals arrested. There are both real gangsters and many thieves. The New York City Police Department does not have the power to convict. Some thieves have been sentenced to imprisonment for more than 10 days, and some have only been punished for community labor. When convicting real gang leaders and drug lords, they usually face a large team of lawyers. The inspector was tired and turned into a dog, and even the judges criticized him. Then, the continuous high pressure finally caused resistance in the underground society. Someone quietly hit the police with a black gun, and some were even more frantic. The New York City Police Department's recent sacrifice and maiming of police officers has been on the rise, and even George Stacy has been assassinated twice. Proud policemen are passionate, the means are more intense, and the gang's revenge is more bloody. Shootouts often erupt on the streets. If the bombings have made New Yorkers' hearts frightened, the social order that is now turning sharply has made them completely angry. Finally, when a child went to school, he was killed by a stray bullet that broke out on the street. The high-pressure boiler in New York City completely exploded. Numerous citizens began to take to the streets to protest against the incompetence of the government. Many legislators have begun to express their own voices, and some have suggested that the crackdown should be further strengthened, while others are taking the opportunity to attack their opponents and seize political capital. The media are divided into several groups. From quarreling to unscrupulous slander, the whole society is chaotic. Some gang members who don't know the truth see this situation now, naively think that they have the power to subvert the society, so they are more nonsense, which has aggravated social conflicts. The opposition was getting stronger and stronger, and the government had to order George Stacy to stop this operation. At this point, the violent strike in New York for the first time came to an end, leaving a more turbulent society. Lee Mo has been following the development of the situation. At the beginning, he still felt that there was a drama, and later he became increasingly dismissive. It seems that you, the dictatorship of democracy, cannot play at all. Matt Murdock is going crazy this time, and the number of cases as a lawyer during the day has increased sharply. At night, as a daredevil, both the gangsters who rely on lawyers to drill legal loopholes to escape punishment are discounted. It is also necessary to investigate the murders behind this series of events. He felt more and more that Lee Mo's clue was right, there was a huge shadow over New York. However, he found everyone, I do not know how many well-informed gangsters tortured, and no one knew the nickname of the Golden Biscuit. Hidden so deep. Helpless Matt can only go to Lee Mo to discuss countermeasures. Lee Mo has been staying in the shop during this time. After Lucas and George accompanied Barrett to the funeral, they took turns to take care of Barrett with only one hand. It wasn't Lee Mo's fancy business in the shop, mainly because the hearts of people outside were really boring. This time Matt chose to come over during the day, wearing a suit, sunglasses, and carrying a blind cane. Yu reading book www.yuyugonshu.com. Lee Mo is lying on a rocking chair in the store watching the news. Seeing Matt, Lee Mo joked, "Pretend to be like that." Matt laughed, stole the blind cane smartly, and walked steadily into the store. When hiding has become a habit, it is already difficult for you to change anything. I've always been curious about what the world looks like in your perception. Lee Mo asked with a sip of tea. I really can't describe it in detail. I can clearly hear that sound waves hit the human body and spread out. Everything seems to be burning, and it is very clear. I can even feel the rhythm of the muscles on your face and the tea I drink. Sliding through the swallowing muscles. It was difficult to accept at first, but now I am used to it. Matt sat down and continued a little helplessly, "Don't talk about that. Through the investigation of this time, I can feel that someone is controlling everything, but I can't find the golden cookie you said." Lee Mo scratched his head. It should be called this. Where did you get the news? A Chinese named Netflix. Matt pondered for a moment, and suddenly asked, what should I call in Chinese? Chinese pinyin is called jinbing. Matt looked down for a moment. Maybe we're mistaken, this is a transliterated word, it should be called kingpin, meaning head. But who is this individual? Li Mo shook his head and suddenly widened his eyes and watched TV. This is a dead fat pig. On TV, WHH-TV is broadcasting news. At the invitation of Mr. Cherry, well-known businessman Wilson Fisk announced a charity dinner tonight to help citizens and police who have been injured in a series of recent events. Chapter 33, Chaos City, 4. Trump Tower, New York City. As the premier high-end hotel in New York City, the splendid banquet hall on the third floor is the best venue for events in New York's high society. At this time, the banquet hall was brightly lit, and many well-dressed men and celebrities in elegant and luxurious evening gowns and various jewelry had gathered here. Talking decently and stably, showing grace. Everyone's topic is inseparable from the recent events in New York, and the origin of this mysterious businessman Wilson Weskier is still being speculated. In fact, many people disagree, and it will be difficult for New York to endanger them. Unless it affects their business or social status, the so-called charity dinner is just a show. This is the rule of society. In their opinion, only those who do not understand the situation will condemn it. They get fame, maybe some people get help, isn't it great? The key problem is that the owner of this show, Wilson Fisk, who has a stake in many groups, suddenly came out of the secret. Look at the Pokaw champagne bar in their hands, even they feel luxurious. In the lounge aside, Representative Cherry and Wilson Fisk are sitting and chatting. They are not in a hurry, it is not the moment they play. Why did you figure it out to appear in front of the public? Dr. Cherry sipped champagne and asked strangely. The birth of a new life has changed some of my thoughts, and maybe I need to be more euphemistic in the future. Wilson Fisk involuntarily touched the cufflink. Anyway, we are about to win. The taste of power, when you taste it, it is more eager for drug use. Mr. Cherry shook his head with a bit of conceit, and suddenly raised it with interest. I have heard a ridiculous rumor recently, and the host here has said so loudly that he will run for president sometime in the future. Funny? I don't think so at all. Wilson Fisk's expression was serious. In this crazy world, anything weird can happen. What's more, if he has the money, he will build momentum. He has already succeeded mostly. But there is one. Fisk frowned involuntarily. His wide, long red tie is a bit annoying, and this taste makes me hard to compliment. A back kitchen leading to the banquet hall. A dozen waiters in black vests and white shirts are nervously preparing dishes. Li Mo was wearing a high-end suit, and loosened the loose neckline. He picked up a macaron from the side and chewed it in his mouth. Well, your way is wide, Matt, wow. I thought we were going upstairs, oh. Matt smiled. Being our lawyer will always help some people. I don't think they will refuse this little request. That's right. Li Mo nodded. Matt listened intently and said, it's going to start over there, let's go. Well, okay. Hey, wait a minute. Li Mo stopped the waiter passing by with a plate next to him. What's in it? It's so fragrant. Small cream ribs, our chef's specialty. The waiter lifted the lid proudly and showed Li Mo the dishes on the plate. Is it? I don't believe it. Li Mo reached out and tasted it. Okay, I believe it. Then he reached into the plate with his fingers and arranged the shape of the ribs. The waiter looked at Li Mo silently, and returned the plate again. Matt shook his head and turned to open the door and entered the banquet hall. Li Mo quickly put the cream in his mouth and wiped it off. He followed. The two went outside without attracting the attention of others, because all the guests gathered in front of the stage in the banquet hall. After a few words were spoken by Mr. Cherry, after activating the atmosphere, he gave up the stage to Wilson Fisk. After the huge body came up, all the guests felt a pressure, and some people couldn't help swallowing. Wilson Fisker looked at the audience and touched the cufflinks with his hands crossed. A thick voice sounded, "I know that I am new to everyone because I have been focusing on my business for a long time. At all times, as part of New York, as a child in this city, I decided to stand up. The city is slowly decaying, ethnic conflicts are prominent, infrastructure is aging, and people have lost their dreams. Now it has become a chaotic city. I won't be silent anymore. First, I will set up a FISC charity fund to help citizens and police who were injured some time ago. I will donate to the police station, I will run for members to voice my voice for the citizens. I will actively cooperate with everyone present in all aspects. New York will be even better." Guests under the stage gave warm applause, and Wilson Fisk smiled and nodded. Meow Matt and Lee Mo stood quietly at the end to witness all this. Will such a person be the real murderer behind the scenes? Matt was a little confused. How is that impossible? Lee Mo shook his lips. I don't know your opinion, anyway, in my impression. The more eloquent the people who stand on it, the less good they are behind. At this moment, James, Fisk's confidant, came over and whispered something beside him. Fisk apologized to the guests and followed James towards the lounge. Immediately frowning, Matt followed him calmly. No one else could hear it, but he heard it clearly. The secretary's words were, "Boss, Mrs. Gao and Jideo are wrong." Fisco and James closed the door and talked in the lounge. Matt stood not far from the lounge pretending to be drinking champagne, while listening to the conversation inside. After a while, Matt's expression came to a sudden realization, and then he couldn't stop the anger. Listening to the plots inside, his anger grew stronger and stronger. With a bang, the champagne glass in his hand was crushed, the champagne liquid and glass pieces fell to the ground, and the cut hand slowly dripped blood. Oh shit, what kind of high-end hotel is this? It's still inferior glass. Clean it up soon. Lee Mo shouted loudly, called a waiter to clean up, and then pulled Matt out of the hotel. Outside the hotel, Matt took a towel and wrapped his hands, looking up at the sky and taking a deep breath, said, Lee, you are right. This person is the black hand behind all the incidents. It's good to confirm. After a while, let's kill him and let everything return to normal. You can continue to be your hero, and I can live in peace. Wow, perfect. Lee Mo nodded and said seriously. No, we can't do that. Are you mentally ill? Do you still have a twist and turn story? Lee Mo stared at Matt with wide eyes. Killing him directly is not a good idea. He already has a certain reputation in New York. Killing people will cause greater waves. And his loss of control will make things worse. I need to collect evidence to make he was punished by law. Matt said firmly. Lee Mo looked at Matt and shrugged. Well, follow your way. He understands Matt's idea. Many people become superheroes because of their own persistence, so they have different styles. If Matt will follow him directly to kill, then it will not be a super darker. For the next few days, Matt had been gathering relevant evidence. Fisk didn't know Matt had followed him, so he was still organizing everything. She was in the dark. With her superb listening skills and agile skills, she gradually figured out many things. Lee Mo came to Chinatown. Mr. Matt's investigation into the Hell's Kitchen bombing was directed by Mrs. Gao, a Chinese gangster. Because he did not understand Chinese and did not understand the habits of the Chinese, he asked Lee Mo to investigate. The police also got a clue, so they launched a crackdown on the Chinese gangsters. Lee Mo came here, just happened to meet the police are arresting the suspect. He followed curiously. Outside a common house, a team of police with live ammunition came to the door quietly. He opened the door and rushed in. All hands up, we are NYPD. Trained police quickly controlled everyone in the room, a middle-aged woman who was cooking www.readwn.com, a stunned man, a pair full horrified, embarrassed, male and female children, a pale woman lying on the bed. The man hurriedly raised his hands. "You don't have to do it, I'm a good person." The leading white policeman held a gun against the man's forehead. "FK. I don't understand what you're talking about, speak English." The man was so scared that he was about to urinate his pants. "I don't know, I don't care for a company." "FK. Speak English, you yellow-skinned pig." The white policeman shot a man with blood on his head. "FK." Lee Imajin kicked the door completely and broke into the door. He walked in and waved the shield certificate in his hand. "All of you don't allow Lao Tzu to move. I am the Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Security Bureau. Senior Consultant, I'm taking over here now." A group of policemen in the squatter stunned and raised their guns at Lee Mo. The man in the tang suit holding the teacup did not look like an detective. The leading white policeman snorted in the nostrils, "Bring your documents, we need to check." "Although check." Lee Mo dumped the documents. A policeman made a phone call and nodded to the leading white policeman, "Sir, it's true. We're investigating the Hell's Kitchen bombing. What about your shield?" The white policeman was a little unconvinced. "I said, I'm taking over here. Are you deaf?" Lee Mo poked at the white policeman's chest with his fingers, screamed hard at his face, and spit out. "Who is your boss? I want to complain to you." The white policeman's face was almost red. "Nick Free. You have something to tell." Chapter 34, Chaos City, 5. "Nick Fury, I want to complain to you together. With your incompetent man like you, he can hardly blame him." The white policeman said with gritted teeth. "Nick Fury would be glad to hear you say that. Also, you are such a natural bitch." Lee Mo La passed the chair, sat in the middle of the room with a grin, and took a sip of tea and looked at it scornfully. A bunch of policemen in front of them. The white police chief was so mad that he tried to rush up and was pulled by others. The police in the room stared at Lee Mo indignantly. In Lee Mo's vision of seeing a fool, the white policeman contacted his boss. Soon, Carlson called, "Lee, what happened? We have received a complaint from the New York City Police Department." Lee Mo said things without expression. "Okay, I see. You pay attention to your safety, George has rushed over." Carlson hung up after listening. After a short while, George arrived. The stupid man rushed into the room and saw Lee Mo's unheard sigh. Then he eagerly looked at a bunch of policemen in the room. "Sir, do you want me to fire their guns?" Lee Mo looked at George strangely. "What are you doing so impulsively, can you hold it?" George turned his head and looked at Lee Mo with a grievance. "Sir, my combat skills are really excellent." Lee Mo waved his hands indifferently. "Just this dregs, don't need them." After a while, the white policeman received a call from his boss, and Lee Mo could hear the scolding sound across the phone from such a distance. The policeman walked away in a bleak manner, and the white policeman turned his head to Lee Mo with an expression of disgust. "This will not be the case. You can rest assured that you will never forget it." Lee Moyu drank his tea. After those people left, Lee Mo called Carlson again. "What do you say?" "I don't think it's irritating to me. I told their chief it's no file your business." Carlson replied. "Ha, Carlson, I find I appreciate you a little bit," Lee Mo said with a smile. "Really? Glad you can think so. Do you need a lawyer in the office to sue them for racial discrimination?" "No, I have more suitable candidates," Lee Mo said, shaking his head. In fact, Lee Mo does not like to report racial discrimination at every turn. There is always a feeling of vulnerable groups. In his view, all kinds of discrimination in human society are ubiquitous: geographical discrimination, discrimination between the rich and the poor, cultural discrimination, discrimination against the face value, and even children who like trouble in kindergartens will be discriminated by teachers and classmates. But Lee Mo, who grew up watching the news network in his childhood, said that racism is a ghost. He saw that it was a contempt for your proud blood, which gave Lee Mo the urge to kill him for the first time. But the vine that had already stretched out shrank back and let him die in pain? Too cheap for him. Simply killing him, maybe the New York City Police Department dare to give him a martyr's medal. Moreover, Lee Mo looked at a room full of old, sick. Some things can't be solved simply by killing people. Since coming to this world, Lee Mo took the initiative to do something for the first time. Lee Mo asked the middle-aged man with a gentle tone, "What the is going on?" "Don't be afraid, I will support you." The middle-aged man was bewildered. "Boss, how about you, what happened? Should I click?" Lee Mo. At this time, the woman lying in the bed said weakly, "Sir, if you have any questions, just ask me. Uncle Jen doesn't understand English and can't speak Mandarin." Lee Mo began to listen patiently to the story of the woman, and gradually understood how it would happen. It turned out that this impoverished Chinese family encountered an insurmountable obstacle. In order to give this family a chance, the oldest son promised the Chinese gang leader Mrs. Gao to make a human bomb. The Uncle Jen was paid by Mrs. Gao to take care of the family. Lee Mo sighed, wondering what to say. At this time, Matt, who received the news from Lee Mo, hurried to him. "Lee, what happened to you?" "I know who made the explosion in the Hell's Kitchen," Lee Mo said with a frown. "Who is it?" "A blind man who is out of luck and desperate." Lee Mo sighed and told the story. Matt's hand holding the blind stick was tight, and solemnly said, "Lee, I want to be their lawyer." Lee Mo nodded. "Of course it will be you, but this is not a rush, let's meet with Mrs. Gao first." Subsequently, George was arranged to stay here to protect the family. After questioning several people, Lee Mo and Matt came to Mrs. Gao's poison factory. It was easy for them to be cleaned up by the gangsters ILO in the factory, and Mrs. Gao had disappeared a few days ago. "I didn't catch Mrs. Gao," Lee Mo and Matt didn't care. They had a headache. What happened was a group of workers with their tongues cut off in a poison-making factory, facing a desperate posture. Matt was a little confused. "Lee, we saved them, why did they do that?" Lee Mo looked at the tired yellow skin and dark eyes in front of him, and could not help but feel a little bit sour. For the sake of the family, even the devil will accept the contract, only for his own family. "What shall we do?" Matt had no idea. "I was silent for a while," Lee Mo said expressionlessly. "Get rid of them, destroy this place." In the eyes of workers' resentment and hatred, Lee Mo smashed the poison-making factory like a vent. Out of the factory, it was dark. Lee Mo lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and dialed Tony Stark's phone. "Hey, Tony, I want you to do me a favor. You and my beasts will be written off. I will do that in a while, get you something good as a reward." The next day, Starbucks Group CEO Pepper Potts suddenly announced that it would open a large product packaging plant on Long Island. The factory only employs Chinese poor domestic workers in New York, and wages are not lower than the New York average. The factory is not for profit. Except for operating expenses, the remainder will set up a charity fund designed to help students from poor families of Chinese descent. This news has caused a stir even in the now chaotic New York City, and some have criticized it as racial discrimination. Pepper Potts responded that the plant's major shareholder had someone else, which was his special request. For a short time, many poor Chinese families in New York benefited. The local Chinese Chamber of Commerce has repeatedly expressed its gratitude for contacting the mysterious major shareholder through the Stark Group, but has never received a response. Gradually, no one mentioned it again. Mr. Matt continued to collect evidence about the Wilson Fisk criminal group every night, and devoted all his energy to the case during the day. Nelson Murdoch law offices have formally brought a lawsuit against the New York City Police Department on racial discrimination in law enforcement. On the day of the trial, Lee Mo was sitting below. After a series of listed evidence, witnesses questioned, and finally reached the final moment. Matt tightened the blind stick in his hand, walked slowly to the jury, and began his speech with a low voice. "Judge, fellow jury members. Let me first ask an additional question. Do you know the world of the blind? The blind world is dark. We can only perceive this world with our own sense of touch, smell, hearing, and soul. The suicide bomber is a young blind man who rarely contacts the society. Poverty, no education, no skills to survive. There is no material and spiritual enjoyment since birth. This poor family for him is the whole world. His world has been devastated and lost any hope. In this case, many normal people may be violent and give up, but this young blind man who knows nothing is not. He chose to sacrifice, yes, sacrifice. Although he was involved in a gangster battle and launched a suicide bomber. But for his world, his family, he is a hero. Yes, the gentlemen of the New York City Police Department quickly found clues. But look at this rescued family of the young blind, the elderly, women, children. I would like to ask that police officer, they have threatened you, are they criminals? You have not followed the established procedures and threatened them with racist language. Jury members, you reading www.uugonshu.com. This is not only a case of racial discrimination, but also a human torture. Matt ended his speech, and the people on the jury were already sobbing, and a black ant couldn't help yelling. There is no doubt about the outcome of this case. The New York City Police Department tried to face for a while, but then someone broke the scandal in which the white policeman had relations with several underage girls. The New York City Police Department has been completely waxed, and it has been questioned for the failure of the crackdown. This reputation is even worse. Many justice-conscious police officers in the Bureau began to express dissatisfaction. I immediately removed the white policeman, issued an apology statement, and paid generous compensation. The New York City Police Department moved quickly. They also want to end this thing quickly. This incident has made chaotic New York even more turbulent. Wilson Fisker sped up the action, messed up in many places, and he and Senator Cherry began to lash out at the mayor's power. Although the situation is worse, Matt doesn't regret it at all. If some weak people are to be sacrificed for the sake of the big picture, it is not the justice and fairness he wants to pursue. For the current situation, his solution is to work harder to collect Fisco's criminal evidence. Lee Mo, grateful, also actively cooperated. As for that white policeman, he was soon in prison under everyone's expectations. Ebera police, pedophile, racist. He had a good time in prison. When The Wind was released that day, several great men established a good relationship. For these, Lee Mo expressed hee. I really don't like killing people. Chapter 35, 6. Toddlers are fickle animals. Like everyone else, Lee Mo also had a youth of flying free and easy, hot-blooded asshole. In order to save his first love, he helped pick up some sheets in the middle of the night and climbed down from the third floor of the dormitory during the SARS period with the help of a roommate. As a result, the knot became loose and fell and broke his leg. In order to get angry for a beaten classmate, he took a knife with Jong Kai, and the bicycle theft gang outside the school came to a big fight that shocked the entire college road. After a while he grew up slowly. Many things that made him angry, doubtful, and sad gradually became understandable, and it became difficult to believe anything. Slowly, he stopped worrying about the material. Gradually, many good things disappeared from his life. Are you happy? When Sun and Jong Kai drank, they often lamented the once beautiful and innocent learning committee member, but now they have become a bit vulgar. The lossy friends who used to drink and play football became strangers one by one, and drifted away. When watching Old Boy, they both said there was nothing, but they both cried. As many things grow older, they become less and less precious. Like love, the child next door fell in love with a grown-up and died, but Lee Mo secretly covered them. Because the first love without adulteration may be the first or the last of the two children's lives. May be painful, or many teenagers will shed tears when they think of it, but this will be one of the most important memories in their lives. For example, friendship. Although Lee Mo and Zhang Kai are called fox friends and dog friends, they both cherish and understand each other. Because there are already too many friends who you think will accompany you throughout your life, or because of misunderstanding, or because of money, or because of distance, disappears from your life and is lost in the vast sea of people. Another example is fairness and justice. Lee Mo looked at Matt Murdock in front of him, and suddenly remembered the statue of the goddess of justice placed in front of the court. He also blindfolded his eyes and held the balance with his left hand to measure the injustice in the world. Evil in the world. Before the scale and after the sword, it said that although it advocates justice, it does not promote unnecessary killings. It also means that no one can use the name of justice to kill others for no reason. Lee Mo does not know how a character like Matt was created. Although he felt that Matt was very pedantic at times, it never hindered his respect for people like Matt. Because he was in the dark, Matt's investigation was fruitful and he obtained many key pieces of evidence. The mysterious veil of the Fisk criminal group is gradually being unveiled. This is a dark network covering all walks of life. Gangsters at the bottom, workers under duress, money laundering companies, gangsters, corrupt parliamentarians. Matt shuddered behind what he represented. He secretly handed some evidence to several justice police officers, but internal investigations were obstructed. He went to several newspapers, some people were doubtful, some people stayed away, and another fool wanted to threaten Fisk with these things. As a result, the whole family was killed and shocked Fisk. Looking at the worried, Matt chattering, Lee Mo shook his head. What are these in the Marvel world? Lee Mo suddenly came up with an idea. How about talking with Matt Hydra? Or, domination? DOM? Sorry. Think about it or forget it. Looking at Matt with a tired face, Lee Mo suddenly said, some things don't happen overnight, you are too tired to live, Matt, life is not just those things. You should take a break, maybe find a woman rolling the sheets. I think the beautiful female assistant in your office is very interesting to you. Or ask a friend to play billiards at Luke Cage's bar. I have no rest. Matt's mood became a little excited. New York is becoming more and more chaotic. The painful voices of those innocent people are constantly coming into my ears. My city is being poisoned. Okay, I see. Lee Mo interrupted Matt's words quickly. Your city? Why does every city have such a person? The heroes of the superheroes are really strong. And also, it's your superpower not to die from overwork. Lee Mo secretly whispered something, shook his head and said, it must be a problem to hand it directly to the police. During the time of watching the news, the mayor was forced by Fisk very miserably. You gave them what you had right. The media must follow up and leave it to me. I know a reporter, and that guy is also a guy with a muscle. The next day. New York Central Park. Today's weather is very good. The gorgeous sunlight makes the flowers and trees in the park appear more green. Lee Mo sat on a green bench and fed a few squirrels with peanuts in his hand. On the large lawn opposite, many families were picnicking with tablecloths, and the laughter of the children kept coming. A group of street performers is performing jazz in an open space on the left. Two beautiful women in hot short sports pants ran from the opposite trail. Two thin and long white thighs made Lee Mo whistle unconsciously, attracting two soothing white eyes. Lee, you act like a on the street in the 90s. A voice suddenly came from the side. Lee Mo looked back, and a well-dressed black man sat down beside him. It was exactly who he was waiting for, Ben Eureka of the New York Gazette. I was expressing compliments, and other beautiful women don't mind. What are you worried about? Lee Mo rolled his eyes. Uncle Ben Eric smiled and shook his head helplessly. Are you doing anything to me? I didn't say clearly on the phone. Big news, the big news you want the most. Just reporters, evil groups, Hollywood may make you a biographical movie. Lee Mo habitually slumped, passing the thick information in his bag. By the way, it was Ben Eureka. Hajimoto shook his head helplessly, looked at it after taking it, and the frown became tighter and tighter. Lee Mo poked his lips and continued to tease the squirrel board. These little guys are really brave and very greedy. Lee Mo kept feeding and wanted to see how big they could be. After a while, Ben Urek's mute voice came from the side. Lee, are these things real? It's incredible, you really gave me a dangerous bomb. Of course it is true. Some reporters dare not report because of fear. But I know you definitely won't. Lee Mo habitually took out a cigarette and stuffed it. Of course not, I will do some research. If it is true, the public needs to know the truth. Ben Eureka carefully picked up his things and said seriously. This thing is dangerous, and I will call a guy named George to protect you during this time. No, I have experienced many. Very much needed. If you refuse, you won't be involved in this matter anymore. Lee Mo interrupted Ben Urek's words and said firmly. Okay, listen to you. Ben Eureka nodded helplessly. After Ben left, Lee Mo walked for a while and drove out of the park to Harlem. Turk Barrett opened a shop over there. I heard that it was being renovated. Lee Mo was really bored and took a look. Lee Mo came to Harlem for the first time and was immediately attracted by the strong black cultural atmosphere here. I have to say that these Uncle Hayes musical talents are really not guy. Come here to say, do you have freestyle? Definitely uncomfortable. The ant who buys food on the street can show you 2 sections with your fingers, and it definitely comes from life. Lee Mo sat in the car and saw Turk Barrett far away. He was talking to a group of people. Lee Mo did not step forward, stopped the car and smoked. The fate of the sultry is really going to change. Once the wretched Barrett, he now wears a suit to straighten his waist, with a calm expression and firm eyes. In the circle of the crowd, patting this shoulder and seriously telling that sentence, there has gradually been a trace of leadership. After the blast, Barrett, with only one hand left, inherited his father's will and returned to Harlem to decide to reopen a place of hope. He did not have the prestige of his father, so he set up a neighborhood mutual aid organization. It quickly attracted a large number of people in darkness and despair to join. This organization has grown in a short period of time and has already been able to protect itself. After waiting for Barrett to disappear, Lee Mo knocked the horn. After seeing this, Barrett rushed over to sit in the front passenger seat. Boss, why didn't you tell me to let me pick you up? Barrett's face was full of sincerity. You're the boss now, how dare I trouble you? Lee Mo joked. www.readwn.com. What did you say? I will never forget. Barrett was anxious. Okay, just kidding you. Where did the interesting Barrett go before? Lee Mo shook his head helplessly. Barrett was relieved, and after getting out of the car, he acted as a tour guide for Lee Mo and walked around. I walked to the place where Dad's barber shop was located. The ruins here have been cleaned up. The street was lined with flowers, photos, and candles, and Barrett said it was a mourning and commemoration of many people who died of their father and others in the explosion. Lee Mo nodded and looked at the shop that was undergoing intense renovation and asked, "What shop are you going to open?" "It will never be a barber shop, and you will not shave people." Barrett's expression was a little serious. I thought about it a lot, and found out that what is most needed here now is not a fast food restaurant, a clothing store or whatever. It requires knowledge. I will open a bookstore where all residents can read books for free. People learn, accept new knowledge, and gradually form a good atmosphere to gradually change the atmosphere here. Books and knowledge are weapons of the armed mind, and I feel like I am a real weapon merchant now. Very good idea. Li Mo nodded admirably. It is estimated that it will lose money. You continue to lead my pill business, and earning some money can also subsidize here. Thank you, boss. Barrett was very moved. By the way, think of the name of the shop. Li Mo asked suddenly. Barrett replied seriously, because many people need to work to support their families, there is no time during the day. So I will be open 24 hours a day. I gave it a good name. Late at night. Chapter 35, Chaos City, 6. Toddlers are fickle animals. Like everyone else, Li Mo also had a youth of flying free and easy, hot-blooded asshole. In order to save his first love, he helped pick up some sheets in the middle of the night and climbed down from the third floor of the dormitory during the SARS period with the help of a roommate. As a result, the knot became loose and fell and broke his leg. In order to get angry for a beaten classmate, he took a knife with Zhang Kai, and the bicycle theft gang outside the school came to a big fight that shocked the entire college road. After a while he grew up slowly. Many things that made him angry, doubtful, and sad gradually became understandable, and it became difficult to believe anything. Slowly, he stopped worrying about the material. Gradually, many good things disappeared from his life. Are you happy? When Sun and Zhang Kai drank, they often lamented the once beautiful and innocent learning committee member, but now they have become a bit vulgar. The lossy friends who used to drink and play football became strangers one by one, and drifted away. When watching Old Boy, they both said there was nothing, but they both cried. As many things grow older, they become less and less precious. Like love, the child next door fell in love with a grown-up and died, but Li Mo secretly covered them. Because the first love without adulteration may be the first or the last of the two children's lives. May be painful, or many teenagers will shed tears when they think of it, but this will be one of the most important memories in their lives. For example, friendship. Although Li Mo and Zhang Kai are called fox friends and dog friends, they both cherish and understand each other. Because there are already too many friends who you think will accompany you throughout your life, or because of misunderstanding, or because of money, or because of distance, disappears from your life and is lost in the vast sea of people. Another example is fairness and justice. Li Mo looked at Matt Murdock in front of him, and suddenly remembered the statue of the goddess of justice placed in front of the court. He also blindfolded his eyes and held the balance with his left hand to measure the injustice in the world. Evil in the world. Before the scale and after the sword, it said that although it advocates justice, it does not promote unnecessary killings. It also means that no one can use the name of justice to kill others for no reason. Li Mo does not know how a character like Matt was created. Although he felt that Matt was very pedantic at times, it never hindered his respect for people like Matt. Because he was in the dark, Matt's investigation was fruitful and he obtained many key pieces of evidence. The mysterious veil of the Fisk criminal group is gradually being unveiled. This is a dark network covering all walks of life. Gangsters at the bottom, workers under duress, money laundering companies, gangsters, corrupt parliamentarians. Matt shuddered behind what he represented. He secretly handed some evidence to several justice police officers, but internal investigations were obstructed. He went to several newspapers. Some people were doubtful, some people stayed away, and another fool wanted to threaten Fisk with these things. As a result, the whole family was killed and shocked Fisk. Looking at the worried, Matt chattering, Li Mo shook his head. What are these in the Marvel world? Li Mo suddenly came up with an idea. How about talking with Matt Hydra? Or, domination? DOM? Sorry. Think about it or forget it. Looking at Matt with a tired face, Li Mo suddenly said, some things don't happen overnight, you are too tired to live, Matt, life is not just those things. You should take a break, maybe find a woman rolling the sheets. I think the beautiful female assistant in your office is very interesting to you. Or ask a friend to play billiards at Luke Cage's bar. I have no rest. Matt's mood became a little excited. New York is becoming more and more chaotic. The painful voices of those innocent people are constantly coming into my ears. My city is being poisoned. Okay, I see. Lee Mo interrupted Matt's words quickly. Your city? Why does every city have such a person? The heroes of the superheroes are really strong. And also, it's your superpower not to die from overwork. Lee Mo secretly whispered something, shook his head and said, it must be a problem to hand it directly to the police. During the time of watching the news, the mayor was forced by Fisk very miserably. You gave them what you had right. The media must follow up and leave it to me. I know a reporter, and that guy is also a guy with a muscle. The next day. New York Central Park. Today's weather is very good. The gorgeous sunlight makes the flowers and trees in the park appear more green. Lee Mo sat on a green bench and fed a few squirrels with peanuts in his hand. On the large lawn opposite, many families were picnicking with tablecloths, and the laughter of the children kept coming. A group of street performers is performing jazz in an open space on the left. Two beautiful women in hot short sports pants ran from the opposite trail. Two thin and long white thighs made Lee Mo whistle unconsciously, attracting two soothing white eyes. Lee, you act like a on the street in the 90s. A voice suddenly came from the side. Lee Mo looked back, and a well-dressed black man sat down beside him. It was exactly who he was waiting for, Ben Eureka of the New York Gazette. I was expressing compliments, and other beautiful women don't mind, what are you worried about? Lee Mo rolled his eyes. Uncle Ben Eric smiled and shook his head helplessly, are you doing anything to me? I didn't say clearly on the phone. Big news, the big news you want the most. Just reporters, evil groups, Hollywood may make you a biographical movie. Lee Mo habitually slumped, passing the thick information in his bag. By the way, it was Ben Eureka. Hajimoto shook his head helplessly, looked at it after taking it, and the frown became tighter and tighter. Lee Mo poked his lips and continued to tease the squirrel board. These little guys are really brave and very greedy. Lee Mo kept feeding and wanted to see how big they could be. After a while, Ben Urek's mute voice came from the side, Lee, are these things real? It's incredible, you really gave me a dangerous bomb. Of course it is true. Some reporters dare not report because of fear. But I know you definitely won't. Lee Mo habitually took out a cigarette and stuffed it. Of course not, I will do some research. If it is true, the public needs to know the truth. Ben Eureka carefully picked up his things and said seriously. This thing is dangerous, and I will call a guy named George to protect you during this time. No, I have experienced many. Very much needed. If you refuse, you won't be involved in this matter anymore. Lee Mo interrupted Ben Urek's words and said firmly. Okay, listen to you. Ben Eureka nodded helplessly. After Ben left, Lee Mo walked for a while and drove out of the park to Harlem. Turk Barrett opened a shop over there. I heard that it was being renovated. Lee Mo was really bored and took a look. Lee Mo came to Harlem for the first time and was immediately attracted by the strong black cultural atmosphere here. I have to say that these Uncle Hayes musical talents are really not guy. Come here to say, do you have freestyle? Definitely uncomfortable. The ant who buys food on the street can show you 2 sections with your fingers, and it definitely comes from life. Lee Mo sat in the car and saw Turk Barrett far away, he was talking to a group of people. Lee Mo did not step forward, stopped the car and smoked. The fate of the sultry is really going to change. Once the wretched Barrett, he now wears a suit to straighten his waist, with a calm expression and firm eyes. In the circle of the crowd, patting this shoulder and seriously telling that sentence, there has gradually been a trace of leadership. After the blast, Barrett, with only one hand left, inherited his father's will and returned to Harlem to decide to reopen a place of hope. He did not have the prestige of his father, so he set up a neighborhood mutual aid organization. It quickly attracted a large number of people in darkness and despair to join. This organization has grown in a short period of time and has already been able to protect itself. After waiting for Barrett to disappear, Lee Mo knocked the horn. After seeing this, Barrett rushed over to sit in the front passenger seat. "Boss, why didn't you tell me to let me pick you up?" Barrett's face was full of sincerity. "You are now the boss, how dare I trouble you?" Lee Mo joked. "You reading www.uugonshu.com. Boss, what are you saying? I will never forget." Barrett was anxious. Okay, just kidding you." Where did the interesting Barrett go before? Lee Mo shook his head helplessly. Barrett was relieved, and after getting out of the car, he acted as a tour guide for Lee Mo and walked around. "I walked to the place where Dad's barber shop was located. The ruins here have been cleaned up." The street was lined with flowers, photos, and candles, and Barrett said it was a mourning and commemoration of many people who died of their father and others in the explosion. Lee Mo nodded and looked at the shop that was undergoing intense renovation and asked, "What shop are you going to open?" "It will never be a barber shop, and you will not shave people." Barrett's expression was a little serious. "I thought about it a lot, and found out that what is most needed here now is not a fast food restaurant, a clothing store or whatever. It requires knowledge. I will open a bookstore where all residents can read books for free. People learn, accept new knowledge, and gradually form a good atmosphere to gradually change the atmosphere here. Books and knowledge are weapons of the armed mind, and I feel like I am a real weapon merchant now." "Very good idea." Lee Mo nodded admirably. "It is estimated that it will lose money. You continue to lead my pill business, and earning some money can also subsidize here." "Thank you, boss." Barrett was very moved. "By the way, think of the name of the shop?" Lee Mo asked suddenly. Barrett replied seriously, "Because many people need to work to support their families, there is no time during the day. So I will be open 24 hours a day." I gave it a good name. Late at night. Chapter 36, Chaos City, 7. The New York Gazette was founded by William Bradford in 1725 and was the first newspaper in New York. At the beginning of the publication, mainly supported government policies, and was called a boring material and boring eulogy by people at the time. In the 18th century, after joining the Zenger case, he joined the struggle for freedom of the press, and has since been known for his independent attitude and sharp speech. I later saw the New York communique in many major historical events in the United States. Nixon's visit to China, the Watergate incident, and the assassination of Kennedy. What is most famous is that their reporters followed Captain America many times to go to the front line and sent back a lot of detailed reports. That was the golden age of the New York Bulletin. However, with the advent of the new century, the Internet TV media is highly developed, and all paper media, including the New York Bulletin, have shown a decline. However, the importance of news value will not be ignored because of its different carriers. Early in the morning, when people got the first New York Bulletin, they were stunned by the headlines. The heavy news then detonated the entire New York at the speed of an atomic bomb. The Black Hand behind the New York mess. Fisk's evil empire. Awesome dark web. At first, there were still people who doubted the authenticity of the report, but with the sudden force of the mayor's line, countless solid evidence, audio and video were released one by one. Citizens of New York are completely outraged. Countless people took to the streets to launch protests. What are they protesting? Government's inaction? Corruption of Mr. Kwong? The incompetence of the New York City Police Department? No matter what, anyway, something needs to be protested, someone needs to be responsible for these things. Members of the mayor's bureaucracy of the mayor's department swept the previous slump and spoke in the media. or righteous words, or cynicism, are old fritters, no one will miss this opportunity. The FBI, the prosecutor's office, and the New York City Police Department have launched investigations into Fisker's group. In fact, although Fisk's criminal network is hidden, it is aimed at ordinary people. Many in the upper ranks are more or less aware, but there is no need to provoke right and wrong without touching their interests. The sky darkened. The tall office building next to Central Park in New York. Fisk stood in front of the tall floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the still heavy crowd of protesters in the street, with a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth. His James is still when Binbin with a calm look. "Boss, FBI and police are coming to this side, we should go." "How's Vanessa?" "Already arrived safely in Cuba." "James, you're right." Fisk stroked his cufflinks and said, "Standing in the dark will endure attacks from the dark. The most important thing is that you have to play according to their rules of the game. It's ridiculous. Find out who is targeting us." "It's the Night Devils and a nicknamed Master," James said seriously. "What about that reporter?" "Someone was protected, and the people we sent were caught." "Never mind, don't worry, some time is to play slowly." Fisk's eyes fluttered, and his huge body turned. "Let's leave here." In the corridor not far away, Matt, wearing a nightcoat, turned over a guard and stared at him, and said to Lee Mo, who was yawning next to him, "Lee, you are right, Fisk wants to escape." Lee Mo has been staying in Harlem for the past 2 days. He followed a group of black buddies to sleep during the day and night, and he was in a state of hangover. He said weakly, "Is it unknown? Fatty is not a fool. Saying can't you change into a decent uniform, this body is really low, like a little thief or a underwear lover." Matt shook his head helplessly and continued, "The police have arrived, and we have also guarded the exit. Don't think about it, Bad, I heard the sound of helicopter paddles, they are going to flee by helicopter." After saying that, Matt rushed out, and Lee Mo shook his head and followed. The wind on the top of the tower was particularly strong, and the lights on the apron illuminated the entire roof. When Matt ran out of the top floor exit, Fisk had boarded the helicopter, and saw Matt running out with a meaningful smile. Matt was anxious, and while chasing forward, he turned in the air and threw out the short stick in his hand. The short stick broke the glass next to the pilot with strong inertia. The pilot was startled, and then he started the helicopter to take off. When Wenbin's prudent James picked up an automatic rifle and fired continuously at Matt. Matt rolled quickly to avoid it, and a series of bullets struck the light on the top floor of the building, splashing stone debris. Lee Mo, who was a step behind, just saw the situation in front of him, shrugged his shoulders, opened a huge chrysanthemum shield and stepped forward to protect Matt, and then stretched out a 10-meter-long tentacle, no, vine. A helicopter dropped off the ground. The helicopter dropped to the top of the building obliquely, and the rotating propellers scraped on the ground. With the harsh sound, the sparks were drawn, and then twisted and stopped. James and the pilot were already bloodied, and Fisk slowly crawled out of the helicopter. Lee Mo was stopped just before approaching. "He is just an ordinary person, I'm coming." Lee Mo blinked, "Well, you come." Matt came to Fisk, who had just climbed out of the helicopter, and just pushed on his shoulders. He was pushed away with a great force. Fisk stood up like a giant bear, staring at Matt with fierce eyes, screaming with open arms and sulking. Unexpectedly, Matt was slammed to the ground, making a loud noise. Lee Mo wrinkled his face and took a cool breath. "It's ruthless, but this trick is so familiar, it seems that fat people on arcades are often used." Seeing Matt take another old punch, he asked loudly, "Would you like it?" "Help, man?" Matt tried to break free of Fisk's shackles, pulled away and gasped, "No, I can do it." "Okay, whatever you want." Lee Mo shrugged his shoulders, took out a cigarette and took a long sip, looking at the excitement. These two basically belong to the same level of players, one is dexterous and the other is strong. Playing that one is flesh and blood, comparable. The two of them fought for hundreds of rounds, and saw Matt Leopard's eyes glaring and angrily screaming, "Wow, yeah, kill me, Phoebe, look at the stick." Instantly. Matt used a stick to draw a cloud-shaped iron stick backhand, and it was a stick according to Fisk's Fengmen point. Ying Ying Xiong closing. Breathing, panting gasped, Li Mo looked at Li Mo in a strange shape, and asked weakly, "Li, what are you doing?" Li Mo put away the look, "It's okay, I'm idle and boring in memory of an old gentleman with a single name." "You still miss him at this time, you must be a very amazing person." "Well, it's amazing, I know all the wonderful worlds from his mouth. Be sure to introduce it to me after that." "Unfortunately, you can't see him." Li Mo took a deep breath and looked at the dark sky in confusion. "Can not go back." With the arrest of Fisker and Cherry, the haze over New York also seemed to be swept away. Although Matt is still hiding, citizens have learned about this superhero who is active at night in New York after Ben Urich's report. The media nicknamed him Daredevil. As Matt changed brand new equipment, the demon-like helmet gradually took on the nickname. Manhattan West 32nd Street. Lee's Handicraft Shop. Little Lucas stretched his waist. "This thing has finally passed, it seems that there are more people on the street." George also nodded and said, "Yeah, people always become stronger after a disaster. Just like the captain." Li Mo drank his mouth tea and said, "I'm very impressed by the nerves of the people in New York. It will become more and more powerful in the future." "Right, little Lucas." Li Mo suddenly thought of something, "I have a bad feeling, it will be more and more dangerous to stay with me in the future, or you just go to school far away." "No. Boss, this is my home, I'm not going anywhere." Little Lucas shook his head firmly. "What if someone threatens you with me in the future? What if you get killed if my brain is not threatened?" Li Mo asked jokingly. Little Lucas' expression was serious. "I have followed George to learn some self-defense skills, and I have also registered a new Chinese martial arts hall on the street next door." "China's martial arts hall?" Li Mo touched his chin with a touch of heart, "or else I'll learn both hands. Anyway, I'm idle." On the afternoon of the same day, Li Mo followed the young Lucas to the so-called Chinese Martial Art Museum. "When I saw tatami, samurai clothes, wooden swords." Li Mo immediately stunned, "Little Lucas, you still learn Chinese culture with me www.readwn.com. This is the Japanese Budokan." Even Mr. Bruce Lee said that he can't be ruled. No matter what kind of fighting technique is useful. A woman came over speaking pure Mandarin. "Hello, I'm the coach of this Taoist school. Lin." Li Mo looked at the woman in front of her, "This eyebrow, this eye, are you Chinese?" Colleen Wen shrugged. "My father is Chinese and my mother is Japanese." "This gentleman, you can't learn even if you want to learn, you have passed the best age for studying." "You mean that I am old?" Li Mo came to his temper, and touched the protruding belly, "I have to see how difficult it is for you this thing." "Forget it, you will be hurt." "Zhejiang is very useful to me, I must learn to learn." "Okay." Colleen Wen was helpless, this uncle was really difficult to talk. "Let's warm up first, follow me, 1, 2, 1, 2. Li Mo, 1234, 2234, what's the hard part? Primary school students are more complicated than this." Colleen Wen, after warming up, "Now I start to stretch my muscles." Li Mo, "What's so difficult, isn't it just splitting the fork?" Colleen Wen, "You have no effect, you have to push it down. Come on, everyone can." Li Mo, "It's the end, what are you doing?" Colleen Wen, "Hey! I press." Li Mo, "Ah! Little Lucas, call and roar. Little Lucas, boss, how many people? Lee Mo, what do you want? Find a doctor and ask Claire to come over quickly. Alas, what are you doing? Your brain is pumping me. Chapter 37, Mysterious Event, on. Emergency Department of Central New York Hospital. Lee, no problem, pay attention to rest after the cold compress, do not exercise vigorously. Gray's intern doctor took off the blue gloves and said to Lee Mo. Also, Lee. Gray blinked meaningfully, I don't allow the fierce life like last time. Shit. Lee Mo opened his eyes wide, how do you know? This thing is quite famous, the whole hospital has been spread, you are the first case. What a fierce battlefield, can you introduce her to me? Gray asked with some expectation. That's a woman. Lee Mo felt some pain in pulling a pair of objects on the inner thighs. I don't mind being a double plug, haha. Gray left with a smile. No wonder there will always be female doctors in certain European and American films that I have never seen. One is heavier than the other. Lee Mo muttered in disapproval. Ha ha ha, came a breath of laughter. Lee Mo looked back, it was a young black man with double crutches. What's funny, be careful I sell you a wheelchair. Lee Mo said angrily. I'm sorry, haha. The young black man quickly apologized, trying to hold back a smile but was stung again. Lee Mo shook his head, the black guy's smile was too low. Man, how did you get hurt? I accidentally fell while searching and observing the UFO at night. The black guy finally held back a smile, but what he said surprised him again. UFO? Where's New York? It hasn't been observed in New York for a long time, so it takes a patient search. The black guy said truthfully. Lee Mo was relieved and thought that the Zeterians had called in advance. You don't believe me? I've really witnessed UFOs. When I was young, I lived in Auckland, and I saw UFOs appear on the top of the opposite building at night, and the blue light at the bottom gradually disappeared into the clouds. The black guy fell into in some kind of memory. Lee Mo ignored these two goods and stepped out of the ward with a grin. As soon as I came out of the corridor, I saw Claire, Colleen Wen, and Luke Cage joining together. Claire and Colleen Wen chatted in full swing until Luke Cage greeted Lee Mo and greeted the two women. Mr. Lee, I'm really sorry, I'm reckless. Colleen Wen kept bending down and apologizing. Forget it, I feel uncomfortable in your actions. Lee Mo shook his head and asked, do you know Claire? No, I only knew you because of your business, but we were able to talk at first sight, Claire replied first. Lee Mo stopped talking, just as women have a hard time understanding the friendship between men, he has never understood a woman's friendship. People who haven't seen each other for a long time can be as good as honey. He stared at a hand on Claire's waist, big and black, from Luke Cage. You two, what's this? We are together, Luke Cage said with a smile. Lee Mo immediately smiled, bless you, I think you two are quite suitable. Let's drink together another day. Luke Cage drew a corner of his eyes and smiled reluctantly. Let's talk about it later. After saying goodbye to everyone, Lee Mo returned to the shop and stayed at home for 2 days. Every day I go to bed and wake up naturally. After waking up, I think of ways to cook various foods for myself. 2 days later, a craft shop. George shouted anxiously after receiving a call, Sir, we have a mission. Lee Mo, who was paralyzed in a lounge chair and drinking tea, narrowed his eyes. Task? I'm just a consultant. What is the task? Quickly connected to Carlson's phone and asked what was going on. Lee, it's just a simple investigation task, it's just a little weird to see if you can give some advice. Carlson's voice was helpless. I have a big trouble here and I can't get away. Lee Mo looked at George with a look of anticipation, and pouted, well, I'm bored anyway. What kind of task? George, the stupid big man, couldn't hold back his excitement and said excitedly, spiritual event. The mission was at a funeral home in Hell's Kitchen. When Lee Mo arrived, there was already an unexpected person waiting, Father Langton. Lee, I didn't expect you to be a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. Father Langton looked ashamed. Lee Mo was also a bit surprised. The mission briefing said that there would be a CO investigation by the exorcist sent by the Holy See. Does this old man still have a hidden identity? I found out after questioning that the old man was only responsible for the reception, and another person sent by the Holy See could come later. Lee Morrow asked Father Langton with interest, Father, are there really evil spirits and demons? Father Langton wiped his glasses. Including the one inside, I've seen it twice in my life. I don't know what it is, but it is definitely something that shouldn't exist in the world. After a short while, two men in clergy uniforms drove here. A stubble on his face, his eyes vicissitudes. One was relatively young and exhausted. They made a self-introduction. The young man was Thomas and the old man was Marcus. These two people were sent by the Holy See to travel around the world to deal with similar incidents. Lee Mo, who was interested, kept pestering the two and asked east and west, but the two were always silent to help Lee Mo. In a room outside the funeral home, Father Langton introduced what he had learned. This funeral home was run by a pair of father and son. Some time ago, when an unknown female corpse was sent in, both father and son died tragically, and many weird things happened. After FBI investigation, it was found that the female body was very similar to the female body in a mysterious case in Europe. After the death of two agents, the case was handed over to S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Holy See. Now the female corpse is still parked in the funeral parlor. As everyone looked at each other, Lee Mo couldn't help asking, is that all? What specific information is there? Father Brenton nodded and took out a USB stick from a black leather bag. This is the most detailed information transferred to me by the Holy See so far. To prevent panic, I will show it to everyone now. I'm very sorry. After speaking, Father Langton opened a laptop computer and inserted the U-disk to read the video files inside. This is information from a medical research institution in Europe. This female body was found on a construction site in the UK. First of all, some textual information shows that the body has not decayed since its discovery, and blood can still flow. The outer skin is intact, but the internal organs and bones are destroyed. After that, there is a detailed video of this medical experimental center. After the screen turned on, a middle-aged man appeared. With grey hair but meticulous care, wearing a pair of gold glasses, a book-looking look, a neat white coat, a blue shirt with a scarlet tie, face with joy. September 13, 1996, Felton Medical Laboratory, first video. I got it. I got it. I finally got anonymous. Although it cost a huge price, but I think I will get the Nobel Prize in Medicine next year, and I will leave a strong fortune in the history of human evolution. The second video, this corpse does have weirdness. The blood and skin cells are still alive, but I'm sure and very certain that she has been dead for a long time. Then she said with sarcasm on her face, someone actually took it. It comes down to superstition? That's why the incompetent finds himself. In the third video, the appearance of the corpse looks complete, although there are signs of sexual assault. After speaking, the middle-aged man's complexion was a little confused. I found some mandala flower seeds and this in the stomach. After that, the middle-aged man picked up a small cloth bag. Someone told me that this is the legendary sorcery bag. Even stranger is that the carbon-14 test has been for at least 2,000 years. The image of the middle-aged person has been a little decadent, with thick dark circles and bloodshot eyes, and said tiredly, the fourth video, this corpse actually has 2 layers of skin, and the first layer is much more elastic and flexible than ordinary people. Yu reads www.yuyugonshu.com, and the second layer is a hard cuticle with the same protective power as a bulletproof jacket. I used special tools to dissect it. The first layer has some weird symbols and pictures. After finishing speaking, the middle-aged person picked up the skin full of strange symbols and graphics, and displayed the records one by one in front of the screen. Is it really related to religion? No, no, no. Absolutely impossible. There is only technology in this world. There is no myth. Recently I often hear some unusual noises and women's voices. Maybe I'm really tired. The fifth video, I didn't get anything useful at all. All the signs are related to religious witchcraft, this is not scientific. The sixth video, I don't want to say anything, maybe I took over this thing, and it was a mistake from beginning to end. Seventh video, God, what have I done? 2 people are dead. Logan and Catherine. Many people have resigned, all right. She's not dead. She's not dead. I'm trapped here, the door won't open, the phone won't work. Who will save me? Oh, God. I squinted and looked at the middle-aged person as if dragged in the air by something. After tearing alive, the screen went dark. Everyone looked at each other and found doubts and fears in each other's eyes. Lee Mo swallowed hard, and regretted taking the task. Turning his head to look at George, this stupid look of horror and excitement. Lee Mo is very familiar with that expression, this guy saw this as a horror movie, it was really helpless. Lee Mo is a little strange, isn't this Marvel world? How did this happen? Is it? I am in the writing of some crazy writer? Is it? Here is the infinite world? Chapter 38, Mysterious Event, Middle. The air inside the squatter room was a little dull. Lee Mo smoked a cigarette and smoked it. Before he came, he thought that the so-called mysterious event was just some kind of prank or someone awakening. I didn't expect it to happen. To be honest, Lee Mo is a bit scared and has never been exposed to these things. But to turn around and leave, the thought was thrown behind Lee Mo for a few seconds. No way. As a horror lover, the fire of curiosity is burning in Bastards. I want to say that Lee Mo is unlucky. For example, when walking alone at night when many are young, many people often feel that there is someone behind them. Some people may choose to leave quickly with a fluttering heart, but Lee Mo has to keep turning his head to see what is happening. I remember when I was in junior high school, one day when I went to school at the same table, my eyes were bruised. Lee Mo thought he was beaten and was going to help him, but he didn't expect to see the ghost at the same table, but he said he met a ghost last night. According to the description at the same table, after going home for a night walk after studying last night, when passing a dim alley, he found a white shadow at 7 or 8 meters behind him. He was a little scared and ran quickly. Unexpectedly, the white shadow followed him deadly. He was frightened, picked up a stone and threw it at the white shadow. But the stone just thrown out was bounced back and hit the corner of his eye. At the same table, the 6 gods ran home without concern for the pain. Lee Mo was very curious, lingering at the same table to go to at night. Of course the same table refused. Lee Mo was unwilling to inquire about a good route and wanted to act alone at night, but he dispelled his idea within a meal. When eating in the cafeteria, a guy with a bandage on his head kept boasting to his surrounding companions, "I saw the ghost, and I was not afraid of it." He chased him hard and threw him with stones. Pointing proudly at the injury on his finger, "See if it doesn't, this is the stone that was reflected by the ghost. I'll go to you a big head." Lee Mo was furious at that time, what the was it? I had a bad stomach and didn't tell the same table. Let the same table go a long way for a semester. Although is a fake ghost, but since then Lee Mo's hobby of death. I was amazed after watching The Old Village in the Mountain Village, holding a video player after school and held a screening in the classroom. A girl was scared to urinate her pants, and Lee Mo was also punished to clean the playground alone. I also led a group of friends to explore the anti-Japanese tunnels in the city at the time, but lost my way, and the flashlight burned out with no electric candles. It took a whole group of people to crawl out all day and night. Slowly these behaviors turned into horror movies, and also joined a spiritual interest society. Although Mao had not seen one of the ghost buildings and ghost village expeditions organized by the community, anyway, he also made a few appointments. Now I have a chance to see it. Where does Li Mo, who is itching in his heart, willing to leave? Besides, there are 2 more professionals here. Li Mo turned to look at the 2 exorcists, and found that the man named Marcus was sitting in front of the computer and returning the video to freeze. Marcus stared at the pattern symbol on the human skin, and took out a black notebook full of information and pictures from the bag. The brows frowned and tightened. Li Mo's curiosity is getting stronger. After a while, Marcus stood up sharply. Things are not great, I need to confirm. Thomas, contact the Vatican and ask them to send me the information I want. As the 2 kept talking on the phone in Italian, Li Mo looked next to him. Father Glendon got up and contacted them for lunch, but George, who was sitting in a chair, was not so good. George, are you scared? Li Mo asked with a smile. No, sir. George shook his head. I thought of something unpleasant. What's the matter, tell me. Li Mo la passed a chair, posing like a play, but unfortunately did not have a bag of seeds. It's about the witch, sir. Although the witch has been confirmed, there are records of the witch bell in official US data, and even President Andrew Jackson has confirmed it himself. But George sighed and continued, watching the body in the video, the violations reminded me of the dark history of the Middle Ages. Kill the witch? I've heard of it, but what are you doing here for so long? Li Mo asked strangely. Let me show you the information. George said, took out a small tablet computer, called up the information and handed it to Li Mo. Li Mo took the computer and looked up. It is a description of that history. 395 AD 395, 1500 was the darkest medieval period in Europe. After the fall of Western Rome, the European continent fell into a long-term melee. In the 15th to 18th centuries, there was a wave of hunting witches, and about 100,000 so-called witches were executed in various ways over the course of 3 centuries. According to the propaganda of the church at the time, the witch was a person who had a close covenant with the devil and sold her soul to the devil, and was a descendant of the devil. Witches are often stripped, tortured, publicized, and executed. Although also arrested and killed some witches, most of them were ordinary women. Some have been framed as witches due to verbal disputes. Some people, because they are beautiful, make no suggestions to the church with a grudge. There are still a lot of them arrested as witches because they were pierced by the missionary. When he saw a passage, Imogen squirted the water out of his mouth. When these prudent judges questioned witches, they often used witchcraft to rule witches with witches. They prayed in advance for the success of the punishment, they poured holy water into the belly of the witches, and they also said spells to force the stubborn devil's wife to confess. What a true man! Li Mo shook his head, thinking of the various scandals circulating from time to time in the church, and asked George, "Are you a believer?" George: "I am Catholic. I always have a problem." Li Mo scratched his head. "You say these guys always do the devil in the name of God. Do they believe it or not? Sooner or later they will meet the devil," George said angrily. Li Mo was interrupted by a voice if he wanted to say anything. "Sinners will be punished sooner or later, but first of all, we have to deal with the demons in front of us." Marcus came over, worried. "I have information about this witch's body, and it's not small." "Oh, how do you say?" Li Mo was so excited that he was right today. Marcus took a look at Li Mo. It was strange what the Chinese people of S.H.I.E.L.D. were excited about. We were dealing with the devil asshole. But Marcus, who was serious by nature, didn't think about it, and continued, "Everyone, don't you know that you've heard of Bis?" Seeing everyone shaking their heads, he continued, "Beth was one of Noah's sons and did not appear in the Bible. He failed to board his father's ark. But Bibis and his daughter obeyed God's instructions and built another ark. At the same time, there was a man named Phaeton and more than 50 women who boarded the ark. After 7 years of maritime wandering, they reached Ireland. Soon, Bis and his wife died, and Phaeton married Bis' daughter. The flood that came later swept away everyone except Phaeton. Phaeton, who survived alone, began to live and wander in Ireland and around the world. He has transformed into a variety of animals and continued to live for 5,500 years. During this time, he acquired knowledge that no one else could. Does this have anything to do with that female corpse? Lee Mo asked strangely. Marcus replied worriedly, I suspect that the female corpse is the famous witch case. She is one of Phaeton's disciples and found that many Celtic myths have her back. The last record of cases in the war between the Asa Protoss and the Lord of the Deep Sea Giants Mor and the evil eye demon King Barl. Case stood on the Barl side and was crushed by Odin's soul. The body has survived for unknown reasons. According to what happened many times, this corpse is undergoing some kind of sacrifice. Marcus' voice was a little hoarse, it is seeking resurrection. Lee Mo was a little shocked, my God, why is it related to Odin's one-eyed man? Let's retreat first. Each one reports that this mythical thing is not something we can handle. Roar the paladins of your holy see, take any Langinus gun, this is an advanced copy. Lee Mo shriveled. I wanted to follow the exorcist to see it, but this stuff made people tremble. What thousands of years, ancient myths, can these half-hangers be able to cope with it? Paladin? I am, Marcus replied. Just you. Paladin? Will you heal? Do you have an aura? Do you have a divine suit? Lee Mo was disappointed, and the paladin had this virtue? Marcus has a black line on his face. www.readwn.com. I don't know what you are talking about. The Langinus gun is impossible, but I will send the Holy See an artifact. Artifact? Lee Mo blinked, and decided to stay first to see. Within 2 days, the Holy See sent someone to deliver things. Lee Moman watched as Marcus took one out of a shabby suitcase. How about a mallet? I'm still wood. Although one end is sharpened, what the is it? Artifacts shouldn't sparkle. Will they wind up immediately after being taken out? Seeing Lee Mo's disgusting eyes, Marcus explained patiently with a black face, this is a broken magic cone carved from the wooden heart of the Celtic druid's sacred oak tree. Holding it can resist the devil's confusion, and after the blessings of past sages of the Holy See, it has a strong restraint on witches and most dark creatures. Alas, it turned out to be this way, Lee Mo knew for a moment, wasn't it? Break the magic cone. Made from sacred oak tree heart. +10 to resist the curse. +10 defend against mental attacks. 10 + 10 divine blessing. +10 damage to dark creatures. Well? Equipment is barely okay, but our level is not enough to deal with the corpse anger in it, right? Lee Mo was still a little worried. It doesn't matter, according to my speculation, it is now only a corpse and has lost most of its power. Only the ability to deceive people is retained. Marcus shook his head and said. That's pretty much the same. Lee Mo relieved a little. These are all my guesses, but even if I am wrong, I will kill this devil with my life. Marcus was firm in his face. Lee Mo. Chapter 39, Mysterious Event, below. Task, Naked Female Corpse. Mission description, in the age of ancient mythology, witch case stood on the side of the deep sea giant with the intention of subverting the great Midgard. However, evil will fail. Under the leadership of god King Odin, the Asa Protoss defeat the evil giant, and the witch case is also crushed by the soul. After many years, the body of witch case is still making waves in Midgard, trying to resurrect. If it is to succeed, the people of Midgard will face a huge threat. Location, Hell's Kitchen Funeral Parlor. Target, destroy witch case's corpse, 0/1. Mission reward, unknown? If you accept the task, please click on the yellow exclamation on the head of the exorcist Marcus. I won't answer it. Asshole. When my head is so funny. George, let's go and report the situation and let Collison find someone else. Lee Mo turned and prepared to leave, but Lee Mo did not hear the response, turned around and saw George standing with his head down and refused to leave. Of course, he knew what was going on. He was furious. Seeing that George was still standing there with his head bowed and motionless, Lee Mo rushed straight up and first stomped George's ass, then fanned his head and said, "Hey, can you, hero? What if you think your family is dead? Boss. What's the matter?" Lee Mo's hands hurt, and he was breathing hard. "All of my family members died in that supernatural event. I am an orphan and I joined the army after staying with my aunt for 2 years. George said with his head down. I. Nima, Lee Mo looked at George for a long time, lit a cigarette and took a deep breath, and asked Marcus anxiously, "Are you sure?" Marcus shook his head and said seriously, "In fact, things are not so dangerous. We rushed in quickly and ignored nothing. It was no problem to directly insert the broken magic cone into the heart of the female corpse. I've seen people who die in horror movies say that." Lee Mo said with a sting, and then said, "Just go in and go around, do it if you can, and withdraw if you can't." Funeral home entrance. Father Frenton was elderly and frail and was placed in the wing. 2 of the seemingly unreliable exorcists and 2 half-suspended SHIELD personnel participated in the operation. Lee Mo took a deep breath and asked, "Did you remember the route?" Everyone nodded in unison. "Okay, I repeat it again." Lee Mo said seriously, after entering, 1. Do not look at the mirror, 2. Do not look at the strange holes, under the bed and the wardrobe, 3. Do not open no matter what sound you hear. The door is not allowed to act alone. We ran all the way to the meeting point, and we didn't have to talk to her directly. Did you understand? Everyone nodded in unison. Okay, action. With the order of Lee Mo, 4 people ran into the funeral home with their legs scattered. The funeral home is actually not very big. Through a small auditorium, and then through a short corridor, you can reach the place where the body is placed. After I entered the small auditorium, everyone obviously felt a cold, but there were no other abnormalities. Lee Mo didn't hesitate, and rushed to the side of the auditorium with everyone, opened the door and rushed into the corridor. Bullet holes can be seen on the walls on both sides of the corridor, and some blood can be seen on the ground. Seeing that George was about to observe, Lee Mo shouted, "Don't worry about these, follow me." When he reached the bottom of the corridor, Lee Mo was ecstatic. It seems that his strategy is correct. Isn't he as hesitant as the protagonist of the horror movie to die? Hey! Lee Mo kicked the door open. However, there is still a corridor behind the yamen. Lee Mo's face was cloudy, and he quickly closed and opened the door again. Dang 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 tossed for a dozen times in a row. There was still no change in the corridor behind the door. Shit, hit the move, withdraw. Lee Mo did not dare to hesitate, leading the crowd to quickly return to the corridor door, but after opening, it was still the corridor. Aren't you saying that you wouldn't be able to get hold of that thing? Lee Mo snarled at Marcus' collar. I haven't been attacked in any way, and the environment here has changed. Sorry, I underestimated the capacity of that corpse. Marcus was worried. Which of your horror characters must you be? Lee Mo pushed Marcus away, took a sip, and said fiercely. Thomas quickly supported Marcus, frowning and saying, "This is not the time to quarrel, what should we do?" What to do? Hey! Lee Mo put out 7 or 8 vines in the horrified eyes of the 2 exorcists. Violent demolition. How long can I keep that thing? Lee Mo also made a fierce blow, driving a rattle to make a big hole in the wall, and the dark behind the hole could not see anything. Li Mo hesitated for a moment. There was no tube behind what was behind, and he turned around to destroy other places. Soon, the walls of the corridor became potholes and crumbling. Go, next place. Li Mo led everyone to the next corridor and continued the demolition and destruction. After destroying 7 or 8 corridors in a row, finally there are different changes. This is a public toilet. The faucet in the sink was dripping water, and the sound of water splashing on the sink was clear and audible in the quiet room. Suddenly, the water dripping from the faucet slowly turned blood red, and the flow was getting larger and larger. Squeak! Li Mo twisted and squeezed the faucet directly with his tentacles, and nothing could flow out. Look! Thomas pointed at the mirror in horror. There was a woman with long white hair in the mirror who was facing her back and started turning slowly. Hey! Li Mo removed another mirror with his tentacles and held it in front of this mirror. The woman in the mirror turned and exposed her blood-red pupils, but found that the opposite were also a pair of blood-red pupils. Hey! There was a scream of screaming in everyone's mind. Look at the mirror, it's broken. There was a loud noise, and the sound of toilet flushing came from the toilet. Li Mo opened the door directly and found that a handful of stool was sticking out of the toilet. Really disgusting. Li Mo shook his head in disgust. The toilet lid was closed, and a large rock was dug with the tentacles and pressed against it. In the public toilet space for a while, another door appeared. After Li Mo led the crowd to open the door, many familiar monsters rushed towards them. Li Mo poked his lips. No surround stereo sound, bad review. No superb suspense shots, bad reviews. No creativity, just plagiarism, bad review. Can't you get something fresh? Li Mo waved his tentacles and rushed up with a roar. Crushed a scarred rag doll. Flew a black robe and white mask. I broke a strong man wearing a hockey mask. Pressed a head back out of the TV. Twist a nailed SM crazy into a twist. Li Mo has killed a mania, and passed a bastard's chainsaw to chop left and right. Flesh and blood fluttered in the room. Slowly, the room quieted down. George and the 2 exorcists were stunned. Li Mo took out a cigarette with his hand and took a deep breath, then said quietly, "Who else?" Click. A door next to the puppet was split open by a large axe, and Jack Nicholson stared out of his head with his eyes staring. "You trademark are late." Li Mo pinched this head with his tentacles. Space, and then I revealed a door. After opening the door, it was a spacious room surrounded by a few cabinets. In the middle of the room was a steel platform cart. A snow-white female body was standing on the car. Victory is here. The 4 men looked at the white, red body, eager to try. He seemed to feel that Li Mo was the biggest threat. Many scalpels and sharp pens slowly levitated and aimed at Li Mo. The others were taken aback and were stopped by Li Mo as soon as he was about to go forward. A huge chrysanthemum shield was opened to protect himself and George. Li Mo shouted at the 2 exorcists, "Don't worry about me, you guys, come on. Insert her." Thomas and Marcus glanced at each other and rushed to the body with their teeth. Marcus held up the broken magic cone and inserted it in the heart of the corpse. Success! There was a secret joy in everyone's heart. However, he suddenly held Marcus's wrist with both hands, and slowly pulled out half of the broken magic cone. "I was young Thomas." Marcus was startled and looked up at his companion. "Thomas, what are you doing?" Thomas slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of eyes without white and pure black, and said in a weird tone, "Marcus, I haven't seen you in a long time. I'll see you again, ha ha ha. Hierapo. It's you asshole." Marcus was anxious. Hierapo is the devil they once drove away from a little girl in Philadelphia. This devil is very cunning and very revengeful. Always peeping at them for revenge. Because they paid great attention and did not let the demon succeed, he did not appear for a long time. I didn't expect to come out to trouble at this critical moment. Marcus' head was so big that he saw the broken magic cone in front of him. With a swift release of his hands, he pulled back hard and put Thomas's face on the broken cone. What? With screams and heavy smoke, Thomas's eyes returned to normal. Damn! Thomas knew that he had just been possessed, but now he didn't have time to settle accounts with that demon. The most important thing was to destroy the witchcase's body first. Thomas didn't hesitate, immediately grasped the broken magic cone in front of him and tried to insert downward. However, halfway through it, he held his wrist with both hands and slowly pulled it up. I'm Marcus. Marcus smiled with dark eyes. Beep, be surprised, I'm back. Nima. Thomas had his head exploded, and in the same way, he stuck Marcus's face to the broken monster and chased away the demon. The sober Marcus hurriedly grasped the broken magic cone and inserted, but was again pulled by Thomas's hand. Everyone makes a game together. Nima. Repeatedly. Plug in and out. The eyes of the witch's body slowly opened wider and wider, and her mouth became somewhat twisted. Howling. Lee Mo, who was hiding behind a chrysanthemum shield, found that all the knives floating in the air had fallen. Seeing the situation on the platform suddenly became furious. All this time, I still play this shameful game. How hungry you are, asshole. Unsure of the situation, Lee Moming rushed up and stretched out a tentacle to nail the broken magic cone to the bottom. The room was quiet all of a sudden. Thomas and Marcus rushed to take a large sip of holy water each, affixed a cross to their foreheads, and sat on the ground panting heavily. www.readwn.com ended? Lee Mo asked, licking his dry lips. However, before waiting for a response, Lee Mo found that the body in front of him began to shake constantly. What's wrong with this trademark? Lee Mo was anxious. Any artifact, it didn't work at all. The broken magic cone stops its action, and it needs to be completely burned. Marcus said as he climbed up hard, took out a bottle of holy oil from his arms and spilled it on the body. After I dropped the match and set it on fire, a raging flame appeared on the body. Should it be over? Lee Magang asked, and then his eyes widened. Pluto flames seemed to be getting smaller and smaller under the influence of certain forces. Shit! There is not enough firepower, my holy oil is used up. Marcus said, looking pale throughout his body. Can't you trademark be reliable? What is this trademark third-rate horror movie? Lee Mo's head was about to explode, and suddenly he thought of something, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. Did NTU and Luke Cage drink a pill when it drank? That stuff burns absolutely fiercely. Fortunately, I have the habit of taking harmful pills. Thinking of this, Lee Mo did not dare to hesitate for a moment, took a pill out of her arms and threw it directly into the open mouth of the witch's body. However, the flames are slowly decreasing and faster than before. What's the matter, useless? Marcus asked anxiously. Lee Mo suddenly thought of something, and took out a few pills in his arms to check. His face became pale. I may have thrown it wrong. What did you throw? Lee Mo swallowed hard. Sad ecstasy pills. Chapter 40, Mysterious Events, continued. What the is that? Marcus asked hard, he had a bad hunch. You won't want to know. Lee Mo swallowed and slowly backed away. At the same time take off the belt and tie it, and I ended up with a knot. I felt unhappy at the last minute. Lee Mo thought about it, and tentatively threw a fire in winter into it. However, there is no use for eggs. The flames have completely extinguished. Why are you still doing that? Get out of here! Lee Mo screamed at the two exorcists who were still in a daze. Boss, what's the situation now, what should we do? George came up and asked, as the only professionally trained among several people. This silly big man has been worried that he can't help anything. But Lee Mo is also aggressive. You ask me what to do? Where do I know what to do? What happens next? Li Mo didn't dare to think. Anyway, the body of which case will definitely not stand up and shout. Thinking of this, Li Mo stepped back a few more steps, turned to George and said, "It's a big deal, please contact Carlson." "No, contact Nick Fury directly and call all you can." Li Mo stopped talking, and he found that George was not listening, and pointed forward in horror. Li Mo swallowed and slowly twisted his neck that was stiff. The witch's body floated up, her eyes became pure black, her hair moved without wind, and the broken magic cone in her chest was slowly pushed out by a force. "It's over, everything is over." Thomas the young exorcist sat on the ground with a slump, shouting towards Li Mo with some breakdown, "What did you give her? How did you resurrect her in advance? Where do I know? That pill doesn't seem to have this function." Li Mo also collapsed, and quickly raised a huge chrysanthemum shield. Marcus gritted his teeth, drew a dagger carved with a strange pattern backhand, and rushed up, stepped on the platform and jumped in the air, holding the dagger and stabbed at the witch. "This old guy is hanging up." Li Mo thought, in all the films, the boss must be the first one to rush forward when he wakes up. Sure enough, as soon as Marcus jumped up, the female corpse grabbed the wrist holding the dagger, pinched his neck, and continued to kick his legs in the air. Aside, Thomas rushed forward to be rescued, but was kicked by the female corpse on the wall and fainted. George took the pistol and kept firing, but all the bullets in front of the witch were shot aside by some force to change the orbit. The corpse's face muscles continued to twist, and her mouth slowly opened. "What is this for? Do you want to make a boss return announcement? Still is. Want to blood?" Li Mo stared in horror, could not help but swallowed. However, ahem! The sorceress whistled a moan, and Li Mo vowed that he had never heard such a seductive voice in all the films and in all the fun scenes. He even made him a little bit crumbling. "I'm an old driver. This is absolutely magic." The sorceress stared at Marcus deadly, breathing thicker and thicker, while a pale flush appeared on his pale face. Marcus has a bad feeling. It seems that it was the right choice just to be killed directly. The Chinese pill is definitely not a serious thing. Hey! Marcus was dropped directly on the table, his limbs were fixed by some force, and a large glyph was placed. The sorceress woke slowly down, sitting on Marcus with one butt, while panting and unraveling Marcus's shirt and stroking. "What are you doing?" The old tough Marcus cried. Would his life of fighting end in this ridiculous way? He is even more ashamed that he has reacted for many years. Damn it! Spicy eyes! More importantly, I don't want to be Forzerafur, bastard! Li Mo snarled and rushed up. He suddenly felt that if he didn't do anything, he and the whole world would become blank. A few tentacles flew the witch out with the power of thunder. Li Mo rolled the Marcus and Thomas aside with vines at a fast speed, while raising a daisy shield to face the witch. Back slowly. The sorceress slowly stood up unscathed, twisted his neck, and fluttered at him, panting heavily. "Hey!" snapped. Li Mo first blocked the chrysanthemum shield, and then used the tentacles to fly the witch. However, the witch is like a never-ending machine, jumping over and over again. "Hey! Hey!" For the first time, Li Mo felt struggling, and the chrysanthemum shield felt broken. "Can you stop it?" Marcus asked uneasily, asking a little. "I don't know." Li Mo gritted her teeth. She seems to have lost her mind, only the power of instinct is left, and this power will become stronger and stronger. Finally, after countless unsuccessful blows, the witch was also a little tired, squatting on the stage like a female leopard and watching her dark eyes. Suddenly, her eyes stared at a certain object and refused to move. That is, break the magic cone. What happened next made Marcus anger. "Damn, you devil is not allowed to defile the holy see like this. What a waste. Let's go while she's busy." Li Mo rolled up a bunch of people directly with vines and waited, let the broken magic cone be our queen. Damn! You bastards! The old man Marcus cried with his eyes closed. George is also stupid. How did horror movies become A-movies? The style of the painting changed so suddenly that this simple child's head could not be turned at all. Suddenly, Li Mo found that there seemed to be a huge glass in the space in front of him, and sometimes there were some bright wrinkles like diamonds. What the is this? Li Mo looked around. Marcus was still crying, and George didn't seem to notice the abnormality at all. The bright yellow spark suddenly appeared, and then turned to reveal a round door. Li Mo's eyes flashed, he immediately knew who was coming. Sure enough, a tall figure in a yellow monk-like costume and a hood came out with his hands behind his back, followed by two men. A fat Chinese. A shameless white man with golden braids. The tall figure stretched out a hand and pushed forward, and the witch, who was still doing engine motion with 120 horsepower, was pushed into the large black hole that suddenly appeared behind him, and I wondered what position he was exiled to. The tall figure turned to leave, but suddenly it seemed as if Li Mo's gaze was glanced over here. Although his face was covered by the hood, Li Mo could feel that meaningful look. Li Mo had a drop of cold sweat on his forehead and did not dare to move. To be honest, he really felt the majestic pressure in the novel. But the tall figure just glanced away and left. His two men haven't left yet. The fat Chinese looked at him and said, "Casillas, that tentacle monster over there seems to be able to see me." Li Mo's eyes immediately turned to the side, pretending to whistle easily. Casillas glanced indifferently. "It's just a person with some special abilities. He can't see us across the mirror space. Let's go." "Wait a minute," the fat Chinese suddenly said, "I can understand. He blows a beautiful jasmine. It sounds strange, let me listen again." "Nima." Li Makai almost had uneven breath, and quickly changed the song and blew up the chrysanthemum stage. The chubby Chinese listened for a while, and said with some regret, "Although it sounds good, but somehow my hurts, let's go." "Hey, have you noticed that the Supreme Master seems to have some trouble recently?" Casillas thoughtfully, "Some things we don't know, let's leave here first." After the two left, the UU reading book www.uugonshu.com space door and glass-like things also disappeared. Finally, trademark is gone. Li Mo is relieved, he is not ready to contact those people. And there seems to be another accident there, which will kill many people. The movie doesn't seem so serious, but the reality may be much more cruel than the movie. Not too long. No one else could see what just happened, they just found that the witch suddenly disappeared. This matter is finally over. Li Mo kept claiming that he had seen the devil cone make a great sacrifice, and brought the witch to the end, and turned to ashes. Marcus and Thomas seemed to accept this statement, and packed up and left on the same day. George has another difficult task, writing a task report. It's hard to spoil the silly big man, who would rather face a band of bandits alone. That night. Li's handicraft shop. Li Mo was lying on the bed, holding a cigarette, and stretched out a vine to observe carefully. While fighting with the witch during the day, the vines seemed to absorb something. It is not electricity or matter, but something inexplicable. I can't see or touch. I can feel vaguely. Li Mo did not find anything for a long time, simply put aside for a while. He still has many questions. Why can I see the lens like space by myself? Why didn't Guyi Mage expose himself? I didn't think of a pain in my head and I didn't think of a reason. Li Mo went to sleep drowsy. The moon outside the window seemed particularly bright in this silent night, faint, as if there was a harsh siren. Chapter 41, Living People. A black SUV made a beautiful arc and drifted through a curve, and the tires smoked and made a black arc on the ground. The car rushed forward and continued to speed on the open street. It's late at this time. I don't know when a dark cloud will come over, blocking the bright moonlight over New York. On the top of the side of the street where the SUV was driving, a dark red figure rushed quickly, flying over the uneven buildings, crossing the narrow aisle with superb balancing skills, staring at the car staring at it. Matt Murdock was so anxious that Wilson Fisk actually escaped from prison. Do you guys know how much damage this guy can do? The New York police idiots didn't know where they had been dumped, now they can only rely on themselves. Thinking here, Matt gritted his teeth and speeded up. Finally waited for the opportunity. When the vehicle slowed down at a turn, Matt jumped on the billboard first, then jumped on the street light, and a flip turned to the roof. I noticed the loud noise on the roof, and the driver started to twist the steering wheel left and right to fall Matt. Another person in the car also took out an Ingram and pulled the safety bolt and fired at the roof. When Matt heard the sound of the bolt, he evaded sideways, smashing the window glass with a punch while rolling down from the left side of the roof, and knocked the driver out. With an ingenious rollover force, Matt stood up without injury, while the out-of-control SUV hit the fire hydrant on the side of the road. A strong water column rose into the sky, and then fell like a pouring rain. A huge body in a white suit opened the door of the car and rolled out. The suit was wet with water and looked a little embarrassed. "Climb up and want to escape." "Stop it, Fisk, you can't run," Matt shouted, and quickly caught up. Seeing that the figure could not escape, he drew a dagger and rushed towards Matt. Matt had felt something wrong, and relaxed his arms and raised the man's collar. "Damn! You are fake, where is Fisk?" This person, who is very similar in height, size, and appearance to Fisk, did not speak, but just looked at Matt mockingly, cracking his mouth and laughing. "You bastard, talk!" Anxiety and anger stunned Matt's mind, kept pressing him, and beating the man at the same time. "You will never find him, but he will come to you, everywhere, everywhere, ha ha ha." This fake Fisk was full of blood and laughed wildly. Angry Matt stunned the man with a punch and stood up panting. After looking left and right, he slowly became a little dazed, clenched his fists and stood there, letting the falling water droplets keep falling on his body. A high-rise building. Fisk has changed into a suit that fits around the napkin and sits in front of the tall floor-to-ceiling window to enjoy the first fillet steak after he was released from prison. The knife and fork cut the steak still and delicately, and Fisk cut a piece and put it in his mouth for a while, then took a glass of wine and took a sip of red wine. James Wesley, with a gentle smile, holding a stack of documents in his hand, standing respectfully beside him. Fisk took a napkin and wiped his mouth. He thoughtfully looked at the little lights outside the window, and a low voice sounded, "The piranha in the fish tank thinks he is the most powerful. He never knows the ocean. What kind of monster there will be? James, we need to change the way." James nodded. "Boss, a group of mysterious people have always wanted to contact us. I can't find any information from them." Fisk shook his head. "Don't bother them, there will always be various organizations in the world, and rashly contacting them will only become their meal before they get strong power. The land required by the CIF will be transferred to them. Yet it has been properly handled." James nodded and replied. "Very well, cut off the connection with them. In the future we will hide in the ground and pay attention to collecting all the data of extraordinary powers." Fisk looked away, his eyes jumped unnaturally. "My father only had one sentence that was right. With power, you have the right to choose." After 2 days. Queens, New York. The bright sun shines through the glass windows in the spacious classroom, and the air is filled with a serious atmosphere. Lee Mo rarely wore a fitted suit and stood on the podium with a pair of gold silk flat glasses. He spoke in a low, thick voice. "The theory of yin and yang is one of the most important parts of Chinese culture. We believe that there is oppositional restriction and balance in everything and everything. Pursuing the balance of all things to achieve a yin and yang secret state, Tao the law comes naturally to the unity of heaven and man. After I finished speaking, Li Mo held her hands on her back and looked at the audience with a deep look. Do you know that? There was a group of Loli and Madam who had been aggressively persecuted. A black child with curly hair couldn't help raising his hand and shouting, I know, this is Hogwarts magic lesson. Mr. Li, do you have Avadaso mantra? The image that Li Mo was struggling to maintain couldn't be stretched, a cold sweat ran down his forehead, and said dryly, sorry, I won't. The young female teacher wearing glasses couldn't help but shook her head. Mr. Li, these children you don't understand at all, you should talk about Chinese food and pandas. Okay. Li Mo scratched his head awkwardly. Just roll, talk roll. The power of the panda can cross national borders and planes. Li Mo's panda story quickly caught the attention of the students, and he could not help but secretly relieved. To start from the day before yesterday, Li Mo, who was walking on the street, suddenly received a call from little Loli Leo. Their school is going to organize a cultural event. Leo thought of this kind Chinese uncle, so he invited him to tell her classmates about Chinese culture. Li Mo gladly accepted this very sensible little Loli. But thinking of Li Mo's heavy task of promoting Chinese culture, he was overwhelmed and prepared a 2-day class at home. As a result, the scene now appears. I ended the course, and the students were still interested. Li Mo asked Dong Wengzi. Li Mo got so big with strange questions that he quickly took out his own gift and diverted his attention. Carry a box of panda dolls. There was cheering in the classroom, and Li Mo was pleased to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. After the class, Leo's mother Sarah came over to express her gratitude at the cold dinner organized by the school. Mr. Li, thank you very much for your request. And I am very sorry for the last incident. Li Mo took a sip of orange juice and shook his head. It doesn't matter. I can understand that every family has its own difficulties. By the way, can I ask you something? Li Mo asked hesitantly. How did Xiao Lei's father pass away? If it wasn't convenient, I didn't say it. Sarah drank the drink in her mouth, and her eyes gradually became moist. My husband is David Lieberman, a staff member of the National Security Bureau. He has done something very brave but stupid. I can't be specific, say more. Li Mo didn't ask any more, but used more to say, it was nothing but a poor victim. Some people are not afraid to sacrifice their lives for their ideals and beliefs, but Li Mo thinks that some things are worthwhile, and some things are really not worth it. I became a hero and left the orphans and widows in front of me. I don't know what choice Sarah's husband would have if he had another chance. Sometimes people who live are more miserable than dead. Late at night. Long Island. An upscale private villa. On the floor in the middle of the living room, a tall, middle-aged man with silver hair leaned against the sofa and moaned in pain. His limbs had been shattered, his shape was distorted, and blood was flowing to the ground. Frank Casal was sitting on the opposite sofa with a blood-stained hammer, his clothes and blood were splashing on his face. Why, you are my boss, I have saved your life, why did you kill my family? Frank Casal looked at the man in front of him, his eyes filled with anger. After being reminded by Li Mo that day, Frank launched a secret investigation. Although much evidence had been destroyed, Frank found the man in front of him. Barry Schoonover, Colonel of the United States Marine Corps, his boss when he was on the battlefield in Iraq. After the war, the pseudonym blacksmith relied on the Army's convenience to smuggle large quantities of drugs from the Middle East to dominate the drug market in New York. The Central Park incident, behind the murder of his family. www.readwn.com. Why? Ha. Ray Schoonover, who knows he can't escape, is already a little crazy. After that war, I got nothing, leaving only a wound. What's wrong with getting some money for my retirement? You also came from the army. Did I forget anything? Not friends or enemies. I have already withdrawn, I just want to go home, but you have killed my family. Frank Casole said to himself, my daughter likes reading, I have promised her to take her to New York Library. My son loves baseball. He is really talented and brought the Yankees hat I gave him that day. My wife baked delicious cookies that day. When you reject us, you should think of this result. Seeing Frank coming up with a hammer and struggling, Raskolnikov struggled, wait, you don't want to know what's behind anyone. I'll find out to kill them one by one, now it's time for you to pay. Frank raised his hammer with expressionless hands and smashed Ray's head into a rotten watermelon. The scene with her family was replayed from time to time in his mind, and Frank held the hammer blankly and slammed Thunder's body. A bit, until the corpse was smashed into mud. Frank lost his hammer and sat on the sofa with his hips full of blankness and pain. Even the revenge could not relieve the pain in his heart. Suddenly, the cell phone in my pocket kept shaking. Frank picked it up and looked at it, a strange phone number. Get out of there! The voice of an anxious man sounded. Fanway David Lieberman. Are you a patriot? A shabby basement full of electronics. David Lieberman, with the stubble all over his face, looked at the monitor in front of him. My wife, Sarah, goes to work as usual, taking care of and picking up her children, but she often cries when she is alone. Zach's personality changed a little bit strangely, his words and actions were full of anger. Little Leo is still an angel. David Lieberman took a bottle of vodka in pain and took a sip. 27 years ago, Sarah said cheerfully to David Lieberman in the maternal and child ward of St. Louis Hospital in New York, my dear, look. Leo is looking at me. It's really nice. David looked at his wife and daughter tenderly, she is really an angel given us by God. Oh! My God! Sarah looked at the TV suddenly in horror. David turned his head and saw that the whole man was covered. On television, the two planes crashed into the iconic tall buildings in New York, generating huge fireballs and explosions. After the encounter, in the shout of the host's collapse, the surrounding 5 buildings collapsed one after another, the picture is like the end of the world. A few days after his death, David was like a walking dead, and catastrophic scenes kept coming to mind. On TV, the silver-haired president is speaking, my fellow citizens, we will overcome this danger to our country and the entire world. We will go through a dangerous era and bring peace. We will be for our freedom, we will bring freedom to others. We will be understood by everyone. God bless our country and we will all fight for her. The next night, David tossed and couldn't sleep. The awakened Sarah kissed his forehead in a hug. Dear, what's wrong? I held my wife in her arms and looked at her 4-month-old daughter in the crib. David was desperate, but decided to resign as a college teacher. Whether you are in the Army or the National Security Bureau, fight for this country. Afghanistan. David, hit your target. But sir, it's just a woman, no weapons. And a child. FK. Obey orders. Bomb. David looked dumbfounded after the woman pulled a hand in her arms, and a violent explosion sounded. She and her child broke their bones, killing dozens of American soldiers. FBI New York branch. Man, this is our new colleague, David Lieberman. Hello everyone. Hello. Hi, my name is Edward Snowden, and I'm glad to meet you, said a gentleman with glasses. Hey Edward, what's wrong with you? I've been disturbed recently. David, I found something. What have you found? David, the interest of the country and the conscience of human nature, which side would you choose? In front of my eyes, it seemed like I was remembering every bit of Afghanistan, I really don't know. David Lieberman murmured. David, Snowden is treason, we are going to kill him. What? It's impossible. Look by yourself. What? How can the government do this kind of thing? Why and why? I only know that Snowden is against US interests. Dear www.readwn.com, what's wrong with you? Sarah, I found something about Iraq. They did too much. David Lieberman hugged his wife in a tangled face. He felt the dark behind the incident, but decided to turn in the information. I'm not a traitor. Standing by the Hudson River, David Lieberman growled at a group of FBI agents. Snapped. A gunshot. David fell into the Hudson River. Fortunately, David escaped into a ghost and could not see his family before washing his innocence, which would bring them danger. In the basement, piles of stolen electronic components, processors, and screens were slowly assembled. Relying on solid technical and intelligence analysis capabilities, David Lieberman constantly aggregates various information. Observing his family every day from a monitor linked to his home is his motivation for survival. Today is his wife's birthday. David Lieberman is very relieved to see Liu Xiao arrange the birthday party with the help of a Chinese birthday party broke up. Xiao Xiaoli's cry made his heart cut. Little Leo, wait for Dad to come back. After gathering all the information, David Lieberman redrawn a circle with a red pen on a person's name. This person will be the key to breaking the game. Frank Kaser. I am a patriot. But if I choose again, I will choose my own family. Chapter 42, Guest. Who are you? Frank Casal asked blankly with a hand holding the phone. This question is not important. There is a trap for you. Now a team of heavily armed personnel is approaching you. You need. Frank Castle hung up the phone and threw the phone. He doesn't like people hiding their heads. This number is no longer available since it has been tracked. He came to the window, opened the curtain with a small slit and looked down. Sure enough, a large group of masked armed men holding automatic rifles were slowly approaching. Frank thought about it, threw away the hammer, and went downstairs. The armed men seemed very well trained, and quickly approached the villa before entering the house with a smooth tactical formation. The living room was empty and there was only a large pool of blood. The leader gestured, and the armed men quickly split into two teams and began searching. Click! The lights in the entire room suddenly went out, and just as they raised their vigilance, a team member screamed. Fire! The gunfire sounded continuously in the dark villa, accompanied by the firelight from the muzzle, with screams and bone fractures from time to time. The villa gradually quieted down, and Frank Casol, who was covered in blood, staggered away from the place. A few moments later, two armored vehicles drove slowly from the night and stopped at the door of the villa. He was another team of armed men in the same uniform jumping off the car and quickly entering the villa with an automatic rifle. A tall figure wearing combat boots and leather boots finally got out of the car and slowly walked into the villa. The electric gate was closed again, and the light was restored in the villa. The scene was a mess, with corpses and sprayed blood everywhere. Suddenly, a pleasant ringtone rang. This tall figure straddled a dead body and picked up a blood-stained mobile phone from the ground. He didn't hesitate to press the answer button. Okay, Frank Casal, my name is David Lieberman, and I know who killed your family. We have common enemies, so we should trust each other. Hello, are you listening? Your name is David Lieberman. The tall figure said coldly. You are not Frank, who are you? My name is Billy Russell. The tall figure said with amusement, I don't know if you have heard it. Shit. Hell's Kitchen. Luke Cage's bar. It is no longer as deserted as it is, and it is gradually gaining popularity as the only bar in several streets nearby. Especially after Luke Cage rummaged over a few rumblings who came to make trouble, more and more people came for entertainment in the evening. Because the people in the neighborhood are generally not highly educated, there is no elegant music in the bar. A jayz empire state of mind is floating in the air. I grew up in Brooklyn and now walk on Tribeca Street. Although I became a neighbor with Robert De Niro, I will always be the hip-hop. I was a drug dealer in Harlem, mingling with the Dominican brothers. I'm next to the bright lights of Broadway, I think of that McKee's fast food restaurant. Yeah, that's my attitude because I come from New York, a dream built of skyscrapers. Now that you are in New York, you have everything. New York neighborhoods let you rebirth. New York neon lights up your blood. Come on, listen to New York. Listen to the voice of New York. Lee Mo rocked his body with a strong rhythm, squeezed a few people to the bar. Yo, big man, a glass of agave. Luke Cage quickly adjusted the wine and put it in front of Lee Mo. Hey, Lee, how are you doing? Lee Mo shrugged indifferently, just like that, when things are busy, like a madman, when bored, I feel that there is only one person left in the world. Life is so hard, always have some fun for myself. Luke Cage shook his head, said nothing, and turned to say hello to the other guests. At this time, a voice came from the side, you're right, man. People must learn, be happy in time, maybe the earth will, explode. Lee Mo turned his head and looked around. There was an old man with silver hair sitting next to him, wearing a dirty white coat, and still snoring in his mouth. The most important thing is, Lee Mo said disgustingly, hey, old man, what is that you are drinking is still pussy? Oh my god, how disgusting. The old man shook the wine glass in his hand. You said this thing? That's right, in a sense, it really is shit, it's made by a thing pulled out by the wine bug on the planet Baccarat. Why did I appear on this boring plane? I must have drunk too much, Lee Mo moved to the side in disgust, this is an old lunatic released by a mental hospital. At this moment, a child in a yellow suit squeezed over and pulled the old man's clothes and said, Rick, wake up, we're going home. The old man shook his head and said with a little dissatisfaction, damn, why did I go, I'll take you as a fool? Well, let's go, it's really boring here. Looking at the two who left, Lee Mo shook his head. He was really a lunatic and actually took the child to the bar. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, and when he saw the child was leaving, he actually touched a woman's ass. What a crazy world! I drank until the bar was closed, and Lee Mo staggered away. Before leaving, Luke Cage secretly pulled him and said that there will be an event next Wednesday. Sexy ladies can drink for free and there will be many beautiful women. Lee Mo suddenly noticed, and patted Luke Cage's shoulder with a smile, he found himself admiring the cock. The next day, Lee Mo dressed up carefully and went downstairs. Little Lucas changed a thicker logbook and was studying. The child had cut off his dirty pigtails and put on a pair of glasses. George is doing push-ups there, the poor child, has been mad. Lee Mo shook his head and left the two without going to the door. He had an important event today. Little lowly Leo called to invite him to be a guest at home today, and her mother must be carefully preparing lunch at home at this moment. Lee Mo touched the ultra-thin luminous thorns in his pocket, he was not actually a hungry ghost in color. But there should always be some preparations, right? What if? Stubborn, learn to look at the future. Lee Mo walked towards his blue Ford Mustang, and Sophia, the daughter of the owner of the barbecue restaurant, Fernando's, came over. This little girl's body is getting hotter and hotter, she's only 17 now. Is this the racial talent of Latin American women? Hey, Lee, you look a little different today. Sophia greeted her face to face. Really, are you handsome than usual? Are you stinging me? I don't think so at all. When will you wait for your hair to grow, your chest muscles, and weight loss to succeed? Sophia shook her head. If you're still a net red, maybe you'll be famous. We'll give you a chance. Lee Mo was stunned enough, this unlucky little girl, want to become famous and want to go crazy, your business is very good, What's so good about being a star? This is New York. I was born on a bigger stage. I don't want to waste my youth in that greasy restaurant. Well, I won't talk to you. I'm going to audition. Sophia turned and left. Looking at the leaving beautiful figure, Lee Mo sighed, hoping that this little girl would not get lost in the bustling New York City, and then she would make a mistake. As he drove past a large supermarket, Lee Mo thought about stopping the car and walking in. Always bring some gifts with you as a formal guest for the first time. What should I bring? Lee Mo wandered in the supermarket and thought that it would be a bit too formal and uninteresting to bring a bottle of wine according to the tradition. If it is too expensive, it will look like you have no intention. A burst of rhythmic music woke up Lee Mo in contemplation. It turned out that a subsidiary electronics brand of Stark Group was promoting new products. A group of coolly dressed young ladies and sisters are putting on different shapes to display the electronic products in their hands. I haven't contacted recently, I don't know what Tony is busy with. Suffice it to say, the stature of these models is really. Lee Mo unknowingly got a little fascinated, and unknowingly bought a miniature DV with a large cigarette case, and took a lot of pictures with interest. When the model's performance was over, Lee Mo suddenly found that it was almost time for the appointment, and rushed out with a big doll and a set of women's cosmetics. I waited until Lee Mo was sweating and knocked on the door holding a tall doll, and found that Leo and Zach were sitting at the table board. It's still a bit late to hurry up, Lee Mo said. Sorry, I am late. www.readwn.com. The traffic in New York is really helpless. Sarah shook her head with a smile and said, it doesn't matter, we are just ready. Lee Mo handed the doll in hand to Leo, who was cheering, and gave Sarah the cosmetics. After getting 2 thanks, everyone focused on Zach. Damn, forget this nasty stinky boy. I'm right, there's that one. Lee Mo hurriedly took out the miniature DV from his pocket, but accidentally brought out a large purple-packed small bag. Oh, sorry, this is a new type of gum I bought. In Zach's contempt, Leo was curious, and Sarah thoughtfully, Lee Mo put the ultra-thin fluorescent tape back into his pocket without changing his face. This is the latest DV from Stark Group, I bought it for you, Zach. Lee Mo handed the DV to Zach Lieberman. Despite the bastard, the boy's charm of the latest electronic products is hard to resist. Zach thanked him and sat at the table to play with it. The atmosphere gradually relaxed, while Lee Mo was teasing Leo, while communicating with Sarah about the children's education. An educator said that parents are the child's first teacher, and I fully agree with this view. So we must lead by example in front of the child. Lee Mo talked in a righteous manner. The new DV has a projection function. Zach accidentally pressed this function key, and a clip shot by Lee Mo in the supermarket suddenly appeared on the table. Its full breasts, round hips, straight thighs, tempting red lips. When he was too big, Lee Mo gradually buried his head in his chest, and suddenly raised his head and said, I said it was the latest game trailer. Do you believe it? Chapter 43, Misfortune. How to resolve the awkward atmosphere. That's shifting the topic, constantly shifting the topic. Which star do you like, Leo? Sarah, are you busy with your work? Zach, who is the coolest in your school? The family feast ended in a relaxed atmosphere under the impetuous gagging that Lee Mo's face did not change. Xi went to her girl's heart room with a big doll, and Zach went back to the room to show off her new DV on Facebook. Sarah was busy packing the table. She wore a pair of tight jeans today, perfectly showing the hip line and straight long legs. There was a tight temptation. Lee Mo holding a glass of wine and pretending to admire the layout of the house. After Sarah turned around, she stunned involuntarily. The woman's intuition is very sensitive. From Lee Mo's performance into the house and the scorching gaze behind him, of course, Sarah knows what this man is thinking. After packing, Sarah came over with a glass of wine and said hesitantly, that, Mr. Lee, I hope you don't get me wrong, I really appreciate what you did for Leo. You are a good person, but those will not be considered for the time being. I won. I was issued a good card. If you are 10 years younger, Lemo may leave without understanding or embarrassing. But for him now, a good guy card means an admission ticket. Wow, I'm really sorry. But I hope you understand, Sarah. You are so beautiful, no man can resist your charm. You know, men, there are always some unrealistic fantasies. This is a common problem. If you are serious, in the final analysis, it is all God's fault. Lemo made a funny expression, making Sarah hee laugh straight. But then again, you are single and look so beautiful now, no one in the company is after you. Lemo asked with a sip of wine. There were so few, but I refused because it didn't feel right. Most of the men who were sexy, such as my boss, often teased me verbally, and peeped at me when I turned around. Sarah drank after a sip of wine, said helplessly. Oh, this is a nasty pervert. Lemo sighed and said, how did you deal with him? Would you like me to warn him? Sarah couldn't help but smile proudly. I said to him, hey, jerk, or give me a paid holiday, or I'll sue you for sexual harassment. Yes, good job. Lemo got up and slapped Sarah. Actually, I really wanted to sue him, Sarah sighed, and continued with a low mood. I need this job to raise 2 children. I think it would be better to take a paid vacation. I can understand that although I have no children, I can imagine that taking care of 2 children is very difficult. Lemo said comfortably. Sarah drank a little wine, and emotionally couldn't help complaining, sometimes I really feel too tired. I don't have time to meet with my girlfriends, I don't have time to attend yoga classes, and all my energy is focused on the 2 children. Leo also it's good to say that Zach has grown bigger and bigger, and I do know how to communicate with him. You know, the day before yesterday I packed the house for him, and the carpet in front of his bed was hard to die for. Sarah couldn't help but make a stubborn gesture. Can you imagine it if you die? Oh my gosh, how should I tell him? Wow, this is a very energetic guy. Don't worry, this is how adolescent boys look, and he will be better when he has a girlfriend. Lemo said with a smile. Maybe, sometimes I feel like I'm not myself anymore. Sarah's mood was a little down. There will always be various troughs in life. Lemo drank it when he saw it. He picked up the wine bottle and poured a glass for each of them. That's not really a bad thing. Why do you say that? That means the second peak of life is about to begin. And at this time, many things are actually quite good to you. Lemo and Sarah hit the glass. Life is like this, there are at this time we need to have fun. Respect life, rejoice in hardship. The two raised their glasses and said at the same time. Ding! Lemo's phone rang. Wait a minute, I look at the text message. Lemo opened the phone, and the text read, Hello, your credit card is being consumed online somewhere, please verify quickly. Lemo scratched his head. I never had a credit card. How can I get scam text messages when I come here? Is there something wrong? Sarah asked. It's okay, a harassing text message, what did we say? Lemo asked to put his mobile phone back in his pocket. Ding! It's another text message. Lemo picked up the phone again and looked at it. It reads, Your home is on fire. Please check back soon. Who is playing me at a critical moment? Lemo was a little bit mad. He looked at the text messages and sent a bunch of garbled characters. He turned off the phone and talked with Sarah. Somewhere in the basement of Brooklyn. David Lieberman felt terrible. He failed to contact Frank the other day, and was known that he was still alive. Now there is another bad guy seducing his wife at home. Oh my God, what should I do? Painfully picked up a bottle of wine and drank a big mouthful. David Lieberman put the hood of the green sweater on his head and covered his eyes. and dare not look down. My wife is not wrong. She doesn't know that she is still alive. What is wrong is this Chinese bastard, this bastard. David was lying in front of the computer and constantly tapping on the keyboard. He wanted to find out the old man of the and give him some colors to see. As a former university information engineering professor and later a senior intelligence expert at the FBI, David Lieberman is not only a super hacker, but also familiar with website vulnerabilities in all hidden departments. Soon after, Lee Mo's bottom line was thoroughly understood by him. This guy is actually a senior consultant of S.H.I.E.L.D.? David Lieberman's pupils dilated quickly. How can an ordinary Chinese shop owner become a senior consultant without any training or higher education? Is it? David gritted his teeth, first stole the ID of a S.H.I.E.L.D. staff member he knew, and then entered the S.H.I.E.L.D. information database in California through layers of methods, and finally found a video about Lee Mo. At the Tony Stark birthday banquet, a bold security guard filmed with a mobile phone, a video of Lee Mo and Tony fighting with each other. I watched Lee Mo waving his tentacles in the video. David Lieberman covered his head. This guy really is one of them. What should I do? He rushed home and walked away. This hooligan? Letting your enemies know will put your family at risk of death. David Lieberman felt chilling all over and was afraid to watch the surveillance video at home. After a long while, I couldn't help but turn on the surveillance at home again. Hey? Is that guy gone? Sarah is good. David couldn't help shouting with his fists. But then, his eyes widened in horror. A group of masked armed men stormed into his home. They were well trained to stun their children and wife and picked up a car parked at the door. Damn, it must have been touched by the enemy after revealing himself. How to do? How to do? David Lieberman painfully anxiously moved around in the basement. Call the police? Useless at all. Have a gun to save the family? I don't have that ability at all. Hey, that bastard! David Lieberman rushed to the computer to contact Lee Mo. Damn it! That turned the phone off, but fortunately I have put a small program on his phone. Lee Mo has said goodbye to the Saras and is driving his Ford Mustang on the street. He whistled in a happy mood. Although there is no further substantial contact today, he has won the favor of Sarah. Sarah has promised that he will make an appointment for a meal together. Everything will come to fruition. Lee Mo is not anxious at all. Thinking of this, he can't help but feel a little itchy. At this moment, the phone on the side suddenly vibrated and turned on by itself. Then a phone call came in and automatically answered. A man's voice came in. Hey, hello, I'm Sarah's husband David Lieberman. Oh shit! Lee Mo was startled, and the car turned to the side of the road. You bastard! Don't let Sarah die if you're dead. Lee Mo said with some guilty confusion and anxiety, go back obediently, or I'll bring a bunch of exorcists to pack you. What the are you talking about? David's voice on the phone was agitated. I'm not dead. Let's talk about it later, Sarah. They have been abducted. This is surveillance video. Lee Mo picked up the phone and looked at the video sent by David. Is this Sarah's home? Are you abnormal? Monitor your family. Lee Mo could not help but murmur. Isn't it okay to say this now? Hurry to save them. David Lieberman had already taken a trace of crying. Can you track them down? Show me the way. Lee Mo stopped talking nonsense, fiercely hit the steering wheel. The Ford Mustang tires rubbed fiercely against the ground, smoked and flew to the end, and then started on the street. Fast retrograde on. It's a black Mercedes with license plate number 5HL983. They have already left Bushwick Avenue and are heading towards Mondot Avenue. The blue Ford Mustang went retrograde and rampaged on the street, alarming the complaints and snoring of countless people, and was soon followed by several police cars. Lee Mo ignored those www.readwn.com he was driving, still thinking about what the is this trademark? Why a good romance movie, should it be in romance movie again? But it doesn't matter anymore, little Lowly and Big Beauty definitely need help, even if there is already a lord. Why didn't David Lieberman die? The vehicle was moving fast, and more police cars were following. Lee Mo reluctantly called and asked George to help communicate. According to David Lieberman's instructions, Lee Mo took a short-distance approach to an viaduct. After getting off the train, he was eager to wait there. How long will they be there? Lee Mo froze around and asked on the phone. Well, it seems I was wrong, they came under the bridge. David's voice was agitated. Really stupid. Lee Mo lay on the bridge and looked down, and it turned out that a black Mercedes was coming this way. Lee Mo shook his head from side to side, a few tentacles stretched out, jumping off his feet like an octopus, and suddenly stopped in the middle of the road. At this time, there were several other cars on the road, and when a strange man was waving his tentacles standing in the middle of the road, the vehicles avoided each other. Oh my God, what's that? A white suit man felt his crotch hot and suddenly hit the railing on the side of the road. The black Mercedes car just arrived. Lee Mo lifted the car with his tentacles at once, 2 tentacles flexibly opened the door, and the armed man inside screamed and was thrown and flew a dozen meters high. Lee Mo walked over and opened the door. Sarah and Leo in the car had both awakened. They had tape on their mouths and looked at Lee Mo with a wave of tentacles in horror. I said I'm not a tentacle, do you still believe it? Chapter 44, New Superhero? Lee's Handicraft Shop. On the second floor, Zack sat in a chair with a bun and Sarah hugged Leo tightly, her head was a little confused. My husband is still alive? The good-looking Chinese man who just talked turned out to be an unspeakable monster. Noon is still a family ethics film. How did it suddenly become a policeman and conspiracy and horror film? On the first floor, Lee Mo was slowly drinking while holding a cup of tea. Is it because of the Lieberman family? Of course not, it is good to save people and keep them safe. As for the rest, he has no intention to care. George followed Coulson's call nervously and was trained from time to time like a turtle grandson. After hanging up the phone, he shook his head at Lee Mo. Boss, there is no other way. It has spread all over the internet. Yes, Lee Mo was exposed, completely exposed to the public. Many onlookers on the road used his mobile phone to take pictures of his rescue, and quickly spread to the internet. Lee Mo wasn't serious, but he overestimated the ability of S.H.I.E.L.D. Before the S.H.I.E.L.D. response, this matter has formed a wave of discussion throughout the United States. According to Lee, this is the Marvel world, and it should not be like this. But please forgive these poor people, who have not had the nerves of the New York War. And Lee Mo's image at the time was indeed a bit scary. Some powerful media have even taken out Lee Mo's human flesh and turned out the video of Lee Mo's ghost at that time. The internet has been so noisy that Lee Mo didn't dare to read relevant comments. The shutter gate of the Zioxyodian has been closed, and a large number of crazy reporters have gathered outside the door. If Lee Mo had not fired 2 shots at the shutter gate, the reporters would have rushed in. In the words of someone, the era of the Marvel world is about to open. Lee Mo's silent life is broken, as if thunder penetrates the sky, an electro-optic trademark directly hits the heart. When George saw Lee Mo's look, he was a little worried, and said comfortingly, "Boss, this is already the case anyway, you should look away to be a superhero on the bright side, hasn't Tony Stark revealed his identity already? George is still a little stupid. Look at Lucas Jr., and hide there without pretending to be a transparent person." Sure enough, Lee Mo he sneered, "You still think of superheroes, super sticky points, whoever heroes trademark love to be who, when I go, I'm not rare. Sorry, even if I think about it, my image is not suitable." Lee Mo stood up and shouted at George with some nervousness. "Have you met my superhero? Supervillains are more suitable. No big chicken, who trademark wants to sleep with me. Holy shit. Can you beautify me? I'm not just a pea-beard. I'm not matched with this power, right? Everything comparable to Freddy. Beauty girls have nightmares at night. I'm more suitable for making small movies. Look at my mouth shape, FK, super, hero. George was crying. Whoever provokes me, I just exercised at home. How did this happen? Carlson taught me that the boss scolded me like I was crazy. Little Lucas coughed aside, opened a video on the phone. Boss, some people actually like you. Lee Mo and George turned their heads and looked at the video. It was an interview with a female celebrity with big breasts. All of the actress's family sisters are famous in the United States for gossip hype. I saw her say to the screen, "Horror? I don't feel it at all. On the contrary, I think he is cute, so sexy, seeing him, I already have some, call me." Lee Mo shouted directly, "Are all my fans such heavy-taste guys?" Little Lucas and George dare not speak, and after a while, Lee Mo suddenly asked, "Well, little Lucas, can you get her contact information?" Lucas little. George. After a while, Lee Mo's cell phone rang. When he saw it, Carlson's phone was picked up directly. "If you complain, I'll hang up." Carlson's voice was a bit helpless. "I'm sorry, Lee, I have something that is 10 times more troublesome than you. You don't need to contact any media for the time being. Tony Stark has rushed to your side, you live with him first. Is there no one at S.H.I.E.L.D.? Wouldn't it be chaotic to have that guy come over?" Lee Mo got angry when he heard it. Carlson sighed. Why didn't these guys have a fuel-saving lamp? Tony was very excited to hear this and came straight from California. "I can't stop it. That's it." Carlson hung up the phone after speaking. Lee Imogen looked at the phone and murmured, "Oh shit. It's almost dusk." A large number of journalists are still gathered outside the Lee's handicraft shop. They exchange information in pairs, and turn around to look at the closed doors and curtains from time to time, hoping to take a useful picture. Are all these reporters dead? In fact, they were also afraid at the beginning. When the video first came out, all kinds of rumors on the internet started. Some say they are military failures. Some say they are evil gods running out of the sea. Some say aliens from aliens. There is also a community claiming to be a monster released by them from the second dimension. Some people in the puppet army wanted to take action, but stopped after being notified by S.H.I.E.L.D. and Tony Stark, who had a good relationship with them. When people started to panic, Tony Stark first stood up and posted a video. "His name is Lee Mo. It's not a monster, it's just some power. He was my friend and even rescued me twice. He is a superhero, his nickname is Great Master, hey! Ha ha ha!" Immediately afterwards, the well-known journalist of the New York Gazette and Pulitzer Prize winner Ben Urich also came out to confirm, "Yes, I can prove that Lee Mo is a superhero. He was secretly guarding New York, and the evidence of the Fisk criminal group was what he gave me." After the rumors on the internet subsided, people's topic began to shift to what kind of person is this horrible superhero? The reporters rest assured that it is not a killing monster that can kill people. Superheroes are not afraid of them at all, let alone such controversial superheroes. If necessary, they can take out all his underwear. A few policemen stood side by side and watched indifferently. The New York City Police Department knew that the last time the ugly was because of this guy named Lee Mo. The implicit command above is: find a chance to give this guy a little look. Lee Mo's neighbors have been interviewed by reporters long ago. "Dad Bruce, Mr. Lee Mo is usually ordinary, you want to hide your identity after all. But do you want to know how the superhero Great Master has power? That was obtained after I got a magic mask from me. New York citizens, come to Papa Bruce's shop. This is a dream place. Fernando's, we don't deal much, but he is a good guy." At this moment, his daughter Sophia suddenly walked over and said, "Lee Mo has been pursuing me." "Yes, he is pursuing me. You look, my body is so good, I will be in this year's new film Morris Spring Dream plays the female number 4, my name is Sophia, Fernandez covered her daughter's mouth and dragged it back. Shut up, you shameful thing. Luke Cage rushed out a group of reporters with a black face, and closed the store door tightly, fearing for a while. Take a look, this is the result of exposing the power. Should I leave this place of right and wrong in New York? But what about the bar opened on loan? Mrs. Mary's tenant Selena rushed out and told reporters, I have the news that Lee Mo is absolutely explosive. It only needs 100,000, no. US $50,000. The reporters knew that this woman was a personality worker when she saw her dress. The credibility of this kind of people is too low. The public will not associate them with superheroes, so they leave without interest. At first glance, Selena knew what was going on, shouting frantically towards the reporter, you will regret it. It's time for dinner. As the reporters started ordering takeaways in preparation for the night squatting, a figure dragged a long tail flame from the distance, whizzed down and landed on the ground, his face bounced, revealing Tony Stark's full content. Smiling face. The flashing light kept on, and reporters gathered around. Tony, are you here to visit Lee Mo? Yes, I heard that a terrible monster was blocked in the door by more terrible reporters, so come to the rescue. Just a joke, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. I'm here to pick up my friend Lee Mo to stay with me for a while. Gentlemen, you have seriously interfered with my friend's life. After all, monsters, no, superheroes too need personal space. Maybe I should set up a superhero human rights organization? Tony Stark stopped talking about the reporter who kept asking questions, raised his hand into a horn shape and shouted, Yo shout, tentacles, let's get out of here. As soon as Tony had finished speaking, a Kun-style fighter slowly flew down, hovering in the air and opened the rear hatch, facing Lee Mo's second-floor window. Lee Mo heard Tony talking nonsense from the second floor. There was a fire. After opening the window, he picked up a wine bottle and threw it at Tony's head. What a pity, the shot was poor, and the bottle was thrown on the back of Tony's armor and smashed. Tony turned his head and shrugged at the reporter. It looks like someone has a bad temper. George first jumped on the plane and picked up the Liebermans and Lucas Jr. one by one. When Lee Mo finally went up, the reporter's flashes rang, and a reporter couldn't help shouting, Hey! Tentacle, give a positive. Lee Mo couldn't help but turned his head to spit at the reporter below, his hands compared to the middle finger, Phew! That night, this video of Lee Mo appeared on CBS News. A host with white hair fixed the picture and turned his head to look at the audience. This is the video from the reporter in front. This new superhero has many nicknames, Great Master, Tentacle Man, Monster Man. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter, we care. Lee Mo, what kind of person is he? Chapter 45, 3 People. Catherine is a farm girl from Texas. She yearns for a bustling life in the city. After graduating from college, she has been working hard in New York. Every morning, she has to take the subway from Long Island to Manhattan to work early. As usual, she had a backpack in her left arm and a burger in her right hand, and hurried off the subway while eating as the crowded people flowed. As he passed the subway aisle, a disheveled beggar had already started the show early. While playing the guitar, he sang. Hey, his name is Tentacle Man. He is inconspicuous, he is extraordinary. He is a night watchman in New York. He is a nightmare in people's hearts. Catherine hurried past the beggar. She was not surprised at all. The hottest news in the United States in the past 2 days is this emerging superhero. What kind of person he is, the ordinary people don't really care, just follow the hot news and make it lively. Beggars adapted new songs in hopes of earning a few dollars more, and it is said that many fast food restaurants have followed suit with new small octopus meals called tentacles. Up from the subway exit, Catherine passed another block and came to her place of work, Clarion Daily. After entering the door, she found that the newspaper was already busy, and she tiptoed to her desk and sat down. A male colleague on the side secretly pointed at the boss's office at her, and made a furious funny move on her head. Catherine shrugged indifferently, she knew the boss was getting angry again. Inside the office, Clarion Daily boss J. Jonah James smoked a cigar, patted the table, and shouted at the editors aloud, "Why are the headlines on these front pages all the geek news? New York is, are you turning around him or is he stuffing you?" Several editors have long been accustomed to the boss's style, one by one, just like nothing else. A thankful, middle-aged white editor-in-chief took a sip of coffee and said, "Boss, this is hot news, and people like to watch it. Iron Man's news is not news anymore. People need new excitement. Kate, our newspaper yesterday, how about sales?" He turned to ask the middle-aged woman next to him. Kate, a middle-aged woman, shrugged, "In short supply, we printed it once and sold it out. That's it." James was choked, Cigar shook his head and said, "What do people think? Only a person like Captain America deserves to be called a superhero. How can a freak be able to caused their pursuit?" He thought for a while, and suddenly asked, "What is the opinion of the New York media on him now?" Middle-aged woman Kate took her notes and looked at it. 40% expressed appreciation, 40% held a neutral attitude, and 20% continued to question. "That's it." James stood up, smoking a cigar, and said, "Don't the people like to watch? We will try to report him as much as possible. But to change direction, this vulgar and uneducated freak, how can you be called a superhero? All future news from our newspaper will be written like this." Stark Group Building, New York. In the high-level laboratory, Tony Stark yawned, wearing a tight t-shirt and drinking coffee. Inspiration came suddenly last night, and there was a new direction for the optimization and upgrading of the steel armor, so he spent a whole night in the laboratory. Others have only seen the power and coolness of the steel warframe, but who knows how much effort has been condensed in it. To be honest, he hasn't relaxed and partied in a long time. Since deciding to become a superhero, he has set a high standard for himself, and proudly he does not allow himself to slack off. I suddenly remembered the story of Captain America, which my father often taught him since he was a child. Tony pouted, "I'm not learning him." At this moment, a suspended projection frame suddenly appeared in front of the test bench, and Pepper's face appeared on it. "Tony, I have something to ask for your opinion. General Ross of the Army asked to buy 3 of our ultrasounds. Chariot. Don't I turn off the weapons department? Besides, the thing is just a gimmick. It doesn't improve the Army's combat power much, and there isn't a Jellicoe missile. What is he thinking?" Asked for a sip of coffee. Pepper shrugged and said he was not clear. Tony thought for a while and said, "I said I wouldn't sell weapons if I didn't sell them. So, give him that promise for another promise. It doesn't matter whether he fought birds or elephants." After talking to Pepper, Tony suddenly asked, "Jarvis, what are our tentacle friends doing these 2 days?" Jarvis's voice sounded, "Mr. Lee first broke 3 televisions after watching the news, and after 2 days, except drinking and ordering, he spent the rest of his time playing holographic projection games." Tony nodded and took the coffee to the game room on the upper level. Seeing what was going on inside, a sip of coffee spurted out. Although he doesn't play often, the holographic game room he designed is really powerful and can even simulate battlefield training. But Lee M.O. buttering inside, playing Mario's Mushroom. Tony Stark turned off the switch of the game room directly. "Uncle, you are a lot of years old. Didn't expect to be so childlike." "Uncle." The blue muscles on Lee Mo's forehead bulged. "If I remember correctly, you were born in 1969. Now it is 2008. Your 40 people are here to pretend to be tender with me." Tony's head was stuffy. He hated it when people mentioned his age. This tentacle monster really hated it. Lee Mo suddenly thought about it. Tony is not too small to talk about. 10 years later, the 50-year-old will still be walking around with a bunch of small fresh meat to save the world, miserable. Lee Mo looked at Tony's eyes without feeling a touch of pity. What is your look? Tony was angry, rushed over a shoulder and threw Lee Mo to the ground. FK. Lee Mo took advantage of Tony's pride and tripped him over, holding one leg barefoot to Tony's face. Just when the two were fighting, Jarvis's voice sounded, "Mr. Lee, your guest is here." Both of them stumbled for a moment, and Tony asked strangely, "Your guest?" "Well, that is the husband of that beautiful woman wife and another friend I brought back." Lee Mo nodded and replied. Tony's eyes didn't even feel a bit scornful. "I didn't expect you to have this hobby, and it really made you tentacles. Inflatable doll, look for death." When Lee Mo and Tony came to the reception room, the Lieberman family was hugging and crying, while Matt was drinking coffee. Lee Mo saw Leo kept calling Dad, and somehow a sour heart appeared, and he snorted angrily. Tony looked at Lee Mo and looked at the Lee Bowman family. The gossip in his heart was burning. David Lieberman was awakened by Lee Mo's humming, turned his head and looked at Lee Mo, coughed, and said in distress, "Mr. Lee, thank you." After I finished speaking, he and Lee Mo both felt a little awkward. I was most afraid that the air was suddenly quiet. Matt smiled and broke the awkward atmosphere and said, "Lee, I helped you bring people safely. These 2 days you are really hot in the United States." Lee Mo didn't care about the Liebermans, nodded and said, "Trouble you, Matt. Tell me about you, Iron Man Tony Stark, Daredevil Murdoch." Matt, "Hello, Mr. Tony Stark." Tony, "Hello, it turns out that you are the one who likes to wear hooligans at night in underwear." Lee Mo covered his forehead, Tony's mouth. He shook his head and said to Matt, "Don't worry, he just smells bad, but he's a good guy." Matt smiled gently, "It's okay, I understand, so he just became a friend with you. And, Mr. Tony, I have changed my gear and have been wearing underwear for a long time." "Hey, yeah." Lee Mo nodded, and suddenly scratched his head, No, why am I listening to you so awkwardly?" The three of them talked for a while without pain or itch, and Lee Mo found that Matt and Tony couldn't talk much, simply ignored them, and told them about Lieberman. He really didn't want to take the trouble anymore, he just left the problem to two nosy superheroes. After Tony listened, he shrugged and said, "It seems that someone wants to cover up something. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. I will find a way to find out. Compared to these, I am more concerned that you actually know that murderer. You let him go?" Matt sighed and told Frank Casal about it, saying, "I sympathize with Frank and I hate those scums. When the law is helpless to these people, I will secretly punish them, but I don't agree with this endless killing. To be honest, I'm contradictory." After listening, Tony Stark frowned and said, "For some people, it's it. But this killing of Frank has caused some panic, caused damage to social order, and there may be more innocent people. It hurts a lot. I'll help him identify the killer, but it will prevent him from continuing like this." Lee Mo listened, and suddenly he was a little upset. He interposed and asked, "But what about those scum who are still at large? The law can't help them, the police can't help them, and the justice of those victims, who gives them?" Matt looked at Lee Mo and said firmly, "Justice is sometimes late, but never absent." Lee Mo sneered, "I don't think so. Like Lieberman, some people create nightmares, some people cover up nightmares, and some people call it the maintenance of world harmony. You say that justice is sometimes late, but never absent. I want to ask, how long will justice be late? This world might need someone like Frank Casal." "Forget it, you love to do it, it's my fault." Lee Mo shook his head, These superheroes have their own persistence one by one, let them play happily. He's a badass himself. Let us go on like this. Chapter 46, Come on, hurt each other. Nothing came out of the morning conversation. After Lee Mo said a word, he chose to be silent, and he was really in no mood to continue to control it. Tony and Matt didn't agree as heroes as Lee Mo imagined. Matt left after a while to talk, and they would solve the matter in their own way. Play it casually, this matter will eventually be resolved. Lee Mo looked at the Lieberman family, nodded and left. For Leo and Sarah, Lee Mo was in a state of compassion, and this kind of mercy once caused him an illusion. The family has now been reunited. The help of two superheroes is enough to keep them safe. He's here to help. Many people are just passing by. I returned to my room, and Lee Mo found that the smashed LCD TV had been replaced again. Wu Shun picked up the remote control, hesitated, and threw it away. Lee Mo could think of what he said on TV. He was just a fart in both lives, laughing and scolding, freely and habitually used. Unexpected exposure to the magnesium light made him very difficult to adapt. Lao Tzu's horror, eh? Lao Tzu pointed his at the reporter. Lao Tzu spit on you, choked? As for finding a group of experts holding a magnifying glass to study what kind of person I am? Lee Mo's regret is broken, this is not the life he wants at all. He wanted to walk quietly through the streets of New York, find a good restaurant and enjoy a good meal, or spend a leisurely day at the cafe, go to the Metropolitan Museum, and go to Madison Square Garden. Take a closer look at the game at the arena, and ask a beautiful woman to go to Broadway to enjoy a musical. Now it's all over. What a sin! More than 8 p.m. A black vintage Ford car slowly drove into the underground parking garage of the Stark Group building. Ben Eureka of the New York Bulletin parked the car slowly, and could not help but wipe the sweat from his forehead after getting out of the car. At this time it was late spring and early summer, and the weather in New York had a hint of tampiness. The air conditioner of Ben Urek's old car had already broken down, so despite wearing a checkered short-sleeved shirt, it was still hot sweating. He came here to see Lee Mo. His friend has been in the limelight of the media during this time. There are brainless praises and random smears, and more of them are cold eyes and ridicule. Ben Urek felt deeply anxious, so he wanted to do an interview with his friends and restore a true Lee Mo to the public. After getting the ID card in the reception room, Ben Eureka guided by Jarvis' voice to Lee Mo's room. Lee Mo was playing a video game in a boring room and immediately stood up when he saw the person. Wow, see who this is? The big reporter came to visit the prison. After embarrassing each other, the two sat at a table. Lee Mo took out a bottle of wine, and Ben Eureka took out a recording pen. What are you doing with that thing? The two asked each other at the same time. Lee, I'm here to give you an exclusive interview. Ben Eureka shook his head and said. I thought you were here to drink with me. Interview? What do you do with that stuff? Lee Mo scratched his head, and the interview with the tall word suddenly made him a little dazed. Ben Urek sighed, Lee, it's not a good time, you are hiding here, the media's speculation on you is getting more and more outrageous, and I want to help you. Let them guess. Lee Mo was a little annoyed at this point, and could not help complaining, do you say these people are idle and boring, and stare at me every day? I didn't steal their wife. You are about to welcome your first black president. Isn't this news more valuable? It's just that you've just been listed as a candidate. Now you are more newsworthy than him. Ben Urek shook his head and continued, no matter what you think, you can't change this fact. Superheroes have always been the focus of media interpretation. The public's mood for superheroes is complex, both anticipating and precautionary. You will only make things worse. I didn't want to be a superhero at all, can this kind of thing be forced? They are too wishful thinking. Lee Mo was grieved and had not heard of being a superhero. Then bravely contact the media and speak out loudly. Ben. Eureka stared at Lee Mo, with a meaningful look, for better or worse, in this chaotic era. You all need to make your own voice. Virginia. CIA headquarters. In the office, William Rawlings was on the phone. Okay, Victor, I know, rest assured, I know how to do it. After I put down the phone, William Rawlins frowned, and one eye showed a fierce light. His real name was Orangey, and he was a member of the Hydra secretly. He previously served in the army. He removed many targets for the Hydra in the action code Hyperdog. Frank Casal was his subordinate in the operation of the Wraith Dog. He was cut out of his eyes in a conflict because he was dissatisfied with his brutal behavior. Frank's boss Blacksmith and his comrade Billy Russell have been corrupted by him, and Frank Casal has designed to kill the family. This is just a small act of revenge. He did not expect to wake up a killing god. Frank Casal alone didn't care, he had enough power to slowly play Frank. But things are getting a little trickier now. An FBI intelligence analyst who thought he had been removed is still alive? Iron Man Tony Stark was also involved in relying on the military to begin investigating the matter. If only he was alone, it would be a big deal to play a fake death and disappear. But there are many heads and tails of the Hydra organization behind him. Although he has eliminated most of the traces, he is not sure what will be left. Plus Tony Stark's relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. Thinking of this, Orangey couldn't sit still. He first called a deputy director of the FBI, Martin. I got a message. The traitor David Lieberman who informed you before is still alive. Yes, in Sri Lanka the Tucker building is living. Wouldn't you want to engage in a prism door incident again? Then he made another phone call. Billy Russell, because of your dog's incompetence, things become troublesome. Will you handle it quickly? No, I decided to go to New York in person. After hanging up the phone, Orangey was sitting at the table for a long time and silently knocking on the table with his right finger. Iron Man Tony Stark? Take off the armor, you are just an ordinary person. Stark Group building. Little Lucas pushed open the door and stunned, Boss, I'm back, the store is all right, I also brought the buns from your favorite store. As soon as I finished speaking, Lucas was stunned. He found that Lee Mo was concentrating on browsing various news about him on the internet. Boss, what happened? Isn't he furious when he sees these news? Is it stupid to be stimulated by the media? Uncle Lucas was a little worried, and passed a questioning look to George aside. George also shook his head in sorrow, indicating that he did not know what was going on. After a minute and a second passed, Lee Mo finally read all the news and comments about him during this time. He lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. Little Lucas, George, do you think I am a deep-sea evil god? George and Lucas Jr. shake their heads at the same time. Am I a villain with the intention of subverting humans? The two men quickly shook their heads. They even said that I was vulgar and uneducated. The two men hesitated. Lee Mo smiled angrily, even if they are right, what do they mean by letting me do this? Am I free every day? The two men nodded. Lee Mo patted the table fiercely, is they uncomfortable when they see me busy? Are there any more things in the of trademark? The first thing is not to worry about your business. The second thing is about your fart. Little Lucas, what media contacts do I want to watch on TV during this time? Lee Mo asked in a circle in the living room. Little Lucas took out his laptop and reported a lot of media names. Okay, all the serious media are skipped, and they don't match my style. I'm afraid I can't help but beat them. Find some more relaxed ones, such as Alan Show, Conan Show, and Late Night Show. Contact me. Lee Mo gasped and said to Lucas Jr. George listened anxiously. Boss, Chief Collison said not to contact any media for the time being. I didn't contact, I was contacted by the media. Everyone pulled Collison's phone black. Lee Mo said angrily. Boss, what do you want to do? Little Lucas asked worriedly. Don't they want to know what kind of person I am? Lee Mo took a deep breath and said fiercely. Open the eyes of this group of guys. Louisiana. Inside a motel. Bruce Banner watched his girlfriend Betty with a sweet heart. I dodged the world like a bereavement dog. Fear of being hurt, and more of hurting others. He was desperate for a while. Only this woman in front of her eyes is her only spiritual harbor in the world. www.readwn.com just escaped from General Rose's roundup yesterday. Her girlfriend abandoned everything and followed him. It was even stronger to let him end all these nightmares completely. Seeing his girlfriend there constantly packing things, Bruce Banner said helplessly, Dear, we are fleeing. In order to prevent leakage, many things cannot be carried on the body. Betty was a little embarrassed and handed her backpack over. You see what we can't take. Bruce Banner picked up the backpack one by one and picked it up. The phone is not working, these credit cards are not working, forget it, all things are gone, all are dangerous goods. Betty picked up a lipstick with a little confusion, this one can also leak our information. Bruce Banner. In another secret warehouse not far from here. A row of workers were nervously operating the computer, and Carlson stood aside, frowning with arms folded. This operation made him extremely conceited. The covert operation could not yet arouse the vigilance of the military. It was unsatisfactory to see General Ross messing around but being powerless. Yesterday was another failed roundup operation. As a result, Bruce Banner was completely lost. No clue yet? Carlson asked. No news from them. But judging from the previous clues, Bruce Banner is likely to go to Groban College in New York to find a man named Mr. Lan. An intelligence analyst raised his glasses and said. New York. Carlson looked a little bit bitter, the troublesome guys are all together. Green Fatty has 3 days to reach the battlefield. Chapter 47, The First Night, on. The next night. A sudden light rain dissipated the sweltering heat that had just appeared in New York, and the neon glorious colorful road reflected the dim light and shadow. Brooklyn. A black business car came slowly and stopped in front of an old-fashioned crimson residential building. Billy Rose got out of the car in a suit of high-end suit with a red date, holding an umbrella, looking up at the building in front of her, her eyes gradually became indifferent. In a room upstairs, the sharing meeting for veterans organized by Curtis has come to an end. He looked at the people sitting around and clapped and said, Thank you for sharing, everyone has their own misfortunes. I'm still the old saying, the war is over, and life will continue. Well, here it is today, this time tomorrow. After Sye and the members of the sharing party said goodbye one by one, Curtis slowly dragged a disabled leg to clean up the seat. Alas, 2 knocks sounded, and Curtis turned to look, with a smile on his face, Billy, you are here. I haven't seen each other for 2 days. Billy Russell smiled, dragged in a chair and sat down after entering. A little trouble a while ago. All right? Curtis asked worriedly. Things are still under control, and I am ready to solve this trouble. Billy Russell said into Curtis's eyes. Billy, what's the matter with you? Curtis frowned, feeling something wrong. Curtis, my old friend, can you contact Frank? Billy Russell banged his fingers on the table back and forth, asking casually. Isn't he dead? Curtis smiled reluctantly. Come on, old man, don't go in circles anymore, I need to know Frank's whereabouts. Billy Russell sighed, his eyes suddenly became indifferent. Curtis stared at Billy's eyes for a long time, and said something unbelievable, You are also involved in the Frank family thing? You are his best friend. You are even his son's godfather. Faced with Curtis's accusations, Billy Russell said blankly, I know in advance, but I refuse to participate. Everyone has their own way to go. This is Frank's own choice. You bastard! Curtis was so angry that he rushed up with a residual leg, and punched Billy Russell. Billy Russell flashed lightly, stretched his leg and tripped Curtis, took out a pistol and pointed at his old friend's head. "Sister, you have to learn to think for yourself, tell him where he is, we are still friends." Curtis didn't say a word, and spit a spit on Billy Russell's face. Billy Russell took out his handkerchief and wiped it with a faceless expression, and stunned Curtis with a gun. "Good job." Orangey walked in from the shadow outside the door, with a gloomy glint on one eye. "The next step is to draw Frank out." Uncle Billy Russell put away his gun, looked at his old friend who had fainted on the ground, and blurted out, "If possible, save this bitch. What if he needs to die?" Orangey turned to look at Billy Russell, a hint of mockery appeared in the corner of his mouth. "Then he will die," Billy Russell said blankly, "everyone has his own choice." Southwest tip of Manhattan Island. Cell Life Laboratory. Dr. Samuel Stern, sitting in front of the experimental table, looked at the red blood cells in the petri dish and suddenly changed from red to green through stimulation with an electron microscope, and the volume expanded several times. Carefully dripped a drop of purple potion, and the green cells slowly recovered after several twists. "Perfect." Dr. Samuel Stern smiled cheerfully. As an accomplished expert in the field of life sciences, he established a contact with a person named Mr. Green several years ago under the pseudonym Mr. Blue to discuss the issue of human body mutations in gamma rays. At first he was still skeptical, but after Mr. Green sent a blood sample, he was left with admiration. It was a miracle. A few days ago, Mr. Green suddenly contacted him to solve his own problem. After countless trials, he finally worked out the medicine. What happens after using antidote? Dr. Samuel Stern was curious. In a van cabinet outside Groban College, several SHIELD staff are watching the screen to monitor Dr. Stern's movements. Coulson stood with arms folded and asked, "Is Bruce Banner coming to see him?" "Yes, sir." A staff member turned his head and replied, "Create a file for him." "What's going on with General Rose now?" Collison frowned and asked. "His men Brown Sky has successfully injected the super soldier serum. General Rose is mobilizing special forces to come here." "Shit. I have a bad feeling," Collison said helplessly. Stark building. Wow, if you can't solve the problem, solve the person who made the problem. Tony Stark, looking at the dog action file on the holographic floating frame in front of him, said, "It's a very effective method, General Rose. But what's going on with so many wrong goals? It seems that the US Assassin University the world ranking must be very bad. I heard that you are also preparing to use drones for large-scale assassinations, and you have already placed an order with the Osborne Group." Tony couldn't help shaking his head. www.readwn.com. The American people should be careful in the future. Enough, Tony Stark. Many of these weapons were created and invented by you, so you are not qualified to say such things here. General Ross at the other end of the screen was a little impatient. "I promise to give you back, I still have business, so be it." Watching General Rose hang up the video call, Tony Stark pouted and continued to browse the files. He gradually frowned. Some things don't seem right. West 52nd Street, Manhattan Island. CBS, 17th floor studio lounge. Lee Mo stood in front of the tall floor-to-ceiling window, smoking a cigarette, and quietly watching the bright night scene outside the window. "A few days ago, I was still chatting and farting at a bar in this city, no one knew. Everyone knows it now, staying here waiting to meet with audiences across the country. Life is really like a bowl of dog blood." A loud knock came, and a staff member walked in cautiously, and said nervously to Lee Mo, "Lee, Mr. Lee, the show is about to start, you can go to the backstage to prepare." Lee Mo looked at the white guy with glasses, poked his lips and asked, "Are you afraid of me?" "I don't eat people." The young man swallowed. I'm not afraid." Lee Mo smiled and did not speak, turned and walked towards the door. The young man followed closely behind. Roar! Lee suddenly turned and made a claw dance. The young man was so scared that he sat on the ground with his butt, while stepping backwards, and shouted in a voice. Lee Mo shook his head and walked to the studio with a smile. Chapter 48, The First Night, Below. In the performance hall, the audience was already full. With a beautiful melody sounding, Ellen DeGeneres came out wearing a blue shirt. This woman with short blonde hair is currently one of the hottest talk show hosts in the United States, and is favored for her relaxed and witty hosting style. As a well-known comer, she always wears a neutral dress. As soon as she appeared, the audience's applause and cheers continued. After several gentle gestures, the audience gradually became quiet. Okay, welcome to the Alan Show. Alan stood in front of the stage and organized the language fluently. We have invited many celebrities on this stage, including celebrities, dignitaries, and hot news characters. But today, for the first time, there will be superheroes here. He is the most popular figure in the United States recently. His body is full of mysteries and controversies. Let us welcome Lee Mo. The applause, cheers and whistles in the auditorium are constantly sounding, not how much they like Lee Mo, but that everyone will do the same, and they are really curious about this person. Lee Mo stepped out from the background, waved at the audience, and sat on the sofa after shaking hands with Alan. Welcome Lee Mo's arrival first, and then I will tell you a message. Before I wanted to discuss Taiwan with him, but he refused, so everything was the most realistic presentation. Alan's words again applauded. Lee, can you tell me why you suddenly decided to accept our invitation? Alan turned and asked Lee Mo. The media is always biting me during this time, all kinds of weird speculations are getting more and more outrageous. Well, here I am, you will slowly lose interest after seeing the real me, and I can relax, calm down. Lee Mo answered helplessly. I invited you about a month ago. Of course, things were different at that time, but you refused very ruthlessly. Alan's words caused the audience's curiosity. Are you there? Lee Mo scratched his head. We have evidence. Alan said meaningfully, and the staff played an audio. Let that female Lala go to hell, I like Conan. A hysterical roar caused the audience to laugh. Lee Mo was a little embarrassed, and he finally remembered that this was what he said when he was invited early in his short career in the internet celebrity. Lee, do you have a bad opinion of homosexuality? Alan's voice was a little serious. No, not at all. Lee Mo immediately said negatively, I respect anyone's thoughts and wishes. Love is a wonderful thing. Some people can also have love for an inflatable doll, so I don't feel anything wrong. Well, but I still doubt your taste. You actually like Conan? Alan frowned strangely. Although I often watch Conan, don't be proud. The audience laughed and applauded. Lee Mo shrugged, he didn't think it was funny at all. Alan saw what Lee Mo looked like, and immediately he had counted the humorous point of this guest, and then began to ask substantive questions. Lee, what you really want to know is, how do you feel about being a superhero? Lee Mo's expression suddenly became serious. First of all, I'm not a superhero. I'm just an ordinary person who gains strength. I think that after a person has the power to transcend the current rules, his inner will gradually show up. Some people will continue to pursue light and justice to become a hero, while others will pursue their desire to become behind the scenes. And I did not. What substantive pursuit, if anything, is to live as you please. So, you mean you won't save others? Alan asked. It depends. If you want to do it, do it. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. I won't change because anyone thinks. Having said that, Lee Mo frowned and couldn't help complaining, some people want to impose their ideas on others. You need to do this, you need to do that. I just want to say one thing, FQ. Maybe some people have pinned their ideals on me, but I am sorry, I am not what you think. Go back and read the comics, there is always what you want. Even if I help others, it's because I want to do it, not to be a superhero in your mouth. Do you think I should be a moral model? Can't raise my middle finger, spit? Okay, look, 1 middle finger, 2 middle fingers. Lee Mo looked at the camera fiercely compared with the middle finger. Lee, there are many children watching this show, we will blur the middle finger. Alan said helplessly. That looks even more indecent, Lee Mo said meaningfully, like a man's gadget. Alan suddenly understood, I see, but I decided to obfuscate, that would increase the ratings. Lee Mo gave a big thumb to Alan. Talk about your nickname, Great Master, is there any special meaning? Do you have a hero uniform? Alan continued to ask. Okay. Lee Mo touched his nose and said, after suddenly getting strength, I always do some boring things. I don't want to be called the Tentacle Man, the Tentacle Captain, so I gave myself a master's name. Now it's a bit silly to think of it. Call it whatever you want. I'm just Lee Mo. As for the uniform, I can put on that stuff and go to the Saturday night scene. Lee Mo said with a mockery. The audience laughed and applauded, they liked such frank words. The chat went on, Lee Mo told his thoughts and shared some interesting things. At the end of the show, he said to the camera, okay, you see, I'm just such a person. I don't it will be what you want, and I will only be the person I want to be. Because this is my life. Alan applauded, she felt the same way, just like in the conservative era, she resolutely admitted that she was gay. Even though she has been silent for a while and lost many opportunities, she often persuades people to be true selves. Okay, now is the last part. Alan stood up and said, we will randomly connect 3 audience calls, they can ask Lee Mo for answers to their problems, and let us connect to the first one. Hello Alan, I'm Ruby from Mississippi. I want to ask Lee Mo. I have found that my boyfriend has been derailed 3 times, but I love him and I really want to leave him. What should I do? Lee Mo scratched his head. Why it came up was the most difficult problem. After thinking about it for a long time, he couldn't think of it. He said, sorry Ruby, love is the most blind thing www.readwn.com I said let you can't listen to any persuasion if you leave him, simply, cut the little Tintin. The call was hung up, and Lee Mo shrugged helplessly at Alan. Second call. I'm Lawrence from Texas. I'm often bullied at school. Can you come and save me, Lee Mo? Sorry, I won't, Lee Mo answered directly. Why? Lawrence was a little angry. You obviously have this ability. Because I'm lazy, that place is too far away from me. Lee Mo shook his head, hey man, don't put your hope on others, so you will only be weak for a lifetime. If you do understand, just pretend to persuade. The third call. Hello, Lee Mo, I'm Bob from New Jersey. I'm fat and ugly. I always get ridiculed by others, so I have social phobia. What should I do? I think my existence is a mistake. Lee Mo touched his nose. Hey, Bob, I won't give you any chicken soup in the soul, I believe you also watched a lot of that stuff. Everyone has their own flaws. You must first learn to face yourself frankly, and I will be fat and ugly? Then raise up the to anyone who dares to laugh at you, and then scold you. You dare not even admit what you say, who else will admit you? After the list of festivals was over, Lee Mo and Alan exchanged phones and left the CBS building. George drove Lee Mo slowly out of the street, boss, back to the Stark building. Lee Mo lit a cigarette and watched the raindrops falling out of the car window. No, let's go home. Chapter 49, The Second Night, on. The rain fell intermittently throughout the day. At night, heavy rain had formed. Pedestrians hurried on their umbrellas in the hope of returning to their dry home to enjoy a warm cup of coffee. A yellow taxi is driving on the road to Brooklyn. The black taxi driver Rose holds the steering wheel and watches the people in the back seat from time to time through the rear-view mirror. He received this guest in West Midtown. He was wearing a red leather tights and a helmet with double horns. His eyes were red lenses, like a demon. "Dude, are you the one named Daredevil? In this weather?" Rose asked nervously. "Well, there is no way, you know, the organizer of our community is a fanatic." Matt sighed. "Damn, you scared me to death. I just said, superheroes can't be so pathetic. In this unlucky weather, they have to go out and fight chivalrous, and even take a taxi." Ross exclaimed and relaxed, quickly restored the instinct of the black and taxi driver, and kept talking with rhymes. Matt shook his head helplessly. He did not want to go out in this weather, but he found that Frank has a retired friend living in Brooklyn. The results of the investigation for several days have made him a little anxious. No matter if he can find it, he has to try his luck. When he reached the place, Matt went upstairs and found a white man preparing to leave. "Dude, did you come to the sharing party? You are not ill at first sight, but unfortunately the organizer is not home tonight. Maybe he saw this bad weather and no one would come." The white man shook his head. Left. Matt was so frustrated that he suddenly felt that going out tonight was a wrong choice. "I knocked on the door, and no one responded." Matt thought about it, turned and went out through the window into the house. The squatter room was a bit messy and a cup of coffee was dropped on the ground. Matt was startled and searched carefully. A disc on the table caught his attention. As he was about to pick it up, his ears moved suddenly, and he flung sideways to avoid a dagger flying from behind him. A figure jumped in from the window, rushing to Matt with a military dagger. After 2 fights, Matt stepped back. "Frank, it's me." It was Frank Casal who came to visit his old friend, wearing only plain clothes and 2 daggers. Seeing a stranger in uniform in his old friend's house, he rushed in. After hearing the shout, Frank remembered who the person was, because he changed his uniform and didn't recognize it for a while, but these were not important. Frank asked indignantly, "What are you doing? What happened to Curtis?" "Calm, Frank." Matt reluctantly said, "It was already like this when I arrived. I don't know what happened. There is a CD on the table, and a bullet was put. I think it will be a clue." Frank gave Matt a wary look, picking up the disc and playing it on Curtis's computer. Firstly, the old friend Curtis appeared on the video, tied to a chair, and a crack was made in his head. Then, 2 very familiar faces appeared on the screen. A one-eyed white man with a hooked nose looked at the screen and smiled. "Frank, see us, I think you have guessed something. Fowler Warehouse, I know you will come. Orange." Seeing this man who had his own eye dug out, Frank understood everything immediately, and then muttered in pain, "Billy, why? Don't worry, I'll accompany you to save people." Matt shook his head and said to Frank, "Go. I don't care about your business." Frank responded indifferently, pulling up the dagger stuck on the wall and leaving. "It's not your business now." Matt stopped Frank and talked about the David Lieberman family and the clues found. Outside Grayburn College. In the surveillance vehicle, Carlson took a cup of coffee and took a sip. His task was to deal with the trouble of the Hulk. The original plan was to control and detain, but after seeing the power of Hulk, he changed his mind, or it was a good idea to communicate and establish a connection. What a pity, General Ross's imprisonment of the Hulk made the task obstructive. "Is there news at the port and station?" Collison asked the staff next to him. "No information can be found on all the monitors and records. I think Bruce Banner has learned all the monitoring methods in a long run." The staff looked at the computer and replied. Collison sighed, and it seemed that he could only be here to guard the rabbits, but fortunately, his long-term agent career has honed a good patience. At this moment, his cell phone ring suddenly. Carlson picked up the phone and looked at it. The caller ID was Tony Stark. What did this guy call? Hello, Mr. Stark, what are you doing? Carlson asked politely. Cole? Philson? Sorry, I really can't remember your name, said Tony opposite. As a special advisor to S.H.I.E.L.D., I think I should also make some contributions. Do you know what organizations are in against S.H.I.E.L.D.? I don't think so. Our responsibility is to deal with abnormal events. Few organizations have hostile relations with us. Collison thought and answered. Wow, your level must not be high, should I ask Nick Fury directly? Tony said lazily. Mr. Stark, you can't find the director unless the director contacts you. If there is anything you can tell me. If it doesn't matter, you know, I'm actually quite busy here. Collison shook his head and said helplessly. Well, I accidentally got a document here. There were many wrong targets in an assassination project organized by the Army. I hacked the S.H.I.E.L.D. intelligence database and found an interesting phenomenon. Some of you are your hidden agents. I'll pass the documents to you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Stark. Carlson got serious and said to the staff on the side, give me a stand-alone computer, you go out first. Manhattan. Rockefeller Building. NBC, National Broadcasting Corporation. This period of Conan Chiu has just started. What? God, it. Do you think your powers are bad? Conan O'Brien opened his eyes and looked at Lee Mo, then shook his head and said, it's incredible, you don't even know I'm here. How envious I saw your video, if I had your power. Conan's expression brought a touch of wonder, I can handle 18 women at the same time. The audience on the stage laughed. Alas, Lee Mo spit out, what's in your head? I saw Conan's goods still look amused, Lee Mo helplessly pushed him, hey man, wake up. Conan wiped his saliva and said to Lee Mo softly, I know there is a good place. We can go together after the show, but it must be AA. Lee Mo looked back and said to the audience seriously, I don't know what this guy is talking about. Maybe he thought of a good restaurant? Maybe there are more female members. The audience on the stage laughed and booed. A white man suddenly stood up and said loudly, Hi guys, please bring me, I will pay for tonight. 2 security guards rushed in, one person dragged the white man with one arm, and the white man was still shouting wildly, Protest, protest, you can't take away the rights of male citizens. The audience laughed again. Conan stood up and said loudly, Sorry, this is not Nevada. The atmosphere of the show gradually became a little vulgar, okay, it was not very serious, which is why Lee Mo likes Conan. The program is coming to an end. www.readwn.com. Conan coughed softly and said, Lee, as a less successful superhero, well, I know you hate this title. Conan shook his head and continued, as a celebrity who is not very successful, you need to share something with everyone. It is such a thing as chicken soup, you know, I want to make the show a little taller. Okay, I can't think of anything. Lee Mo shook his head, or you say it first. Okay. Conan turned his head and said to the camera, Hey man, if you look at the mirror of the medicine cabinet every morning like me, and look at an old and swollen freckled face, you have to relax. Because every young man will experience such a day sooner or later, is it a bit happy to think of it? Lee Mo turned his head and said, if you reach my age, you see a young guy with a young and energetic body in the gym. Don't be sad for your belly, because it has already settled on you, haunt you, and then I can't exercise anymore. In this case, I can let go of my appetite later, will it make you happier? Conan, the current economy is really bad. Young people shouldn't worry about their college loans. This is my suggestion, don't repay it. Change their names, and go elsewhere. They can't find you. This is mine. experience. Lee Mo drew his lips and said, "Don't listen to this guy's nonsense, he just paid off his and paid off the loan. Young people don't worry about no money, you have to learn to get used to it, because you have no money it's unknown how long it is." The atmosphere has gradually changed, and the audience on the stage has an urge to leave. The audience in front of the TV also wants to turn off the TV. Who are these people? Chapter 50, The Second Night, below. Boss, are you going to enter the entertainment industry? On the way home after recording, George asked as he drove. Ghosts only think about it. George and Lucas Jr. You have to remember that the media are all this virtue, always pursuing fresh and explosive things. If I keep hiding from them, they will be more vigorous and give them what they want. After the freshness passed, we could get peace instead. Lee Mo spit his cigarette and spit out a cigarette ring, said with confidence. "Oh boss, what you think is so beautiful," said little Lucas, shrugging. "Shit. You bastard's mouth is getting more and more, you really shouldn't let you learn law." Lee Mo unhappily patted Lucas's neck. Little Lucas hid her head and hid twice, and said quickly, "Boss, it's your birthday in 2 days. Do you have a good time?" Lee Mao was distracted. Birthday? It happened to be the same birthday as his predecessor. At this time last year, he and Zhang Kai hosted a party in the bar Charter. There were some fire dancers and blood elves. The predecessor and little Lucas ate a cake alone in the shop. "Since I'm here, I won't be so miserable again. I'm going to have an unforgettable party, enough drinks, enough beauties, all the guys I know come." Conan introduced a nice place, "Let me find a card." Lee Mo hastily he took out his wallet and flipped it up. "Ha, found it, Moonlight Manor. Sounds like a good place." Lee Mo continued to talk about his ideas. George and Lucas Jr. kept talking about their suggestions. The rain outside the car window is getting bigger and bigger. Quayside. Fowler Warehouse. The address of this warehouse is relatively remote. The former owner of the warehouse sold the warehouse for sale due to the failure of the ocean business, and was bought by an unknown buyer. On a pile of abandoned building materials 100 meters away, Frank observed for a while with an infrared telescope, put down the telescope, wiped the rain on his face, and shook his head. No dark whistle can be seen outside. Matt listened intently for a while. "It should be here, there are a lot of people in the warehouse, and the sound of pulling the bolt is still heard." Frank stared firmly at the warehouse. "I'll go first, you'll come later." The stallion nodded, looked at Frank's handgun, shook his head, and pulled out his billy stick. Frank no longer advised, inserted the pistol back, climbed down the building material pile, and sneaked into the warehouse while raining on the night. In an empty lot in the warehouse, Curtis was tied to a chair with a group of armed men next to him, and armed corridors were patrolling in the surrounding corridors. Orange gave a cigar and suddenly asked Billy Russell next to him, "Will Frank come today?" Billy Russell looked serious. "As long as he receives our message, he will come. No one knows him better than me." Suddenly, the warehouse door exploded violently, and the planks splashed around in the huge fireball. As everyone's attention was focused on the doorway, all the lights in the warehouse suddenly went out at the same time. In the darkness, one dull voice sounded. It turned out that Frank crawled in from the top of the window and was cleaning up the soldiers standing at the highest place. Billy Russell felt wrong, picked up his flare gun and fired a shot towards the top of the warehouse. There was a sudden light in the warehouse, and he saw Frank standing on the stairs and severed a soldier's neck. The two eyes were opposite each other. Frank's eyes were angry, and Billy Russell was expressionless. There was no nonsense. The two immediately fired automatic rifles and fired at each other. The fierce gunfire sounded, and everyone pulled the trigger wildly towards Frank. Frank kept tumbling and dodging, using large and small boxes in the warehouse to cover the counterattack. The situation was at a standstill for a while, and because Frank had cleared some people before, tearing the defensive formation and adding soldiers killed from time to time. The balance of victory had begun to tilt slowly. Orangey shook his head and went up to hold a gun against Kittis's head, shouting loudly, "Hey Frank! You have no chance of success, come out obediently." I saw Frank didn't respond, and Orangey took 2 shots on Cortis's leg with a gun. I said, "You bastard, come out for me." The intense pain woke Cortis in a coma and screamed loudly. Frank gritted his teeth, dropped the gun, raised his hands and walked out slowly. 2 soldiers rushed up immediately, unloaded all the guns on Frank's body, and held him over. They pinched Frank's calf hard, but Frank just struck, stiffening and not kneeling. Orangey pulled out an ugly smile, pulled the trigger and shot Frank's thigh, stepped forward, and smashed Frank's head with the butt. "You bastard, I've killed you family, what are you doing alive? Always trouble me." Frank was beaten with blood in 2 strokes, his head was dizzy, and the bleeding blood blurred his vision. But all the pain in his body was drowned by boundless anger, and blood flowed into his eyes, but Frank didn't blink, just staring at Orangey. I was stared at by these eyes, and even if he had taken the initiative, Orangey's heart suddenly burst into cold. Then there was a period of shame and anger, and Frank frantically beat him. At this moment, 2 short sticks flew out of the dark and stunned the 2 soldiers who pointed at Frank with a gun. Then a figure rushed out and knocked down several soldiers sharply. At the moment when Orangey was stunned, Frank jumped up, twisted his wrist and seized the pistol, held his neck with one hand from behind, and held Orangey's head with the gun. Everyone stopped. Matt picked up 2 sticks from the ground, and stood beside Frank with vigilance. Frank panted, the culprit who killed his family was in sight. He couldn't help but want to pull the trigger, but looked at his friend Curtis and put it down again. The boundless anger raged in his chest, and Frank roared, opened his mouth and bit off one of Orangey's ears, and chewed in his mouth. Orange screamed screamingly. All the people in the fight involuntarily fought a cold war. Matt shook his head, sighed and said to Billy Russell, releasing Curtis. Orange also screamed and said, "Let him go." Billy Russell looked at everyone in front of him, and suddenly smiled mildly. "Orange, treating me as a dog is just your wishful thinking, it's just a deal for me, you have no value." In a panic, everyone killed Orangey in one shot. Billy Russell smiled and said gently, "Frank, I won this game." "Billy, why?" "I think of you as my best friend." Frank spit the flesh from his mouth and said angrily, "It's just a choice, I chose myself." Billy Russell shrugged and ripped off Kittis's coat. The crowd found that Curtis had a bomb on his body. Billy Russell shook the remote control in his hand. "I said, you have no chance of winning, Frank. Sorry, the so-called friendship is just another illusion in life." "No." Suddenly, Kay Curtis, who was tied to a chair, groaned and said hardly, "Billy, I want to say, you're wrong. Goodbye, Frank." After saying that, in the eyes of everyone's horror, Curtis lowered his head and bit a line and yanked hard. The timer instantly reset to 0. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. And the soldiers next to Curtis were immediately blown into pieces, while those who were a little further lay down. The thick smoke gradually dissipated, and Billy Russell climbed up stiffly with intense tinnitus and hurriedly picked up the automatic rifle, but Frank's place was empty. "Shit!" Billy Russell kicked the box fiercely. Then, he picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Sir, the mission failed. Orangey is dead. There is no need to go on." An old voice came from the other end of the phone. "Tony Stark has given the thing to S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury has been vigilant, he will hide his identity and clean up immediately. All traces." "I see, sir." Billy Russell hung up the phone and wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes thoughtful. Late at night. Yu reading book www.yuyugonshu.com. Lee's Handicraft Shop. In the studio. Lee Mo watched Matt with a toothache and clipped a bullet from Frank's leg with tweezers, and quickly passed a pill. The wound healed quickly, and Frank's breathing slowly stabilized, and he woke up soon. Wake, who woke up, looked at the two of them, thanked him, and stopped talking, sitting down with his head down like a dead man. Lee Mo sighed and said, "Hey, soldiers, we understand your feelings very well. But I think your family and friends above heaven do not want to see what you are now, and life will always continue." Frank lowered his head and murmured suddenly, "I was still fighting, I never thought about what would happen next, what I would do after the war, but I think that's it, this is probably the most difficult part." Silence. The silence after the gunfire stopped. "If I really wanted to say it, I was scared. But at the time, I still had family and friends. They were the only bond between me and the world. But because of sin, I had lost everything." Frank said as he struggled to stand up and walked out the door. At the door, he stopped suddenly, "Losing is the source of all the pain. Didn't they give me the nickname the Punisher? Well, I will be the Punisher later, and I will punish those who caused this. All the wicked who have lost will punish me." After speaking, Frank walked out without looking back. Matt tried to rush up but was stopped by Lee Mo shaking his head. Frank's figure gradually disappeared into the darkness. The rain was getting bigger and bigger, countless water lines fell from the sky, hit the ground under the yellow street lights, and continued to crack. Chapter 51, The Third Night, On. After simmering all night, the heavy rain seemed to release its last strength, and it gradually decreased in the early morning. Finally, after the afternoon, the sky began to clear. In the evening, Big Apple City seemed to be cleaned up. Manhattan's high-rise buildings shone in the glow of the setting sun and the neon lights that were already lit. Due to slippery roads and rainy days, serial collision accidents occurred on several main roads. Coupled with the reasons for the evening rush hour after work, crowded vehicles lined up. For a long time, the wide road became leaking. The anxious car owners complained constantly on the phone, hurriedly pressing the horn to urge, and the snoring rang through the street. Several traffic policemen who are dealing with the accident have put on reflective uniforms. A black traffic policeman holding a baton complained to a colleague, "Don't these see that we're busy? Damn it, I'm going to get neurasthenia, or I should apply for that Medicaid." His colleague is a tall and strong white-bearded man. This guy raised his eyebrows and suddenly asked, "Paul, are you okay at night?" "It doesn't matter, I plan to go to the bar for a drink with my colleagues," the black traffic policeman said with a shrug. "Well, let's move slowly and let this wait a little longer," said the white policeman with a smirk. "Yeah, that's a great idea." The black traffic policeman raised his eyebrows. The two policemen collided and knocked their fists, twisted a breakdance, and moved more slowly. Lee Mo, who was heading for NBC, was also blocked there during the crowded traffic. Sitting in the driver's seat, George anxiously looked around and patted the horn from time to time. Lee Mo, who was sitting in the back seat playing a mobile game, frowned, and said, "I'm in a hurry, you said? That's not an accelerator. It doesn't make much sense if you shoot badly." "But boss, we are going to be late," George said a little worried. "So what? It's not my fault that I'm late." Lee Mo put down his cell phone and shrugged. "What's in a hurry is the show group tonight. My purpose has been achieved. You haven't found the newspaper in these 2 days. Has it fallen from the front page to the third page? It doesn't matter if you go or not. Okay, listen to you." George thought about it, relieved, plugged in the CD and listened to the music. "I do NT know how big the accident happened, and the traffic flow did NT move for a long time." George waited, and suddenly felt a cramp in his lower abdomen. This feeling became stronger and stronger, and he began to twitch uneasily. "I said, what happened to you?" Lee Mo asked strangely. "Boss, we seem to have some problems with the barbecue we eat at night." George said with a hard stomach. Well, I felt that the texture of the meat was a bit wrong, Mexican. Lee Mo said indignantly. But boss, why are you okay? George asked strangely. Because I am Chinese. Lee Molly answered naturally. A few moments later, a feeling of falling on the lower abdomen swept across George's nerves. Boss, I can't help it. George started panicking and looked around. There were high-grade office buildings all around. To find the bathroom, he had to register with the security first, and then wait for the elevator. Lee Mo knew what was going on at a glance, and then hesitantly said, What are you thinking about? Find an alley quickly. What? Pee anywhere. George was embarrassed. He had never done this in his life. But when he hesitated, the feeling suddenly felt strong, and it completely drowned his shame nerve. Do not care. George opened the door and settled on the street. At this moment, Lee Mo suddenly handed over a bag. Boss! George burst into tears. Do you want me to solve it in the car? What do you want? Pull it outside into the bag, don't let people scold us. Lee Mo said, shaking his head. George looked in embarrassment at the bag, but this is not big enough, and there is a hole. Stupid, won't you put on your head? Lee Mo was also anxious. George was messy in the wind for a while, finally gritted his teeth, took the bag around his head, and got out of the car. However, everything is late. George stood on the street with a bag over his head, his body trembling, and pedestrians on the side of the road were looking at him strangely. Boss, you go alone, I want to go home. George said with his back to Lee Mo, his voice was already a cry. Well, go back, you don't have to come here in the past 2 days, just relax at home. Lee Mo softly comforted. Well, thank you boss. George took off the bag from his head, sighed, and walked away slowly. Looking at George's lonely figure in the traffic, Lee Mo shook his head, thoughtful in his eyes. The strength has been stagnant for a while, maybe, should I synthesize a powerful laxative? Hudson River bank. Bruce Banner took Betty's hand up and down the boat from a private ferry and looked up at the tall buildings and shuttles in the distance. Even though he was wearing a baseball cap, he still put on his hood. Betty patted Bruce Banner's hand comfortably. Dear, don't worry, our nightmare is about to end soon. Bruce Banner nodded, holding Betty's hand to join the crowd. Betty hasn't been in New York for a long time. Since Banner's accident, she has been living in isolation and living in the laboratory and home. Now holding her lover's hand, she seemed to be excited when she returned to college again, pointing at something from time to time to laugh at Banner. Bruce Banner looked at the childish woman in front of her, and her heart was warm. This thing is about to end soon, he will take Betty around the world to enjoy life. They came to the subway station all the way, and just before going down, Bruce Banner suddenly hesitated. Betty, I suddenly felt that the idea of taking the subway was terrible. In the crowded cars, there were all kinds of people. Juan, whatever happens, I'm afraid I can't control it. Betty, think about it too, just in case Banner turns into the subway. Thinking of that situation, Betty could not help shivering. But after rummaging through the wallet, he said a little bit embarrassed, we only have $30 in cash. If we take a taxi, we won't even have enough money to eat at night. It doesn't matter, as long as the antidote is used as expected, we can use the credit card immediately. Bruce Banner said comfortably. As soon as they stopped by the street, a yellow taxi stopped. Welcome to New York, let's say yes, Queens and Brooklyn are free. Said the black brother driver rhyme. We're going to Grayburn College, Bruce Banner said quickly. Okay, should I take you along the way to see the Statue of Liberty? The black brother said with a shrug. Betty was shocked. I heard that taxi drivers in New York like to kill passengers. I didn't expect to be so brazen, and said quickly, we only go to Grayburn College. Shit. Oh no, I mean there is no problem. The black driver was a bit frustrated and started the car and slammed out. Where are you going? And, can you slow down? Betty felt that the route was wrong and a little faster. Bruce Banner had already grasped the handrail nervously. Hey, beauties, those two streets have been completely blocked, and this is the most streamlined route for me. The black brother felt a little bit aggrieved. I know, this is a trick you are used to, the extra money is not included, otherwise I will complain 311 with you. Betty said angrily. Okay, you have the final say. The little black brother was a little bit angry, driving a car like a runaway Mustang, speeding up and driving the level of formula racing. Bruce Banner and Betty were tossed around in the back seat, and Betty was shocked to find that Bruce Banner was already sweaty and that her eyes were beginning to turn green. You bastard! Drive slowly, or you will regret it. Betty shouted hysterically at the little black driver. Sorry. I have intermittent tinnitus. I can't hear what you say. The little black driver shrugged proudly and turned the black rap music volume in the car to the maximum, and the speed is faster. Fortunately, after a long workout, Bruce Banner has been able to control some anger slightly. The taxi arrived safely outside Graben College. After getting out of the car, Bruce Banner retched with the help of a telephone pole. Betty kicked the car's tires out of control, and shouted at the black driver, asshole, fq. Come on, fgame. The little black driver made a frivolous movement and drove out of the car. Shit. Shit. Betty was furious and kept venting her dissatisfaction on the spot. Bruce Banner took a step back, came to comfort her and said, forget it, don't get angry, you know I have some ways to control anger, you just need to. Shut up. Betty interrupted him, let's go. Bruce Banner didn't dare to talk anymore. www.readwn.com like a wronged daughter-in-law followed Betty's and walked into Greyburn College. Shield outside Greyburn College is watching inside the car. The target was found, Bruce Banner came. A staff member said excitedly. Start the emergency plan immediately, evacuate the crowd as much as possible, let me go in and talk to him. Collison tightened his tie and took a deep breath. It's too late, General Rose has led a team to drive here. A staff member said helplessly. Shit. Collison was a bit big. What if they got into trouble? It was crowded Manhattan, and General Ross couldn't let them know they were here. How's Dr. Samuel Stern's antidote making? Collison asked suddenly. The success rate of the results of these experiments is pretty good, the staff responded. I hope they can succeed. Collison sighed, he had no confidence in communicating with Hulk. It seemed to him that such a dangerous beast had disappeared. After half an hour, the Cell Lifeline Laboratory. God, we have succeeded. Dr. Samuel Stein watched the green monster on the operating table gradually return to adult type, and said obsessively, it is a wonderful life reaction. The recovered Bruce Banner was ecstatic and finally got rid of this nightmare. He clenched Betty's hand tightly, dear, we can finally live a peaceful life. A bang! The door of the puppet laboratory cracked. A gloomy Russian rushed in and gave Bruce Banner a slap in the face. Chapter 52, The Third Night, Medium. Life is like this. When you fall into the beautiful obsession with the future, reality will always wake you up with a slap in the face. What are you doing? Bruce Banner looked at the distorted Russian in front of him, covering his face, his head cyanotic. He recognized this guy who was always hunting himself, and was repeatedly stabbed by the beast in his body, but he could not die. I've used the knowing medicine, and it won't cause any more damage. Bruce Banner said in a hurry. No one cares about those things, let it come out. Brinsky was very angry. He suffered the pain of 9 deaths and injected a super warrior serum to defeat that beast, but this cowardly guy wanted to make that great warrior disappear? Absolutely not. So when hearing that Bruce Banner wanted to inject himself with antidote, Brown Sky rushed in regardless of General Rose's order. "Asshole, come out and fight with me." Brown Sky slaps Banner again. Betty rushed forward to pull away Brown Sky, but was stunned when he pushed it against the wall. "Betty! Asshole, listen to me explain." Bruce Banner was a little blushed, and saw Betty fell, anxiously trying to get up, but Brinsky put a hand on the operating table. Snapped. Another slap in the face. "Listen, it can't come out," Bruce Banner said, panting. Crackling. 2 slaps. "You irritated me, you will regret it." Bruce Banner was a little irritated. Crackling. Brinsky slapped again and again. "Come out, hit me." "Wait, it's coming out immediately." Bruce Banner made a sudden regret. Crackling. Brinsky yelled, "Come! Can't get out." Bruce Banner was crying without tears. "Punk!" Brown Sky stunned Banner with a fist. "Colonel! Enough, General Rose wants you to stop immediately." Several soldiers rushed in with rifles and said to Brinsky. Brinsky gasped and watched as several soldiers carried Banner out of the coma. He couldn't figure out why anyone would give up such great power. He turned to look at Dr. Samuel Stern, who was lying aside, and Brown Sky held him up in the air. "Inject me with that monster's serum, I want that power." Dr. Samuel Stern swallowed. "Okay, but it looks like you have injected something and you may die or you may become a more terrible monster." There was a smirk in Brinsky's mouth. "I don't care." The junction of American Avenue and Broadway. Lee Mo managed to drive the car out, but it was blocked again here. "Sorry, I don't think I can go today." "Send someone to pick me up?" No need, let's talk about it another day, I'm very sorry." Lee Mo hung up the phone and looked at the scene helplessly. "Hey bitch, you do not have eyes." A fat black woman was moving to watch their used car tail lights. Angry, he said. "Hey, you go out, this do not brush your teeth? Obviously you suddenly slam the brakes." A tall white man is not lost on her and off directly after roared. After a few words of scolding, the two began to shove each other, and then frizzled their hair, slapped in the face. A large group of people quickly began to watch. A white suit man just went to persuade him and was punched into a panda's eye by 2 ants. A white driver with a dirty pigtail next to his sister looked at Lee Mo for a long time and suddenly said, "Aren't you that octopus? Why don't you go up and stop them?" Lee Mo rolled his eyes. "Go away, I just saw the 2 ladies conducting friendly discussions. Why don't you go up?" The white driver shook his head and returned to his car, muttering softly as he walked, "What a bastard." As soon as he finished speaking, the front wheel of the car burst with a bang. He turned around and saw Lee Mo whistling proudly there. Outside Grayburn College. Collison watched General Rose's Bruce Banner in the surveillance vehicle and shook his head with a sigh of relief. It seems that the antidote is successful. After those people leave, we will go in and collect a copy of the experimental data. Collison ordered to his men, and at the same time, he had decided to stop the recruitment of Hulk. In the laboratory of the Cell Life Department of Grauben College, Dr. Samuel Stern watched in horror and obsession as Brown Sky changed from a human to a tall, muscular monster with spine and various reactions. There were long bone spurs at the joints. How wonderful! Dr. Samuel Stern couldn't help but want to touch it, but was waved by Brinsky, stunned on the experimental equipment. Brinsky looked down at himself, and squeezed his fist again. He felt unparalleled strength, everything around him was so short and fragile. So easy to be destroyed. When a group of soldiers were about to go up to clean up the remnants, the second floor of the laboratory suddenly slammed like a bomb. A tall, strong monster jumped out and waved twice, and the soldiers were blown out like rag dolls. Fire! A group of soldiers not far away saw red eyes, and held up the automatic rifle and pulled the trigger wildly towards this monster. Brinsky first raised his arm habitually to protect him. After feeling that the bullets hit him were so weak, he smiled, grabbed a car next to him and threw it away. Seeing that the soldiers were motionless, Brinsky sighed scornfully, squatting with his thick legs, jumping to the top of the building with a slam, ha-ha, laughing away. In the collapsed masonry pile, a surviving soldier climbed up, shook the dust on his head, and picked up the phone and shouted, "Huck appears, he's headed to Broadway, stop him." In the surveillance vehicle, Carlson and his men looked at the monster away, and looked at each other. "Isn't Bruce Banner caught? What the is that?" Broadway. In the crowded traffic, the drivers were either anxious or bored, honking their horns. On both sides of the street, pedestrians flow endlessly under the illumination of neon lights. There are a family of children dressed neatly to watch a opera, a couple hugging and kissing, a child looking around excitedly around his father's neck. A middle-aged white man in a suit and leather shoes was standing in front of the gentlemen's club and was talking on the phone. "Dear, I am talking about business in Los Angeles, you listen to the sound of the car flutes on the street." No, I absolutely did not go with Robin Strip Club, swear to God, if I lie, go to see God immediately." A car suddenly flew over from the air and smashed the middle-aged white man into meat sauce. Riot broke out on Broadway. A huge monster about 4 meters high suddenly jumped to the middle of the road and smashed wildly. A car was tossed around like a toy, and the destroyed car started to burn, with fire everywhere. People were screaming and fleeing. A little girl with a dark face was crying in front of a damaged car. General Ross received the news that they had returned by military aircraft and were hovering over Broadway. Looking at the hellish scene on the display, Bruce Banner yelled angrily at General Ross, "That's your man, is this the result you want?" General Roos moved his lips and was speechless. Bruce Banner gnashed her teeth and opened the hatch to jump down. Betty quickly grabbed him, "Dear, don't, you have injected the medicine, it will die." Bruce Banner patted Betty's hand comfortably, "I can feel it, it's still there. Rest assured, I can't die." Then he jumped. Looking at the lover who was gradually disappearing into the night sky, Betty held out her hand helplessly. After watching the lively Lee Mo sitting in the car listening to the songboard, he suddenly found that the drivers got off the bus and started to run forward, and looked backwards from time to time in horror. What happened? Lee Mo scratched his head and pushed the door to get out of the car. He turned his head and saw that his pupil shrank, and a car was hitting him from the air. Shit! Lee Mo was startled, and 4 vines were stretched out to catch the car steadily. After putting down the car, the family crawled out of the house in tears. Ignoring the constant thanks of the family, Lee Mo slammed a few vines on the ground, and instantly jumped to a high place, climbing in the middle of a building. Far away, he saw a tall figure standing there, just as King Kong was destroying, and the street was already chaotic. Invincible Hulk, he has seen it, this is not the villain, what does it look like? Is it Bronchi? He hadn't waited for him to understand what was going on, the monster had been running all the way to the street 100 meters away from him. Lee Mo suddenly shrinks his pupils. Oh, shit! My eyes are going to be blind. Oh God! Give the poor child a pair of pants. What happened to the baseball bat that was tossing around? Why is there a barb on it? Why not in the movie? Is it because of P? When Lee Mo was messy in the wind, a figure flew from a distance dragging a long flame, and Tony Stark hovered beside Lee Mo. "Lee, what's going on? What a monster is that? Let's stop it," Tony Stark said anxiously. Lee Mo shook his head frantically, "If you don't go, the guy is extremely powerful, his defense is amazing, he will be hurt if he touches it, and he will die when he touches it. Don't say it is me, even your iron skin will only be jailed." Surveying. What should we do? Do we just watch him destroy like this? Tony said angrily. www.readwn.com. Don't worry, nothing. Lee Mo said with confidence, "Have you heard of Hwoke? It will be here in a while." You should go up to attract his attention first, and be careful not to fight in close combat. I will save people. Okay, just do it. Tony is still very clear about General Rose's project. There is no nonsense. Tony flew over and shone on Brown Sky's face, and there was a shock wave. Hello, little monkey, do you want a big banana? Tony kept harassing Brown Sky there, while Lee Mo was responsible for saving people and catching the car that was thrown away. He went a little hard, he was a little bit at ease, but there were no problems to save a few people. Looking at the flying cars, Lee Mo turned on the buffer mode. I pick up. I pick up. I'll pick up again. Wow! Someone fell from the sky. This man is so miserable that he must have been thrown very hard, but you met me today for good luck. Lee Mo fully caught the man with 4 vines to cushion him. The rescued person looked at Lee Mo angrily. Why do you save me? Hey, there is something wrong with saving people. Lee Mo is a little bit angry. Wait, this person looks a little familiar. Lee Mo asked carefully, what's your name? Bruce Banner. Lee Mo. Tony has felt the pressure against Brinsky. This monster is really very difficult to play. Sure enough, I heard Lee Mo's right, but why so long? Lee, when can that guy come? Tony shouted at Lee Mo. Lee Mo scratched his head and said a little bit embarrassed. Tony, do you agree if I go home to the bathroom? Chapter 53, The Third Night, Below. What did he say? Jarvis, did I hallucinate? Tony was faint at the moment when he heard what Lee Mo said. Sir, you heard me right, Mr. Lee said he wants to go home to urinate. After scientific research, holding back urine is not only bad for your health but also has a heavy mental burden, which can induce mental enuresis, bladder muscle relaxation and weakness. That's it. Tony suddenly realized that it seemed that it was not good for him to concentrate on his experiments. Sir, I think you should pay more attention to the crisis at hand than these. What did you say? Oh, shit. Tony looked back, a huge fist had appeared in front of him. Tony Stark was shot out by Brown Sky like a shell, rolled a few times in the air, dragged a long mark on the street, and finally stopped beside Lee Mo. Tony looked up at Lee Mo. Hi. Lee Mo said embarrassedly. He shook his dizzy head, and Tony struggled to get up. Although there was no injury, electric sparks had appeared in some parts of the armor. What the are you doing? Why the big man you said hasn't come yet? Tony slammed his legs frantically. Suddenly, a part of the back fell off. Just as Tony fought with Brinsky just now, the emergency force commanded by General Ross had also reached the battlefield. With a rumbling voice, a number of armored vehicles reached Broadway, and 5 armed helicopters also appeared in the air. Fire! The howling artillery was aimed, and the ground commander ordered a number of lines of fire to pour into Brinsky along with the sound of the motor turning. After hitting Tony with a punch, Brown Sky, who was supposed to continue to rush forward, was immediately hit by numerous shots, and the surrounding ground was also dusted by bullets. Brinsky endured the pain and quickly lifted a car as a shield. But soon, the car was also hit with scars and was about to fall apart. He glanced at the gunship in the sky, and Brown Sky grinned. With his legs strong, he jumped to the 10-story building next to the building. His limbs were chopped on the building wall like tofu. After that, another jumped into the air and grabbed a helicopter swaying into the building next to it. The media also came with a helicopter. After seeing this situation, he quickly avoided and raised the height. A bold host was doing a live broadcast. Here is NBC, we are bringing you at the scene. We can see that the attack on the military has been frustrated and a helicopter has been lost. It seems that our superheroes are discussing something there, hoping they can think of a way. God bless. The live broadcast signal was transmitted to millions of households. In front of the television and the large outdoor screen, countless New Yorkers are staring at the picture. Someone clenched the hands of their loved ones nervously, and some people kept drawing crosses on their chests. Looking at Tony, who is already crazy, Lee Mo pointed to Bruce Banner in a guilty conscience. Well, in fact, he's here already, this is the man. Tony looked at the weak Wen Banner in disbelief and shouted at Lee Mo, "Are you kidding me?" Bruce Banner shook her head helplessly. "I still need to be transformed to deal with that guy, but..." "Yes, he needs to be transformed," like shouting "I am surely," Lee Mo quickly snatched the topic. "Hurry up now," Tony said anxiously to Banner. "Bruce Banner." Boom! Boom! There was another explosion not far away, and Tony turned to look at the army that had begun to defeat, and shouted at Lee Mo, "I'll go up to the top for a while, you can fix him." After I finished speaking, Tony rushed forward, leaving Lee Mo and Banner with each other. Lee Mo scratched his head and said to Bruce Banner, "Hey man, you see the situation now, how can you let that big guy come out?" Bruce Banner gnashed his teeth, "Beat me, anger me." "Okay." Lee Mo stepped forward, raised his hand, and suddenly hesitated. "What's the matter?" asked Banner, who was gritting his teeth and getting ready. "You said, that big guy came out, wouldn't bother me," Lee Mo said worriedly. "Well, I can't say for sure, it shouldn't, but now there is only one way," Bruce Banner said, shaking his head. "Okay." Lee Mo raised his hand, and then hesitated to stop. "I'm still a little worried, can you make a guarantee?" "How can I guarantee it?" Bruce Banner yelled frantically. "Can you take care of those now, come and hit me, you coward." "Okay, you made me fight." Lee Mo also shouted. "Come!" Banner shouted. "I'm going to hit." Lee Mo growled. "Exhausted." Banner yelled again. Lee Mo waved his hand. Crackling. Banner, who had been gritting her teeth and closing her eyes, was getting lost. "Are you hitting me?" Opened his eyes, Lee Mo was no longer in sight. Looking up, Lee Mo had waved his tentacles and climbed to the 5th floor, and shouted at him from a distance, "Is that guy going out?" Suddenly Banner suddenly felt. "I'm so angry." At this moment, Tony suddenly flew over, saw the situation in front of him, shook his head, and then said to Lee Mo, "Jianyi, it's too late, we can only rely on ourselves. I still have a high-power laser weapon, but after running out, the energy will be severely insufficient. It will take a while for another armor to fly over. During this time, my safety depends on you. Lee, can I trust you?" Lee Mo quickly patted his chest, "No problem, you can go ahead and leave the matter to me." "Tony. Why does my heart always feel uneasy?" "Tony, can you make a guarantee?" Lee Mo, "Probably, should, are you okay?" Tony looked at Lee Mo and suddenly felt like he was going to vomit blood. At this moment, Brown Sky had already dropped the military's falling flowers and turned his head and rushed towards it. Tony greeted gleefully. With a fiery red laser beam passing, Brown Sky quickly raised his arms to protect his head. Then, with severe pain, he couldn't help howling, his 2 stiff arms were almost cut in half by the laser. "I hurt his 2 hands!" Tony shouted excitedly. "Yeah!" 666. Lee Mo lying upstairs also cheered out his arms and tentacles at the same time. As soon as they were happy, Brown Sky rushed over with pain, and a head hammer knocked Tony out, and he followed the lively Bruce Banner in the wall. Lee Mijin put down his hand and saw Brown Sky rushing towards Tony, and quickly jumped downstairs. Several tentacles entangled Brown Sky together. Lee Mo has not been able to figure out where the upper limit of his tentacle power is. Now he knows that it is worse than the monster in front of him. Brinsky's muscles are exerting strength, slowly tearing the tentacles on his body one by one. Fortunately, Lee Mo now has 18 tentacles in full. He constantly turns around to barely maintain the balance. Slowly, Brinsky broke away faster and faster, and Lee Mo quickly vacated a tentacle and kept pumping toward Brinsky's head. Crackling, slapping, slapping. Brinsky's face was drawn with a few whip marks, and while he howled angrily, he accelerated his pace of breaking free. Lee Mo gritted his teeth and used his ultimate weapon, electromagnetic cannon. A vine began to grow thick and strong, surrounded by lightning. Boom! Along with the roaring thunder, a big hole was punched in Brown Sky's chest, and a smile appeared on Lee Mo's face. "Are you still dead?" "Yet." Tony, who was embedded in the wall, also cheered happily, but when he was ready to come out, he suddenly slammed and the whole man was beaten away from a distance. A green stout fist stuck out of the hole in the wall, and then the whole wall was broken by a bang, and Hulk gasped out of it. On the other side, Lee Mo's eyes, which was very excited, gradually became a little panic. He saw the big hole in Brown Sky's chest and the laser cuts in his arms were recovering at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. "What can we do about it?" Lee Mo was anxious, but soon, his face was full of surprises, and a smirk appeared in the corner of his mouth. Because he saw behind Brown Sky, a strong green figure was rushing here. "Hello! Big guy, your good friend is here," Lee Mo said with a loose shoulder and shrugging. Brinsky was about to move, and was knocked down by the fist that came suddenly from Hulk, and another fist hit his head on the road. After yelling wildly at Brown Sky for a while, Hulk gasped and looked at Lee Mo next to him. "Hi!" A cold sweat dripped from Lee Mo's forehead. "I'm your good friend, don't you remember?" Wu Hoke sniffed his nose and threw Lee Mo's tentacle into the sky. "You trademark really vengeance." Lee Mo, who was thrown up to 20 stories high, quickly grabbed the building next to him with tentacles. At the same time, Yu was reading www.yuyugonshu.com. At the same time, he was angry. This guy was so white and so big, how could he be so small? However, it didn't take long for Hulk to get proud. Brown Sky turned up sharply, hit Hulk with a punch, and smashed a car. Hawk shook his head, got up and waved the car, and Brown Sky rushed over to fight. The monster incarnate by Brinsky, known as Abomination after this battle, is stable, unlike Bruce Banner, who can change between human state and Hulk. His strength is also stable, slightly stronger than Hulk when calm, but there is no upper limit like Hulk. As far as the current situation is concerned, Brinsky has a slight upper hand. Both big guys have extraordinary power, speed and wildest destructive power. The surrounding buildings are as fragile as they are tofu. Broadway streets are soon full of holes and some houses have begun to crumble. At this time, the military also came to lively, and a number of armored vehicles and helicopters entered the battlefield. Several RPGs were fired at two big men in battle. A fierce explosion disrupted their battle, and Hulk, who had already fallen slightly, was immediately suppressed by Brinsky. Lee Mo is in a hurry. "Doesn't this make a mess?" A tentacle shot jumped in front of the military commander. "What are you doing? One of the two monsters is a good person," Lee Mo said to the military commander. The puppet military commander is a middle-aged white man. Of course, he knows who Lee Mo is and quickly asks, "Which one is bad?" Lee Mo quickly pointed at Brown Sky. The white commander nodded, picked up the speaker and said, "Pay attention, focus your fire. Hit the one without pants." Chapter 54, The Third Night, continued. "Roger that." A gunner on a gunship responded and immediately aimed the Vulcan artillery at Brown Sky, chewing gum in his mouth and muttering, come in, you little pitiful, come and try your uncle's bullet." At this moment, Brown Sky punched Hulk hard. Immediately, all the firepower of the army poured onto him. Although Brinsky was not harmed much, he was still beaten. The fire of RPG when he exploded on his body also seriously interfered his vision. The angry Brown Sky pulled out a street lamp and threw it towards the helicopter severely. After the helicopter cleverly escaped, the street lamp was obliquely inserted into a building, and a large piece of exterior glass of this high-end office building suddenly shattered. When Brinsky was harassed, Hulk rushed up and punched him hard. With a loud bang, Brown Sky was blown off like a cannonball, knocking the outer wall of a building into a large hole. Huohao roared immediately and rushed into the building. The army's attack stopped because it could not see the target. In the sight of everyone, wild roars and rumbling sounds of the collapsed walls continued to erupt in the building, and people seemed to feel that the ground was shaking. After a while, the whole building began to slowly tilt and collapse, and eventually it turned into a pile of ruins, and the dust of the sky floated. Boom! Boom! Two strong dusty figures jumped out of the rubble respectively, and then immediately got into a fight together, hitting the top of another building from the ground like a missile raging. Brinsky flew Hulk in one punch, and then smashed a helicopter while holding the water tower on the top of the building, gasping at all the enemies in front of him. Not too far away, Hulk had crawled back from the rubble heap and yelled at him. The army regrouped, and the muzzle on the gunship had burst into flames. Tony Stark changed his armor and flew towards him. That tentacle is hiding behind and smoking? Brinsky laughed. He felt the blood in his body was burning. He likes this feeling, this powerful, fighting feel. No matter how many enemies there are, what are they? I stood on the top of the building and screamed angrily. Brown Sky rushed up to Hulk. Fierce fighting continued. Under the interference of the army and Tony Stark, Brinsky was gradually suppressed by Hulk. Eventually, Hulk captured Brown Sky and struck his neck with a thick iron chain. The tighter and tighter the iron chain became, Bronsky began to lack of oxygen, and gradually lost his strength, and his arms fell down weakly. In the middle of the night, it seemed that Brown Sky saw his hometown, the snow-covered Siberia. You are a waste. Brinsky, even a minor bear can easily kill you. Father looked at him scornfully. Hey! Brinsky, why are you so timid? I'm old and can't take care of you forever. How can you face this cold world when you grow up like this? Brown Sky, run away. It's an adult brown bear. Damn it, you bastard, stay away from my son. The young Brown Sky was running on the Siberian ice field with horror, and behind him was the aged father who was fighting the brown bear. Father, did you see that I no longer fear? I am a fighter. Bruce, don't. Betty's shout awakened Hulk, and he looked around, pushing Brownson, who was about to break his breath, and stood up panting. Betty ran towards him in delight, and Hulk stood still. He looked around. People's eyes were full of alertness, fear, and disgust. Wu Hoke looked at his stout hands. He was a monster after all. Being with Betty would only hurt her in the end. Your lover should have a normal life. Bruce. Betty came to Hulk, trying to reach for his hand. Wu Hoke stepped back and shook his head. He stared at the lover in front of him, his eyes filled with perseverance and pain. So be it. Huohao turned sharply and ran for a few steps, hopping hard. His strong figure disappeared into the night sky, and a painful howl came from afar. Li Mo looked at the scene in front of him, shook his head and sighed. He smoked his cigarette, turned to look at Tony with a broken armor next to him, and slid his lips. It's cool tonight, your equipment needs to be upgraded. Tony gave Li Mo an angry look. You still have a face, and said, there was a plan to pull you in. After the battle tonight, I think it's not good. Li Mo stretched his back. I should really thank you. A chaotic night passed. At dawn in the morning, the sun shines on Broadway through the tall buildings in Manhattan as usual, but there is no longer the bustling past, and the entire middle is almost ruined. The company that has been outsourced by the City Hall has begun to clear the ruins. A large number of search and rescue personnel are still searching for survivors in the ruins. Along the road are filled with flowers, photos, and candles to commemorate the dead. After this night, New Yorkers found in horror that it was not only gangsters with guns in the world, but also monsters with such destructive power that exceeded the common sense. After learning that this was the product of a military experiment, a whole new round of protests started in New York. Citizens took to the streets to condemn the sinful U.S. government and military. Because the matter was too big, the military commission quickly made a ruling. General Rose was held accountable, lost most of his power, and became a jailer in charge of Brinsky. The media and the people began to extol Tony and Lee Mo, and every day was a variety of nasty news reports. As for the military, that was the culprit. And Hulk, people only remember that he is also a monster. Night. An unknown fast food restaurant. The restaurant was empty, and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s 6th level agent Sitwell was sitting on a deck and drinking coffee. After a while, Coulson came in and sat in front of him. "I got some news, things aren't great." "What happened?" Sitwell asked with a sip of coffee. "The members of the World Security Council actually want to let Brown Sky join the team," Coulson said with a shrug. Sitwell sipped a cup of coffee. "Are they getting water in their heads?" Coulson shook his head. "They probably want to pass Brown Sky and insert a nail into the team to be formed." "What shall we do?" Sitwell thought thoughtfully. "It's impossible for us to disobey the orders of the World Security Council directly, but it would be fine if General Ross refused." Coulson said. "Who is going to tell me? Can you see me?" Sitwell's eyes looked a little expectant. "This man's mouth is poisonous, to be able to suffice General Rose. Our consultant at UU reading www.uugonshu.com is a good candidate," Coulson said with a smile. "Are Tony and Lee Mo?" No. Gelson quickly shook his head. "The two of them can only mess things up, Tony alone is enough." "What about Lee Mo?" Sitwell asked. Collison's tone was helpless. "He wants to host his birthday party and then take a car trip." "Are you too indulgent with him?" Sitwell asked tentatively. "He threatened to cut off the supply of drugs." Coulson shrugged. "I'm not going to be this villain anyway." In a basement in New York. Dr. Samuel Stern looked at himself in the frame, his green skin, and his head became huge. He was accidentally infected with Hulk's blood after being pushed down by Brinsky, and became like this when he woke up. Monster? He didn't care at all. He feels great. Thinking, memory, logic, judgment, all about the brain's ability is unknown how many times have been enhanced. Many scientific problems were now clear in his mind like kindergarten arithmetic. For an obsessed scientist, what could be more important than a super brain? A loud knock sounded, and then a large body came in. "Doctor, how are you thinking?" Samuel Stern showed a mockery in the corner of his mouth. "Wilson Fisk, I didn't expect you to save me, a gangster. What do you want?" Wilson Fisk said blankly, "I want strength, beyond all strength." Chapter 55, The World is Always Changing. The newspaper calls me a superhero. I just saved New York. However, there is no use for eggs. Not even a tax. Lee Mo looked at the tax return in front of him, and looked at Matt and his partner Fudge in disbelief. Yes, it's the annual tax season again. If it wasn't for Lucas Jr.'s reminder, Lee Mo would have almost forgotten this. For the complicated tax rules, Lee Mo could not play at all, so please ask Matt Murdock to help. The final calculated result surprised him. "Why so much? My turnover hasn't increased at all, wouldn't you return to work for the IRS?" Lee Mo watched Matt alertly, but this guy knows his details. "It's not for you, everyone in Hell's Kitchen is upset now." On the one side, Fudge shook his head helplessly, "We are almost unable to pay the rent of the law firm." "Damn, what happened, wasn't it Fisk's ghost?" "I said you should kill him," Lee Mo said indignantly. "It's the New York City government." Matt shook his head and said, "But this day will come, after all, I ask you, where is this place?" "Hell's Kitchen. Where's next door?" Midtown Manhattan Business District. This is the reason. Matt sighed and explained in detail what happened. As one of the most developed cities in the world, New York has never been cheaper. And Manhattan, as the business center of New York, is even more precious. The Hell's Kitchen has not been effectively developed due to the history of multiracial and gangsters, which has always been a problem for the New York City government. No matter economically or in terms of face, it is placed like in the middle of a French meal. As early as a few years ago, the New York government and some real estate developers began to address the issue of Hell's Kitchen. They chose the softest and most poisonous method, and constantly invested in kitchens and plots of land. Land prices have soared in recent years, and the living expenses of Hell's Kitchen residents have increased year after year. This will make many poor people, foreign ethnic groups and gangsters gradually unable to live and evacuate here. The rich will gradually move over. They call it urban gentrification, Fudge interjected sarcastically. Lee Mo knew for a moment, it was really the same everywhere. Fortunately, I have extra income. Lee Mo murmured softly. Matt shook his head and said, Lee, I know you made a lot of money selling pills on the black market. But I advise you to pay taxes. The two most inaccessible departments in the United States are the Internal Revenue Service and the U.S. Federal Disaster Relief Administration. The latter is hard to see, and the former has a nightmare for everyone. Do you know Al Capone? Lee Mo nodded quickly. Matt continued, he has a saying that heavy machine guns are better than submachine guns, they pay taxes to the federal government on time, and they must wear condoms when they have sex. The more Lee Mo thinks, the more distressed he feels, but these hard-earned money are just handed over like this? Let those raise it! Lee Mo shouted angrily. I don't like to wear a sleeve. After I sent Matt and Fudge away, Lee Mozuo thought and picked up the phone. Hey Carlson, for the sake of saving New York, just do me a favor. Collison still has some uses. Taking special accounts from S.H.I.E.L.D., and various tax avoidance methods to make famous eyes open to Lee Mo. Amazing. Lee Mo sighed, you guys certainly don't underfish. Collison hanged up with a black face. Lee Mo shrugged his shoulders, holding the glass, and went out happily. Little Lucas went to contact the birthday party venue. George takes a break to rest. The handicraft shop is closed habitually. Why did Lee Mo dare to go out? Because with the decline of news, people seem to be used to his existence. Familiar people are no longer surprised, and strangers. Well, Lee Mo looks so ordinary, plus Europeans and Americans are blind to Asians, and few people know them on the street. Even if someone looks at the image, come up and ask. Lee Mo also replied, sorry, you're wrong, my name is Wang, and I live next door to yours. After the rain, the sky is especially blue, and the warm sun shines down. The fruit stalls and newspaper kiosks in each store and street vendors seem to be a bit brighter than usual. Lee Mo reluctantly came down from Jessica's apartment. The pseudonymous detective office closed the door, and after calling, she learned that this guy Jessica had a case to be busy and had already followed Los Angeles. Not long after he went out, he met an acquaintance, his predecessor, Selena. This woman is dragging a huge suitcase and standing on the street waiting for the car. After seeing Lee Mo, she greeted from a distance. Lee Mo stepped forward helplessly. Hi, Selena, are you going out? Oh, Lee, have you forgotten me when you were a superhero? Don't you like my waist and legs the most? Selena jumped straight on her heels. Tonight. Lee Mo smiled, and some rumors need to be clarified. Just kidding. Selena said with a smile, and her eyes became a bit lonely, I'm leaving New York. Why? Lee Mo asked strangely. Lee, do you know, I actually learned dance. Selena took a sip of Ms. C.I., when I was young, I came to New York with the dream of a big star, and then I wanted to be an actress on Broadway after I broke my dream. slowly addicted to alcohol and marijuana and starting to accept some deals for life. When I woke up one day, I found out that I had become a prostitute. Selena laughed and laughed. Perhaps coming to New York from Kentucky's ranch was a wrong choice. My life has been ruined. Lee Mo sighed and said that she came to New York to pursue her dream, but how many girls like Selena experience each year? Seeing that the girl was a little confused, Lee Mo comforted him. In fact, it's nothing. I'll teach you a method. You should save some money. Go back to Kentucky to find an honest person and make a copy. False experiences, you can start a new life. Selena's eyes lightened. This method is good, can I tell my sister? Lee Mo nodded in pain. You are my superhero. Selena kissed Lee Mo's face fiercely. Goodbye, if you see me later www.readwn.com don't say you know me. I know. Lee Mo shrugged. Especially when there is an honest man next to you. Looking at Selena's distant figure, Lee Mo suddenly felt a little pain in her conscience. He walked along all the way. Lee Mo came to the small park he used to visit. If it wasn't for Matt's reminder, he hadn't noticed that there were more and more construction sites along the way. Is this what Matt says is official? With the gradual increase in the cost of living, vulgar hawkers, sneaky drug dealers, exposed street girls, poor artists, gangsters will slowly disappear. Will it be called the Hell's Kitchen then? People may reply to its original title. Take the Clinton district. Lee Mo is not lamented because the world is always changing, just like in this park. Someone was there for him? Hee, Lee Mo smiled. Even if he didn't catch a cold when he was a superhero, his vanity was still slightly satisfied at this moment. He stepped forward with interest and looked up. This costume is very realistic, look at this tentacle. And that person also stared at Lee Mo carefully for a while. A surprise expression appeared on his face. You are Lee, oh my god. Man, you saved New York. Do you want to take a photo? After asking, he looked forward to Lee Mo. Lee Mo smiled and nodded, he was quite forgiving to his fans. Facing the phone, the two made a few joyful and funny moves. After taking photos, Lee Mo was about to leave, but was stopped by this person. Thank you for your patronage, $5. Chapter 56, Shakespeare. I just saved New York. Lee Mo is a bit difficult to accept, let alone the beauty kisses, has recognized himself, come here again? The man shrugged and spread his hands. I care more about whether my wallet can be saved than that. Well, it's enough for this reason. Lee Mo obediently paid for it, and the workmanship of this dress alone is worth the price. I was idle, Lee Mo had a chat with this guy. This guy is called Robert, who is actually an actor on Broadway, and also formed a pioneer experimental theater company with a group of friends. Lee Mo asked a little strangely, so how did you do this? Robert shrugged. The theater was affected by your battle and collapsed. We were inspired by you to try out a series of experimental dramas about the war last night, but there is no money. Isn't this out of funding? Lee Mo respectfully respected, he always believed that only the poor and hungry can be called an artist. I chatted for a while, and Lee Mo was invited by Robert to watch their new show rehearsal. Robert is not far from where they rent, it is a more dilapidated old building. I walked in the dirty and worn aisle. Robert said helplessly to Lee Mo, if it is not close to Broadway, fools will pay for this kind of place. But even then, we will soon be unable to pay the rent. I walked outside the door of a room and Robert opened the door and shouted, Hi guys, see who I brought. Lee Mo himself came to see our rehearsal. There was a ghostly whistle in the room. Lee Mo went in and greeted a bunch of people with their fists one after another. Some of them had messy hair and some punk-style costumes, all of which had a decadent artist temperament. The room was extremely cluttered, the walls were cracked, wine bottles were thrown everywhere, butts and ashtrays were piled into mountains. Lee Mo didn't care, he opened a bottle of beer and drank it on the sofa. The show started. First of all, a man in a strong muscular costume jumped out. Lee Mo looked at it. No pants, this is Brinsky. Now it should be said that hate, the new name of the New York media. The disgusted player stared forward, his hands spread out, and said deeply, survival or destruction is a question worth considering. Alas, Lee Mo spurted out a beer. Then, Lee Mome, played by Robert, came out with exaggerated dance steps. In the world, it doesn't matter whether it is good or bad. Everything is caused by thought. Rather than meeting flattery and begging for the favor of others, I would rather be rejected by everyone. Lee Mo can't help laughing. What is it, Shakespeare's Marvel? After the cast of the Iron Man's character came out, he actually performed a tap dance. He was born to us to treat us as a torch, not to illuminate ourselves, but to illuminate the world. The following plot is even more ridiculous. Hate and Hulk actually produced a kind of cherished love. Lee Mo has already laughed so much that his stomach hurts. He thought it was a comedy, but he did not expect it to be a romance. I deserve to be a screenwriter from the corrupt country. Yes, the person sitting aside told him that Robert was from England. With the appearance of various characters, Lee Mo gradually understood the play. What Robert wanted to express was the survival and struggle of ordinary people under disaster. The protagonist in the play was actually a couple in disaster night. A man sitting on the sofa smiled and said to Lee Mo, this guy Robert, in order to please his girlfriend, called the hero and heroine Robert and Julie respectively. Knock knock. Suddenly when the hero and heroine began to kiss after various sufferings. The rehearsal was temporarily suspended. Robert opened the door, and a tall blonde white woman stood outside the door. The woman said blankly, Robert, come out, I have something to tell you. Everyone looked at each other and felt something was wrong. A man whispered to Lee Mo, that's Robert's girlfriend Julie. After a while, the voice outside the door grew louder. Robert shouted loudly outside, with a trace of pain in his voice, why? I'm planning to propose to you. And the woman shouted angrily, you are so embarrassed to say why. When I was young, I didn't understand anything. I admired your talents and followed you to leave the UK and come to New York. And you, for so many years, did nothing. I suffer enough of this life. Yes, Bob is fat and ugly, but he has the money and can give me a stable life. After I finished speaking, everyone heard the woman turning and leaving, her heels screaming on the floor. Robert walked in desperately, looking at the caring eyes of his friends, and said bitterly, leave her alone and continue the rehearsal. Everyone sighed, and the drama rehearsal continued in a dull atmosphere. Eventually, the abomination died in Hulk's arms because of his love for Hulk. Huo Hao shouted painfully in the sky, in order to love you, I will fight against time, it will take away from you, I will regraft. The couple's protagonists in the play also escaped from the disaster, and they recalled many things. The actor remembered the difficulties he had experienced and the bits and pieces of the past, looked up at the front, and said a classic line from Shakespeare's famous play Macbeth. No matter how long the night is, the day always comes. After a long silence, Robert sighed and said to Lee Mo, I asked several critics to see it, they all said it was a ridiculous shit. Julius was right, and I was really nothing. Waste. Lee Mo lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. I once read an article. In the 16th century Paris, various literary and drama critics emerged endlessly. Their various ridiculous comments even tried to make the author commit suicide, but many people went silent and worked hard, and eventually a brilliant Renaissance era appeared. Do you like drama? Lee Mo asked Robert. Drama is the only lover of my life. A gleam appeared in Robert's eyes. If you love one thing, try to accept all of it. Lee Mo said with a smirk. Also, this play is indeed ridiculous as critics have said. All the actors in the room are a little distracted. www.readwn.com. Some people even shed tears. But what I want to say is, Lee Mo put a smile on his lips. I trademark just love it. Everyone in the room suddenly turned sad and happy, and finally someone would admit them. They endured frustration, poverty, and sometimes just for others' recognition. Looking at the crowd already starting to high-five hug each other, Lee Mo's voice grew louder. Also, can I invite you to perform this drama at my birthday party? Although it's not in the theater, there is only a small birthday party, and the audience may not be too much, but at least. Lee Mo smiled, I will pay for this drama. Everyone could not help but start cheering. It must be enough for you to pay the rent for a while, you don't have to leave here. Lee Mo said with a shrug. Yet, the downcast actors in the room cheered wildly and couldn't help but dance. When I came downstairs, Lee Mo's mouth still had a smile on his face, and he was always happy when he was with a group of people chasing their dreams. At this moment, the phone rang suddenly. It was a call from Lucas Jr. Boss, the place you said promised us to book a place, but I feel that it is always weird to have a birthday party in a brothel. Push them. Lee Mo's mouth filled with a bright smile, I will find another place, I will give myself a grand show. I hung up the phone. Lee Mo stood on the sunny street in Hell's Kitchen and looked up at the sky. Happy birthday! Chapter 57, One day before. Some people say that life is like a trip. When you set off on your backpack, you will encounter a variety of things, all kinds of people. Some things will change your mind. You may turn at the next intersection, although you don't know if it is a straight road or a rugged mountain road ahead. If your parents walk with you for a while, you will gradually fall behind. Some will pass by, some will accompany you on a journey, and more will walk on another path in life. Everything is a landscape on the road to life. All you can do is go on firm. The day before Lee Mo's birthday 10 years ago, he was still traveling on CD. In the small hotel, while texting Zhang Kai with a Nokia tablet, he was bored looking at the Supergirl voice, and his heart was full of confusion about the future. On this day 10 years later, he was playing an arcade game in a game room in the Marvel World's Hell's Kitchen, looking down on a lot of things, and having a calm heart in his heart. Hey, Lee! The middle-aged white fat man who was fighting the king of fighters with him suddenly said, aren't you a superhero? As a representative of our Hell's Kitchen, you should learn that Iron Man often goes out to fight against evil. Lee Mo shook his shoulders with a white stroke, oh, that's of a ghost. The middle-aged white man shook his head without speaking, and the two continued to the next game. After coming out of the entertainment hall, Lee Mo strolled slowly while sending a text message to all the people he knew, telling them where the birthday party was held and letting them bring their friends to play as much as possible. It's not how much Lee Mo likes to be hilarious. He was suddenly a bit lonely. Walking all the way back to West 32nd Street, Lee Mo saw Dad Bruce standing outside the shop and looking at his second-hand recycled goods shop. His figure looked a little lonely. Well, Bruce, what's wrong with you, are you going bankrupt? Lee Mo greeted him. Why are you guys getting more and more poisonous? Dad Bruce shook his head. It won't be a bankruptcy. I sold the shop. Is the business down? Lee Mo asked speculatively. Dad Bruce sighed, the cost of living is getting higher and higher these years, and many people who come to me to handle things have moved away. In addition, the night devil is making trouble every night, and the business is getting harder and harder to do. Lee Mo smiled, what are you going to do? Moving to Brooklyn. Dad Bruce's voice was a bit frustrated and angry. I grew up here when I was a child, experienced the mafia era, and watched the high-rise buildings rise to the ground. I didn't expect to be old, but I was taken away. Get out of New York. Don't Brooklyn belong to New York? Lee Mo asked with a cigarette. You can only call yourself a New Yorker if you live in Manhattan. Brooklyn is a place where poor ghosts live. New Jersey and Queens are all countryside. Dad Bruce sipped with a disdainful expression. Then I should meet your poor ghost and countrymen in the future. Lee Mo said with a smirk. Dad Bruce shook his head. How many people in this street are rich? Mrs. Mary has left and sold her house to Florida to care for the elderly. Only Fernandez wants to continue with the decoration. By the way, what do you plan to do? Lee Mo shrugged. I'm a rich man. Dad Bruce's eyes were a little jealous. I really envy you superheroes, it's really easy to make money. Does NT superhero have much to do with making money? Lee Mo muttered, TM is not exempt from taxes. Dad Bruce took it for granted. Why doesn't it matter? Is there no business looking for you to advertise? Don't you confiscate the gangsters' cash when fighting crime? Isn't there a rich chick and a hot model starlet looking for you? UTM said so much sense. But, Lee Mo hesitated, isn't it a bit too rude? March. Father Bruce scratched his head. What the is that? Ginger is still hot. Lee Mo sighed. Why don't you study Mrs. Mary and go to Florida to take care of yourself? Bruce Dad shook his head firmly. I won't go and grab a little nurse with the old man who inserted a urinary tube. Well, you will always be right. Lee Mo completely retreated. Receive my message, and go have fun with the old neighborhoods, maybe you won't see it in the future. Dad Bruce sighed and didn't keep talking. Lee Mo was suddenly sad, and there were fewer and fewer acquaintances in the street, and many shops had been closed for sale. Even the newly opened bar in Luke Cage didn't close for a long time. It is said that someone who was chased by a bank had run away. Perhaps he is also preparing to become a superhero with a rich career. After returning to the shop, Lee Mo just made a pot of tea and Lucas returned. The image of this little guy has also changed a lot. He cut off the dirty braids, put on a suit, and wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses. I have already contacted a company specializing in party planning. I've been going around. My God, that place is really good. Lucas said, taking a sip of water, enviously. Of course it's good, but don't think about it in your life. Not every lawyer can make a lot of money. Seeing that Matt hasn't, that guy's office is closing soon. Lee Mo sipped tea and said jokingly. Yes, the venue for the party was found. Because there are too many people planning to come, you need to find a bigger place. Of course, Lee Mo didn't have this way, so he called the rich to help. Tony had no idea about this kind of thing, so he called directly to Pepper. In the afternoon, a family contacted Lee Mo, saying that he would temporarily lend him his idle estate. That place was on Long Island, and Lee Mo hadn't been to it yet. But I think it should be very good. The American enthusiasm for participating in the party is unimaginable, because Lee Mo's especially showed that he can bring friends at will, so the news spread quickly. Harlem. A few black youths wearing white hip-hop clothes surrounded Coach Barrett. I heard that you are going to have a birthday party. Can you show us something? Barrett, of course, but you guys all pay attention to my words and deeds, don't go to scare the guests. Upper East Side. In an upscale cottage. A white woman said intimately to her son, Baby, don't you like superheroes? Lee Mo is going to have a birthday party, and Iron Man will definitely go, a friend invited me. Yet. The white fat kid jumped up happily. The father on the side said a little bit worried, Is there any danger? Go to some people. You think too much. The white woman shook her head. That's a superhero's birthday party. That's what it said. Father relieved. Brazilian barbecue restaurant. Fernando's watched his daughter Sophia keep holding a piece of clothes there and couldn't help but say, It's just a birthday party, what do you want to do? Sophia said with a look of hope, Tony Stark will also go. If you seduce him, will you invest in a movie for me? Fernando sneered, Tony's playboy-like woman hasn't seen it, and hasn't seduced Lee Moshin. It's big. Damn, You can't seduce anyone. JFK International Airport. Exorcist Marcus and Thomas got off the plane with exhausted faces. They experienced another dangerous spiritual event. When I arrived in New York, I just received a call from Lee Mo. Thomas, do we have to go to www.readwn.com? And he is not very familiar with it. Marcus gave Thomas a worried look. No matter how much you have fought together, and you also need to relax your mind, has Hierapo come out to make troubles these 2 days? Thomas nodded confidently. No problem, as long as I maintain a strong will, he has no chance to come out. A garage in Brooklyn. A tall, fat white man with tattoos took a big bite of the burger in his hand and touched his head. Agua, the boss asked us to drop a bomb at Lee Mo's birthday party. Damn, our opportunity is here. As long as we do this, we will definitely appreciate it, said a black man with a watermelon head, excited. Why did you choose us? Probably because we are smart. https:// Chapter 58, Birthday Party, 1. Lee's Handicraft Shop. In the bathroom, Lee Mo looked at the face in the mirror after washing. Happy birthday, he said to himself silently. After I walked downstairs, Lucas Jr. and George were already waiting there. They both smiled. Happy birthday, boss. Lee Mo smiled. So serious, let's go. Long Island is located in the southeast of New York City, surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, and is known as one of the most suitable places for human habitation. There are many wine estates on the island. Coupled with the outstanding cultural environment, it attracts many tourists, and a large number of rich people choose to build luxury estates here. George drove the two of them. After almost 2 hours of travel, he finally came to Long Island. The beautiful scenery along the way is endless. Through a tree-lined avenue on both sides, a light white luxury manor gradually appeared in front of the three. The car came to the gate, and the huge black hollow iron door slowly opened automatically. George drove in slowly. After George parked his car, Lee Mo got out of the car and looked at the mansion with interest. The main body is a 3-story American-style villa with an area of more than 600 square meters. There is a large open space in front of the villa, a circular flower pond in the center, and a mermaid statue fountain in the middle of the flower pond. On the left side of the villa is a swimming pool, on the right side you can see the tarmac and the golf course further away. Hey mansion, Lee Mo expressionless, but envy in his heart. At the moment, in the open space in front of the villa, a group of staff wearing blue uniforms are dressing up, setting up pergolas, setting up dining tables, inflatable balls, and a busy scene. A woman standing in front of the villa attracted Lee Mo's eyes. His white skin, blonde hair, tall figure, tight black pencil skirt and white blouse made the fullness and round hips on his chest. The younger Lucas whispered, "This is the owner of the villa, Stephanie Malik." Lee Mo nodded, stepped forward and stretched out his right hand. "Thank you very much for your generosity, Miss Malik. It's okay, this is just a place for my family to go on vacation, rarely used." Stephanie Malik smiled. "And I am honored to meet the famous Mr. Lee Mo. You have won the prize." Lee Mo smiled. "What you want to know me is not for Stark's sake." Seeing Lee Mo's expression, Stephanie shook her head and smiled. "I'm not selling Tony's face. Your pills helped me a lot, and I'm also very interested in your powers." The unexpected answer left Lee Mo a little scratched his head. "That, my power, you know, it may cause a woman's discomfort." Stephanie smiled mysteriously. "I like things that have tentacles." Lee Mo was stunned for a while. This woman has a strong taste. I have long heard that people in high society are a bit messy. I did not expect that women who looked very noble also had this hobby. The two talked for a while and Stephanie left. Before they left, they exchanged phones. Lee Mo agreed to Stephanie's request to buy pills directly. After Stephanie left, Lee Mo was relieved. To be honest, this woman has a noble temperament in her manners, and such polite conversation always feels a little tired. Lucas Jr. went to check the party's preparations. George looked around the terrain. He was responsible for the security work tonight. Lee Mo visited the villa. Time passed quickly, and it was afternoon in a blink of an eye. In the setting sun, the entire manor was exposed to the dim sun, showing a unique beauty. Lee Mo and Lucas Jr. are sitting in white chairs chatting. Suddenly, there was a whistling sound in the sky, a figure flying across the sky from a distance. The golden red armor stopped at the ground and opened automatically, and Tony came out of him in a suit. "Why so indifferent?" Tony asked casually, and asked in amazement. "The guests haven't come yet." Lee Mo answered with a cigarette. "I'm not talking about that." Tony shook his head, picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Happy, what's the name of the company we used to look for, and let them pull in 2 carts of beauties?" "Yes, it's Lee Mo here." As Tony said, he looked at Lee Mo with a disdainful eye. "It's so easy to relax, I don't want to drink with a group of guys all night." Lee Mo shrugged. "Wow, the 2 cars are really good. The question is, do you dare to mess around? But I will give a small report to Pepper." "When did you get in touch with Pepper, and what are you doing as a so intimately?" Tony couldn't help but be upset. "Who makes you just a tin man, and Pepper is the president?" Lee Mori said bluntly. "You have such a thick tentacle. A little worse than you." Staring at the two who had begun talking, Lucas shook his head and left quickly. Night began to fall, and the lights in the manor lighted up. The 2 beautiful women arrived, all wearing tight skirts and slender thighs on high heels. After coming in groups, he said hello and went to the villa to change his bathing suits and play at the pool. A black DJ played loud music and the atmosphere immediately became lively. "Wow, this is what it looks like." Lee Mo couldn't help but praise it. After a while, the guests arrived, and Lee Mo greeted him. "Matt, you are here. Have fun. Sophia is so beautiful tonight. Fernando's, what are you doing? Wow, aren't these 2 exorcists? Tonight there are no devil here, only beautiful women with devil figure. Barrett, is this all yours? Why are you in a suit and leather suit? This trademark is not attending the funeral, all go high for me. Ben Eureka, we haven't seen each other for a while. Thank you for supporting me in the newspaper. Is this?" Lee Mo looked at the family of 3 next to Eureka. "This is my colleague Maria and her husband Robin." Ben Urich introduced. This gentlewoman shook hands with Lee Mo and said, "Happy birthday, Mr. Lee, you are my son's idol, so take the liberty to come to the party." "Welcome www.readwn.com." Lee Mo said something and squatted down and looked at the white imp in front of him. "My name is Kevin." "Lee Mo, can you sign me?" said the little ghost nervously. "Of course there is no problem." Lee Mo smiled. "I saw that, where is Iron Man, and you can go to him afterwards." "Can I touch his armor?" Kevin the little face looked expectantly. "I don't think he will refuse. Go and have fun." Lee Mo said, touching Kevin's head. Later, more and more people came. Lee Mo said hello and went to the DJ stage. Then he picked up the microphone and said, "Welcome everyone to join my birthday party. I have only one request. Let go of all the burdens and enjoy on this wonderful evening. There will be an interesting theatrical performance behind the villa." "Okay, so much to say, brother, the music is high." The little black DJ nodded his head, and then the loud music rang, and the guests cheered and followed the music. The atmosphere is getting warmer and warmer, and all kinds of drinks are rapidly consumed at a rate that is visible to the naked eye. Tony was so entangled with little Kevin that he took him to see his armor. A group of people surrounded Dad Bruce. He was telling the legend of the gangster of ancient New York. One hand had touched the waist of a beautiful woman in a swimsuit. Mart and Urek didn't know how to talk together. A justice lawyer and a justice reporter seemed to find a confidant. Lee Mo just jumped for a while, then came to the balcony on the second floor alone, looked at the lively crowd in the open space with a smile, and raised his glass to pay respect to the sky. In the night sky, a bright moon hangs on the sky, which looks extremely bright. Chapter 59, Birthday Party, 2. The atmosphere is getting hotter and hotter. People have let go of their restraint and completely integrated into the happy atmosphere of the party. Lee Mo stood on the balcony and drank for a while, watching a group of bikini beauties by the pool playing, and diving. The water in the pool sparkles under the light blue light at the bottom of the pool. Numerous slender beautiful legs travel through it. Lee Mo suddenly felt hot. I must be drinking too much. He put on his swimming trunks and put on a towel, ready to dissipate heat. I went downstairs in a pair of flip-flops, and Lee Mo ran into two people head-on. Holding a tall white fat man, the suit on his body felt like he was going to be cracked accidentally. A short black man, black suit was forced out of hip-hop. You are? Lee Mo looked at the two in doubt. The two people across the mouth swallowed nervously. The suit was worn by you, it must be Barrett's men. Have fun. Lee Mo suddenly realized, and rushed out after speaking. Agua, he doesn't seem to find us, or you have a way, and think of pretending to be a guest. The white fat man said in surprise. It's all done in the movie, ... The black skinny man said with a swing of his body. Agua, how can we drop a bomb later? Oh, stupid, dumb, let's hide here first, and then rush out when we cut the cake, which will directly detonate the bomb on our body. What shall we do? I don't know, Agua, why are you talking like that suddenly? It feels weird. A white fat man scratched his head. The black and thin Agua shook his body, and gestured, I don't know what will happen in the future. If the mission fails, I have to find another way. Black people can only rely on basketball and hip-hop in their early years. I also want to have a car, a horse, and a ticket. But in my heart you are still my roar. Hip-hop is an attitude to life. A nodded his head, anyway, I stand up to you, brother, shh. The front door seems to be open. Let's take a look, ... In the room, Tony looked helplessly at the white kid Kevin touching on the steel armor. Okay, devil, you've seen it and touched it, go back and find your mother. Tony said impatiently. Mr. Iron Man, I have one last request. The white child's eyes glowed. No request, no request. I want to hear the line you often say. What lines? That's what you used to advertise your favorite donut. Impossible, never. Please. The child's eyes glowed with water. Well, this is the last request. Tony hesitated for a while, shook his head helplessly, coughed his throat, was about to speak, and suddenly looked at the child next to him. Actually, you can record it, come down and ring. The kid Kevin scrambled out of his phone. Tony nodded, his voice became solemn and thick. I'm Iron Man, raise your hands, you're surrounded by me. AI and Agua, who just came to the door, raised her hands in shock. No, don't fire, we surrender. Shit, we are your fans. Tony continued to say, I want to kill you. Ada and Agua have a feeling of wanting to pee. Tony, you guys, sweetie. Ada, we don't call Xiaoshanation. Agua, oh. Tony led the kid Kevin out, and Adu and Agua hugged together in fright. Tony quickly covered the child's eyes. Damn, there is a bedroom on top, don't stay here. After that, he led the child away in a hurry. What happened? I don't know, ... The two looked at each other and continued to move forward. I came to an unmanned corridor, and Adeo took out the high-tech bomb given to them by the boss. I remember there seems to be a delay device on it. Suddenly, the side door opened, and the exorcist Thomas walked out of the toilet with ease. Suddenly, Das bomb fell to the ground. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Hey! Thomas just wanted to say something, and was stunned by the small electric stick he took out. He quickly picked up the bomb and carried it into his arms. The two of them just sighed, and suddenly realized in horror that Thomas got up trembling. Thomas accidentally was possessed by the demon Hierapo. His eyes had become pure black, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Hey hey! Ada and Agua took out the electric baton and kicked it up. Thomas fell down with trembling. You shouldn't get up, yo! Agua made a violent gesture, and turned around with Aten after leaving. Agua, have you found his eyes? People are frightened and their pupils dilate. The sound is going away. Thomas climbed up again and again. Pure black eyes appeared a little confused. What happened? Aren't people afraid of the devil now, or is it that Hierapo has been entangled with these two exorcists, causing business to be familiar? He twisted his neck and just wanted to go out to find Marcus to settle the bill. A middle-aged woman stumbled and rushed in, and hugged him into the bathroom. Oh, poor man, are you waiting here for me? I noticed you just now. The middle-aged woman kissed Thomas in a drunken spirit. Hello, woman, look at me. Thomas broke free from the middle-aged woman's arms, opened his mouth wide, a tongue stuck out 20 centimeters long, and licked the woman's face. The middle-aged woman was stunned first, then flushed on her face, and water flashed in her eyes. Oh, little poor man, your mouth skills must be good. After I finished speaking, I pressed Thomas's head into his skirt, his eyes turned white, his face was soothing. Oh yes. Oh, shit. FK. Thomas struggled from the middle-aged woman's majesty, his mouth widened like a snake, and his teeth began to sharpen. Vomit. The drunk woman didn't know how much she drank, closed her eyes and spit it out, sprayed Thomas with her mouth full, and then fell to the ground and snored. Hamila beeps. Damn stupid woman. Thomas, who belongs to Hierapo, spit out the contents of his mouth. www.readwn.com kicked the woman on the ground fiercely, picked up his clothes, wiped his face casually, and pulled firmly. The door went out. He wants to vent someone's anger. After walking in the corridor for a long time, he found that in an open room, there were people around the sofa, spraying clouds and fog. Hierapo slammed the door violently, turned his head 360 degrees towards them, and crawled on the ceiling with his limbs. Wow, cool. Nice performance. The eyes of a group of people on the sofa were stunned, and their faces were smirking with applause. Someone also whistled. What happened? Hierapo jumped down and looked at these people with doubts. Hey man, do you want to be high? A black man took a hand cigarette and handed it to Hierapo. Hierapo took it strangely, took a sip hard, and then a smirk appeared on his face. He felt his eyes start to stretch and his mood was extremely peaceful. I was born from hell, and he never had such a good feeling. What is this? Pineapple Express. Harry Regula. Good stuff. Then, Sialaposi also sat on the sofa, spraying clouds and misting with the group. After a moment of puckering, Hierapo suddenly cried, holding his face, hell is so boring, I just want to come up with a prank. The black man next to the uncle placed his head on his chest and patted it comfortably. At this moment, the knock of the door rang. Then a middle-aged white man in a suit and leather shoes opened the door. Did you guys meet my wife? Chapter 60, Birthday Party, 3. The middle-aged white man is Robin, the kid's father, and his wife Maria was in the toilet. Robin paused after speaking. He looked at the circle of people on the sofa in the room spraying clouds and smirking, and smirked, and immediately understood what was going on. Isn't it high? He often plays in college, compared to that. He still likes the classic Arctic Light, Mr. Nice and Domina are rotten. Wow, sorry to bother you, gentlemen, continue. A middle-aged white Robin smiled on his face and pointed his fingers at the people in the room. Look at you. After he finished speaking, he stepped back and closed the door gently. Robin shrugged and walked downstairs. This is not the party atmosphere he likes. When he reached the stairs, he saw billionaire Iron Man Tony Stark wearing swimming trunks walking towards the door. A girl rushed in from the door and said, "Mr. Stark, my name is Sophia, it's happy to meet you." Unfortunately, Tony ignored the girl completely and kept walking towards the door, leaving the girl disappointed. Robin had already noticed the girl at the party just now. He stepped forward and said politely, "Mr. Stark is not interested in a young girl. My name is Robin. Wall Street investor, can I help you? I just want to make a movie, I want to be a big star." Sophia shook her head and said, "Wow, I happen to know a producer in Colombia." Robin said casually. "Really, can you introduce me?" Sophia rejoiced, holding Robin's arm and saying, "I'm very optimistic about you, let's go up and find a room to talk slowly." Robin said with a smile and raised an eyebrow. Sophia nodded with a smile. The two were about to go upstairs and suddenly rushed into the South American from the door. It was Fernando's, the owner of the barbecue restaurant. Fernando's rushed up angrily, grabbed Robin's collar, and pulled a pistol from his arms and put it on his forehead. "You white wants to do to my daughter, she is only 17 years old, you animal." Robin was frightened, and raised his hands, stammered and said, "Sorry, I don't know, I thought he was just." "Do you mean my daughter is a bitch?" Fernando's was even more angry and immediately drew the bullet. No, she's an angel." Robin was crying, and he felt like he was going to pee. At this time, Sophia pulled down Fernando's hand with a gun and shouted at him, "You don't care about me, do you think I'm a little girl?" Robin panicked and hurled out the door, leaving behind the noise of the father and daughter. He rushed out of the door, and mixed with the crowd that was frantically twirling, Robin's bouncing heart gradually calmed down. "Shit!" Robin yelled in frustration. He felt terrible tonight and really wanted to leave here quickly. "Did you meet my wife?" "Excuse me, you see a white woman, blonde, probably so tall." Robin began to inquire about his wife. Gradually, he came to Tech Barrett, who was laughing and hugging two beautiful women in bikinis. Robin glanced enviously. Compared to this black man wearing an ordinary brand, he felt himself in an expensive suit at this party, like a poor worm. "Did you see my wife?" Robin asked politely. Barrett glanced at Robin. "Hey man, don't worry, this is my boss's party, no one dares to make trouble, and relax." After that, he pushed Robin, a beautiful woman in her arms, to Robin. Robin took hold of the beautiful woman's thin waist, took the wine glass and took a sip, and the mood gradually calmed down. He thanked Barrett gratefully. "Thank you, man, you are such a good guy." The two talked while drinking, and the more they talked, the more they felt the chance. "Haha, is Harlem so interesting? To be honest, I don't dare to go, the black gangs there are too messy." Robin said with a drink. "To be honest with you, I don't dare go. Where the wealthy white people gather, I'm afraid I have to hold my hands all the time and maybe even get smitten by the police." Barrett said mockingly. "I also hate those racist guys. Maybe you can lead me to invest in your Harlem area." Robin said quickly and comfortably. "That's it." Barrett raised an eyebrow. "I can show you something special then." The two of them laughed with spirits. At this time, the kid Kevin got out of nowhere, and excitedly held Robin's clothes. Father, I recorded the voice of Iron Man as the ringtone, you." Kevin stared at his father's hand in the bikini beauty and stopped talking. Robin helplessly took out his wallet and took out a few banknotes. "You haven't seen anything, have you?" "I can have amnesia for a month." Kevin nodded. Robin helplessly took out a few more. "Okay, I haven't seen you just yet." Kevin picked up the money and ran away. "Awful child, Barrett sighed. This is the method of education for our Jews. Robin raised his eyebrows, and both laughed at the same time. Toddler Kevin is very excited tonight. He met idol Lee Mo and got a recording of Iron Man Tony Stark. This birthday party is just too cool. He runs around crazy. Walked through the crowd writhing wildly. Avoided the crutch of a blind uncle. I ran across the pool and made a face at Lee Mo and Iron Man who were hiding with a group of naked ants. I walked under the arm of a priest who was drinking madly under the encouragement of a beauty. He was finally tired, came to the table, took a crab huang bao and took a bite. This is delicious, isn't it? Said a tall white fat man next to him while eating a crab yellow castle. Kid Kevin nodded, chewing crab huang bao and asked, of course, my name is Kevin, what's your name? My name is Deo, The white fat man seemed to be choked, and frantically found water. Here, here. Kevin quickly picked up a bottle of juice and passed it. Ade took it in one breath and drank it down, exhaling easily, thank you, Kevin, I'm much better. Why don't you go dancing there? Kevin asked. What's the point, I like Hasbro's toys and comic books more than that, Aden replied. Cool, do you know that? The two chatted cheerfully. After a while, Kevin left. Agua came out of the dancing crowd, and came to him with sweat, yes, that DJ is awesome. I feel that all the cells are dancing, alas, alas. Agua. Man, what are you talking about, I don't want to do it anymore. Ada stared at Kevin as he went away. I want to go back to the California orphanage to take care of the kids. Agua stared at Adeo for a while, I stand up to you, brother, I don't want to do it anymore, I'm going to pursue my hip-hop dream. Oh. What about this? Adeo took out the bomb. Let this thing go it. Agua took the bomb and threw it away from afar. The two looked at each other with tears in their eyes, shoved their fists fiercely, and hugged tightly for a while. Agua, take care of yourself in the future. Damn, you will always be my roar, oh. Yes, did you just set the bomb time? Don't remember, is that important, Never mind.